44:13, you make us a reproach to our neighbors, a scoffing and a derision to those who are around us. 44:14, you make us a byword among the nations, a shaking of the head among the peoples. 44:15, all day long my dishonor is before me, and shame covers my face. 44:16, at the taunt of one who reproaches and verbally abuses, because of the enemy and the avenger. 44:17, all this has come on us. Yet have we not forgotten you, neither have we been false to your covenant. 44:18, our heart has not turned back, neither have our steps strayed from your path. 44:19, though you have crushed us in the haunt of jackals, and covered us with the shadow of death. 44:20, if we have forgotten the name of our God, or spread forth our hands to a strange God. 44:21, won't God search this out? For he knows the secrets of the heart. 44:22, yes, for your sake we are killed all day long. We are regarded as sheep for the slaughter. 44:23, wake up. Why do you sleep, Lord? Arise. Don't reject us forever. 44:24, why do you hide your face, and forget our affliction and our oppression? 44:25, for our soul is bowed down to the dust, our body cleaves to the earth. 44:26, rise up to help us. Redeem us for your loving kindness' sake. Psalm 45. For the chief musician, set to the lilies, a contemplation by the sons of Korah, a wedding song. 45:1, my heart overflows with a noble theme. I recite my verses for the king. My tongue is like the pen of a skillful writer. 45:2, you are the most excellent of the sons of men. Grace has anointed your lips. Therefore God has blessed you forever. 45:3, gird your sword on your thigh, mighty one. Your splendor and your majesty. 45:4, in your majesty ride on victoriously on behalf of truth, humility, and righteousness. Let your right hand display awesome deeds. 45:5, your arrows are sharp. The nations fall under you, with arrows in the heart of the king's enemies. 45:6, your throne, God, is forever and ever. A scepter of equity is the scepter of your kingdom. 45:7, you have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of gladness above your fellows. 45:8, all your garments smell like myrrh, aloes, and cassia. Out of ivory palaces, stringed instruments have made you glad. 45:9, king's daughters are among your honorable women. At your right hand the queen stands in gold of Ophir. 45:10, listen, daughter, consider and turn your ear. Forget your own people, and also your father's house. 45:11, so the king will desire your beauty. Honor him, for he is your lord. 45:12, the daughter of Tyre comes with a gift. The rich among the people entreat your favor. 45:13, the princess inside is all glorious. Her clothing is interwoven with gold. 45:14, she shall be led to the king in embroidered work. The virgins, her companions who follow her, shall be brought to you. 45:15, with gladness and rejoicing they shall be led. They shall enter into the king's palace. 45:16, your sons will take the place of your fathers. You shall make them princes in all the earth. 45:17, I will make your name to be remembered in all generations. Therefore the peoples shall give you thanks forever and ever. Psalm 46. For the chief musician, by the sons of Korah, according to Alamoth. 46:1, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. 46:2, therefore we won't be afraid, though the earth changes, though the mountains are shaken into the heart of the seas. 46:3, though its waters roar and are troubled, though the mountains tremble with their swelling. Selah. 46:4, there is a river, the streams of which make the city of God glad, the holy place of the tents of the Most High. 46:5, God is in her midst, she shall not be moved. God will help her at dawn. 46:6, the nations raged, the kingdoms were moved. He lifted his voice, and the earth melted. 46:7 Yahweh of armies is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Selah. 46:8 Come, see Yahweh's works. What desolations he has made in the earth. 46:9 He makes wars cease to the end of the earth. He breaks the bow and shatters the spear. He burns the chariots in the fire. 46:10 Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. 46:11 Yahweh of armies is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Selah. Psalm 47. For the chief musician, a psalm by the sons of Korah. 47:1 Oh, clap your hands, all you nations. Shout to God with the voice of triumph. 47:2 For Yahweh Most High is awesome. He is a great king over all the earth. 47:3 He subdues nations under us, and peoples under our feet. 47:4 He chooses our inheritance for us, the glory of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. 47:5 God has gone up with a shout. Yahweh with the sound of a trumpet. 47:6 Sing praise to God, sing praises. Sing praises to our King, sing praises. 47:7 For God is the King of all the earth. Sing praises with understanding. 47:8 God reigns over the nations. God sits on his holy throne. 47:9 The princes of the peoples are gathered together. The people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong to God. He is greatly exalted. Psalm 48. A psalm by the sons of Korah. 48:1 Great is Yahweh, and greatly to be praised. In the city of our God, in his holy mountain. 48:2 Beautiful in elevation, the joy of the whole earth. Is Mount Zion on the north sides, the city of the great king. 48:3 God has shown himself in her citadels as a refuge. 48:4 Behold, the kings assembled themselves. They passed by together. 48:5 They saw it, then they were amazed. They were dismayed. They hurried away. 48:6 Trembling took hold of them there. Pain, as of a woman in travail. 48:7 With the east wind, you break the ships of Tarshish. 48:8 As we have heard, so we have seen. In the city of Yahweh of armies, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. 48:9 We have thought about your loving kindness, God, in the midst of your temple. 48:10 As is your name, God, so is your praise to the ends of the earth. Your right hand is full of righteousness. 48:11 Let Mount Zion be glad. Let the daughters of Judah rejoice. Because of your judgments. 48:12 Walk about Zion and go around her. Number its towers. 48:13 Mark well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that you may tell it to the next generation. 48:14 For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide even to death. Psalm 49. For the chief musician, a psalm by the sons of Korah. 49:1 Hear this, all you peoples. Listen, all you inhabitants of the world. 49:2 Both low and high, rich and poor together. 49:3 My mouth will speak words of wisdom. My heart shall utter understanding. 49:4 I will incline my ear to a proverb. I will open my riddle on the harp. 49:5 Why should I fear in the days of evil, when iniquity at my heels surrounds me? 49:6 Those who trust in their wealth, and boast in the multitude of their riches. 49:7 None of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give God a ransom for him. 49:8 For the redemption of their life is costly. No payment is ever enough. 49:9 That he should live on forever, that he should not see corruption. 49:10 For he sees that wise men die. Likewise the fool and the senseless perish, and leave their wealth to others. 49:11 Their inward thought is that their houses will endure forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They named their lands after themselves. 49:12 But man, despite his riches, doesn't endure. He is like the animals that perish. 49:13 This is the destiny of those who are foolish, and of those who approve their sayings. Selah. 49:14 They are appointed as a flock for Sheol. Death shall be their shepherd. The upright shall have dominion over them in the morning. Their beauty shall decay in Sheol, far from their mansion. 49:15 But God will redeem my soul from the power of Sheol, for he will receive me. Selah. 49:16 Don't be afraid when a man is made rich, when the glory of his house is increased. 49:17 For when he dies he shall carry nothing away. His glory shall not descend after him. 49:18 Though while he lived he blessed his soul. And men praise you when you do well for yourself. 49:19 He shall go to the generation of his fathers. They shall never see the light. 49:20 A man who has riches without understanding is like the animals that perish. Psalm 50. A psalm by Asaph. 51 The mighty one, God, Yahweh, speaks, and calls the earth from sunrise to sunset. 52 Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, God shines forth. 53 Our God comes, and does not keep silent. A fire devours before him. It is very stormy around him. 54 He calls to the heavens above, to the earth that he may judge his people. 55 Gather my saints together to me, those who have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. 56 The heavens shall declare his righteousness, for God himself is judge. Selah. 57 Hear my people, and I will speak. Israel, and I will testify against you. I am God, your God. 58 I don't rebuke you for your sacrifices. Your burnt offerings are continually before me. 59 I have no need for a bull from your stall, nor male goats from your pens. 50:10 For every animal of the forest is mine, and the livestock on 1,000 hills. 50:11 I know all the birds of the mountains. The wild animals of the field are mine. 50:12 If I were hungry, I would not tell you, for the world is mine, and all that is in it. 50:13 Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? 50:14 Offer to God the sacrifice of thanksgiving. Pay your vows to the Most High. 50:15 Call on me in the day of trouble. I will deliver you, and you will honor me. 50:16 But to the wicked God says, What right do you have to declare my statutes? That you have taken my covenant on your lips. 50:17 Seeing you hate instruction, and throw my words behind you. 50:18 When you saw a thief, you consented with him, and have participated with adulterers. 50:19 You give your mouth to evil. Your tongue frames deceit. 50:20 You sit and speak against your brother. You slander your own mother's son. 50:21 You have done these things, and I kept silent. You thought that I was just like you. I will rebuke you and accuse you in front of your eyes. 50:22 Now consider this, you who forget God, lest I tear you into pieces, and there be none to deliver. 50:23 Whoever offers the sacrifice of thanksgiving glorifies me, and prepares his way so that I will show God's salvation to him. Psalm 51. For the chief musician, a psalm by David when Nathan the prophet came to him after he had gone into Bathsheba. 51:1 Have mercy on me, God, according to your loving kindness. According to the multitude of your tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. 51:2 Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity. Cleanse me from my sin. 51:3 For I know my transgressions. My sin is constantly before me. 51:4 Against you, and you only have I sinned, and done that which is evil in your sight, that you may be proved right when you speak, and justified when you judge. 51:5 Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity. In sin my mother conceived me. 51:6 Behold, you desire truth in the inward parts. You teach me wisdom in the inmost place. 51:7 Purify me with hyssop, and I will be clean. Wash me, and I will be whiter than snow. 51:8 Let me hear joy and gladness, that the bones which you have broken may rejoice. 51:9 Hide your face from my sins, and blot out all of my iniquities. 51:10 Create in me a clean heart, O God. Renew a right spirit within me. 51:11 Don't throw me from your presence, and don't take your Holy Spirit from me. 51:12 Restore to me the joy of your salvation. Uphold me with a willing spirit. 51:13 Then I will teach transgressors your ways. Sinners shall be converted to you. 51:14 Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, the God of my salvation. My tongue shall sing aloud of your righteousness. 51:15 Lord, open my lips. My mouth shall declare your praise. 51:16 For you don't delight in sacrifice, or else I would give it. You have no pleasure in burnt offering. 51:17 The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. A broken and contrite heart, O God, you will not despise. 51:18 Do well in your good pleasure to Zion. Build the walls of Jerusalem. 51:19 Then you will delight in the sacrifices of righteousness, in burnt offerings and in whole burnt offerings. Then they will offer bulls on your altar. Psalm 52. For the chief musician, a contemplation by David when Doeg the Edomite came and told Saul, David has come to Abimelech's house. 52:1 Why do you boast of mischief, mighty man? God's loving kindness endures continually. 52:2 Your tongue plots destruction, like a sharp razor working deceitfully. 52:3 You love evil more than good, lying rather than speaking the truth. Selah. 52:4 You love all devouring words, you deceitful tongue. 52:5 God will likewise destroy you forever. He will take you up and pluck you out of your tent, and root you out of the land of the living. Selah. 52:6 The righteous also will see it and fear, and laugh at him, saying, 52:7 Behold, this is the man who didn't make God his strength, but trusted in the abundance of his riches, and strengthened himself in his wickedness. 52:8 But as for me, I am like a green olive tree in God's house. I trust in God's loving kindness forever and ever. 52:9 I will give you thanks forever, because you have done it. I will hope in your name, for it is good, in the presence of your saints. Psalm 53. For the chief musician, to the tune of Mahalath, a contemplation by David. 53:1 The fool has said in his heart, There is no God. They are corrupt and have done abominable iniquity. There is no one who does good. 53:2 God looks down from heaven on the children of men, to see if there are any who understood, who seek after God. 53:3 Every one of them has gone back. They have become filthy together. There is no one who does good, no, not one. 53:4 Have the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread, and don't call on God. 53:5 There they were in great fear, where no fear was. For God has scattered the bones of him who encamps against you. You have put them to shame, because God has rejected them. 53:6 Oh, that the salvation of Israel would come out of Zion. When God brings back his people from captivity, then Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Psalm 54. For the chief musician, on stringed instruments, a contemplation by David when the Ziphites came and said to Saul, Isn't David hiding himself among us? 54:1 Save me, God, by your name. Vindicate me in your might. 54:2 Hear my prayer, God. Listen to the words of my mouth. 54:3 For strangers have risen up against me, Violent men have sought after my soul. They haven't set God before them. Selah. 54 For behold, God is my helper. The Lord is the one who sustains my soul. 54:5 He will repay the evil to my enemies. Destroy them in your truth. 54:6 With a free will offering, I will sacrifice to you. I will give thanks to your name, Yahweh, for it is good. 54:7 For he has delivered me out of all trouble. My eye has seen triumph over my enemies. Psalm 55. For the chief musician, on stringed instruments, a contemplation by David. 55:1 Listen to my prayer, God. Don't hide yourself from my supplication. 55:2 Attend to me and answer me. I am restless in my complaint and moan. 55:3 Because of the voice of the enemy. Because of the oppression of the wicked. For they bring suffering on me. In anger they hold a grudge against me. 55:4 My heart is severely pained within me. The terrors of death have fallen on me. 55:5 Fearfulness and trembling have come on me. Horror has overwhelmed me. 55:6 I said, Oh, that I had wings like a dove. Then I would fly away and be at rest. 55:7 Behold, then I would wander far off. I would lodge in the wilderness. Selah. 55:8 I would hurry to a shelter from the stormy wind and storm. 55:9 Confuse them, Lord, and confound their language. For I have seen violence and strife in the city. 55:10 Day and night they prowl around on its walls. Malice and abuse are also within her. 55:11 Destructive forces are within her. Threats and lies don't depart from her streets. 55:12 For it was not an enemy who insulted me. Then I could have endured it. Neither was it he who hated me, who raised himself up against me. Then I would have hid myself from him. 55:13 But it was you, a man like me. My companion and my familiar friend. 55:14 We took sweet fellowship together. We walked in God's house with company. 55:15 Let death come suddenly on them. Let them go down alive into Sheol. For wickedness is in their dwelling, in the midst of them. 55:16 As for me, I will call on God. Yahweh will save me. 55:17 Evening, morning, and at noon, I will cry out in distress. He will hear my voice. 55:18 He has redeemed my soul in peace from the battle that was against me. Although there are many who oppose me. 55:19 God, who is enthroned forever, will hear and answer them. Selah. They never change. Who don't fear God. 55:20 He raises his hands against his friends. He has violated his covenant. 55:21 His mouth was smooth as butter. But his heart was war. His words were softer than oil. Yet they were drawn swords. 55:22 Cast your burden on Yahweh, and he will sustain you. He will never allow the righteous to be moved. 55:23 But you, God, will bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloodthirsty and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. But I will trust in you. Psalm 56. For the chief musician, to the tune of Silent Dove in Distant Lands, a poem by David when the Philistines seized him in Gath. 56:1 Be merciful to me, God, for man wants to swallow me up. All day long he attacks and oppresses me. 56:2 My enemies want to swallow me up all day long. For they are many who fight proudly against me. 56:3 When I am afraid, I will put my trust in you. 56:4 In God I praise his word. In God I put my trust. I will not be afraid. What can flesh do to me? 56:5 All day long they twist my words. All their thoughts are against me for evil. 56:6 They conspire and lurk. Watching my steps, they are eager to take my life. 56:7 Shall they escape by iniquity? In anger cast down the people's God. 56:8 You number my wanderings. You put my tears into your bottle. Aren't they in your book? 56:9. Then my enemies shall turn back in the day that I call. I know this, that God is for me. 56:10. In God I will praise his word. In Yahweh I will praise his word. 56:11. I have put my trust in God. I will not be afraid. What can man do to me? 56:12. Your vows are on me, God. I will give thank offerings to you. 56:13. For you have delivered my soul from death, and prevented my feet from falling, that I may walk before God in the light of the living. Psalm 57. For the chief musician, to the tune of Do Not Destroy, a poem by David when he fled from Saul in the cave. 57:1. Be merciful to me, God, be merciful to me. For my soul takes refuge in you. Yes, in the shadow of your wings, I will take refuge, until disaster has passed. 57:2. I cry out to God Most High, to God who accomplishes my requests for me. 57:3. He will send from heaven and save me. He rebukes the one who is pursuing me. Selah. God will send out his loving kindness and his truth. 57. For my soul is among lions. I lie among those who are set on fire, even the sons of men, whose teeth are spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. 57:5. Be exalted, God, above the heavens. Let your glory be above all the earths. 57:6. They have prepared a net for my steps. My soul is bowed down. They dig a pit before me. They fall into its midst themselves. Selah. 57:7. My heart is steadfast, God, my heart is steadfast. I will sing, yes, I will sing praises. 57:8. Wake up, my glory, wake up, psaltery and harp. I will wake up the dawn. 57:9. I will give thanks to you, Lord, among the peoples. I will sing praises to you among the nations. 57:10. For your great loving kindness reaches to the heavens, and your truth to the skies. 57:11. Be exalted, God, above the heavens. Let your glory be over all the earths. Psalm 58. For the chief musician, to the tune of Do Not Destroy, a poem by David. 58:1. Do you indeed speak righteousness, silent ones? Do you judge blamelessly, you sons of men? 58:2. No, in your heart you plot injustice. You measure out the violence of your hands in the earth. 58:3. The wicked go astray from the womb. They are wayward as soon as they are born, speaking lies. 58:4. Their poison is like the poison of a snake, like a deaf cobra that stops its ear. 58:5. Which doesn't listen to the voice of charmers, no matter how skillful the charmer may be. 58:6. Break their teeth, God, in their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, Yahweh. 58:7. Let them vanish as water that flows away. When they draw the bow, let their arrows be made blunt. 58:8. Let them be like a snail which melts and passes away, like the stillborn child who has not seen the sun. 58:9. Before your pots can feel the heat of the thorns, he will sweep away the green and the burning alike. 58:10. The righteous shall rejoice when he sees the vengeance. He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked. 58:11. So that men shall say, most certainly there is a reward for the righteous. Most certainly there is a God who judges the earth. Psalm 59. For the chief musician, to the tune of Do Not Destroy, a poem by David when Saul sent and they watched the house to kill him. 59:1. Deliver me from my enemies, my God. Set me on high from those who rise up against me. 59:2. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity. Save me from the bloodthirsty men. 59:3. Behold, they lie in wait for my soul. The mighty gather themselves together against me. Not for my disobedience, nor for my sin, Yahweh. 59:4. I have done no wrong, yet they are ready to attack me. Rise up, behold, and help me. 59:5. You, Yahweh God of armies, the God of Israel. Rouse yourself to punish the nations. Show no mercy to the wicked traitors. Selah. 59:6. They return at evening, howling like dogs. and prowl around the city. 59:7 Behold, they spew with their mouth. Swords are in their lips. For they say, who hears us? 59:8 But you, Yahweh, laugh at them. You scoff at all the nations. 59:9 Oh, my strength, I watch for you. For God is my high tower. 59:10 My God will go before me with his loving kindness. God will let me look at my enemies in triumph. 59:11 Don't kill them, or my people may forget. Scatter them by your power and bring them down, Lord our shield. 59:12 For the sin of their mouth and the words of their lips. Let them be caught in their pride. For the curses and lies which they utter. 59:13 Consume them in wrath. Consume them, and they will be no more. Let them know that God rules in Jacob. To the ends of the earth. Selah. 59:14 At evening let them return. Let them howl like a dog and go around the city. 59:15 They shall wander up and down for food. And wait all night if they aren't satisfied. 59:16 But I will sing of your strength. Yes, I will sing aloud of your loving kindness in the morning. For you have been my high tower, a refuge in the day of my distress. 59:17 To you, my strength, I will sing praises. For God is my high tower, the God of my mercy. Psalm 60. For the chief musician, to the tune of The Lily of the Covenant. A teaching poem by David, when he fought with Aram Naharaim and with Aram Zobah, and Joab returned, and killed 12,000 of Edom in the Valley of Salt. 61 God, you have rejected us. You have broken us down. You have been angry. Restore us again. 62 You have made the land tremble. You have torn it. Mend its fractures. For it quakes. 63 You have shown your people hard things. You have made us drink the wine that makes us stagger. 64 You have given a banner to those who fear you, that it may be displayed because of the truth. Selah. 65 So that your beloved may be delivered. Save with your right hand and answer us. 66 God has spoken from his sanctuary. I will triumph. I will divide Shechem and measure out the valley of Sukkot. 67 Gilead is mine, and Manasseh is mine. Ephraim also is the defense of my head. Judah is my scepter. 68 Moab is my wash basin. I will throw my shoe on Edom. I shout in triumph over Philistia. 69 Who will bring me into the strong city? Who has led me to Edom? 60:10 Haven't you, God, rejected us? You don't go out with our armies, God. 60:11 Give us help against the adversary. For the help of man is vain. 60:12 Through God we shall do valiantly. For it is he who will tread down our adversaries. Psalm 61. For the chief musician, for a stringed instrument by David. 61:1 Hear my cry, God. Listen to my prayer. 61:2 From the end of the earth I will call to you, when my heart is overwhelmed. Lead me to the rock that is higher than one, for you have been a refuge for me, a strong tower from the enemy. 61:4 I will dwell in your tent forever. I will take refuge in the shelter of your wings. Selah. 61:5 For you, God, have heard my vows. You have given me the heritage of those who fear your name. 61:6 You will prolong the king's life. His years shall be for generations. 61:7 He shall be enthroned in God's presence forever. Appoint your loving kindness and truth, that they may preserve him. 61:8 So I will sing praise to your name forever, that I may fulfill my vows daily. Psalm 62. For the chief musician, to Jeduthun, a psalm by David. 62:1 My soul rests in God alone. My salvation is from him. 62:2 He alone is my rock and my salvation, my fortress. I will never be greatly shaken. 62:3 How long will you assault a man? Would all of you throw him down? Like a leaning wall, like a tottering fence. 62:4 for they fully intend to throw him down from his lofty place. They delight in lies. They bless with their mouth, but they curse inwardly. Selah. 62:5 My soul, wait in silence for God alone. For my expectation is from him. 62:6 He alone is my rock and my salvation, my fortress. I will not be shaken. 62:7 With God is my salvation and my honor. The rock of my strength and my refuge is in God. 62:8 Trust in him at all times, you people. Pour out your heart before him. God is a refuge for us. Selah. 62:9 Surely men of low degree are just a breath, and men of high degree are a lie. In the balances they will go up. They are together lighter than a breath. 62:10 Don't trust in oppression. Don't become vain in robbery. If riches increase, don't set your heart on them. 62:11 God has spoken once. Twice I have heard this. That power belongs to God. 62:12 Also to you, Lord, belongs loving kindness. For you reward every man according to his work. Psalm 63. A psalm by David when he was in the desert of Judah. 63:1 God, you are my God. I will earnestly seek you. My soul thirsts for you. My flesh longs for you. In a dry and weary land where there is no water. 63:2 So I have seen you in the sanctuary, watching your power and your glory. 63:3 Because your loving kindness is better than life. My lips shall praise you. 63:4 So I will bless you while I live. I will lift up my hands in your name. 63:5 My soul shall be satisfied as with the richest food. My mouth shall praise you with joyful lips. 63:6 When I remember you on my bed, and think about you in the night watches. 63:7 For you have been my help. I will rejoice in the shadow of your wings. 63:8 My soul stays close to you. Your right hand holds me up. 63:9 But those who seek my soul to destroy it shall go into the lower parts of the earth. 63:10 They shall be given over to the power of the sword. They shall be jackal food. 63:11 But the king shall rejoice in God. Everyone who swears by him will praise him. For the mouth of those who speak lies shall be silenced. Psalm 64. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 64:1 Hear my voice, God, in my complaint. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. 64:2 Hide me from the conspiracy of the wicked, from the noisy crowd of the ones doing evil. 64:3 Who sharpen their tongue like a sword, and aim their arrows, deadly words. 64:4 To shoot innocent men from ambushes. They shoot at him suddenly and fearlessly. 64:5 They encourage themselves in evil plans. They talk about laying snares secretly. They say, who will see them? 64:6 They plot injustice, saying, we have made a perfect plan. Surely man's mind and heart are cunning. 64:7 But God will shoot at them. They will be suddenly struck down with an arrow. 64:8 Their own tongues shall ruin them. All who see them will shake their heads. 64:9 All mankind shall be afraid. They shall declare the work of God, and shall wisely ponder what he has done. 64:10 The righteous shall be glad in Yahweh, and shall take refuge in him. All the upright in heart shall praise him. Psalm 65. For the chief musician, a psalm by David, a song. 65:1 Praise waits for you, God, in Zion. To you shall vows be performed. 65:2 You who hear prayer. To you all men will come. 65:3 Sins overwhelmed me, but you atoned for our transgressions. 65:4 Blessed is one whom you choose, and cause to come near, that he may live in your courts. We will be filled with the goodness of your house, your holy temple. 65:5 By awesome deeds of righteousness, you answer us, God of our salvation. You who are the hope of all the ends of the earth, of those who are far away on the sea. 65:6 Who by his power forms the mountains, having armed yourself with strength. 65:7 Who stills the roaring of the seas, the roaring of their waves, and the turmoil of the nations. 65:8 They also who dwell in faraway places are afraid at your wonders. You call the morning's dawn and the evening with songs of joy. 65:9 You visit the earth and water it. You greatly enrich it. The river of God is full of water. You provide them grain, for so you have ordained it. 65:10 You drench its furrows. You level its ridges. You soften it with showers. You bless it with a crop. 65:11 You crown the year with your bounty. Your carts overflow with abundance. 65:12 The wilderness grasslands overflow. The hills are clothed with gladness. 65:13 The pastures are covered with flocks. The valleys also are clothed with grain. They shout for joy. They also sing. Psalm 66. For the chief musician, a song, a psalm. 66:1 Make a joyful shout to God, all the earth. 66:2 Sing to the glory of his name. Offer glory and praise. 66:3 Tell God, how awesome are your deeds. Through the greatness of your power, your enemies submit themselves to you. 66:4 All the earth will worship you and will sing to you. They will sing to your name. Selah. 66:5 Come and see God's deeds. Awesome work on behalf of the children of men. 66:6 He turned the sea into dry land. They went through the river on foot. There we rejoiced in him. 66:7 He rules by his might forever. His eyes watch the nations. Don't let the rebellious rise up against him. Selah. 66:8 Praise our God, you peoples. Make the sound of his praise heard. 66:9 Who preserves our life among the living and doesn't allow our feet to be moved. 66:10 For you, God, have tested us. You have refined us as silver is refined. 66:11 You brought us into prison. You laid a burden on our backs. 66:12 You allowed men to ride over our heads. We went through fire and through water, but you brought us to the place of abundance. 66:13 I will come into your temple with burnt offerings. I will pay my vows to you. 66:14 Which my lips promised, and my mouth spoke when I was in distress. 66:15 I will offer to you burnt offerings of fat animals. With the offering of rams, I will offer bulls with goats. Selah. 66:16 Come and hear, all you who fear God. I will declare what he has done for my soul. 66:17 I cried to him with my mouth. He was extolled with my tongue. 66:18 If I cherished sin in my heart, the Lord wouldn't have listened. 66:19 But most certainly, God has listened. He has heard the voice of my prayer. 66:20 Blessed be God, who has not turned away my prayer, nor his loving kindness from me. Psalm 67. For the chief musician with stringed instruments, a psalm, a song. 67:1 May God be merciful to us, bless us, and cause his face to shine on us. Selah. 67:2 That your way may be known on earth, and your salvation among all nations. 67:3 Let the peoples praise you, God. Let all the peoples praise you. 67:40 Let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For you will judge the peoples with equity and govern the nations on earth. Selah. 67:5 Let the peoples praise you, God. Let all the peoples praise you. 67:6 The earth has yielded its increase. God, even our own God, will bless us. 67:7 God will bless us. All the ends of the earth shall fear him. Psalm 68. For the chief musician, a psalm by David, a song. 68:1 Let God arise. Let his enemies be scattered. Let them who hate him also flee before him. 68:2 As smoke is driven away, so drive them away. As wax melts before the fire, so let the wicked perish at the presence of God. 68:3 But let the righteous be glad. Let them rejoice before God. Yes, let them rejoice with gladness. 68:4 Sing to God, sing praises to his name. Extol him who rides on the clouds. To Yah his name. Rejoice before him. 68:5 A father of the fatherless, and a defender of the widows, is God in his holy habitation. 68:6 God sets the lonely in families. He brings out the prisoners with singing. But the rebellious dwell in a sun-scorched land. 68:7 God, when you went forth before your people, when you marched through the wilderness. Selah. 68:8 The earth trembled. The sky also poured down rain at the presence of the God of Sin. At the presence of God, the God of Israel. 68:9 You, God, sent a plentiful rain. You confirmed your inheritance when it was weary. 68:10 Your congregation lived therein. You, God, prepared your goodness for the poor. 68:11 The Lord announced the word. The ones who proclaim it are a great company. 68:12 Kings of armies flee, they flee. She who waits at home divides the spoil. 68:13 While you sleep among the campfires. The wings of a dove sheathed with silver. Her feathers with shining gold. 68:14 When the Almighty scattered kings in her. It snowed on Zalman. 68:15 The mountains of Bashan are majestic mountains. The mountains of Bashan are rugged. 68:16 Why do you look in envy, you rugged mountains? At the mountain where God chooses to reign. Yes, Yahweh will dwell there forever. 68:17 The chariots of God are tens of thousands and thousands of thousands. The Lord is among them, from Sinai into the sanctuary. 68:18 You have ascended on high. You have led away captives. You have received gifts among men. Yes, among the rebellious also, that Yah God might dwell there. 68:19 Blessed be the Lord, who daily bears our burdens. Even the God who is our salvation. Selah. 68:20 God is to us a God of deliverance. To Yahweh, the Lord, belongs escape from death. 68:21 But God will strike through the head of his enemies. The hairy scalp of such a one as still continues in his guiltiness. 68:22 The Lord said, I will bring you again from Bashan. I will bring you again from the depths of the sea. 68:23 That you may crush them, dipping your foot in blood. That the tongues of your dogs may have their portion from your enemies. 68:24 They have seen your processions, God. Even the processions of my God, my King, into the sanctuary. 68:25 The singers went before, the minstrels followed after. In the midst of the ladies playing with tambourines. 68:26 Bless God in the congregations. Even the Lord in the assembly of Israel. 68:27 There is little Benjamin, their ruler. The princes of Judah, their council. The princes of Zebulun, and the princes of Naphtali. 68:28 Your God has commanded your strength. Strengthen, God, that which you have done for us. 68:29 Because of your temple at Jerusalem. Kings shall bring presents to you. 68:30 Rebuke the wild animal of the reeds. The multitude of the bulls with the calves of the peoples. Being humbled, may it bring bars of silver. Scatter the nations that delight in war. 68:31 Princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall hurry to stretch out her hands to God. 68:32 Sing to God, you kingdoms of the earth. Sing praises to the Lord. Selah. 68:33 To him who rides on the heaven of heavens which are of old. Behold, he utters his voice, a mighty voice. 68:34 Ascribe strength to God. His excellency is over Israel. His strength is in the skies. 68:35 You are awesome, God, in your sanctuaries. The God of Israel gives strength and power to his people. Praise be to God. Psalm 69. For the chief musician, to the tune of lilies, by David. 69 1 Save me, God. For the waters have come up to my neck. 69 2 I sink in deep mire, where there is no foothold. I have come into deep waters, where the floods overflow me. 69 3 I am weary with my crying. My throat is dry. My eyes fail, looking for my God. 69 4 Those who hate me without a cause are more than the hairs of my head. Those who want to cut me off, being my enemies wrongfully, are mighty. I have to restore what I didn't take away. 69 5 God, you know my foolishness. My sins aren't hidden from you. 69 6 Don't let those who wait for you be shamed through me, Lord Yahweh of armies. Don't let those who seek you be brought to dishonor through me, God of Israel. 69 7 Because for your sake, I have borne reproach. Shame has covered my face. 69 8 I have become a stranger to my brothers, an alien to my mother's children. 69 9 For the zeal of your house consumes me. The reproaches of those who reproach you have fallen on me. 69 10 When I wept and I fasted, that was to my reproach. 69 11 When I made sackcloth my clothing, I became a byword to them. 69 12 Those who sit in the gate talk about me. I am the song of the drunkards. 69 13 But as for me, my prayer is to you, Yahweh, in an acceptable time. God, in the abundance of your loving kindness, answer me in the truth of your salvation. 69 14 Deliver me out of the mire, and don't let me sink. Let me be delivered from those who hate me, and out of the deep waters. 69 15 Don't let the flood waters overwhelm me. Neither let the deep swallow me up. Don't let the pit shut its mouth on me. 69 16 Answer me, Yahweh, for your loving kindness is good. According to the multitude of your tender mercies, turn to me. 69 17 Don't hide your face from your servant, for I am in distress. Answer me speedily. 69 18 Draw near to my soul and redeem it. Ransom me because of my enemies. 69 19 You know my reproach, my shame, and my dishonor. My adversaries are all before you. 69 20 Reproach has broken my heart, and I am full of heaviness. I looked for some to take pity, but there was none. For comforters, but I found none. 69 21 They also gave me gall for my food. In my thirst, they gave me vinegar to drink. 69 22 Let their table before them become a snare. May it become a retribution and a trap. 69 23 Let their eyes be darkened, so that they can't see. Let their backs be continually bent. 69 24 Pour out your indignation on them. Let the fierceness of your anger overtake them. 69 25 Let their habitation be desolate. Let no one dwell in their tents. 69 26 For they persecute him whom you have wounded. They tell of the sorrow of those whom you have hurt. 69 27 Charge them with crime upon crime. Don't let them come into your righteousness. 69 28 Let them be blotted out of the book of life, and not be written with the righteous. 69 29 But I am in pain and distress. Let your salvation, God, protect me. 69 30 I will praise the name of God with a song, and will magnify him with thanksgiving. 69 31 It will please Yahweh better than an ox, or a bull that has horns and hoofs. 69 32 The humble have seen it and are glad. You who seek after God, let your heart live. 69 33 For Yahweh hears the needy, and doesn't despise his captive people. 69 34 Let heaven and earth praise him, the seas and everything that moves therein. 69 35 For God will save Zion, and build the cities of Judah. They shall settle there and own it. 69 36 The children also of his servants shall inherit it. Those who love his name shall dwell therein. Psalm 70. For the chief musician, by David, a reminder. 71 Hurry, God, to deliver me. Come quickly to help me, Yahweh. 72 Let them be disappointed and confounded who seek my soul. Let those who desire my ruin be turned back in disgrace. 73 Let them be turned because of their shame. Who say, Aha, aha. 74 Let all those who seek you rejoice and be glad in you. Let those who love your salvation continually say, Let God be exalted. 75 But I am poor and needy. Come to me quickly, God. You are my help and my deliverer. Yahweh, don't delay. Psalm 71. 71 1 In you, Yahweh, I take refuge. Never let me be disappointed. 71 2 Deliver me in your righteousness and rescue me. Turn your ear to me and save me. 71 3 Be to me a rock of refuge to which I may always go. Give the command to save me. For you are my rock and my fortress. 71 4 Rescue me, my God, from the hand of the wicked, from the hand of the unrighteous and cruel man. 71 5 For you are my hope, Lord Yahweh, my confidence from my youth. 71 6 I have relied on you from the womb. You are he who took me out of my mother's womb. I will always praise you. 71 7 I am a marvel to many, but you are my strong refuge. 71 8 My mouth shall be filled with your praise, with your honor all the day. 71 9 Don't reject me in my old age. Don't forsake me when my strength fails. 71 10 For my enemies talk about me. Those who watch for my soul conspire together. 71 11 Saying, God has forsaken him. Pursue and take him, for no one will rescue him. 71 12 God, don't be far from me. My God, hurry to help me. 71 13 Let my accusers be disappointed and consumed. Let them be covered with disgrace and scorn who want to harm me. 71 14 But I will always hope, and will add to all of your praise. 71 15 My mouth will tell about your righteousness, and of your salvation all day, though I don't know its full measure. 71 16 I will come with the mighty acts of the Lord Yahweh. I will make mention of your righteousness, even of yours alone. 71 17 God, you have taught me from my youth. Until now, I have declared your wondrous works. 71 18 Yes, even when I am old and gray-haired, God, don't forsake me, until I have declared your strength to the next generation, your might to everyone who is to come. 71 19 Your righteousness also, God, reaches to the heavens. You have done great things. God, who is like you? 71 20 You, who have shown us many and bitter troubles. You will let me live. You will bring us up again from the depths of the earth. 71 21 Increase my honor, and comfort me again. 71 22 I will also praise you with the harp for your faithfulness, my God. I sing praises to you with the lyre, Holy One of Israel. 71 23 My lips shall shout for joy. My soul, which you have redeemed, sings praises to you. 71 24 My tongue will also talk about your righteousness all day long. For they are disappointed, and they are confounded, who want to harm me. Psalm 72. By Solomon. 72 1 God, give the king your justice, your righteousness to the royal son. 72 2 He will judge your people with righteousness, and your poor with justice. 72 3 The mountains shall bring prosperity to the people. The hills bring the fruit of righteousness. 72 4 He will judge the poor of the people. He will save the children of the needy, and will break the oppressor in pieces. 72 5 They shall fear you while the sun endures, and as long as the moon, throughout all generations. 72 6 He will come down like rain on the mown grass, as showers that water the earth. 72 7 In his days the righteous shall flourish, and abundance of peace until the moon is no more. 72 8 He shall have dominion also from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. 72 9 those who dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him. His enemies shall lick the dust. 72:10 The kings of Tarshish and of the islands will bring tribute. The kings of Sheba and Seba shall offer gifts. 72:11 Yes, all kings shall fall down before him. All nations shall serve him. 72:12 For he will deliver the needy when he cries. The poor who has no helper. 72:13 He will have pity on the poor and needy. He will save the souls of the needy. 72:14 He will redeem their soul from oppression and violence. Their blood will be precious in his sight. 72:15 They shall live, and to him shall be given of the gold of Sheba. Men shall pray for him continually. They shall bless him all day long. 72:16 There shall be abundance of grain throughout the land. Its fruit sways like Lebanon. Let it flourish, thriving like the grass of the field. 72:17 His name endures forever. His name continues as long as the sun. Men shall be blessed by him. All nations will call him blessed. 72:18 Praise be to Yahweh God, the God of Israel, who alone does marvelous deeds. 72:19 Blessed be his glorious name forever. Let the whole earth be filled with his glory. Amen and amens. 72:20 This ends the prayers by David, the son of Jesse. Book 3, Psalm 73. A psalm by Asaph. 73:1 Surely God is good to Israel, to those who are pure in heart. 73:2 But as for me, my feet were almost gone. My steps had nearly slipped. 73:3 For I was envious of the arrogant, when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. 73:4 For there are no struggles in their death, but their strength is firm. 73:5 They are free from burdens of men, neither are they plagued like other men. 73:6 Therefore pride is like a chain around their neck. Violence covers them like a garment. 73:7 Their eyes bulge with fat. Their minds pass the limits of conceit. 73:8 They scoff and speak with malice. In arrogance they threaten oppression. 73:9 They have set their mouth in the heavens. Their tongue walks through the earth. 73:10 Therefore their people return to them, and they drink up waters of abundance. 73:11 They say, How does God know? Is there knowledge in the Most High? 73:12 Behold, these are the wicked. Being always at ease, they increase in riches. 73:13 Surely in vain I have cleansed my heart, and washed my hands in innocence. 73:14 For all day long have I been plagued, and punished every morning. 73:15 If I had said, I will speak thus, behold, I would have betrayed the generation of your children. 73:16 When I tried to understand this, it was too painful for me. 73:17 Until I entered God's sanctuary, and considered their latter end. 73:18 Surely you set them in slippery places. You throw them down to destruction. 73:19 How they are suddenly destroyed. They are completely swept away with terrors. 73:20 As a dream when one wakes up, so, Lord, when you awake, you will despise their fantasies. 73:21 For my soul was grieved. I was embittered in my heart. 73:22 I was so senseless and ignorant. I was a brute beast before you. 73:23 Nevertheless, I am continually with you. You have held my right hand. 73:24 You will guide me with your counsel, and afterward receive me to glory. 73:25 Who do I have in heaven? There is no one on earth who I desire besides you. 73:26 My flesh and my heart fails, but God is the strength of my heart and my portion forever. 73:27 For, behold, those who are far from you shall perish. You have destroyed all those who are unfaithful to you. 73:28 But it is good for me to come close to God. I have made the Lord Yahweh my refuge, that I may tell of all your works. Psalm 74. A contemplation by Asaph. 74 1 God, why have you rejected us forever? Why does your anger smolder against the sheep of your pasture? 74 2 Remember your congregation, which you purchased of old, which you have redeemed to be the tribe of your inheritance. Mount Zion, in which you have lived. 74 3 Lift up your feet to the perpetual ruins. All the evil that the enemy has done in the sanctuary. 74 4 Your adversaries have roared in the midst of your assembly. They have set up their standards as signs. 74 5 They behaved like men wielding axes, cutting through a thicket of trees. 74 6 Now, they break all its carved work down with hatchet and hammers. 74 7 They have burned your sanctuary to the ground. They have profaned the dwelling place of your name. 74 8 They said in their heart, we will crush them completely. They have burned up all the places in the land where God was worshipped. 74 9 We see no miraculous signs. There is no longer any prophet. Neither is there among us anyone who knows how long. 74 10 How long, God, shall the adversary reproach? Shall the enemy blaspheme your name forever? 74 11 Why do you draw back your hand, even your right hand? Take it out of your pocket and consume them. 74 12 Yet God is my king of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. 74 13 You divided the sea by your strength. You broke the heads of the sea monsters in the waters. 74 14 You broke the heads of Leviathan in pieces. You gave him as food to people and desert creatures. 74 15 You opened up spring and stream. You dried up mighty rivers. 74 16 The day is yours, the night is also yours. You have prepared the light and the sun. 74 17 You have set all the boundaries of the earth. You have made summer and winter. 74 18 Remember this, that the enemy has mocked you, Yahweh. Foolish people have blasphemed your name. 74 19 Don't deliver the soul of your dove to wild beasts. Don't forget the life of your poor forever. 74 20 Honor your covenant. For haunts of violence fill the dark places of the earth. 74 21 Don't let the oppressed return ashamed. Let the poor and needy praise your name. 74 22 Arise, God, plead your own cause. Remember how the foolish man mocks you all day. 74 23 Don't forget the voice of your adversaries. The tumult of those who rise up against you ascends continually. Psalm 75. For the chief musician, to the tune of Do Not Destroy, a psalm by Asaph, a song. 75 1 We give thanks to you, God. We give thanks, for your name is near. Men tell about your wondrous works. 75 2 When I choose the appointed time, I will judge blamelessly. 75 3 The earth and all its inhabitants quake. I firmly hold its pillars. Selah. 75 4 I said to the arrogant, don't boast. I said to the wicked, don't lift up the horn. 75 5 Don't lift up your horn on high. Don't speak with a stiff neck. 75 6 For neither from the east, nor from the west, nor yet from the south, comes exaltation. 75 7 But God is the judge. He puts down one and lifts up another. 75 8 4 In the hand of Yahweh there is a cup, full of foaming wine mixed with spices. He pours it out. Indeed, the wicked of the earth drink, and drink it to its very dregs. 75 9 But I will declare this forever. I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. 75 10 I will cut off all the horns of the wicked, but the horns of the righteous shall be lifted up. Psalm 76. For the chief musician, on stringed instruments, a psalm by Asaph, a song. 76 1 In Judah, God is known. His name is great in Israel. 76 2 His tent is also in Salem, his dwelling place in Zion. 76 3 There he broke the flaming arrows of the bow, the shield and the sword, and the weapons of war. Selah. 76 4 Glorious are you, and excellent, more than mountains of game. 76 5 valiant men lie plundered. They have slept their last sleep. None of the men of war can lift their hands. 76 6 At your rebuke, God of Jacob. Both chariot and horse are cast into a deep sleep. 76 7 You, even you, are to be feared. Who can stand in your sight when you are angry? 76 8 You pronounced judgment from heaven. The earth feared and was silent. 76 9 When God arose to judgment, to save all the afflicted ones of the earth. Selah. 76:10 Surely the wrath of man praises you. The survivors of your wrath are restrained. 76:11 Make vows to Yahweh your God and fulfill them. Let all of his neighbors bring presents to him who is to be feared. 76:12 He will cut off the spirit of princes. He is feared by the kings of the earth. Psalm 77. For the chief musician, to Jeduthun, a psalm by Asaph. 77 1 My cry goes to God. Indeed, I cry to God for help, and for him to listen to me. 77:2 In the day of my trouble I sought the Lord. My hand was stretched out in the night and didn't get tired. My soul refused to be comforted. 77:3 I remember God and I groan. I complain and my spirit is overwhelmed. Selah. 77:4 You hold my eyelids open. I am so troubled that I can't speak. 77:5 I have considered the days of old, the years of ancient times. 77:6 I remember my song in the night. I consider in my own heart. My spirit diligently inquires. 77:7 Will the Lord reject us forever? Will he be favorable no more? 77:8 Has his loving kindness vanished forever? Does his promise fail for generations? 77:9 Has God forgotten to be gracious? Has he, in anger, withheld his compassion? Selah. 77:10 Then I thought, I will appeal to this. The years of the right hand of the Most High. 77:11 I will remember Yah's deeds. For I will remember your wonders of old. 77:12 I will also meditate on all your work, and consider your doings. 77:13 Your way, God, is in the sanctuary. What God is great like God? 77:14 You are the God who does wonders. You have made your strength known among the peoples. 77:15 You have redeemed your people with your arm, the sons of Jacob and Joseph. Selah. 77:16 The waters saw you, God. The waters saw you, and they writhed. The depths also convulsed. 77:17 The clouds poured out water. The skies resounded with thunder. Your arrows also flashed around. 77:18 The voice of your thunder was in the whirlwind. The lightnings lit up the world. The earth trembled and shook. 77:19 Your way was through the sea. Your paths through the great waters. Your footsteps were not known. 77:20 You led your people like a flock, by the hand of Moses and Aaron. Psalm 78. A contemplation by Asaph. 78:1 Hear my teaching, my people. Turn your ears to the words of my mouth. 78:2 I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old. 78:3 Which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. 78:4 We will not hide them from their children, telling to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh, his strength and his wondrous works that he has done. 78:5-4 He established a testimony in Jacob, and appointed a teaching in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children. 78:6 That the generation to come might know, even the children who should be born, who should arise and tell their children. 78:7 That they might set their hope in God, and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments. 78:8 And might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that didn't make their hearts loyal, whose spirit was not steadfast with God. 78:9 The children of Ephraim, being armed and carrying bows, turned back in the day of battle. 78:10 They didn't keep God's covenant and refused to walk in his law. 78:11 They forgot his doings, his wondrous works that he had shown them. 78:12 He did marvelous things in the sight of their fathers, in the land of Egypt, in the field of Zoan. 78:13 He split the sea and caused them to pass through. He made the waters stand as a heap. 78:14 In the daytime, he also led them with a cloud, and all night with a light of fire. 78:15 He split rocks in the wilderness, and gave them drink abundantly as out of the depths. 78:16 He brought streams also out of the rock, and caused waters to run down like rivers. 78:17 Yet they still went on to sin against him, to rebel against the Most High in the desert. 78:18 They tempted God in their heart, by asking food according to their desire. 78:19 Yes, they spoke against God. They said, "Can God prepare a table in the wilderness?" 78:20 Behold, he struck the rock so that waters gushed out, and streams overflowed. Can he give bread also? Will he provide flesh for his people? 78:21 Therefore Yahweh heard and was angry. A fire was kindled against Jacob. Anger also went up against Israel. 78:22 Because they didn't believe in God, and didn't trust in his salvation. 78:23 Yet he commanded the skies above, and opened the doors of heaven. 78:24 He rained down manna on them to eat, and gave them food from the sky. 78:25 Man ate the bread of angels. He sent them food to the full. 78:26 He caused the east wind to blow in the sky. By his power he guided the south wind. 78:27 He rained also flesh on them as the dust, winged birds as the sand of the seas. 78:28 He let them fall in the midst of their camp, around their habitations. 78:29 So they ate and were well filled. He gave them their own desire. 78:30 They didn't turn from their cravings. Their food was yet in their mouths. 78:31 When the anger of God went up against them, killed some of the fattest of them, and struck down the young men of Israel. 78:32 For all this they still sinned, and didn't believe in his wondrous works. 78:33 Therefore he consumed their days in vanity, and their years in terror. 78:34 When he killed them, then they inquired after him. They returned and sought God earnestly. 78:35 They remembered that God was their rock, the Most High God their Redeemer. 78:36 But they flattered him with their mouth, and lied to him with their tongue. 78:37 For their heart was not right with him, neither were they faithful in his covenant. 78:38 But he, being merciful, forgave iniquity and didn't destroy them. Yes, many times he turned his anger away, and didn't stir up all his wrath. 78:39 He remembered that they were but flesh, a wind that passes away and doesn't come again. 78:40 How often they rebelled against him in the wilderness, and grieved him in the desert. 78:41 They turned again and tempted God, and provoked the Holy One of Israel. 78:42 They didn't remember his hand, nor the day when he redeemed them from the adversary. 78:43 How he set his signs in Egypt, his wonders in the field of Zoan. 78:44 He turned their rivers into blood, and their streams so that they could not drink. 78:45 He sent among them swarms of flies which devoured them, and frogs which destroyed them. 78:46 He gave also their increase to the caterpillar, and their labor to the locust. 78:47 He destroyed their vines with hail, their sycamore fig trees with frost. 78:48 He gave over their livestock also to the hail, and their flocks to hot thunderbolts. 78:49, he threw on them the fierceness of his anger. Wrath, indignation, and trouble. And a band of angels of evil. 78:50, he made a path for his anger. He didn't spare their soul from death, but gave their life over to the pestilence. 78:51, and struck all the firstborn in Egypt, the chief of their strength in the tents of Ham. 78:52, but he led forth his own people like sheep, and guided them in the wilderness like a flock. 78:53, he led them safely, so that they weren't afraid. But the sea overwhelmed their enemies. 78:54, he brought them to the border of his sanctuary, to this mountain which his right hand had taken. 78:55, he also drove out the nations before them, allotted them for an inheritance by line, and made the tribes of Israel to dwell in their tents. 78:56, yet they tempted and rebelled against the Most High God, and didn't keep his testimonies. 78:57, but turned back and dealt treacherously like their fathers. They were turned aside like a deceitful bow. 78:58, for they provoked him to anger with their high places, and moved him to jealousy with their engraved images. 78:59, when God heard this, he was angry, and greatly abhorred Israel. 78:60, so that he forsook the tent of Shiloh, the tent which he placed among men. 78:61, and delivered his strength into captivity, his glory into the adversary's hand. 78:62, he also gave his people over to the sword, and was angry with his inheritance. 78:63, fire devoured their young men. Their virgins had no wedding song. 78:64, their priests fell by the sword, and their widows couldn't weep. 78:65, then the Lord awakened as one out of sleep, like a mighty man who shouts by reason of wine. 78:66, he struck his adversaries backward. He put them to a perpetual reproach. 78:67, moreover, he rejected the tent of Joseph, and didn't choose the tribe of Ephraim. 78:68, but chose the tribe of Judah, Mount Zion which he loved. 78:69, he built his sanctuary like the heights, like the earth which he has established forever. 78:70, he also chose David his servant, and took him from the sheepfolds. 78:71, from following the ewes that have their young. He brought him to be the shepherd of Jacob, his people, and Israel, his inheritance. 78:72, so he was their shepherd according to the integrity of his heart, and guided them by the skillfulness of his hands. Psalm 79. A psalm by Asaph. 79, one God, the nations have come into your inheritance. They have defiled your holy temple. They have laid Jerusalem in heaps. 79:2, they have given the dead bodies of your servants to be food for the birds of the sky, the flesh of your saints to the animals of the earth. 79:3, their blood they have shed like water around Jerusalem. There was no one to bury them. 79:4, we have become a reproach to our neighbors, a scoffing and derision to those who are around us. 79:5, how long, Yahweh? Will you be angry forever? Will your jealousy burn like fire? 79:6, pour out your wrath on the nations that don't know you, on the kingdoms that don't call on your name. 79:7, for they have devoured Jacob, and destroyed his homeland. 79:8, don't hold the iniquities of our forefathers against us. Let your tender mercies speedily meet us, for we are in desperate need. 79:9, help us, God of our salvation, for the glory of your name. Deliver us and forgive our sins for your name's sake. 79:10, why should the nations say, where is their God? Let it be known among the nations, before our eyes, that vengeance for your servant's blood is being poured out. 79:11, let the sighing of the prisoner come before you. According to the greatness of your power, preserve those who are sentenced to death. 79:12, pay back to our neighbors 7 times into their bosom. their reproach with which they have reproached you, Lord. 79:13 So we, your people and sheep of your pasture, will give you thanks forever. We will praise you forever to all generations. Psalm 80. For the chief musician, to the tune of the lilies of the covenant, a psalm by Asaph. 81 Hear us, shepherd of Israel. You who lead Joseph like a flock. You who sit above the cherubim, shine forth. 82 Before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh, stir up your might. Come to save us. 83 Turn us again, God. Cause your face to shine, and we will be saved. 84 Yahweh God of armies. How long will you be angry against the prayer of your people? 85 You have fed them with the bread of tears, and given them tears to drink in large measure. 86 You make us a source of contention to our neighbors. Our enemies laugh among themselves. 87 Turn us again, God of armies. Cause your face to shine, and we will be saved. 88 You brought a vine out of Egypt. You drove out the nations and planted it. 89 You cleared the ground for it. It took deep root and filled the land. 80:10 The mountains were covered with its shadow. Its boughs were like God's cedars. 80:11 It sent out its branches to the sea, its shoots to the river. 80:12 Why have you broken down its walls, so that all those who pass by the way pluck it? 80:13 The boar out of the wood ravages it. The wild animals of the field feed on it. 80:14 Turn again, we beg you, God of armies. Look down from heaven and see, and visit this vine. 80:15 The stalk which your right hand planted, the branch that you made strong for yourself. 80:16 It's burned with fire. It's cut down. They perish at your rebuke. 80:17 Let your hand be on the man of your right hand, on the Son of Man, whom you made strong for yourself. 80:18 So we will not turn away from you. Revive us, and we will call on your name. 80:19 Turn us again, Yahweh God of armies. Cause your face to shine, and we will be saved. Psalm 81. For the chief musician, on an instrument of Gath by Asaph. 81:1 Sing aloud to God, our strength. Make a joyful shout to the God of Jacob. 81:2 Raise a song, and bring here the tambourine, the pleasant lyre with the harp. 81:3 Blow the trumpet at the new moon, at the full moon on our feast day. 81:4 For it is a statute for Israel, an ordinance of the God of Jacob. 81:5 He appointed it in Joseph for a testimony, when he went out over the land of Egypt. I heard a language that I didn't know. 81:6 I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were freed from the basket. 81:7 You called in trouble, and I delivered you. I answered you in the secret place of thunder. I tested you at the waters of Meribah. Selah. 81:8 Hear, my people, and I will testify to you. Israel, if you would listen to me. 81:9 There shall be no strange god in you, neither shall you worship any foreign god. 81:10 I am Yahweh your God, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. Open your mouth wide, and I will fill it. 81:11 But my people didn't listen to my voice. Israel desired none of me. 81:12 So I let them go after the stubbornness of their hearts, that they might walk in their own counsels. 81:13 Oh, that my people would listen to me, that Israel would walk in my ways. 81:14 I would soon subdue their enemies, and turn my hand against their adversaries. 81:15 The haters of Yahweh would cringe before him, and their punishment would last forever. 81:16 But he would have also fed them with the finest of the wheat. I will satisfy you with honey out of the rock. Psalm 82. A psalm by Asaph. 82 One God presides in the great assembly. He judges among the gods. 82:2 How long will you judge unjustly, and show partiality to the wicked? Selah. 82:3 Defend the weak, the poor, and the fatherless. Maintain the rights of the poor and oppressed. 82:4 Rescue the weak and needy. Deliver them out of the hand of the wicked. 82:5 They don't know, neither do they understand. They walk back and forth in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are shaken. 82:6 I said, you are gods. All of you are sons of the Most High. 82:7 Nevertheless you shall die like men, and fall like one of the rulers. 82:8 Arise, God, judge the earth, for you inherit all of the nations. Psalm 83. A psalm by Asaph. 83:1 God, don't keep silent. Don't keep silent. And don't be still, God. 83:2-4 Behold, your enemies are stirred up. Those who hate you have lifted up their heads. 83:3 They conspire with cunning against your people. They plot against your cherished ones. 83:4 Come, they say, and let's destroy them as a nation, that the name of Israel may be remembered no more. 83:5 For they have conspired together with one mind. They form an alliance against you. 83:6 The tents of Edom and the Ishmaelites, Moab and the Hagrites. 83:7 Jebel, Ammon and Amalek, Philistia with the inhabitants of Tyre. 83:8 Assyria also is joined with them. They have helped the children of Lot. Selah. 83:9 Do to them as you did to Midian, as to Sisera, as to Jabin at the river Kishon. 83:10 Who perished at Endor, who became as dung for the earth. 83:11 Make their nobles like Oreb and Zeb. Yes, all their princes like Zebah and Zalmunna. 83:12 Who said, let us take possession of God's pasture lands. 83:13 My God, make them like tumbleweed, like chaff before the wind. 83:14 As the fire that burns the forest, as the flame that sets the mountains on fire. 83:15 So pursue them with your tempest, and terrify them with your storm. 83:16 Fill their faces with confusion, that they may seek your name, Yahweh. 83:17 Let them be disappointed and dismayed forever. Yes, let them be confounded and perish. 83:18 That they may know that you alone, whose name is Yahweh, are the Most High over all the earth. Psalm 84. For the chief musician, on an instrument of Gath, a psalm by the sons of Korah. 84:1 How lovely are your dwellings, Yahweh of armies. 84:2 My soul longs, and even faints for the courts of Yahweh. My heart and my flesh cry out for the living God. 84:3 Yes, the sparrow has found a home, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she may have her young. Near your altars, Yahweh of armies, my King and my God. 84:4 Blessed are those who dwell in your house. They are always praising you. Selah. 84:5 Blessed are those whose strength is in you, who have set their hearts on a pilgrimage. 84:6 Passing through the valley of weeping, they make it a place of springs. Yes, the autumn rain covers it with blessings. 84:7 They go from strength to strength. Every one of them appears before God in Zion. 84:8 Yahweh, God of armies, hear my prayer. Listen, God of Jacob. Selah. 84:9 Behold, God our shield. Look at the face of your anointed. 84:10 For a day in your courts is better than 1,000. I would rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than to dwell in the tents of wickedness. 84:11 For Yahweh God is a sun and a shield. Yahweh will give grace and glory. He withholds no good thing from those who walk blamelessly. 84:12 Yahweh of armies. Blessed is the man who trusts in you. Psalm 85. For the chief musician, a psalm by the sons of Korah. 85:1 Yahweh, you have been favorable to your land. You have restored the fortunes of Jacob. 85:2 You have forgiven the iniquity of your people. You have covered all their sin. Selah. 85:3 You have taken away all your wrath. You have turned from the fierceness of your anger. 85:4 Turn us, God of our salvation. and cause your indignation toward us to cease. 85:5 Will you be angry with us forever? Will you draw out your anger to all generations? 85:6 Won't you revive us again, that your people may rejoice in you? 85:7 Show us your loving kindness, Yahweh. Grant us your salvation. 85:8 I will hear what God, Yahweh, will speak. For he will speak peace to his people, his saints. But let them not turn again to folly. 85:9 Surely his salvation is near those who fear him, that glory may dwell in our land. 85:10 Mercy and truth meet together. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other. 85:11 Truth springs out of the earth. Righteousness has looked down from heaven. 85:12 Yes, Yahweh will give that which is good. Our land will yield its increase. 85:13 Righteousness goes before him and prepares the way for his steps. Psalm 86. A prayer by David. 86:1 Hear, Yahweh, and answer me, for I am poor and needy. 86:2 Preserve my soul, for I am godly. You, my God, save your servant who trusts in you. 86:3 Be merciful to me, Lord, for I call to you all day long. 86:4 Bring joy to the soul of your servant, for to you, Lord, do I lift up my soul. 86:5 For you, Lord, are good and ready to forgive, abundant in loving kindness to all those who call on you. 86:6 Hear, Yahweh, my prayer. Listen to the voice of my petitions. 86:7 In the day of my trouble I will call on you, for you will answer me. 86:8 There is no one like you among the gods, Lord, nor any deeds like your deeds. 86:9 All nations you have made will come and worship before you, Lord. They shall glorify your name. 86:10 For you are great and do wondrous things. You are God alone. 86:11 Teach me your way, Yahweh. I will walk in your truths. Make my heart undivided to fear your name. 86:12 I will praise you, Lord my God, with my whole heart. I will glorify your name forevermore. 86:13 For your loving kindness is great toward me. You have delivered my soul from the lowest Sheol. 86:14 God, the proud have risen up against me. A company of violent men have sought after my soul, and they don't hold regard for you before them. 86:15 But you, Lord, are a merciful and gracious God, slow to anger and abundant in loving kindness and truth. 86:16 Turn to me and have mercy on me. Give your strength to your servant. Save the son of your handmaid. 86:17 Show me a sign of your goodness, that those who hate me may see it and be shamed. Because you, Yahweh, have helped me and comforted me. Psalm 87. A psalm by the sons of Korah, a song. 87:1 His foundation is in the holy mountains. 87:2 Yahweh loves the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. 87:3 Glorious things are spoken about you, city of God. Selah. 87:4 I will record Rahab and Babylon among those who acknowledge me. Behold, Philistia, Tyre, and also Ethiopia. This one was born there. 87:5 Yes, of Zion it will be said, this one and that one was born in her. The Most High himself will establish her. 87:6 Yahweh will count when he writes up the peoples. This one was born there. Selah. 87:7 Those who sing as well as those who dance say, all my springs are in you. Psalm 88. A psalm by the sons of Korah, for the chief musician, to the tune of the suffering of affliction. A contemplation by Heman the Ezrahite. 88:1 Yahweh, the God of my salvation. I have cried day and night before you. 88:2 Let my prayer enter into your presence. Turn your ear to my cry. 88:3 For my soul is full of troubles. My life draws near to Sheol. 88:4 I am counted among those who go down into the pit. I am like a man who has no help. 88:5 Set apart among the dead, like the slain who lie in the grave. whom you remember no more. They are cut off from your hand. 88:6 You have laid me in the lowest pit, in the darkest depths. 88:7 Your wrath lies heavily on me. You have afflicted me with all your waves. Selah. 88:8 You have taken my friends from me. You have made me an abomination to them. I am confined and I can't escape. 88:9 My eyes are dim from grief. I have called on you daily, Yahweh. I have spread out my hands to you. 88:10 Do you show wonders to the dead? Do the dead rise up and praise you? Selah. 88:11 Is your loving kindness declared in the grave, or your faithfulness in destruction? 88:12 Are your wonders made known in the dark, or your righteousness in the land of forgetfulness? 88:13 But to you, Yahweh, I have cried. In the morning, my prayer comes before you. 88:14 Yahweh, why do you reject my soul? Why do you hide your face from me? 88:15 I am afflicted and ready to die from my youth up. While I suffer your terrors, I am distracted. 88:16 Your fierce wrath has gone over me. Your terrors have cut me off. 88:17 They came around me like water all day long. They completely engulfed me. 88:18 You have put lover and friend far from me, and my friends into darkness. Psalm 89. A contemplation by Ethan the Ezrahite. 89:1 I will sing of the loving kindness of Yahweh forever. With my mouth, I will make known your faithfulness to all generations. 89:2 I indeed declare, love stands firm forever. You establish the heavens. Your faithfulness is in them. 89:3 I have made a covenant with my chosen one. I have sworn to David, my servant. 89:4 I will establish your seed forever, and build up your throne to all generations. Selah. 89:5 The heavens will praise your wonders, Yahweh. Your faithfulness also in the assembly of the holy ones. 89:6 For who in the skies can be compared to Yahweh? Who among the sons of the heavenly beings is like Yahweh? 89:7 A very awesome God in the council of the holy ones, to be feared above all those who are around him. 89:8 Yahweh, God of armies, who is a mighty one like you. Yah, your faithfulness is around you. 89:9 You rule the pride of the sea. When its waves rise up, you calm them. 89:10 You have broken Rahab in pieces, like one of the slain. You have scattered your enemies with your mighty arm. 89:11 The heavens are yours. The earth also is yours. The world and its fullness. You have founded them. 89:12 The north and the south, you have created them. Tabor and Hermon rejoice in your name. 89:13 You have a mighty arm. Your hand is strong, and your right hand is exalted. 89:14 Righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. Loving kindness and truth go before your face. 89:15 Blessed are the people who learn to acclaim you. They walk in the light of your presence, Yahweh. 89:16 In your name they rejoice all day. In your righteousness they are exalted. 89:17 For you are the glory of their strength. In your favor our horn will be exalted. 89:18 For our shield belongs to Yahweh, our King, to the Holy One of Israel. 89:19 Then you spoke in vision to your saints, and said, I have bestowed strength on the warrior. I have exalted a young man from the people. 89:20 I have found David my servant. I have anointed him with my holy oil. 89:21 With whom my hand shall be established. My arm will also strengthen him. 89:22 No enemy will tax him. No wicked man will oppress him. 89:23 I will beat down his adversaries before him, and strike those who hate him. 89:24 But my faithfulness and my loving kindness will be with him. In my name his horn will be exalted. 89:25 I will set his hand also on the sea, and his right hand on the rivers. 89:26 He will call to me, You are my Father. My God and the rock of my salvation. 89:27 I will also appoint him my firstborn, the highest of the kings of the earth. 89:28 I will keep my loving kindness for him forevermore. My covenant will stand firm with him. 89:29 I will also make his seed endure forever, and his throne as the days of heaven. 89:30 If his children forsake my law, and don't walk in my ordinances. 89:31 If they break my statutes, and don't keep my commandments. 89:32 Then I will punish their sin with the rod, and their iniquity with stripes. 89:33 But I will not completely take my loving kindness from him, nor allow my faithfulness to fail. 89:34 I will not break my covenant, nor alter what my lips have uttered. 89:35 Once have I sworn by my holiness, I will not lie to David. 89:36 His seed will endure forever, his throne like the sun before me. 89:37 It will be established forever like the moon, the faithful witness in the sky. Selah. 89:38 But you have rejected and spurned. You have been angry with your anointed. 89:39 You have renounced the covenant of your servant. You have defiled his crown in the dust. 89:40 You have broken down all his hedges. You have brought his strongholds to ruin. 89:41 All who pass by the way rob him. He has become a reproach to his neighbors. 89:42 You have exalted the right hand of his adversaries. You have made all of his enemies rejoice. 89:43 Yes, you turn back the edge of his sword, and haven't supported him in battle. 89:44 You have ended his splendor, and thrown his throne down to the ground. 89:45 You have shortened the days of his youth. You have covered him with shame. Selah. 89:46 How long, Yahweh? Will you hide yourself forever? Will your wrath burn like fire? 89:47 Remember how short my time is. For what vanity have you created all the children of men? 89:48 What man is he who shall live and not see death? Who shall deliver his soul from the power of Sheol? Selah. 89:49 Lord, where are your former loving kindnesses, which you swore to David in your faithfulness? 89:50 Remember, Lord, the reproach of your servants, how I bear in my heart the taunts of all the mighty peoples. 89:51 With which your enemies have mocked, Yahweh, with which they have mocked the footsteps of your anointed one. 89:52 Blessed be Yahweh forevermore. Amen and amens. Book 4, Psalm 90. A prayer by Moses, the man of God. 91 Lord, you have been our dwelling place for all generations. 92 Before the mountains were brought forth, before you had formed the earth and the world. Even from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. 93 You turn man to destruction, saying, Return, you children of men. 94 For 1,000 years in your sight are just like yesterday when it is past, like a watch in the night. 95 You sweep them away as they sleep. In the morning they sprout like new grass. 96 In the morning it sprouts and springs up. By evening it is withered and dry. 97 For we are consumed in your anger. We are troubled in your wrath. 98 You have set our iniquities before you, our secret sins in the light of your presence. 99 For all our days have passed away in your wrath. We bring our years to an end as a sigh. 90:10 The days of our years are 70, or even by reason of strength 80 years. Yet their pride is but labor and sorrow, for it passes quickly and we fly away. 90:11 Who knows the power of your anger, your wrath according to the fear that is due to you. 90:12 So teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. 90:13 Relent, Yahweh. How long? Have compassion on your servants. 90:14 Satisfy us in the morning with your loving kindness, that we may rejoice and be glad all our days. 90:15 Make us glad for as many days as you have afflicted us, for as many years as we have seen evil. 90:16 Let your work appear to your servants, your glory to their children. 90:17 Let the favor of the Lord our God be on us. Establish the work of our hands for us. Yes, establish the work of our hands. Psalm 91. 91:1 He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. 91:2 I will say of Yahweh, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. 91:3 For He will deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the deadly pestilence. 91:4 He will cover you with His feathers. Under His wings you will take refuge. His faithfulness is your shield and rampart. 91:5 You shall not be afraid of the terror by night, nor of the arrow that flies by day. 91:6 Nor of the pestilence that walks in darkness, nor of the destruction that wastes at noonday. 91:7 1,000 may fall at your side, and 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. 91:8 You will only look with your eyes, and see the recompense of the wicked. 91:9 Because you have made Yahweh your refuge, and the Most High your dwelling place. 91:10 No evil shall happen to you, neither shall any plague come near your dwelling. 91:11 For He will put His angels in charge of you, to guard you in all your ways. 91:12 They will bear you up in their hands, so that you won't dash your foot against a stone. 91:13 You will tread on the lion and cobra. You will trample the young lion and the serpent underfoot. 91:14 Because He has set His love on me, therefore I will deliver him. I will set him on high, because he has known my name. 91:15 He will call on me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. 91:16 I will satisfy him with long life, and show him my salvation. Psalm 92. A psalm, a song for the Sabbath day. 92:1 It is a good thing to give thanks to Yahweh, to sing praises to your name, Most High. 92:2 To proclaim your loving kindness in the morning, and your faithfulness every night. 92:3 With the 10-stringed lute, with the harp, and with the melody of the lyre. 92:4 For you, Yahweh, have made me glad through your work. I will triumph in the works of your hands. 92:5 How great are your works, Yahweh! Your thoughts are very deep. 92:6 A senseless man doesn't know, neither does a fool understand this. 92:7 Though the wicked spring up as the grass, and all the evildoers flourish, they will be destroyed forever. 92:8 But you, Yahweh, are on high forevermore. 92:9 Behold, your enemies, Yahweh. For behold, your enemies shall perish. All the evildoers will be scattered. 92:10 But you have exalted my horn like that of the wild ox. I am anointed with fresh oil. 92:11 My eye has also seen my enemies. My ears have heard of the wicked enemies who rise up against me. 92:12 The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He will grow like a cedar in Lebanon. 92:13 They are planted in Yahweh's house. They will flourish in our God's courts. 92:14 They will still bring forth fruit in old age. They will be full of sap and green. 92:15 To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Psalm 93. 93:1 Yahweh reigns. He is clothed with majesty. Yahweh is armed with strength. The world also is established. It can't be moved. 93:2 Your throne is established from long ago. You are from everlasting. 93:3 The floods have lifted up, Yahweh. The floods have lifted up their voice. The floods lift up their waves. 93:4 Above the voices of many waters, the mighty breakers of the sea. Yahweh on high is mighty. 93:5 Your statutes stand firm. Holiness adorns your house. Yahweh forevermore. Psalm 94. 94:1 Yahweh, you God to whom vengeance belongs. You God to whom vengeance belongs, shine forth. 94:2 Rise up, you judge of the earth. Pay back the proud what they deserve. 94:3 Yahweh, how long will the wicked? How long will the wicked triumph? 94:4 They pour out arrogant words. All the evildoers boast. 94:5 They break your people in pieces, Yahweh, and afflict your heritage. 94:6 They kill the widow and the alien, and murder the fatherless. 94:7 They say, Yah will not see. Neither will Jacob's God consider. 94:8 Consider, you senseless among the people. You fools, when will you be wise? 94:9 He who implanted the ear, won't he hear? He who formed the eye, won't he see? 94:10 He who disciplines the nations, won't he punish? He who teaches man knows. 94:11 Yahweh knows the thoughts of man, that they are futile. 94:12 Blessed is the man whom you discipline, Yah, and teach out of your law. 94:13 That you may give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit is dug for the wicked. 94:14 For Yahweh won't reject his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. 94:15 For judgment will return to righteousness. All the upright in heart shall follow it. 94:16 Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will stand up for me against the evildoers? 94:17 Unless Yahweh had been my help, my soul would have soon lived in silence. 94:18 When I said, my foot is slipping, your loving kindness, Yahweh, held me up. 94:19 In the multitude of my thoughts within me, your comforts delight my soul. 94:20 Shall the throne of wickedness have fellowship with you, which brings about mischief by statute? 94:21 They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. 94:22 But Yahweh has been my high tower, my God, the rock of my refuge. 94:23 He has brought on them their own iniquity, and will cut them off in their own wickedness. Yahweh our God will cut them off. Psalm 95. 95:1 O come, let's sing to Yahweh. Let's shout aloud to the rock of our salvation. 95:2 Let's come before his presence with thanksgiving. Let's extol him with songs. 95:3 For Yahweh is a great God, a great king above all gods. 95:4 In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The heights of the mountains are also his. 95:5 The sea is his, and he made it. His hands formed the dry land. 95:6 O come, let's worship and bow down. Let's kneel before Yahweh, our Maker. 95:7 For he is our God. We are the people of his pasture, and the sheep in his care. Today, oh that you would hear his voice. 95:8 Don't harden your heart, as at Meribah, as in the day of Massa in the wilderness. 95:9 When your fathers tempted me, tested me and saw my work. 95:10 40 Long years I was grieved with that generation, and said, It is a people that errs in their heart. They have not known my ways. 95:11 Therefore I swore in my wrath, they won't enter into my rest. Psalm 96. 96:1 Sing to Yahweh a new song. Sing to Yahweh, all the earth. 96:2 Sing to Yahweh. Bless his name. Proclaim his salvation from day to day. 96:3 Declare his glory among the nations, his marvelous works among all the peoples. 96:4 For great is Yahweh, and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. 96:5 For all the gods of the peoples are idols, but Yahweh made the heavens. 96:6 Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. 96:7 Ascribe to Yahweh, you families of nations. Ascribe to Yahweh glory and strength. 96:8 Ascribe to Yahweh the glory due to his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. 96:9 Worship Yahweh in holy array. Tremble before him, all the earth. 96:10 Say among the nations, Yahweh reigns. The world is also established. It can't be moved. He will judge the peoples with equity. 96:11 Let the heavens be glad, and let the earth rejoice. Let the sea roar and its fullness. 96:12 Let the field and all that is in it exult. Then all the trees of the woods shall sing for joy. 96:13 Before Yahweh, for he comes. For he comes to judge the earth. He will judge the world with righteousness, the peoples with his truth. Psalm 97. 97:1 Yahweh reigns. Let the earth rejoice. Let the multitude of islands be glad. 97:2 Clouds and darkness are around him. Righteousness and justice are the foundation of his throne. 97:3 A fire goes before him and burns up his adversaries on every side. 97:4 His lightning lights up the world. The earth sees and trembles. 97:5 The mountains melt like wax at the presence of Yahweh, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. 97:6 The heavens declare his righteousness. All the peoples have seen his glory. 97:7 Let all them be shamed who serve engraved images, who boast in their idols. Worship him, all you gods. 97:8 Zion heard and was glad. The daughters of Judah rejoiced. Because of your judgments, Yahweh. 97:9 For you, Yahweh, are most high above all the earth. You are exalted far above all gods. 97:10 You who love Yahweh hate evil. He preserves the souls of his saints. He delivers them out of the hand of the wicked. 97:11 Light is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. 97:12 Be glad in Yahweh, you righteous people. Give thanks to his holy name. Psalm 98. A psalm. 98:1 Sing to Yahweh a new song, for he has done marvelous things. His right hand and his holy arm have worked salvation for him. 98:2 Yahweh has made known his salvation. He has openly shown his righteousness in the sight of the nations. 98:3 He has remembered his loving kindness and his faithfulness toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. 98:4 Make a joyful noise to Yahweh, all the earth. Burst out and sing for joy, yes, sing praises. 98:5 Sing praises to Yahweh with the harp. With the harp and the voice of melody. 98:6 With trumpets and sound of the ram's horn. Make a joyful noise before the King, Yahweh. 98:7 Let the sea roar with its fullness, the world and those who dwell therein. 98:8 Let the rivers clap their hands. Let the mountains sing for joy together. 98:9 Let them sing before Yahweh, for he comes to judge the earth. He will judge the world with righteousness, and the peoples with equity. Psalm 99. 99:1 Yahweh reigns, let the peoples tremble. He sits enthroned among the cherubim. Let the earth be moved. 99:2 Yahweh is great in Zion. He is high above all the peoples. 99:3 Let them praise your great and awesome name. He is holy. 99:4 The king's strength also loves justice. You do establish equity. You execute justice and righteousness in Jacob. 99:5 Exalt Yahweh our God. Worship at his footstool. He is holy. 99:6 Moses and Aaron were among his priests. Samuel among those who call on his name. They called on Yahweh, and he answered them. 99:7 He spoke to them in the pillar of cloud. They kept his testimonies, the statute that he gave them. 99:8 You answered them, Yahweh our God. You are a God who forgave them, although you took vengeance for their doings. 99:9 Exalt Yahweh our God. Worship at his holy hill. For Yahweh our God is holy. Psalm 100. A psalm of thanksgiving. 101. Shout for joy to Yahweh, all you lands. 102. Serve Yahweh with gladness. Come before his presence with singing. 103. Know that Yahweh, he is God. It is he who has made us, and we are his. We are his people, and the sheep of his pasture. 104. Enter into his gates with thanksgiving, into his courts with praise. Give thanks to him, and bless his name. 105. For Yahweh is good. His loving kindness endures forever. His faithfulness to all generations. Psalm 101. A psalm by David. 101:1. I will sing of loving kindness and justice. To you, Yahweh, I will sing praises. 101:2. I will be careful to live a blameless life. When will you come to me? I will walk within my house with a blameless heart. 101:3. I will set no vile thing before my eyes. I hate the deeds of faithless men. They will not cling to me. 101:4. A perverse heart will be far from me. I will have nothing to do with evil. 101:5. I will silence whoever secretly slanders his neighbor. I won't tolerate one who is haughty and conceited. 101:6. My eyes will be on the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He who walks in a perfect way, he will serve me. 101:7. He who practices deceit won't dwell within my house. He who speaks falsehood won't be established before my eyes. 101:8. Morning by morning, I will destroy all the wicked of the land, to cut off all the workers of iniquity from Yahweh's city. Psalm 102. A prayer of the afflicted, when he is overwhelmed and pours out his complaint before Yahweh. 102:1. Hear my prayer, Yahweh. Let my cry come to you. 102:2. Don't hide your face from me in the day of my distress. Turn your ear to me. Answer me quickly in the day when I call. 102:3. For my days consume away like smoke. My bones are burned as a firebrand. 102:4. My heart is blighted like grass and withered, for I forget to eat my bread. 102:5. By reason of the voice of my groaning, my bones stick to my skin. 102:6. I am like a pelican of the wilderness. I have become as an owl of the waste places. 102:7. I watch, and have become like a sparrow that is alone on the housetop. 102:8. My enemies reproach me all day. Those who are mad at me use my name as a curse. 102:9. For I have eaten ashes like bread, and mixed my drink with tears. 102:10. Because of your indignation and your wrath, for you have taken me up and thrown me away. 102:11. My days are like a long shadow. I have withered like grass. 102:12. But you, Yahweh, will abide forever. Your renown endures to all generations. 102:13. You will arise and have mercy on Zion, for it is time to have pity on her. Yes, the set time has come. 102:14. For your servants take pleasure in her stones, and have pity on her dust. 102:15. So the nations will fear the name of Yahweh, all the kings of the earth your glory. 102:16. For Yahweh has built up Zion. He has appeared in his glory. 102:17. He has responded to the prayer of the destitute, and has not despised their prayer. 102:18. This will be written for the generation to come. A people which will be created will praise Yah. 102:19. For he has looked down from the height of his sanctuary. From heaven, Yahweh saw the earth. 102:20. To hear the groans of the prisoner, to free those who are condemned to death. 102:21. That men may declare the name of Yahweh in Zion, and his praise in Jerusalem. 102:22. When the peoples are gathered together, the kingdoms to serve Yahweh. 102:23. He weakened my strength along the course. He shortened my days. 102:24. I said, My God, don't take me away in the midst of my days. Your years are throughout all generations. 102:25 of old, you laid the foundation of the earth. The heavens are the work of your hands. 102:26 they will perish, but you will endure. Yes, all of them will wear out like a garment. You will change them like a cloak, and they will be changed. 102:27 but you are the same. Your years will have no end. 102:28 the children of your servants will continue. Their seed will be established before you. Psalm 103. By David. 103:1 Praise Yahweh, my soul. All that is within me, praise his holy name. 103:2 Praise Yahweh, my soul. And don't forget all his benefits. 103:3 Who forgives all your sins. Who heals all your diseases. 103:4 Who redeems your life from destruction. Who crowns you with loving kindness and tender mercies. 103:5 Who satisfies your desire with good things, so that your youth is renewed like the eagles. 103:6 Yahweh executes righteous acts and justice for all who are oppressed. 103:7 He made known his ways to Moses, his deeds to the children of Israel. 103:8 Yahweh is merciful and gracious, slow to anger and abundant in loving kindness. 103:9 He will not always accuse, neither will he stay angry forever. 103:10 He has not dealt with us according to our sins, nor repaid us for our iniquities. 103:11 For, as the heavens are high above the earth, so great is his loving kindness toward those who fear him. 103:12 As far as the east is from the west, so far has he removed our transgressions from us. 103:13 Like a father has compassion on his children, so Yahweh has compassion on those who fear him. 103:14 For he knows how we are made. He remembers that we are dust. 103:15 As for man, his days are like grass. As a flower of the field, so he flourishes. 103:16 For the wind passes over it, and it is gone. Its place remembers it no more. 103:17 But Yahweh's loving kindness is from everlasting to everlasting with those who fear him, his righteousness to children's children. 103:18 To those who keep his covenant, to those who remember to obey his precepts. 103:19 Yahweh has established his throne in the heavens. His kingdom rules over all. 103:20 Praise Yahweh, you angels of his, who are mighty in strength, who fulfill his word, obeying the voice of his word. 103:21 Praise Yahweh, all you armies of his, you servants of his who do his pleasure. 103:22 Praise Yahweh, all you works of his, in all places of his dominion. Praise Yahweh, my soul. Psalm 104. 104:1 Bless Yahweh, my soul. Yahweh, my God, you are very great. You are clothed with honor and majesty. 104:2 He covers himself with light as with a garment. He stretches out the heavens like a curtain. 104:3 He lays the beams of his chambers in the waters. He makes the clouds his chariot. He walks on the wings of the wind. 104:4 He makes his messengers winds, his servants flames of fire. 104:5 He laid the foundations of the earth, that it should not be moved forever. 104:6 You covered it with the deep as with a cloak. The waters stood above the mountains. 104:7 At your rebuke they fled. At the voice of your thunder they hurried away. 104:8 The mountains rose. The valleys sank down to the place which you had assigned to them. 104:9 You have set a boundary that they may not pass over, that they don't turn again to cover the earth. 104:10 He sends forth springs into the valleys. They run among the mountains. 104:11 They give drink to every animal of the field. The wild donkeys quench their thirst. 104:12 The birds of the sky nest by them. They sing among the branches. 104:13 He waters the mountains from his chambers. The earth is filled with the fruit of your works. 104:14 He causes the grass to grow for the livestock, and plants for man to cultivate, that he may bring forth food out of the earth. 104:15 Wine that makes glad the heart of man, oil to make his face to shine, and bread that strengthens man's heart. 104:16 Yahweh's trees are well watered, the cedars of Lebanon which he has planted. 104:17 Where the birds make their nests. The stork makes its home in the fir trees. 104:18 The high mountains are for the wild goats. The rocks are a refuge for the rock badgers. 104:19 He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knows when to set. 104:20 You make darkness, and it is night, in which all the animals of the forest prowl. 104:21 The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their food from God. 104:22 The sun rises, and they steal away, and lay down in their dens. 104:23 Man goes forth to his work, to his labor until the evening. 104:24 Yahweh, how many are your works? In wisdom have you made them all. The earth is full of your riches. 104:25 There is the sea, great and wide, in which are innumerable living things, both small and large animals. 104:26 There the ships go, and Leviathan, whom you formed to play there. 104:27 These all wait for you, that you may give them their food in due season. 104:28 You give to them, they gather. You open your hand, they are satisfied with good. 104:29 You hide your face, they are troubled. You take away their breath, they die and return to the dust. 104:30 You send forth your spirit, they are created. You renew the face of the ground. 104:31 Let the glory of Yahweh endure forever. Let Yahweh rejoice in his works. 104:32 He looks at the earth, and it trembles. He touches the mountains, and they smoke. 104:33 I will sing to Yahweh as long as I live. I will sing praise to my God while I have any being. 104:34 Let your meditation be sweet to him. I will rejoice in Yahweh. 104:35 Let sinners be consumed out of the earth. Let the wicked be no more. Bless Yahweh, my soul. Praise Yah. Psalm 105. 105:1 Give thanks to Yahweh, call on his name. Make his doings known among the peoples. 105:2 Sing to him, sing praises to him. Tell of all his marvelous works. 105:3 Glory in his holy name. Let the heart of those who seek Yahweh rejoice. 105:4 Seek Yahweh and his strength. Seek his face forevermore. 105:5 Remember his marvelous works that he has done, his wonders and the judgments of his mouth. 105:6 You seed of Abraham, his servant. You children of Jacob, his chosen ones. 105:7 He is Yahweh, our God. His judgments are in all the earth. 105:8 He has remembered his covenant forever, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations. 105:9 The covenant which he made with Abraham, his oath to Isaac. 105:10 And confirmed the same to Jacob for a statute, to Israel for an everlasting covenant. 105:11 Saying, To you I will give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance. 105:12 When they were but a few men in number. Yes, very few, and foreigners in it. 105:13 They went about from nation to nation, from one kingdom to another people. 105:14 He allowed no one to do them wrong. Yes, he reproved kings for their sakes. 105:15 Don't touch my anointed ones. Do my prophets no harm. 105:16 He called for a famine on the land. He destroyed the food supplies. 105:17 he sent a man before them. Joseph was sold for a slave. 105:18 They bruised his feet with shackles. His neck was locked in irons. 105:19 Until the time that his word happened. And Yahweh's word proved him true. 105:20 The king sent and freed him, even the ruler of peoples, and let him go free. 105:21 He made him lord of his house, and ruler of all of his possessions. 105:22 To discipline his princes at his pleasure, and to teach his elders wisdom. 105:23 Israel also came into Egypt. Jacob sojourned in the land of Ham. 105:24 He increased his people greatly, and made them stronger than their adversaries. 105:25 He turned their heart to hate his people, to conspire against his servants. 105:26 He sent Moses, his servant, and Aaron, whom he had chosen. 105:27 They performed miracles among them, and wonders in the land of Ham. 105:28 He sent darkness, and made it dark. They didn't rebel against his words. 105:29 He turned their waters into blood, and killed their fish. 105:30 Their land swarmed with frogs, even in the chambers of their kings. 105:31 He spoke, and swarms of flies came, and lice in all their borders. 105:32 He gave them hail for rain, with lightning in their land. 105:33 He struck their vines and also their fig trees, and shattered the trees of their country. 105:34 He spoke, and the locusts came, and the grasshoppers without number. 105:35 Ate up every plant in their land, and ate up the fruit of their ground. 105:36 He struck also all the firstborn in their land, the first fruits of all their manhood. 105:37 He brought them forth with silver and gold. There was not one feeble person among his tribes. 105:38 Egypt was glad when they departed, for the fear of them had fallen on them. 105:39 He spread a cloud for a covering, fire to give light in the night. 105:40 They asked, and he brought quails, and satisfied them with the bread of the sky. 105:41 He opened the rock, and waters gushed out. They ran as a river in the dry places. 105:42 For he remembered his holy word, and Abraham his servant. 105:43 He brought forth his people with joy, his chosen with singing. 105:44 He gave them the lands of the nations. They took the labor of the peoples in possession. 105:45 That they might keep his statutes, and observe his laws. Praise Yah. Psalm 106. 106:1 Praise Yahweh. Give thanks to Yahweh, for he is good, for his loving kindness endures forever. 106:2 Who can utter the mighty acts of Yahweh, or fully declare all his praise? 106:3 Blessed are those who keep justice. Blessed is one who does what is right at all times. 106:4 Remember me, Yahweh, with the favor that you show to your people. Visit me with your salvation. 106:5 That I may see the prosperity of your chosen, that I may rejoice in the gladness of your nation, that I may glory with your inheritance. 106:6 We have sinned with our fathers. We have committed iniquity. We have done wickedly. 106:7 Our fathers didn't understand your wonders in Egypt. They didn't remember the multitude of your loving kindnesses, but were rebellious at the sea, even at the Red Sea. 106:8 Nevertheless, he saved them for his name's sake, that he might make his mighty power known. 106:9 He rebuked the Red Sea also, and it was dried up. So he led them through the depths as through a desert. 106:10 He saved them from the hand of him who hated them, and redeemed them from the hand of the enemy. 106:11 The waters covered their adversaries. There was not one of them left. 106:12, then they believed his words. They sang his praise. 106:13, they soon forgot his works. They didn't wait for his counsel. 106:14, but gave in to craving in the desert. And tested God in the wasteland. 106:15, he gave them their request. But sent leanness into their soul. 106:16, they envied Moses also in the camp. And Aaron, Yahweh's saint. 106:17, the earth opened and swallowed up Dathan. And covered the company of Abiram. 106:18, a fire was kindled in their company. The flame burned up the wicked. 106:19, they made a calf in Horeb. And worshipped a molten image. 106:20, thus they exchanged their glory for an image of a bull that eats grass. 106:21, they forgot God, their Savior, who had done great things in Egypt. 106:22, wondrous works in the land of Ham, and awesome things by the Red Sea. 106:23, therefore he said that he would destroy them. Had Moses, his chosen, not stood before him in the breach, to turn away his wrath so that he wouldn't destroy them. 106:24, yes, they despised the pleasant land. They didn't believe his word. 106:25, but murmured in their tents, and didn't listen to Yahweh's voice. 106:26, therefore he swore to them that he would overthrow them in the wilderness. 106:27, that he would overthrow their seed among the nations, and scatter them in the lands. 106:28, they joined themselves also to Baal Peor, and ate the sacrifices of the dead. 106:29, thus they provoked him to anger with their deeds. The plague broke in on them. 106:30, then Phinehas stood up and executed judgment. So the plague was stopped. 106:31, that was credited to him for righteousness, for all generations to come. 106:32, they angered him also at the waters of Meribah, so that Moses was troubled for their sakes. 106:33, because they were rebellious against his spirit, he spoke rashly with his lips. 106:34, they didn't destroy the peoples, as Yahweh commanded them. 106:35, but mixed themselves with the nations, and learned their works. 106:36, they served their idols, which became a snare to them. 106:37, yes, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters to demons. 106:38, they shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed to the idols of Canaan. The land was polluted with blood. 106:39, thus were they defiled with their works, and prostituted themselves in their deeds. 106:40, therefore, Yahweh burned with anger against his people. He abhorred his inheritance. 106:41, he gave them into the hand of the nations. Those who hated them ruled over them. 106:42, their enemies also oppressed them. They were brought into subjection under their hand. 106:43, many times he delivered them. But they were rebellious in their counsel, and were brought low in their iniquity. 106:44, nevertheless, he regarded their distress, when he heard their cry. 106:45, he remembered for them his covenant, and repented according to the multitude of his loving kindnesses. 106:46, he made them also to be pitied by all those who carried them captive. 106:47, save us, Yahweh our God. Gather us from among the nations, to give thanks to your holy name, to triumph in your praise. 106:48, blessed be Yahweh, the God of Israel, from everlasting even to everlasting. Let all the people say, Amen. Praise Yah. Book 5, Psalm 107. 107:1, give thanks to Yahweh, for he is good, for his loving kindness endures forever. 107:2, let the redeemed by Yahweh say so, whom he has redeemed from the hand of the adversary. 107:3 And gathered out of the lands. From the east and from the west. From the north and from the south. 107:4 They wandered in the wilderness in a desert way. They found no city to live in. 107:5 Hungry and thirsty. Their soul fainted in them. 107:6 Then they cried to Yahweh in their trouble. And he delivered them out of their distresses. 107:7 He led them also by a straight way, that they might go to a city to live in. 107:8 Let them praise Yahweh for his loving kindness, for his wonderful works to the children of men. 107:9 For he satisfies the longing soul. He fills the hungry soul with good. 107:10 Some sat in darkness and in the shadow of death, being bound in affliction and iron. 107:11 Because they rebelled against the words of God, and condemned the counsel of the Most High. 107:12 Therefore he brought down their heart with labor. They fell down, and there was none to help. 107:13 Then they cried to Yahweh in their trouble, and he saved them out of their distresses. 107:14 He brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death, and broke their bonds in sunder. 107:15 Let them praise Yahweh for his loving kindness, for his wonderful works to the children of men. 107:16 For he has broken the gates of brass, and cut through bars of iron. 107:17 Fools are afflicted because of their disobedience, and because of their iniquities. 107:18 Their soul abhors all kinds of food. They draw near to the gates of death. 107:19 Then they cry to Yahweh in their trouble. He saves them out of their distresses. 107:20 He sends his word and heals them, and delivers them from their graves. 107:21 Let them praise Yahweh for his loving kindness, for his wonderful works to the children of men. 107:22 Let them offer the sacrifices of thanksgiving, and declare his works with singing. 107:23 Those who go down to the sea in ships, who do business in great waters. 107:24 These see Yahweh's works, and his wonders in the deep. 107:25 For he commands, and raises the stormy wind, which lifts up its waves. 107:26 They mount up to the sky, they go down again to the depths. Their soul melts away because of trouble. 107:27 They reel back and forth, and stagger like a drunken man, and are at their wits' end. 107:28 Then they cry to Yahweh in their trouble, and he brings them out of their distress. 107:29 He makes the storm a calm, so that its waves are still. 107:30 Then they are glad because it is calm, so he brings them to their desired haven. 107:31 Let them praise Yahweh for his loving kindness, for his wonderful works for the children of men. 107:32 Let them exalt him also in the assembly of the people, and praise him in the seat of the elders. 107:33 He turns rivers into a desert, water springs into a thirsty ground. 107:34 And a fruitful land into a salt waste, for the wickedness of those who dwell in it. 107:35 He turns a desert into a pool of water, and a dry land into water springs. 107:36 There he makes the hungry live, that they may prepare a city to live in. 107:37 Sow fields, plant vineyards, and reap the fruits of increase. 107:38 He blesses them also, so that they are multiplied greatly. He doesn't allow their livestock to decrease. 107:39 Again, they are diminished and bowed down, through oppression, trouble, and sorrow. 107:40 He pours contempt on princes, and causes them to wander in a trackless waste. 107:41 Yet he lifts the needy out of their affliction, and increases their families like a flock. 107:42, the upright will see it and be glad. All the wicked will shut their mouths. 107:43, whoever is wise will pay attention to these things. They will consider the loving kindnesses of Yahweh. Psalm 108. A psalm by David. 108:1, my heart is steadfast, God. I will sing and I will make music with my soul. 108:2, wake up, harp and lyre. I will wake up the dawn. 108:3, I will give thanks to you, Yahweh, among the nations. I will sing praises to you among the peoples. 108:4, for your loving kindness is great above the heavens. Your faithfulness reaches to the skies. 108:5, be exalted, God above the heavens. Let your glory be over all the earth. 108:6, that your beloved may be delivered. Save with your right hand and answer us. 108:7, God has spoken from his sanctuary, in triumph. I will divide Shechem and measure out the valley of Sukkot. 108:8, Gilead is mine, Manasseh is mine. Ephraim also is my helmet. Judah is my scepter. 108:9, Moab is my washpot. I will toss my sandal on Edom. I will shout over Philistia. 108:10, who will bring me into the fortified city? Who has led me to Edom? 108:11, haven't you rejected us, God? You don't go forth, God, with our armies. 108:12, give us help against the enemy. For the help of man is vain. 108:13, through God, we will do valiantly. For it is he who will tread down our enemies. Psalm 109. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 109, one God of my praise, don't remain silent. 109:2, for they have opened the mouth of the wicked, and the mouth of deceit against me. They have spoken to me with a lying tongue. 109:3, they have also surrounded me with words of hatred, and fought against me without a cause. 109:4, in return for my love, they are my adversaries. But I am in prayer. 109:5, they have rewarded me evil for good, and hatred for my love. 109:6, set a wicked man over him. Let an adversary stand at his right hand. 109:7, when he is judged, let him come forth guilty. Let his prayer be turned into sin. 109:8, let his days be few. Let another take his office. 109:9, let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. 109:10, let his children be wandering beggars. Let them be sought from their ruins. 109:11, let the creditor seize all that he has. Let strangers plunder the fruit of his labor. 109:12, let there be none to extend kindness to him. Neither let there be any to have pity on his fatherless children. 109:13, let his posterity be cut off. In the generation following, let their name be blotted out. 109:14, let the iniquity of his fathers be remembered by Yahweh. Don't let the sin of his mother be blotted out. 109:15, let them be before Yahweh continually, that he may cut off the memory of them from the earth. 109:16, because he didn't remember to show kindness, but persecuted the poor and needy man, the broken in heart to kill them. 109:17, yes, he loved cursing, and it came to him. He didn't delight in blessing, and it was far from him. 109:18, he clothed himself also with cursing as with his garment. It came into his inward parts like water, like oil into his bones. 109:19, let it be to him as the clothing with which he covers himself, for the belt that is always around him. 109:20, this is the reward of my adversaries from Yahweh, of those who speak evil against my soul. 109:21, but deal with me, Yahweh the Lord, for your name's sake. Because your loving kindness is good, deliver me. 109:22, for I am poor and needy. My heart is wounded within me. 109:23, I fade away like an evening shadow. I am shaken off like a locust. 109:24. My knees are weak through fasting. My body is thin and lacks fat. 109:25. I have also become a reproach to them. When they see me, they shake their head. 109:26. Help me, Yahweh my God. Save me according to your loving kindness. 109:27. That they may know that this is your hand. That you, Yahweh, have done it. 109:28. They may curse, but you bless. When they arise, they will be shamed. But your servant shall rejoice. 109:29. Let my adversaries be clothed with dishonor. Let them cover themselves with their own shame as with a robe. 109:30. I will give great thanks to Yahweh with my mouth. Yes, I will praise him among the multitude. 109:31. For he will stand at the right hand of the needy, to save him from those who judge his soul. Psalm 110. A psalm by David. 110:1. Yahweh says to my Lord, sit at my right hand, until I make your enemies your footstool for your feet. 110:2. Yahweh will send forth the rod of your strength out of Zion. Rule in the midst of your enemies. 110:3. Your people offer themselves willingly in the day of your power, in holy array. Out of the womb of the morning, you have the dew of your youth. 110:4. Yahweh has sworn, and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. 110:5. The Lord is at your right hand. He will crush kings in the day of his wrath. 110:6. He will judge among the nations. He will heap up dead bodies. He will crush the ruler of the whole earth. 110:7. He will drink of the brook in the way. Therefore he will lift up his head. Psalm 111. 111:1. Praise Yah. I will give thanks to Yahweh with my whole heart, in the council of the upright and in the congregation. 111:2. Yahweh's works are great, pondered by all those who delight in them. 111:3. His work is honor and majesty. His righteousness endures forever. 111:4. He has caused his wonderful works to be remembered. Yahweh is gracious and merciful. 111:5. He has given food to those who fear him. He always remembers his covenant. 111:6. He has shown his people the power of his works, in giving them the heritage of the nations. 111:7. The works of his hands are truth and justice. All his precepts are sure. 111:8. They are established forever and ever. They are done in truth and uprightness. 111:9. He has sent redemption to his people. He has ordained his covenant forever. His name is holy and awesome. 111:10. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. All those who do his work have a good understanding. His praise endures forever. Psalm 112. 112:1. Praise Yah. Blessed is the man who fears Yahweh, who delights greatly in his commandments. 112:2. His seed will be mighty in the land. The generation of the upright will be blessed. 112:3. Wealth and riches are in his house. His righteousness endures forever. 112:4. Light dawns in the darkness for the upright. Gracious, merciful, and righteous. 112:5. It is well with the man who deals graciously and lends. He will maintain his cause in judgment. 112:6. For he will never be shaken. The righteous will be remembered forever. 112:7. He will not be afraid of evil news. His heart is steadfast, trusting in Yahweh. 112:8. His heart is established. He will not be afraid in the end when he sees his adversaries. 112:9. He has dispersed, he has given to the poor. His righteousness endures forever. His horn will be exalted with honor. 112:10. The wicked will see it and be grieved. He shall gnash with his teeth and melt away. The desire of the wicked will perish. Psalm 113. 113:1. Praise Yah. Praise, you servants of Yahweh. Praise the name of Yahweh. 113:2 Blessed be the name of Yahweh. From this time forth and forevermore. 113:3 From the rising of the sun to the going down of the same. Yahweh's name is to be praised. 113:4 Yahweh is high above all nations. His glory above the heavens. 113:5 Who is like Yahweh our God? Who has his seat on high. 113:6 Who stoops down to see in heaven and in the earth. 113:7 He raises up the poor out of the dust. Lifts up the needy from the ash heap. 113:8 That he may set him with princes. Even with the princes of his people. 113:9 He settles the barren woman in her home. As a joyful mother of children. Praise Yah. Psalm 114. 114:1 When Israel went forth out of Egypt. The house of Jacob from a people of foreign language. 114:2 Judah became his sanctuary. Israel his dominion. 114:3 The sea saw it and fled. The Jordan was driven back. 114:4 The mountains skipped like rams. The little hills like lambs. 114:5 What was it, you see, that you fled? You Jordan, that you turned back. 114:6 You mountains, that you skipped like rams. You little hills like lambs. 114:7 Tremble, you earth, at the presence of the Lord. At the presence of the God of Jacob. 114:8 Who turned the rock into a pool of water. The flint into a spring of waters. Psalm 115. 115:1 Not to us, Yahweh, not to us. But to your name give glory. For your loving kindness and for your truth's sake. 115:2 Why should the nations say? Where is their God now? 115:3 But our God is in the heavens. He does whatever he pleases. 115:4 Their idols are silver and gold. The work of men's hands. 115:5 They have mouths, but they don't speak. They have eyes, but they don't see. 115:6 They have ears, but they don't hear. They have noses, but they don't smell. 115:7 They have hands, but they don't feel. They have feet, but they don't walk. Neither do they speak through their throat. 115:8 Those who make them will be like them. Yes, everyone who trusts in them. 115:9 Israel, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. 115:10 House of Aaron, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. 115:11 You who fear Yahweh, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. 115:12 Yahweh remembers us, he will bless us. He will bless the house of Israel. He will bless the house of Aaron. 115:13 He will bless those who fear Yahweh. Both small and great. 115:14 May Yahweh increase you more and more. You and your children. 115:15 Blessed are you by Yahweh, who made heaven and earths. 115:16 The heavens are the heavens of Yahweh. But the earth has he given to the children of men. 115:17 The dead don't praise Yah. Neither any who go down into silence. 115:18 But we will bless Yah. From this time forth and forevermore. Praise Yah. Psalm 116. 116:1 I love Yahweh, because he listens to my voice. And my cries for mercy. 116:2 Because he has turned his ear to me. Therefore I will call on him as long as I live. 116:3 The cords of death surrounded me. The pains of Sheol got a hold of me. I found trouble and sorrow. 116:4 Then I called on the name of Yahweh. Yahweh, I beg you, deliver my soul. 116:5 Yahweh is gracious and righteous. Yes, our God is merciful. 116:6 Yahweh preserves the simple. I was brought low, and he saved me. 116:7 Return to your rest, my soul. for Yahweh has dealt bountifully with you. 116:8 For you have delivered my soul from death, my eyes from tears, and my feet from falling. 116:9 I will walk before Yahweh in the land of the living. 116:10 I believed, therefore I said, I was greatly afflicted. 116:11 I said in my haste, all men are liars. 116:12 What will I give to Yahweh for all his benefits toward me? 116:13 I will take the cup of salvation and call on the name of Yahweh. 116:14 I will pay my vows to Yahweh. Yes, in the presence of all his people. 116:15 Precious in the sight of Yahweh is the death of his saints. 116:16 Yahweh, truly I am your servant. I am your servant, the son of your handmaid. You have freed me from my chains. 116:17 I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving, and will call on the name of Yahweh. 116:18 I will pay my vows to Yahweh. Yes, in the presence of all his people. 116:19 In the courts of Yahweh's house. In the midst of you, Jerusalem. Praise Yah. Psalm 117. 117:1 Praise Yahweh, all you nations. Extol him, all you peoples. 117:2 For his loving kindness is great toward us. Yahweh's faithfulness endures forever. Praise Yah. Psalm 118. 118:1 Give thanks to Yahweh, for he is good, for his loving kindness endures forever. 118:2 Let Israel now say that his loving kindness endures forever. 118:3 Let the house of Aaron now say that his loving kindness endures forever. 118:4 Now let those who fear Yahweh say that his loving kindness endures forever. 118:5 Out of my distress I called on Yah. Yah answered me with freedom. 118:6 Yahweh is on my side, I will not be afraid. What can man do to me? 118:7 Yahweh is on my side among those who help me. Therefore I will look in triumph at those who hate me. 118:8 It is better to take refuge in Yahweh than to put confidence in man. 118:9 It is better to take refuge in Yahweh than to put confidence in princes. 118:10 All the nations surrounded me, but in the name of Yahweh I cut them off. 118:11 They surrounded me, yes, they surrounded me. In the name of Yahweh I indeed cut them off. 118:12 They surrounded me like bees. They are quenched like the burning thorns. In the name of Yahweh I cut them off. 118:13 You pushed me back hard to make me fall, but Yahweh helped me. 118:14 Yah is my strength and song. He has become my salvation. 118:15 The voice of rejoicing and salvation is in the tents of the righteous. The right hand of Yahweh does valiantly. 118:16 The right hand of Yahweh is exalted. The right hand of Yahweh does valiantly. 118:17 I will not die but live, and declare Yah's works. 118:18 Yah has punished me severely, but he has not given me over to death. 118:19 Open to me the gates of righteousness. I will enter into them. I will give thanks to Yah. 118:20 This is the gate of Yahweh. The righteous will enter into it. 118:21 I will give thanks to you, for you have answered me, and have become my salvation. 118:22 The stone which the builders rejected has become the head of the corner. 118:23 This is Yahweh's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. 118:24 This is the day that Yahweh has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. 118:25 Save us now, we beg you, Yahweh. Yahweh, we beg you, send prosperity now. 118:26 Blessed is he who comes in the name of Yahweh. We have blessed you out of the house of Yahweh. 118:27 Yahweh is God, and he has given us light. Bind the sacrifice with cords, even to the horns of the altar. 118:28 You are my God, and I will give thanks to you. You are my God, I will exalt you. 118:29 Oh, give thanks to Yahweh, for he is good. For his loving kindness endures forever. Psalm 119. Nalif 119, 1 Blessed are those whose ways are blameless, who walk according to Yahweh's law. 119, 2 Blessed are those who keep his statutes, who seek him with their whole heart. 119, 3 Yes, they do nothing wrong. They walk in his ways. 119, 4 You have commanded your precepts, that we should fully obey them. 119, 5 Oh, that my ways were steadfast, to obey your statutes. 119, 6 Then I wouldn't be disappointed when I consider all of your commandments. 119, 7 I will give thanks to you with uprightness of heart, when I learn your righteous judgments. 119, 8 I will observe your statutes. Don't utterly forsake me. Ubet 119, 9 How can a young man keep his way pure? By living according to your word. 119, 10 With my whole heart I have sought you. Don't let me wander from your commandments. 119, 11 I have hidden your word in my heart, that I might not sin against you. 119, 12 Blessed are you, Yahweh. Teach me your statutes. 119, 13 With my lips I have declared all the ordinances of your mouth. 119, 14 I have rejoiced in the way of your testimonies, as much as in all riches. 119, 15 I will meditate on your precepts, and consider your ways. 119, 16 I will delight myself in your statutes. I will not forget your word. Gimel 119, 17 Do good to your servant. I will live and I will obey your word. 119, 18 Open my eyes, that I may see wondrous things out of your law. 119, 19 I am a stranger on the earth. Don't hide your commandments from me. 119, 20 My soul is consumed with longing for your ordinances at all times. 119, 21 You have rebuked the proud who are cursed, who wander from your commandments. 119, 22 Take reproach and contempt away from me, for I have kept your statutes. 119, 23 Though princes sit and slander me, your servant will meditate on your statutes. 119, 24 Indeed your statutes are my delight, and my counselors. Daled 119, 25 My soul is laid low in the dust. Revive me according to your word. 119, 26 I declared my ways, and you answered me. Teach me your statutes. 119, 27 Let me understand the teaching of your precepts. Then I will meditate on your wondrous works. 119, 28 My soul is weary with sorrow. Strengthen me according to your word. 119, 29 Keep me from the way of deceit. Grant me your law graciously. 119, 30 I have chosen the way of truth. I have set your ordinances before me. 119, 31 I cling to your statutes, Yahweh. Don't let me be disappointed. 119, 32 I run in the path of your commandments, for you have set my heart free. Hey, 119, 33 Teach me, Yahweh, the way of your statutes. I will keep them to the end. 119, 34 Give me understanding, and I will keep your law. Yes, I will obey it with my whole heart. 119, 35 Direct me in the path of your commandments, for I delight in them. 119, 36 Turn my heart toward your statutes, not toward selfish gain. 119, 37 Turn my eyes away from looking at worthless things. Revive me in your ways. 119:38 Fulfill your promise to your servant, that you may be feared. 119:39 Take away my disgrace that I dread, for your ordinances are good. 119:40 Behold, I long for your precepts. Revive me in your righteousness. What? 119:41 Let your loving kindness also come to me, Yahweh, your salvation according to your word. 119:42 So I will have an answer for him who reproaches me, for I trust in your word. 119:43 Don't snatch the word of truth out of my mouth, for I put my hope in your ordinances. 119:44 So I will obey your law continually, forever and ever. 119:45 I will walk in liberty, for I have sought your precepts. 119:46 I will also speak of your statutes before kings, and will not be disappointed. 119:47 I will delight myself in your commandments, because I love them. 119:48 I reach out my hands for your commandments, which I love. I will meditate on your statutes. Zion. 119:49 Remember your word to your servant, because you gave me hope. 119:50 This is my comfort in my affliction, for your word has revived me. 119:51 The arrogant mock me excessively, but I don't swerve from your law. 119:52 I remember your ordinances of old, Yahweh, and have comforted myself. 119:53 Indignation has taken hold on me, because of the wicked who forsake your law. 119:54 Your statutes have been my songs, in the house where I live. 119:55 I have remembered your name, Yahweh, in the night, and I obey your law. 119:56 This is my way, that I keep your precepts. Jet. 119:57 Yahweh is my portion. I promised to obey your words. 119:58 I sought your favor with my whole heart. Be merciful to me according to your word. 119:59 I consider my ways, and turn my steps to your statutes. 119:60 I will hurry and not delay, to obey your commandments. 119:61 The ropes of the wicked bind me, but I won't forget your law. 119:62 At midnight I will rise to give thanks to you, because of your righteous ordinances. 119:63 I am a friend of all those who fear you, of those who observe your precepts. 119:64 The earth is full of your loving kindness, Yahweh. Teach me your statutes. Det. 119:65 Do good to your servant, according to your word, Yahweh. 119:66 Teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I believe in your commandments. 119:67 Before I was afflicted, I went astray, but now I observe your word. 119:68 You are good and do good. Teach me your statutes. 119:69 The proud have smeared a lie upon me. With my whole heart I will keep your precepts. 119:70 Their heart is as callous as the fat, but I delight in your law. 119:71 It is good for me that I have been afflicted, that I may learn your statutes. 119:72 The law of your mouth is better to me than thousands of pieces of gold and silver. Yud. 119:73 Your hands have made me and formed me. Give me understanding, that I may learn your commandments. 119:74 Those who fear you will see me and be glad, because I have put my hope in your word. 119:75 Yahweh, I know that your judgments are righteous, that in faithfulness you have afflicted me. 119:76 Please, let your loving kindness be for my comfort, according to your word to your servant. 119:77 Let your tender mercies come to me, that I may live. For your law is my delight. 11978. Let the proud be disappointed, for they have overthrown me wrongfully. I will meditate on your precepts. 11979. Let those who fear you turn to me. They will know your statutes. 11980. Let my heart be blameless toward your decrees, that I may not be disappointed. Kev. 11980. 1. My soul faints for your salvation. I hope in your word. 11982. My eyes fail for your word. I say, when will you comfort me? 11983. For I have become like a wineskin in the smoke. I don't forget your statutes. 11984. How many are the days of your servant? When will you execute judgment on those who persecute me? 11985. The proud have dug pits for me, contrary to your law. 11986. All of your commandments are faithful. They persecute me wrongfully. Help me. 11987. They had almost wiped me from the earth, but I didn't forsake your precepts. 11988. Preserve my life according to your loving kindness, so I will obey the statutes of your mouth. Lamed. 11989. Yahweh, your word is settled in heaven forever. 11990. Your faithfulness is to all generations. You have established the earth and it remains. 11991. Your laws remain to this day, for all things serve you. 11992. Unless your law had been my delight, I would have perished in my affliction. 11993. I will never forget your precepts, for with them you have revived me. 11994. I am yours. Save me, for I have sought your precepts. 11995. The wicked have waited for me to destroy me. I will consider your statutes. 11996. I have seen a limit to all perfection, but your commands are boundless. Mem. 11997. How I love your law. It is my meditation all day. 11998. Your commandments make me wiser than my enemies, for your commandments are always with me. 11999. I have more understanding than all my teachers, for your testimonies are my meditation. 119:100. I understand more than the aged, because I have kept your precepts. 119:101. I have kept my feet from every evil way, that I might observe your word. 119:102. I have not turned aside from your ordinances, for you have taught me. 119:103. How sweet are your promises to my taste, more than honey to my mouth. 119:104. Through your precepts, I get understanding. Therefore I hate every false way. None. 119:105. Your word is a lamp to my feet, and a light for my paths. 119:106. I have sworn, and have confirmed it, that I will obey your righteous ordinances. 119:107. I am afflicted very much. Revive me, Yahweh, according to your word. 119:108. Accept, I beg you, the willing offerings of my mouth. Yahweh, teach me your ordinances. 119:109. My soul is continually in my hand, yet I won't forget your law. 119:110. The wicked have laid a snare for me, yet I haven't gone astray from your precepts. 119:111. I have taken your testimonies as a heritage forever, for they are the joy of my heart. 119:112. I have set my heart to perform your statutes forever, even to the end. Samek. 119:113. I hate double-minded men, but I love your law. 119:114. You are my hiding place and my shield. I hope in your word. 119:115. Depart from me, you evildoers, that I may keep the commandments of my God. 119:116. Uphold me according to your word, that I may live. Let me not be ashamed of my hope. 119, 117 hold me up, and I will be safe, and will have respect for your statutes continually. 119, 118, you reject all those who stray from your statutes. For their deceit is in vain. 119, 119, you put away all the wicked of the earth like dross. Therefore I love your testimonies. 119, 120, my flesh trembles for fear of you. I am afraid of your judgments. In 119, 121, I have done what is just and righteous. Don't leave me to my oppressors. 119, 122, ensure your servant's well-being. Don't let the proud oppress me. 119, 123, my eyes fail looking for your salvation. For your righteous word. 119, 124 deal with your servant according to your loving kindness. Teach me your statutes. 119, 125 I am your servant. Give me understanding, that I may know your testimonies. 119, 126 It is time to act, Yahweh. For they break your law. 119, 127 Therefore I love your commandments more than gold. Yes, more than pure gold. 119, 128 Therefore I consider all of your precepts to be right. I hate every false way. Pay. 119, 129 Your testimonies are wonderful. Therefore my soul keeps them. 119, 130 The entrance of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple. 119, 130 1 I opened my mouth wide and panted. For I longed for your commandments. 119, 132 Turn to me, and have mercy on me, as you always do to those who love your name. 119, 133 Establish my footsteps in your word. Don't let any iniquity have dominion over me. 119, 134 Redeem me from the oppression of man. So I will observe your precepts. 119, 135 Make your face shine on your servant. Teach me your statutes. 119, 130 Six streams of tears run down my eyes, because they don't observe your law. Tizadi. 119, 137 You are righteous, Yahweh. Your judgments are upright. 119, 138 You have commanded your statutes in righteousness. They are fully trustworthy. 119, 139 My zeal wears me out, because my enemies ignore your words. 119, 140 Your promises have been thoroughly tested, and your servant loves them. 119, 141 I am small and despised. I don't forget your precepts. 119, 142 Your righteousness is an everlasting righteousness. Your law is truth. 119, 143 Trouble and anguish have taken hold of me. Your commandments are my delight. 119, 144 Your testimonies are righteous forever. Give me understanding that I may live. Kuf. 119, 145 I have called with my whole heart. Answer me, Yahweh. I will keep your statutes. 119, 146 I have called to you. Save me. I will obey your statutes. 119, 147 I rise before dawn and cry for help. I put my hope in your words. 119, 148 My eyes stay open through the night watches, that I might meditate on your word. 119, 149 Hear my voice according to your loving kindness. Revive me, Yahweh, according to your ordinances. 119, 150 They draw near who follow after wickedness. They are far from your law. 119, 151 You are near, Yahweh. All your commandments are truth. 119, 152 Of old I have known from your testimonies. that you have founded them forever. Resh 119, 153, consider my affliction, and deliver me. For I don't forget your law. 119, 154, plead my cause, and redeem me. Revive me according to your promise. 119, 155, salvation is far from the wicked, for they don't seek your statutes. 119, 156, great are your tender mercies, Yahweh. Revive me according to your ordinances. 119, 157, many are my persecutors and my adversaries. I haven't swerved from your testimonies. 119, 158, I look at the faithless with loathing, because they don't observe your word. 119, 159, consider how I love your precepts. Revive me, Yahweh, according to your loving kindness. 119, 160, all of your words are truth. Every one of your righteous ordinances endures forever. Sin and Shin. 119, 161, princes have persecuted me without a cause. But my heart stands in awe of your words. 119, 162, I rejoice at your word, as one who finds great spoil. 119, 163, I hate and abhor falsehood. I love your law. 119, 164, 7 times a day, I praise you, because of your righteous ordinances. 119, 165, those who love your law have great peace. Nothing causes them to stumble. 119, 166, I have hoped for your salvation, Yahweh. I have done your commandments. 119, 167, my soul has observed your testimonies. I love them exceedingly. 119, 168, I have obeyed your precepts and your testimonies. For all my ways are before you. Dev 119, 169, let my cry come before you, Yahweh. Give me understanding according to your word. 119, 170, let my supplication come before you. Deliver me according to your word. 119, 171, let my lips utter praise. For you teach me your statutes. 119, 172, let my tongue sing of your word. For all your commandments are righteousness. 119, 173, let your hand be ready to help me. For I have chosen your precepts. 119, 174, I have longed for your salvation, Yahweh. Your law is my delight. 119, 175, let my soul live, that I may praise you. Let your ordinances help me. 119, 176, I have gone astray like a lost sheep. Seek your servant, for I don't forget your commandments. Psalm 120. A song of ascents. 121, in my distress, I cried to Yahweh. He answered me. 122, deliver my soul, Yahweh, from lying lips, from a deceitful tongue. 123, what will be given to you, and what will be done more to you? You deceitful tongue. 124, sharp arrows of the mighty, with coals of juniper. 125, woe is me, that I live in Meshech, that I dwell among the tents of Kedar. 126, my soul has had her dwelling too long with him who hates peace. 127, I am for peace, but when I speak, they are for war. Psalm 121. A song of ascents. 121, 1, I will lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? 121, 2, my help comes from Yahweh, who made heaven and earth. 121, 3, he will not allow your foot to be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. 121, 4, behold, he who keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. 121, 5, Yahweh is your keeper. Yahweh is your shade on your right hand. 121, 6, the sun will not harm you by day, nor the moon by night. 121, 7 Yahweh will keep you from all evil. He will keep your soul. 121, 8 Yahweh will keep your going out and your coming in, from this time forth and forevermore. Psalm 122. A Song of Ascents by David. 122, 1 I was glad when they said to me, let's go to Yahweh's house. 122, 2 Our feet are standing within your gates, Jerusalem. 122, 3 Jerusalem, that is built as a city that is compact together. 122, 4 Where the tribes go up, even Yah's tribes, according to an ordinance for Israel, to give thanks to the name of Yahweh. 122, 5 For there are set thrones for judgment, the thrones of David's house. 122, 6 Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Those who love you will prosper. 122, 7 Peace be within your walls, and prosperity within your palaces. 122, 8 For my brothers and companions' sakes, I will now say, peace be within you. 122, 9 For the sake of the house of Yahweh our God, I will seek your good. Psalm 123. A Song of Ascents. 123, 1 To you I do lift up my eyes, you who sit in the heavens. 123, 2 Behold, as the eyes of servants look to the hand of their master, as the eyes of a maid to the hand of her mistress, so our eyes look to Yahweh our God, until he has mercy on us. 123, 3 Have mercy on us, Yahweh, have mercy on us, for we have endured much contempt. 123, 4 Our soul is exceedingly filled with the scoffing of those who are at ease, with the contempt of the proud. Psalm 124. A Song of Ascents by David. 124, 1 If it had not been Yahweh who was on our side, let Israel now say. 124, 2 If it had not been Yahweh who was on our side, when men rose up against us. 124, 3 Then they would have swallowed us up alive, when their wrath was kindled against us. 124, 4 Then the waters would have overwhelmed us, the stream would have gone over our soul. 124, 5 Then the proud waters would have gone over our soul. 124, 6 Blessed be Yahweh, who has not given us as a prey to their teeth. 124, 7 Our soul has escaped like a bird out of the fowler's snare. The snare is broken, and we have escaped. 124, 8 Our help is in the name of Yahweh, who made heaven and earths. Psalm 125. A Song of Ascents. 125, 1 Those who trust in Yahweh are as Mount Zion, which can't be moved but remains forever. 125, 2 As the mountains surround Jerusalem, so Yahweh surrounds his people from this time forth and forevermore. 125, 3 For the scepter of wickedness won't remain over the allotment of the righteous, so that the righteous won't use their hands to do evil. 125, 4 Do good, Yahweh, to those who are good, to those who are upright in their hearts. 125, 5 But as for those who turn aside to their crooked ways, Yahweh will lead them away with the workers of iniquity. Peace be on Israel. Psalm 126. A Song of Ascents. 126, 1 When Yahweh brought back those who returned to Zion, we were like those who dream. 126, 2 Then our mouth was filled with laughter, and our tongue with singing. Then they said among the nations, Yahweh has done great things for them. 126, 3 Yahweh has done great things for us, and we are glad. 126, 4 Restore our fortunes again, Yahweh, like the streams in the Negev. 126, 5 Those who sow in tears will reap in joy. 126, 6 He who goes out weeping, carrying seed for sowing, will certainly come again with joy, carrying his sheaves. Psalm 127. A Song of Ascents by Solomon. 127, 1 Unless Yahweh builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. unless Yahweh watches over the city. The watchman guards it in vain. 127:2. It is vain for you to rise up early, to stay up late, eating the bread of toil, for he gives sleep to his loved ones. 127:3. Behold, children are a heritage of Yahweh. The fruit of the womb is his reward. 127:4. As arrows in the hand of a mighty man, so are the children of youth. 127:5. Happy is the man who has his quiver full of them. They won't be disappointed when they speak with their enemies in the gate. Psalm 128. A song of ascents. 128. One blessed is everyone who fears Yahweh, who walks in his ways. 128:2. For you will eat the labor of your hands. You will be happy, and it will be well with you. 128:3. Your wife will be as a fruitful vine in the innermost parts of your house, your children like olive plants around your table. 128:4. Behold, thus is the man blessed who fears Yahweh. 128:5. May Yahweh bless you out of Zion, and may you see the good of Jerusalem all the days of your life. 128:6. Yes, may you see your children's children. Peace be upon Israel. Psalm 129. A song of ascents. 129:1. Many times they have afflicted me from my youth up. Let Israel now say. 129:2. Many times they have afflicted me from my youth up. Yet they have not prevailed against me. 129:3. The plowers plowed on my back. They made their furrows long. 129:4. Yahweh is righteous. He has cut apart the cords of the wicked. 129:5. Let them be disappointed and turned backward, all those who hate Zion. 129:6. Let them be as the grass on the housetops, which withers before it grows up. 129:7. With which the reaper doesn't fill his hand, nor he who binds sheaves his bosom. 129:8. Neither do those who go by say, the blessing of Yahweh be on you. We bless you in the name of Yahweh. Psalm 130. A song of ascents. 130:1. Out of the depths I have cried to you, Yahweh. 132. Lord, hear my voice. Let your ears be attentive to the voice of my petitions. 133. If you, Yah, kept a record of sins, Lord, who could stand? 134. But there is forgiveness with you, therefore you are feared. 135. I wait for Yahweh. My soul waits. I hope in his word. 136. My soul longs for the Lord more than watchmen long for the morning. More than watchmen for the morning. 137. Israel, hope in Yahweh. For with Yahweh there is loving kindness. With him is abundant redemption. 138. He will redeem Israel from all their sins. Psalm 131. A song of ascents by David. 131:1. Yahweh, my heart isn't haughty, nor my eyes lofty. Nor do I concern myself with great matters, or things too wonderful for me. 131:2. Surely I have stilled and quieted my soul, like a weaned child with his mother. Like a weaned child is my soul within me. 131:3. Israel, hope in Yahweh, from this time forth and forevermore. Psalm 132. A song of ascents. 132:1. Yahweh, remember David and all his affliction. 132:2. How he swore to Yahweh, and vowed to the mighty one of Jacob. 132:3. Surely I will not come into the structure of my house, nor go up into my bed. 132:4. I will not give sleep to my eyes, or slumber to my eyelids. 132:5. Until I find out a place for Yahweh, a dwelling for the mighty one of Jacob. 132:6. Behold, we heard of it in Ephrathah. We found it in the field of Jar. 132:7. We will go into his dwelling place. We will worship at his footstool. 132:8 Arise, Yahweh, into your resting place. You and the ark of your strength. 132:9 Let your priest be clothed with righteousness. Let your saints shout for joy. 132:10 For your servant David's sake. Don't turn away the face of your anointed one. 132:11 Yahweh has sworn to David in truth. He will not turn from it. I will set the fruit of your body on your throne. 132:12 If your children will keep my covenant. My testimony that I will teach them. Their children also will sit on your throne forevermore. 132:13 For Yahweh has chosen Zion. He has desired it for his habitation. 132:14 This is my resting place forever. Here I will live, for I have desired it. 132:15 I will abundantly bless her provision. I will satisfy her poor with bread. 132:16 Her priests I will also clothe with salvation. Her saints will shout aloud for joy. 132:17 There I will make the horn of David to bud. I have ordained a lamp for my anointed. 132:18 I will clothe his enemies with shame. But on himself his crown will be resplendent. Psalm 133. A Song of Ascents by David. 133:1 See how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to live together in unity. 133:2 It is like the precious oil on the head that ran down on the beard, even Aaron's beard, that came down on the edge of his robes. 133:3 Like the dew of Hermon, that comes down on the hills of Zion. For there Yahweh gives the blessing, even life forevermore. Psalm 134. A Song of Ascents. 134:1 Look, praise Yahweh, all you servants of Yahweh, who stand by night in Yahweh's house. 134:2 Lift up your hands in the sanctuary. Praise Yahweh. 134:3 May Yahweh bless you from Zion, even he who made heaven and earth. Psalm 135. 135:1 Praise Yah. Praise the name of Yahweh. Praise him, you servants of Yahweh. 135:2 You who stand in the house of Yahweh, in the courts of our God's house. 135:3 Praise Yah, for Yahweh is good. Sing praises to his name, for that is pleasant. 135:4 For Yah has chosen Jacob for himself, Israel for his own possession. 135:5 For I know that Yahweh is great, that our Lord is above all gods. 135:6 Whatever Yahweh pleased, that he has done, in heaven and in earth, in the seas and in all deeps. 135:7 Who causes the clouds to rise from the ends of the earth, who makes lightnings with the rain, who brings forth the wind out of his treasuries. 135:8 Who struck the firstborn of Egypt, both of man and animal. 135:9 Who sent signs and wonders into the midst of you, Egypt, on Pharaoh and on all his servants. 135:10 Who struck many nations and killed mighty kings. 135:11 Sihon, king of the Amorites, Og, king of Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Canaan. 135:12 And gave their land for a heritage to Israel, his people. 135:13 Your name, Yahweh, endures forever. Your renown, Yahweh, throughout all generations. 135:14 For Yahweh will judge his people and have compassion on his servants. 135:15 The idols of the nations are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. 135:16 They have mouths, but they can't speak. They have eyes, but they can't see. 135:17 They have ears, but they can't hear. Neither is there any breath in their mouths. 135:18 Those who make them will be like them. Yes, everyone who trusts in them. 135:19 House of Israel, praise Yahweh. House of Aaron, praise Yahweh. 135:20 House of Levi, praise Yahweh. You who fear Yahweh, praise Yahweh. 135:21 Blessed be Yahweh from Zion. Who dwells at Jerusalem? Praise Yah. Psalm 136. 136:1 Give thanks to Yahweh, for he is good. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:2 Give thanks to the God of gods. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:3 Give thanks to the Lord of lords. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:4 To him who alone does great wonders. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:5 To him who by understanding made the heavens. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:6 To him who spread out the earth above the waters. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:7 To him who made the great lights. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:8 The sun to rule by day. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:9 The moon and stars to rule by night. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:10 To him who struck down the Egyptian firstborn. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:11 And brought out Israel from among them. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:12 With a strong hand and with an outstretched arm. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:13 To him who divided the Red Sea apart. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:14 And made Israel to pass through its midst. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:15 But overthrew Pharaoh and his army in the Red Sea. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:16 To him who led his people through the wilderness. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:17 To him who struck great kings. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:18 And killed mighty kings. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:19 Sihon king of the Amorites. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:20 Og king of Bashan. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:21 And gave their land as an inheritance. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:22 Even a heritage to Israel his servant. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:23 Who remembered us in our low estate. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:24 And has delivered us from our adversaries. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:25 Who gives food to every creature. For his loving kindness endures forever. 136:26 Oh, give thanks to the God of heaven. For his loving kindness endures forever. Psalm 137. 137:1 By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yes, we wept when we remembered Zion. 137:2 On the willows in its midst. We hung up our harps. 137:3 For there, those who led us captive asked us for songs. Those who tormented us demanded songs of joy. Sing us one of the songs of Zion. 137:4 How can we sing Yahweh's song in a foreign land? 137:5 If I forget you, Jerusalem, let my right hand forget its skill. 137:6 Let my tongue stick to the roof of my mouth if I don't remember you. If I don't prefer Jerusalem above my chief joy. 137:7 Remember, Yahweh, against the children of Edom. The day of Jerusalem. Who said, raise it. Raise it even to its foundation. 137:8 Daughter of Babylon, doomed to destruction. He will be happy who rewards you. As you have served us. 137:9 Happy shall he be. who takes and dashes your little ones against the rock. Psalm 138. By David. 138 1. I will give you thanks with my whole heart. Before the gods, I will sing praises to you. 138 2. I will bow down toward your holy temple and give thanks to your name for your loving kindness and for your truth. For you have exalted your name and your word above all. 138 3. In the day that I called, you answered me. You encouraged me with strength in my soul. 138 4. All the kings of the earth will give you thanks, Yahweh, for they have heard the words of your mouth. 138 5. Yes, they will sing of the ways of Yahweh, for great is Yahweh's glory. 138 6. For though Yahweh is high, yet he looks after the lowly, but the proud he knows from afar. 138 7. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, you will revive me. You will stretch forth your hand against the wrath of my enemies. Your right hand will save me. 138 8. Yahweh will fulfill that which concerns me. Your loving kindness, Yahweh, endures forever. Don't forsake the works of your own hands. Psalm 139. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 139 1. Yahweh, you have searched me, and you know me. 139 2. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You perceive my thoughts from afar. 139 3. You search out my path and my lying down, and are acquainted with all my ways. 139 4. For there is not a word on my tongue, but behold, Yahweh, you know it altogether. 139 5. You hem me in behind and before. You laid your hand on me. 139 6. This knowledge is beyond me. It's lofty. I can't attain it. 139 7. Where could I go from your spirit? Or where could I flee from your presence? 139 8. If I ascend up into heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, behold, you are there. 139 9. If I take the wings of the dawn and settle in the uttermost parts of the sea. 139 10. Even there your hand will lead me, and your right hand will hold me. 139 11. If I say, surely the darkness will overwhelm me, the light around me will be night. 139 12. Even the darkness doesn't hide from you, but the night shines as the day. The darkness is like light to you. 139 13. For you formed my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. 139 14. I will give thanks to you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. My soul knows that very well. 139 15. My frame wasn't hidden from you when I was made in secret, woven together in the depths of the earth. 139 16. Your eyes saw my body. In your book they were all written, the days that were ordained for me, when as yet there were none of them. 139 17. How precious to me are your thoughts, God. How vast is the sum of them. 139 18. If I would count them, they are more in number than the sand. When I wake up, I am still with you. 139 19. If only you, God, would kill the wicked. Get away from me, you bloodthirsty men. 139 24. They speak against you wickedly. Your enemies take your name in vain. 139 21. Yahweh, don't I hate those who hate you? Am I not grieved with those who rise up against you? 139 22. I hate them with perfect hatred. They have become my enemies. 139 23. Search me, God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts. 139 24. See if there is any wicked way in me, and lead me in the everlasting way. Psalm 140. For the chief musician, a psalm by David. 141. Deliver me, Yahweh, from the evil man. Preserve me from the violent man. 142. Those who devise mischief in their hearts. They continually gather themselves together for war. 143. They have sharpened their tongues like a serpent. Viper's poison is under their lips. Selah. 144. Yahweh, keep me from the hands of the wicked. Preserve me from the violent men who have determined to trip my feet. 145. The proud have hidden a snare for me. They have spread the cords of a net by the path. They have set traps for me. Selah. 146. I said to Yahweh, you are my God. Listen to the cry of my petitions, Yahweh. 147. Yahweh, the Lord, the strength of my salvation. You have covered my head in the day of battle. 148. Yahweh, don't grant the desires of the wicked. Don't let their evil plans succeed, or they will become proud. Selah. 149. As for the head of those who surround me, let the mischief of their own lips cover them. 140. 10. Let burning coals fall on them. Let them be thrown into the fire, into miry pits from where they never rise. 140. 11. An evil speaker won't be established in the earth. Evil will hunt the violent man to overthrow him. 140. 12. I know that Yahweh will maintain the cause of the afflicted, and justice for the needy. 140. 13. Surely the righteous will give thanks to your name. The upright will dwell in your presence. Psalm 141. A psalm by David. 141. Yahweh, I have called on you. Come to me quickly. Listen to my voice when I call to you. 141. 2. Let my prayer be set before you like incense, the lifting up of my hands like the evening sacrifice. 141. 3. Set a watch, Yahweh, before my mouth. Keep the door of my lips. 140. 4. Don't incline my heart to any evil thing, to practice deeds of wickedness with men who work iniquity. Don't let me eat of their delicacies. 141. 5. Let the righteous strike me, it is kindness. Let him reprove me, it is like oil on the head. Don't let my head refuse it. Yet my prayer is always against evil deeds. 141. 6. Their judges are thrown down by the sides of the rock. They will hear my words, for they are well spoken. 141. 7. As when one plows and breaks up the earth, our bones are scattered at the mouth of Sheol. 141. 8. For my eyes are on you, Yahweh the Lord. In you I take refuge. Don't leave my soul destitute. 141. 9. Keep me from the snare which they have laid for me, from the traps of the workers of iniquity. 141. 10. Let the wicked fall together into their own nets, while I pass by. Psalm 142. A contemplation by David when he was in the cave, a prayer. 142. 1. I cry with my voice to Yahweh. With my voice, I ask Yahweh for mercy. 142. 2. I pour out my complaint before him. I tell him my troubles. 142. 3. When my spirit was overwhelmed within me, you knew my paths. In the way in which I walk, they have hidden a snare for me. 142. 4. Look on my right and see, for there is no one who is concerned for me. Refuge has fled from me. No one cares for my soul. 142. 5. I cried to you, Yahweh. I said, you are my refuge, my portion in the land of the living. 142. 6. Listen to my cry, for I am in desperate need. Deliver me from my persecutors, for they are stronger than me. 142. 7. Bring my soul out of prison, that I may give thanks to your name. The righteous will surround me, for you will be good to me. Psalm 143. A psalm by David. 143. 1. Hear my prayer, Yahweh. Listen to my petitions. In your faithfulness and righteousness, relieve me. 143. 2. Don't enter into judgment with your servant, for in your sight no man living is righteous. 143. 3. For the enemy pursues my soul. He has struck my life down to the ground. He has made me live in dark places, as those who have been long dead. 143:4 Therefore my spirit is overwhelmed within me. My heart within me is desolate. 143:5 I remember the days of old. I meditate on all your doings. I contemplate the work of your hands. 143:6 I spread forth my hands to you. My soul thirsts for you like a parched land. Selah. 143:7 Hurry to answer me, Yahweh. My spirit fails. Don't hide your face from me, so that I don't become like those who go down into the pit. 143:8 Cause me to hear your loving kindness in the morning. For I trust in you. Cause me to know the way in which I should walk. For I lift up my soul to you. 143:9 Deliver me, Yahweh, from my enemies. I flee to you to hide me. 143:10 Teach me to do your will. For you are my God. Your spirit is good. Lead me in the land of uprightness. 143:11 Revive me, Yahweh, for your name's sake. In your righteousness, bring my soul out of trouble. 143:12 In your loving kindness, cut off my enemies, and destroy all those who afflict my soul. For I am your servant. Psalm 144. By David. 144:1 Blessed be Yahweh, my rock, who teaches my hands to war, and my fingers to battle. 144:2 My loving kindness, my fortress, my high tower, my deliverer, my shield, and he in whom I take refuge, who subdues my people under me. 144:3 Yahweh, what is man that you care for him? Or the son of man that you think of him? 144:4 Man is like a breath. His days are like a shadow that passes away. 144:5 Part your heavens, Yahweh, and come down. Touch the mountains, and they will smoke. 144:6 Throw out lightning, and scatter them. Send out your arrows, and rout them. 144:7 Stretch out your hand from above. Rescue me, and deliver me out of great waters, out of the hands of foreigners. 144:8 Whose mouth speak deceit, whose right hand is a right hand of falsehood. 144:9 I will sing a new song to you, God. On a 10-stringed lyre, I will sing praises to you. 144:10 You are he who gives salvation to kings, who rescues David, his servant, from the deadly sword. 144:11 Rescue me, and deliver me out of the hands of foreigners, whose mouth speak deceit, whose right hand is a right hand of falsehood. 144:12 Then our sons will be like well-nurtured plants, our daughters like pillars carved to adorn a palace. 144:13 Our barns are full, filled with all kinds of provision. Our sheep bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our fields. 144:14 Our oxen will pull heavy loads. There is no breaking in and no going away, and no outcry in our streets. 144:15 Happy are the people who are in such a situation. Happy are the people whose God is Yahweh. Psalm 145. A praise psalm by David. 145:1 I will exalt you, my God the King. I will praise your name forever and ever. 145:2 Every day I will praise you. I will extol your name forever and ever. 145:3 Great is Yahweh, and greatly to be praised. His greatness is unsearchable. 145:4 Generation will commend your works to another, and will declare your mighty acts. 145:5 Of the glorious majesty of your honor, of your wondrous works I will meditate. 145:6 Men will speak of the might of your awesome acts. I will declare your greatness. 145:7 They will utter the memory of your great goodness, and will sing of your righteousness. 145:8 Yahweh is gracious, merciful, slow to anger, and of great loving kindness. 145:9 Yahweh is good to all. His tender mercies are over all his works. 145:10, all your works will give thanks to you, Yahweh. Your saints will extol you. 145:11, they will speak of the glory of your kingdom and talk about your power. 145:12, to make known to the sons of men his mighty acts, the glory of the majesty of his kingdom. 145:13, your kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. Your dominion endures throughout all generations. Yahweh is faithful in all his words and loving in all his deeds. 145:14, Yahweh upholds all who fall and raises up all those who are bowed down. 145:15, the eyes of all wait for you. You give them their food in due season. 145:16, you open your hand and satisfy the desire of every living thing. 145:17, Yahweh is righteous in all his ways and gracious in all his works. 145:18, Yahweh is near to all those who call on him, to all who call on him in truth. 145:19, he will fulfill the desire of those who fear him. He also will hear their cry and will save them. 145:20, Yahweh preserves all those who love him, but all the wicked he will destroy. 145:21, my mouth will speak the praise of Yahweh. Let all flesh bless his holy name forever and ever. Psalm 146. 146:1, praise Yah. Praise Yahweh, my soul. 146:2, while I live, I will praise Yahweh. I will sing praises to my God as long as I exist. 146:3, don't put your trust in princes, each a son of man in whom there is no help. 146:4, his spirit departs, and he returns to the earth. In that very day his thoughts perish. 146:5, happy is he who has the God of Jacob for his help, whose hope is in Yahweh his God. 146:6, who made heaven and earth, the sea and all that is in them, who keeps truth forever. 146:7, who executes justice for the oppressed, who gives food to the hungry. Yahweh frees the prisoners. 146:8, Yahweh opens the eyes of the blind. Yahweh raises up those who are bowed down. Yahweh loves the righteous. 146:9, Yahweh preserves the foreigners. He upholds the fatherless and widow, but the way of the wicked he turns upside down. 146:10, Yahweh will reign forever. Your God, O Zion, to all generations. Praise Yah. Psalm 147. 147:1, praise Yah. For it is good to sing praises to our God, for it is pleasant and fitting to praise him. 147:2, Yahweh builds up Jerusalem. He gathers together the outcasts of Israel. 147:3, he heals the broken in heart and binds up their wounds. 147:4, he counts the number of the stars. He calls them all by their names. 147:5, great is our Lord, and mighty in power. His understanding is infinite. 147:6, Yahweh upholds the humble. He brings the wicked down to the ground. 147:7, sing to Yahweh with thanksgiving. Sing praises on the harp to our God. 147:8, who covers the sky with clouds, who prepares rain for the earth, who makes grass grow on the mountains. 147:9, he provides food for the livestock and for the young ravens when they call. 147:10, he doesn't delight in the strength of the horse. He takes no pleasure in the legs of a man. 147:11, Yahweh takes pleasure in those who fear him, in those who hope in his loving kindness. 147:12, praise Yahweh, Jerusalem. Praise your God, Zion. 147:13, for he has strengthened the bars of your gates. He has blessed your children within you. 147:14, he makes peace in your borders. He fills you with the finest of the wheat. 147:15, he sends out his commandment to the earth. His word runs very swiftly. 147:16 He gives snow like wool, and scatters frost like ashes. 147:17 He hurls down his hail like pebbles. Who can stand before his cold? 147:18 He sends out his word and melts them. He causes his wind to blow, and the waters flow. 147:19 He shows his word to Jacob, his statutes and his ordinances to Israel. 147:20 He has not done this for just any nation. They don't know his ordinances. Praise Yah. Psalm 148. 148:1 Praise Yah. Praise Yahweh from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. 148:2 Praise him, all his angels. Praise him, all his army. 148:3 Praise him, sun and moon. Praise him, all you shining stars. 148:4 Praise him, you heavens of heavens. You waters that are above the heavens. 148:5 Let them praise the name of Yahweh. For he commanded, and they were created. 148:6 He has also established them forever and ever. He has made a decree which will not pass away. 148:7 Praise Yahweh from the earth. You great sea creatures and all depths. 148:8 Lightning and hail, snow and clouds. Stormy wind fulfilling his word. 148:9 Mountains and all hills. Fruit trees and all cedars. 148:10 Wild animals and all livestock. Small creatures and flying birds. 148:11 Kings of the earth and all peoples. Princes and all judges of the earth. 148:12 Both young men and maidens. Old men and children. 148:13 Let them praise the name of Yahweh. For his name alone is exalted. His glory is above the earth and the heavens. 148:14 He has lifted up the horn of his people. The praise of all his saints, even of the children of Israel, a people near to him. Praise Yah. Psalm 149. 149:1 Praise Yahweh. Sing to Yahweh a new song. His praise in the assembly of the saints. 149:2 Let Israel rejoice in him who made them. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their king. 149:3 Let them praise his name in the dance. Let them sing praises to him with tambourine and harp. 149:4 For Yahweh takes pleasure in his people. He crowns the humble with salvation. 149:5 Let the saints rejoice in honor. Let them sing for joy on their beds. 149:6 May the high praises of God be in their mouths, and a two-edged sword in their hand. 149:7 To execute vengeance on the nations, and punishments on the peoples. 149:8 To bind their kings with chains, and their nobles with fetters of iron. 149:9 To execute on them the written judgment. All his saints have this honor. Praise Yah. Psalm 150. 151 Praise Yah. Praise God in his sanctuary. Praise him in his heavens for his acts of power. 152 Praise him for his mighty acts. Praise him according to his excellent greatness. 153 Praise him with the sounding of the trumpet. Praise him with harp and lyre. 154 Praise him with tambourine and dancing. Praise him with stringed instruments and flute. 155 Praise him with loud cymbals. Praise him with resounding cymbals. 156 Let everything that has breath praise Yah. Praise Yah. Notes. Proverbs. 1:1 The Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel. 1:2 To know wisdom and instruction. To discern the words of understanding. 1:3 To receive instruction in wise dealing. In righteousness, justice, and equity. 1:4 To give prudence to the simple. Knowledge and discretion to the young man. 1:5 That the wise man may hear, and increase in learning. that the man of understanding may attain to sound counsel. 1:6 To understand a proverb and parables, the words and riddles of the wise. 1:7 The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, but the foolish despise wisdom and instruction. 1:8 My son, listen to your father's instruction, and don't forsake your mother's teaching. 1:9 For they will be a garland to grace your head, and chains around your neck. 1:10 My son, if sinners entice you, don't consent. 1:11 If they say, come with us, let's lay in wait for blood. Let's lurk secretly for the innocent without cause. 1:12 Let's swallow them up alive like Sheol, and whole like those who go down into the pit. 1:13 We'll find all valuable wealth. We'll fill our houses with spoil. 1:14 You shall cast your lot among us. We'll all have one purse. 1:15 My son, don't walk in the way with them. Keep your foot from their paths. 1:16 For their feet run to evil. They hurry to shed blood. 1:17 For in vain is the net spread in the sight of any bird. 1:18 But these lay wait for their own blood. They lurk secretly for their own lives. 1:19 So are the ways of everyone who is greedy for gain. It takes away the life of its owners. 1:20 Wisdom calls aloud in the street. She utters her voice in the public squares. 1:21 She calls at the head of noisy places. At the entrance of the city gates, she utters her words. 1:22 How long, you simple ones, will you love simplicity? How long will mockers delight themselves in mockery, and fools hate knowledge? 1:23 Turn at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit on you. I will make known my words to you. 1:24 Because I have called, and you have refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no one has paid attention. 1:25 But you have ignored all my counsel, and wanted none of my reproof. 1:26 I also will laugh at your disaster. I will mock when calamity overtakes you. 1:27 When calamity overtakes you like a storm. When your disaster comes on like a whirlwind. When distress and anguish come on you. 1:28 Then will they call on me, but I will not answer. They will seek me diligently, but they will not find me. 1:29 Because they hated knowledge, and didn't choose the fear of Yahweh. 1:30 They wanted none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. 1:31 Therefore, they will eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own schemes. 1:32 For the backsliding of the simple will kill them. The careless ease of fools will destroy them. 1:33 But whoever listens to me will dwell securely, and will be at ease without fear of harm. 2:1 My son, if you will receive my words, and store up my commandments within you. 2:2 So as to turn your ear to wisdom, and apply your heart to understanding. 2:3 Yes, if you call out for discernment, and lift up your voice for understanding. 2:4 If you seek her as silver, and search for her as for hidden treasures. 2:5 Then you will understand the fear of Yahweh, and find the knowledge of God. 2:6 For Yahweh gives wisdom. Out of his mouth comes knowledge and understanding. 2:7 He lays up sound wisdom for the upright. He is a shield to those who walk in integrity. 2:8 That he may guard the paths of justice, and preserve the way of his saints. 2:9 Then you will understand righteousness and justice, equity and every good path. 2:10 For wisdom will enter into your heart. Knowledge will be pleasant to your soul. 2:11 Discretion will watch over you. Understanding will keep you. 2:12 To deliver you from the way of evil, from the men who speak perverse things. 2:13 Who forsake the paths of uprightness, to walk in the ways of darkness. 2:14 Who rejoice to do evil, and delight in the perverseness of evil. 2:15 Who are crooked in their ways, and wayward in their paths. 2:16 To deliver you from the strange woman, even from the foreigner who flatters with her words. 2:17 Who forsakes the friend of her youth, and forgets the covenant of her God. 2:18 For her house leads down to death. Her paths to the dead. 2:19 None who go to her return again. Neither do they attain to the paths of life. 2:20 That you may walk in the way of good men, and keep the paths of the righteous. 2:21 For the upright will dwell in the land. The perfect will remain in it. 2:22 But the wicked will be cut off from the land. The treacherous will be rooted out of it. 3:1 My son, don't forget my teaching, but let your heart keep my commandments. 3:2 For length of days and years of life, and peace will they add to you. 3:3 Don't let kindness and truth forsake you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. 3:4 So you will find favor and good understanding in the sight of God and man. 3:5 Trust in Yahweh with all your heart, and don't lean on your own understanding. 3:6 In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight. 3:7 Don't be wise in your own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. 3:8 It will be health to your body, and nourishment to your bones. 3:9 Honor Yahweh with your substance, with the first fruits of all your increase. 3:10 So your barns will be filled with plenty, and your vats will overflow with new wine. 3:11 My son, don't despise Yahweh's discipline, neither be weary of his reproof. 3:12 For whom Yahweh loves, he reproves, even as a father reproves the son in whom he delights. 3:13 Happy is the man who finds wisdom, the man who gets understanding. 3:14 For her good profit is better than getting silver, and her return is better than fine gold. 3:15 She is more precious than rubies. None of the things you can desire are to be compared to her. 3:16 Length of days is in her right hand. In her left hand are riches and honor. 3:17 Her ways are ways of pleasantness. All her paths are peace. 3:18 She is a tree of life to those who lay hold of her. Happy is everyone who retains her. 3:19 By wisdom Yahweh founded the earth. By understanding he established the heavens. 3:20 By his knowledge the depths were broken up, and the skies dropped down the dew. 3:21 My son, let them not depart from your eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. 3:22 So they will be life to your soul, and grace for your neck. 3:23 Then you shall walk in your way securely. Your foot won't stumble. 3:24 When you lie down, you will not be afraid. Yes, you will lie down, and your sleep will be sweet. 3:25 Don't be afraid of sudden fear, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it comes. 3:26 For Yahweh will be your confidence, and will keep your foot from being taken. 3:27 Don't withhold good from those to whom it is due, when it is in the power of your hand to do it. 3:28 Don't say to your neighbor, go and come again. Tomorrow I will give it to you, when you have it by you. 3:29 Don't devise evil against your neighbor, seeing he dwells securely by you. 3:30 Don't strive with a man without cause, if he has done you no harm. 3:31 Don't envy the man of violence. Choose none of his ways. 3:32 For the perverse is an abomination to Yahweh, but his friendship is with the upright. 3:33 Yahweh's curse is in the house of the wicked, but he blesses the habitation of the righteous. 3:34 Surely he mocks the mockers, but he gives grace to the humble. 3:35 The wise will inherit glory, but shame will be the promotion of fools. 4:1 Listen, sons, to a father's instruction. Pay attention and know understanding. 4:2 For I give you sound learning. Don't forsake my law. 4:3 For I was a son to my father, tender and an only child in the sight of my mother. 4:4 He taught me and said to me, let your heart retain my words. Keep my commandments and live. 4:5 Get wisdom. Get understanding. Don't forget, neither swerve from the words of my mouth. 4:6 Don't forsake her, and she will preserve you. Love her, and she will keep you. 4:7 Wisdom is supreme. Get wisdom. Yes, though it costs all your possessions, get understanding. 4:8 Esteem her, and she will exalt you. She will bring you to honor when you embrace her. 4:9 She will give to your head a garland of grace. She will deliver a crown of splendor to you. 4:10 Listen, my son, and receive my sayings. The years of your life will be many. 4:11 I have taught you in the way of wisdom. I have led you in straight paths. 4:12 When you go, your steps will not be hampered. When you run, you will not stumble. 4:13 Take firm hold of instruction. Don't let her go. Keep her, for she is your life. 4:14 Don't enter into the path of the wicked. Don't walk in the way of evil men. 4:15 Avoid it and don't pass by it. Turn from it and pass on. 4:16 For they don't sleep unless they do evil. Their sleep is taken away unless they make someone fall. 4:17 For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. 4:18 But the path of the righteous is like the dawning light that shines more and more until the perfect day. 4:19 The way of the wicked is like darkness. They don't know what they stumble over. 4:20 My son, attend to my words. Turn your ear to my sayings. 4:21 Let them not depart from your eyes. Keep them in the midst of your heart. 4:22 For they are life to those who find them, and health to their whole body. 4:23 Keep your heart with all diligence, for out of it is the wellspring of life. 4:24 Put away from yourself a perverse mouth. Put corrupt lips far from you. 4:25 Let your eyes look straight ahead. Fix your gaze directly before you. 4:26 Make the path of your feet level. Let all of your ways be established. 4:27 Don't turn to the right hand nor to the left. Remove your foot from evil. 5:1 My son, pay attention to my wisdom. Turn your ear to my understanding. 5:2 That you may maintain discretion, that your lips may preserve knowledge. 5:3 For the lips of an adulteress drip honey. Her mouth is smoother than oil. 5:4 But in the end she is as bitter as wormwood, and as sharp as a two-edged sword. 5:5 Her feet go down to death. Her steps lead straight to Sheol. 5:6 She gives no thought to the way of life. Her ways are crooked and she doesn't know it. 5:7 Now therefore, my sons, listen to me. Don't depart from the words of my mouth. 5:8 Remove your way far from her. Don't come near the door of her house. 5:9 Lest you give your honor to others, and your years to the cruel one. 5:10 Lest strangers feast on your wealth, and your labors enrich another man's house. 5:11 You will groan at your latter end, when your flesh and your body are consumed. 5:12 And say, How I have hated instruction, and my heart despised reproof. 5:13 Neither have I obeyed the voice of my teachers, nor turned my ear to those who instructed me. 5:14 I have come to the brink of utter ruin, in the midst of the gathered assembly. 5:15 Drink water out of your own cistern, running water out of your own well. 5:16 Should your springs overflow in the streets, streams of water in the public squares. 5:17 Let them be for yourself alone, not for strangers with you. 5:18 Let your spring be blessed. Rejoice in the wife of your youth. 5:19 A loving doe and a graceful deer. Let her breasts satisfy you at all times. Be captivated always with her love. 5:24 Why should you, my son, be captivated with an adulteress? Why embrace the bosom of another? 5:21 For the ways of man are before the eyes of Yahweh. He examines all his paths. 5:22 The evil deeds of the wicked ensnare him. The cords of his sin hold him firmly. 5:23 He will die for lack of instruction. In the greatness of his folly, he will go astray. 6:1 My son, if you have become collateral for your neighbor, if you have struck your hands in pledge for a stranger. 6-2, you are trapped by the words of your mouth. You are ensnared with the words of your mouth. 6-3, do this now, my son, and deliver yourself, seeing you have come into the hand of your neighbor. Go, humble yourself. Press your plea with your neighbor. 6-4, give no sleep to your eyes, nor slumber to your eyelids. 6-5, free yourself, like a gazelle from the hand of the hunter, like a bird from the snare of the fowler. 6-6, go to the ant, you sluggard. Consider her ways and be wise. 6-7, which having no chief, overseer, or ruler. 6-8, provides her bread in the summer, and gathers her food in the harvest. 6-9, how long will you sleep, sluggard? When will you arise out of your sleep? 6-10, a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. 6-11, so your poverty will come as a robber, and your scarcity as an armed man. 6-12, a worthless person, a man of iniquity, is he who walks with a perverse mouth. 6-13, who winks with his eyes, who signals with his feet, who motions with his fingers. 6-14, in whose heart is perverseness, who devises evil continually, who always sows discord. 6-15, therefore his calamity will come suddenly. He will be broken suddenly, and that without remedy. 6-16, there are 6 things which Yahweh hates. Yes, 7 which are an abomination to him. 6-17, haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood. 6-18, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are swift in running to mischief. 6-19, a false witness who utters lies, and he who sows discord among brothers. 6-20, my son, keep your father's commandment, and don't forsake your mother's teaching. 6-21, bind them continually on your heart, tie them around your neck. 6-22, when you walk, it will lead you. When you sleep, it will watch over you. When you awake, it will talk with you. 6-23, for the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light. Reproofs of instruction are the way of life. 6-24, to keep you from the immoral woman, from the flattery of the wayward wife's tongue. 6-25, don't lust after her beauty in your heart, neither let her captivate you with her eyelids. 6-26, for a prostitute reduces you to a piece of bread. The adulteress hunts for your precious life. 6-27, can a man scoop fire into his lap, and his clothes not be burned? 6-28, or can one walk on hot coals, and his feet not be scorched? 6-29, so is he who goes in to his neighbor's wife. Whoever touches her will not be unpunished. 6-30, men don't despise a thief, if he steals to satisfy himself when he is hungry. 6-31, but if he is found, he shall restore 7 times. He shall give all the wealth of his house. 6-32, he who commits adultery with a woman is void of understanding. He who does it destroys his own soul. 6-33, he will get wounds and dishonor. His reproach will not be wiped away. 6-34, for jealousy arouses the fury of the husband. He won't spare in the day of vengeance. 6-35, he won't regard any ransom. Neither will he rest content, though you give many gifts. 7-1, my son, keep my words. Lay up my commandments within you. 7-2, keep my commandments alive. Guard my teaching as the apple of your eye. 7-3, bind them on your fingers. Write them on the tablet of your heart. 7-4, tell wisdom, you are my sister. Call understanding your relative. 7-5, that they may keep you from the strange woman, from the foreigner who flatters with her words. 7-6-4, at the window of my house I looked out through my lattice. 7-7, I saw among the simple ones, I discerned among the youths a young man void of understanding. 7-8, passing through the street near her corner, he went the way to her house. 7-9, in the twilight, in the evening of the day, in the middle of the night and in the darkness. 7-10, behold, there a woman met him with the attire of a prostitute. And with crafty intent. 7-Eleven, she is loud and defiant. Her feet don't stay in her house. 7-12, now she is in the streets, now in the squares. And lurking at every corner. 7-13, so she caught him and kissed him. With an impudent face, she said to him. 7-14, sacrifices of peace offerings are with me. This day I have paid my vows. 7-15, therefore I came out to meet you. To diligently seek your face. And I have found you. 7-16, I have spread my couch with carpets of tapestry. With striped cloths of the yarn of Egypt. 7-17, I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. 7-18, come, let's take our fill of loving until the morning. Let's solace ourselves with loving. 7-19, for my husband isn't at home. He has gone on a long journey. 7-20, he has taken a bag of money with him. He will come home at the full moon. 7-21, with persuasive words, she led him astray. With the flattering of her lips, she seduced him. 7-22, he followed her immediately. As an ox goes to the slaughter. As a fool stepping into a noose. 7-23, until an arrow strikes through his liver. As a bird hurries to the snare. And doesn't know that it will cost his life. 7-24, now therefore, sons, listen to me. Pay attention to the words of my mouth. 7-25, don't let your heart turn to her ways. Don't go astray in her paths. 7-26, for she has thrown down many wounded. Yes, all her slain are a mighty army. 7-27, her house is the way to Sheol. Going down to the chambers of death. 8-1, doesn't wisdom cry out? Doesn't understanding raise her voice? 8-2, on the top of high places by the way. Where the paths meet, she stands. 8-3, beside the gates, at the entry of the city. At the entry doors, she cries aloud. 8-4, to you men I call. I send my voice to the sons of mankind. 8-5, you simple, understand prudence. You fools, be of an understanding heart. 8-6, hear, for I will speak excellent things. The opening of my lips is for right things. 8-7, for my mouth speaks truth. Wickedness is an abomination to my lips. 8-8, all the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing crooked or perverse in them. 8-9, they are all plain to him who understands. Right to those who find knowledge. 8-10, receive my instruction rather than silver. Knowledge rather than choice gold. 8-11, for wisdom is better than rubies. All the things that may be desired can't be compared to it. 8-12, I, wisdom, have made prudence my dwelling. Find out knowledge and discretion. 8-13, the fear of Yahweh is to hate evil. I hate pride, arrogance, the evil way, and the perverse mouth. 8-14, counsel and sound knowledge are mine. I have understanding and power. 8-15, by me kings reign. And princes decree justice. 8-16, by me princes rule. Nobles and all the righteous rulers of the earth. 8-17, I love those who love me. Those who seek me diligently will find me. 8-18, with me are riches, honor. Enduring wealth and prosperity. 8-19, my fruit is better than gold, yes, than fine gold. My yield than choice silver. 8-20, I walk in the way of righteousness. In the midst of the paths of justice. 8-21, that I may give wealth to those who love me. I fill their treasuries. 8-22, Yahweh possessed me in the beginning of his work. Before his deeds of old. 8-23, I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning. Before the earth existed. 8-24, when there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no springs abounding with water. 8-25, before the mountains were settled in place. Before the hills I was brought forth. 8-26, while as yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields. Nor the beginning of the dust of the world. 8-27, when he established the heavens, I was there. When he set a circle on the surface of the deep. 8:28 When he established the clouds above. When the springs of the deep became strong. 8:29 When he gave to the sea its boundary. That the waters should not violate his commandment. When he marked out the foundations of the earth. 8:30 Then I was the craftsman by his side. I was a delight day by day. Always rejoicing before him. 8:31 Rejoicing in his whole world. My delight was with the sons of men. 8:32 Now therefore, my sons, listen to me. For blessed are those who keep my ways. 8:33 Hear instruction, and be wise. Don't refuse it. 8:34 Blessed is the man who hears me. Watching daily at my gates. Waiting at my doorposts. 8:35 For whoever finds me, finds life. And will obtain favor from Yahweh. 8:36 But he who sins against me wrongs his own soul. All those who hate me love death. 9:1 Wisdom has built her house. She has carved out her 7 pillars. 9:2 She has prepared her meat. She has mixed her wine. She has also set her table. 9:3 She has sent out her maidens. She cries from the highest places of the city. 9:4 Whoever is simple, let him turn in here. As for him who is void of understanding, she says to him. 9:5 Come, eat some of my bread. Drink some of the wine which I have mixed. 9:6 Leave your simple ways and live. Walk in the way of understanding. 9:7 He who corrects a mocker invites insult. He who reproves a wicked man invites abuse. 9:8 Don't reprove a scoffer, lest he hate you. Reprove a wise man, and he will love you. 9:9 Instruct a wise man, and he will be still wiser. Teach a righteous man, and he will increase in learning. 9:10 The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. The knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. 9:11 For by me your days will be multiplied. The years of your life will be increased. 9:12 If you are wise for yourself. If you mock, you alone will bear it. 9:13 The foolish woman is loud, undisciplined, and knows nothing. 9:14 She sits at the door of her house, on a seat in the high places of the city. 9:15 To call to those who pass by, who go straight on their ways. 9:16 Whoever is simple, let him turn in here. As for him who is void of understanding, she says to him. 9:17 Stolen water is sweet. Food eaten in secret is pleasant. 9:18 But he doesn't know that the dead are there, that her guests are in the depths of Sheol. 10:1 The Proverbs of Solomon. A wise son makes a glad father, but a foolish son brings grief to his mother. 10:2 Treasures of wickedness profit nothing, but righteousness delivers from death. 10:3 Yahweh will not allow the soul of the righteous to go hungry, but he thrusts away the desire of the wicked. 10:4 He becomes poor who works with a lazy hand, but the hand of the diligent brings wealth. 10:5 He who gathers in summer is a wise son, but he who sleeps during the harvest is a son who causes shame. 10:6 Blessings are on the head of the righteous, but violence covers the mouth of the wicked. 10:7 The memory of the righteous is blessed, but the name of the wicked will rot. 10:8 The wise in heart accept commandments, but a chattering fool will fall. 10:9 He who walks blamelessly walks surely, but he who perverts his ways will be found out. 10:10 Winking with the eye causes sorrow, but a chattering fool will fall. 10:11 The mouth of the righteous is a spring of life, but violence covers the mouth of the wicked. 10:12 Hatred stirs up strife, but love covers all wrongs. 10:13 Wisdom is found on the lips of him who has discernment, but a rod is for the back of him who is void of understanding. 10:14 Wise men lay up knowledge, but the mouth of the foolish is near ruin. 10:15 The rich man's wealth is his strong city. The destruction of the poor is their poverty. 10:16 The labor of the righteous leads to life. The increase of the wicked leads to sin. 10:17 He is in the way of life who heeds correction, but he who forsakes reproof leads others astray. 10:18 He who hides hatred has lying lips. He who utters a slander is a fool. 10:19 In the multitude of words there is no lack of disobedience. But he who restrains his lips does wisely. 10:20 The tongue of the righteous is like choice silver. The heart of the wicked is of little worth. 10:21 The lips of the righteous feed many. But the foolish die for lack of understanding. 10:22 Yahweh's blessing brings wealth, and he adds no trouble to it. 10:23 It is a fool's pleasure to do wickedness, but wisdom is a man of understanding's pleasure. 10:24 What the wicked fear will overtake them, but the desire of the righteous will be granted. 10:25 When the whirlwind passes, the wicked is no more, but the righteous stand firm forever. 10:26 As vinegar to the teeth, and as smoke to the eyes, so is the sluggard to those who send him. 10:27 The fear of Yahweh prolongs days, but the years of the wicked shall be shortened. 10:28 The prospect of the righteous is joy, but the hope of the wicked will perish. 10:29 The way of Yahweh is a stronghold to the upright, but it is a destruction to the workers of iniquity. 10:30 The righteous will never be removed, but the wicked will not dwell in the land. 10:31 The mouth of the righteous brings forth wisdom, but the perverse tongue will be cut off. 10:32 The lips of the righteous know what is acceptable, but the mouth of the wicked is perverse. 11:1 A false balance is an abomination to Yahweh, but accurate weights are his delight. 11:2 When pride comes, then comes shame, but with humility comes wisdom. 11:3 The integrity of the upright shall guide them, but the perverseness of the treacherous shall destroy them. 11:4 Riches don't profit in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivers from death. 11:5 The righteousness of the blameless will direct his way, but the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness. 11:6 The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them, but the unfaithful will be trapped by evil desires. 11:7 When a wicked man dies, hope perishes, and expectation of power comes to nothing. 11:8 A righteous person is delivered out of trouble, and the wicked takes his place. 11:9 With his mouth, the godless man destroys his neighbor, but the righteous will be delivered through knowledge. 11:10 When it goes well with the righteous, the city rejoices. When the wicked perish, there is shouting. 11:11 By the blessing of the upright, the city is exalted, but it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked. 11:12 One who despises his neighbor is void of wisdom, but a man of understanding holds his peace. 11:13 One who brings gossip betrays a confidence, but one who is of a trustworthy spirit is one who keeps a secret. 11:14 Where there is no wise guidance, the nation falls, but in the multitude of counselors there is victory. 11:15 He who is collateral for a stranger will suffer for it, but he who refuses pledges of collateral is secure. 11:16 A gracious woman obtains honor, but violent men obtain riches. 11:17 The merciful man does good to his own soul, but he who is cruel troubles his own flesh. 11:18 Wicked people earn deceitful wages, but one who sows righteousness reaps a sure reward. 11:19 He who is truly righteous gets life. He who pursues evil gets death. 11:20 Those who are perverse in heart are an abomination to Yahweh, but those whose ways are blameless are his delight. 11:21 Most certainly, the evil man will not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous will be delivered. 11:22 Like a gold ring in a pig's snout is a beautiful woman who lacks discretion. 11:23 The desire of the righteous is only good, the expectation of the wicked is wrath. 11:24 There is one who scatters and increases yet more. There is one who withholds more than is appropriate, but gains poverty. 11:25 The liberal soul shall be made fat. He who waters shall be watered also himself. 11:26 People curse someone who withholds grain, but blessing will be on the head of him who sells it. 11:27 He who diligently seeks good seeks favor, but he who searches after evil, it shall come to him. 11:28 He who trusts in his riches will fall, but the righteous shall flourish as the green leaf. 11:29 He who troubles his own house shall inherit the wind. The foolish shall be servant to the wise of heart. 11:30 The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life. He who is wise wins souls. 11:31 Behold, the righteous shall be repaid in the earth. How much more the wicked and the sinner? 12:1 Whoever loves correction loves knowledge, but he who hates reproof is stupid. 12:2 A good man shall obtain favor from Yahweh, but he will condemn a man of wicked devices. 12:3 A man shall not be established by wickedness, but the root of the righteous shall not be moved. 12:4 A worthy woman is the crown of her husband, but a disgraceful wife is as rottenness in his bones. 12:5 The thoughts of the righteous are just, but the advice of the wicked is deceitful. 12:6 The words of the wicked are about lying in wait for blood, but the speech of the upright rescues them. 12:7 The wicked are overthrown and are no more, but the house of the righteous shall stand. 12:8 A man shall be commended according to his wisdom, but he who has a warped mind shall be despised. 12:9 Better is he who is lightly esteemed and has a servant, than he who honors himself and lacks bread. 12:10 A righteous man regards the life of his animal, but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. 12:11 He who tills his land shall have plenty of bread, but he who chases fantasies is void of understanding. 12:12 The wicked desires the plunder of evil men, but the root of the righteous flourishes. 12:13 An evil man is trapped by sinfulness of lips, but the righteous shall come out of trouble. 12:14 A man shall be satisfied with good by the fruit of his mouth. The work of a man's hands shall be rewarded to him. 12:15 The way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but he who is wise listens to counsel. 12:16 A fool shows his annoyance the same day, but one who overlooks an insult is prudent. 12:17 He who is truthful testifies honestly, but a false witness lies. 12:18 There is one who speaks rashly like the piercing of a sword, but the tongue of the wise heals. 12:19 Truth's lips will be established forever, but a lying tongue is only momentary. 12:20 Deceit is in the heart of those who plot evil, but joy comes to the promoters of peace. 12:21 No mischief shall happen to the righteous, but the wicked shall be filled with evil. 12:22 Lying lips are an abomination to Yahweh, but those who do the truth are his delight. 12:23 A prudent man keeps his knowledge, but the hearts of fools proclaim foolishness. 12:24 The hands of the diligent ones shall rule, but laziness ends in slave labor. 12:25 Anxiety in a man's heart weighs it down, but a kind word makes it glad. 12:26 A righteous person is cautious in friendship, but the way of the wicked leads them astray. 12:27 The slothful man doesn't roast his game, but the possessions of diligent men are prized. 12:28 In the way of righteousness is life, in its path there is no death. 13:1 A wise son listens to his father's instruction, but a scoffer doesn't listen to rebuke. 13:2 By the fruit of his lips, a man enjoys good things, but the unfaithful crave violence. 13:3 He who guards his mouth guards his soul. One who opens wide his lips comes to ruin. 13:4 The soul of the sluggard desires, and has nothing, but the desire of the diligent shall be fully satisfied. 13:5 A righteous man hates lies, but a wicked man brings shame and disgrace. 13:6 Righteousness guards the way of integrity, but wickedness overthrows the sinner. 13:7 There are some who pretend to be rich, yet have nothing. There are some who pretend to be poor, yet have great wealth. 13:8 The ransom of a man's life is his riches. But the poor hear no threats. 13:9 The light of the righteous shines brightly. But the lamp of the wicked is snuffed out. 13:10 Pride only breeds quarrels. But with ones who take advice is wisdom. 13:11 Wealth gained dishonestly dwindles away. But he who gathers by hand makes it grow. 13:12 Hope deferred makes the heart sick. But when longing is fulfilled, it is a tree of life. 13:13 Whoever despises instruction will pay for it. But he who respects a command will be rewarded. 13:14 The teaching of the wise is a spring of life, to turn from the snares of death. 13:15 Good understanding wins favor. But the way of the unfaithful is hard. 13:16 Every prudent man acts from knowledge. But a fool exposes folly. 13:17 A wicked messenger falls into trouble. But a trustworthy envoy gains healing. 13:18 Poverty and shame come to him who refuses discipline. But he who heeds correction shall be honored. 13:19 Longing fulfilled is sweet to the soul. But fools detest turning from evil. 13:21 Who walks with wise men grows wise. But a companion of fools suffers harm. 13:21 Misfortune pursues sinners. But prosperity rewards the righteous. 13:22 A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. But the wealth of the sinner is stored for the righteous. 13:23 An abundance of food is in poor people's fields. But injustice sweeps it away. 13:24 One who spares the rod hates his son. But one who loves him is careful to discipline him. 13:25 The righteous one eats to the satisfying of his soul. But the belly of the wicked goes hungry. 14:1 Every wise woman builds her house. But the foolish one tears it down with her own hands. 14:2 He who walks in his uprightness fears Yahweh. But he who is perverse in his ways despises him. 14:3 The fool's talk brings a rod to his back. But the lips of the wise protect them. 14:4 Where no oxen are, the crib is clean. But much increase is by the strength of the ox. 14:5 A truthful witness will not lie. But a false witness pours out lies. 14:6 A scoffer seeks wisdom and doesn't find it. But knowledge comes easily to a discerning person. 14:7 Stay away from a foolish man, for you won't find knowledge on his lips. 14:8 The wisdom of the prudent is to think about his way. But the folly of fools is deceit. 14:9 Fools mock at making atonement for sins. But among the upright there is goodwill. 14:10 The heart knows its own bitterness and joy. He will not share these with a stranger. 14:11 The house of the wicked will be overthrown. But the tent of the upright will flourish. 14:12 There is a way which seems right to a man. But in the end it leads to death. 14:13 Even in laughter the heart may be sorrowful. And mirth may end in heaviness. 14:14 The unfaithful will be repaid for his own ways. Likewise, a good man will be rewarded for his ways. 14:15 A simple man believes everything. But the prudent man carefully considers his ways. 14:16 A wise man fears and shuns evil. But the fool is hot-headed and reckless. 14:17 He who is quick to become angry will commit folly. And a crafty man is hated. 14:18 The simple inherit folly. But the prudent are crowned with knowledge. 14:19 The evil bow down before the good. And the wicked at the gates of the righteous. 14:20 The poor person is shunned even by his own neighbor. But the rich person has many friends. 14:21 He who despises his neighbor sins. But blessed is he who has pity on the poor. 14:22 Don't they go astray who plot evil. But love and faithfulness belong to those who plan good. 14:23 In all hard work there is profit. But the talk of the lips leads only to poverty. 14:24 The crown of the wise is their riches. But the folly of fools crowns them with folly. 14:25 A truthful witness saves souls. but a false witness is deceitful. 1426 In the fear of Yahweh is a secure fortress, and he will be a refuge for his children. 1427 The fear of Yahweh is a fountain of life, turning people from the snares of death. 1428 In the multitude of people is the king's glory, but in the lack of people is the destruction of the prince. 1429 He who is slow to anger has great understanding, but he who has a quick temper displays folly. 1430 The life of the body is a heart at peace, but envy rots the bones. 1431 He who oppresses the poor shows contempt for his maker, but he who is kind to the needy honors him. 1432 The wicked is brought down in his calamity, but in death the righteous has a refuge. 1433 Wisdom rests in the heart of one who has understanding, and is even made known in the inward part of fools. 1434 Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a disgrace to any people. 1435 The king's favor is toward a servant who deals wisely, but his wrath is toward one who causes shame. 15:1 A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. 15:2 The tongue of the wise commends knowledge, but the mouth of fools gush out folly. 15:3 Yahweh's eyes are everywhere, keeping watch on the evil and the good. 15:4 A gentle tongue is a tree of life, but deceit in it crushes the spirit. 15:5 A fool despises his father's correction, but he who heeds reproof shows prudence. 15:6 In the house of the righteous is much treasure, but the income of the wicked brings trouble. 15:7 The lips of the wise spread knowledge, not so with the heart of fools. 15:8 The sacrifice made by the wicked is an abomination to Yahweh, but the prayer of the upright is his delight. 15:9 The way of the wicked is an abomination to Yahweh, but he loves him who follows after righteousness. 15:10 There is stern discipline for one who forsakes the way. Whoever hates reproof shall die. 15:11 Sheol and Abaddon are before Yahweh. How much more then the hearts of the children of men? 15:12 A scoffer doesn't love to be reproved. He will not go to the wise. 15:13 A glad heart makes a cheerful face, but an aching heart breaks the spirit. 15:14 The heart of one who has understanding seeks knowledge, but the mouths of fools feed on folly. 15:15 All the days of the afflicted are wretched, but one who has a cheerful heart enjoys a continual feast. 15:16 Better is little, with the fear of Yahweh, than great treasure with trouble. 15:17 Better is a dinner of herbs, where love is, than a fattened calf with hatred. 15:18 A wrathful man stirs up contention, but one who is slow to anger appeases strife. 15:19 The way of the sluggard is like a thorn patch, but the path of the upright is a highway. 15:20 A wise son makes a father glad, but a foolish man despises his mother. 15:21 Folly is joy to one who is void of wisdom, but a man of understanding keeps his way straight. 15:22 Where there is no counsel, plans fail, but in a multitude of counselors they are established. 15:23 Joy comes to a man with the reply of his mouth. How good is a word at the right time. 15:24 The path of life leads upward for the wise, to keep him from going downward to Sheol. 15:25 Yahweh will uproot the house of the proud, but he will keep the widow's borders intact. 15:26 Yahweh detests the thoughts of the wicked, but the thoughts of the pure are pleasing. 15:27 He who is greedy for gain troubles his own house, but he who hates bribes will live. 15:28 The heart of the righteous ways answers, but the mouth of the wicked gushes out evil. 15:29 Yahweh is far from the wicked, but he hears the prayer of the righteous. 15:30 The light of the eyes rejoices the heart. Good news gives health to the bones. 15:30 One the ear that listens to reproof lives, and will be at home among the wise. 15:32 He who refuses correction despises his own soul. But he who listens to reproof gets understanding. 1533 The fear of Yahweh teaches wisdom. Before honor is humility. 16:1 The plans of the heart belong to man, but the answer of the tongue is from Yahweh. 16:2 All the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes, but Yahweh weighs the motives. 16:3 Commit your deeds to Yahweh, and your plans shall succeed. 16:4 Yahweh has made everything for its own end. Yes, even the wicked for the day of evil. 16:5 Everyone who is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahweh. They shall certainly not be unpunished. 16:6 By mercy and truth iniquity is atoned for. By the fear of Yahweh men depart from evil. 16:7 When a man's ways please Yahweh, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him. 16:8 Better is a little with righteousness than great revenues with injustice. 16:9 A man's heart plans his course, but Yahweh directs his steps. 16:10 Inspired judgments are on the lips of the king. He shall not betray his mouth. 16:11 Honest balances and scales are Yahweh's. All the weights in the bag are his work. 16:12 It is an abomination for kings to do wrong, for the throne is established by righteousness. 16:13 Righteous lips are the delight of kings. They value one who speaks the truth. 16:14 The king's wrath is a messenger of death, but a wise man will pacify it. 16:15 In the light of the king's face is life. His favor is like a cloud of the spring rain. 16:16 How much better it is to get wisdom than gold. Yes, to get understanding is to be chosen rather than silver. 16:17 The highway of the upright is to depart from evil. He who keeps his way preserves his soul. 16:18 Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. 16:19 It is better to be of a lowly spirit with the poor than to divide the plunder with the proud. 16:20 He who heeds the word finds prosperity. Whoever trusts in Yahweh is blessed. 16:21 The wise in heart shall be called prudent. Pleasantness of the lips promotes instruction. 16:22 Understanding is a fountain of life to one who has it, but the punishment of fools is their folly. 16:23 The heart of the wise instructs his mouth, and adds learning to his lips. 16:24 Pleasant words are a honeycomb, sweet to the soul and health to the bones. 16:25 There is a way which seems right to a man, but in the end it leads to death. 16:26 The appetite of the laboring man labors for him, for his mouth urges him on. 16:27 A worthless man devises mischief. His speech is like a scorching fire. 16:28 A perverse man stirs up strife. A whisperer separates close friends. 16:29 A man of violence entices his neighbor, and leads him in a way that is not good. 16:31 Who winks his eyes to plot perversities. One who compresses his lips is bent on evil. 16:31 Gray hair is a crown of glory. It is attained by a life of righteousness. 16:32 One who is slow to anger is better than the mighty, one who rules his spirit than he who takes a city. 16:33 The lot is cast into the lap, but its every decision is from Yahweh. 17 One better is a dry morsel with quietness than a house full of feasting with strife. 17:2 A servant who deals wisely will rule over a son who causes shame, and shall have a part in the inheritance among the brothers. 17:3 The refining pot is for silver, and the furnace for gold, but Yahweh tests the hearts. 17:4 An evildoer heeds wicked lips. A liar gives ear to a mischievous tongue. 17:5 Whoever mocks the poor reproaches his maker. He who is glad at calamity shall not be unpunished. 17:6 Children's children are the crown of old men. The glory of children are their parents. 17:7 Arrogant speech isn't fitting for a fool, much less do lying lips fit a prince. 17:8 A bribe is a precious stone in the eyes of him who gives it. Wherever he turns, he prospers. 17:9 He who covers an offense promotes love. But he who repeats a matter separates best friends. 17:10 A rebuke enters deeper into one who has understanding than 100 lashes into a fool. 17:11 An evil man seeks only rebellion. Therefore a cruel messenger shall be sent against him. 17:12 Let a bear robbed of her cubs meet a man, rather than a fool in his folly. 17:13 Whoever rewards evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house. 17:14 The beginning of strife is like breaching a dam. Therefore stop contention before quarreling breaks out. 17:15 He who justifies the wicked, and he who condemns the righteous, both of them alike are an abomination to Yahweh. 17:16 Why is there money in the hand of a fool to buy wisdom, seeing he has no understanding? 17:17 A friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. 17:18 A man void of understanding strikes hands, and becomes collateral in the presence of his neighbor. 17:19 He who loves disobedience loves strife. One who builds a high gate seeks destruction. 17:21 Who has a perverse heart doesn't find prosperity, and one who has a deceitful tongue falls into trouble. 17:21 He who becomes the father of a fool grieves. The father of a fool has no joy. 17:22 A cheerful heart makes good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones. 17:23 A wicked man receives a bribe in secret, to pervert the ways of justice. 17:24 Wisdom is before the face of one who has understanding, but the eyes of a fool wander to the ends of the earth. 17:25 A foolish son brings grief to his father, and bitterness to her who bore him. 17:26 Also to punish the righteous is not good, nor to flog officials for their integrity. 17:27 He who spares his words has knowledge. He who is even-tempered is a man of understanding. 17:28 Even a fool, when he keeps silent, is counted wise. When he shuts his lips, he is thought to be discerning. 18:1 An unfriendly man pursues selfishness, and defies all sound judgment. 18:2 A fool has no delight in understanding, but only in revealing his own opinion. 18:3 When wickedness comes, contempt also comes, and with shame comes disgrace. 18:4 The words of a man's mouth are like deep waters. The fountain of wisdom is like a flowing brook. 18:5 To be partial to the faces of the wicked is not good, nor to deprive the innocent of justice. 18:6 A fool's lips come into strife, and his mouth invites beatings. 18:7 A fool's mouth is his destruction, and his lips are a snare to his soul. 18:8 The words of a gossip are like dainty morsels. They go down into a person's innermost parts. 18:9 One who is slack in his work is brother to him who is a master of destruction. 18:10 The name of Yahweh is a strong tower. The righteous run to him and are safe. 18:11 The rich man's wealth is his strong city, like an unscalable wall in his own imagination. 18:12 Before destruction the heart of man is proud, but before honor is humility. 18:13 He who gives answer before he hears, that is folly and shame to him. 18:14 A man's spirit will sustain him in sickness, but a crushed spirit who can bear. 18:15 The heart of the discerning gets knowledge. The ear of the wise seeks knowledge. 18:16 A man's gift makes room for him, and brings him before great men. 18:17 He who pleads his cause first seems right, until another comes and questions him. 18:18 The lot settles disputes, and keeps strong ones apart. 18:19 A brother offended is more difficult than a fortified city, and disputes are like the bars of a castle. 18:20 A man's stomach is filled with the fruit of his mouth, With the harvest of his lips he is satisfied. 1821, death and life are in the power of the tongue. Those who love it will eat its fruit. 1822, whoever finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor of Yahweh. 1823, the poor plead for mercy, but the rich answer harshly. 1824, a man of many companions may be ruined, but there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. 1901, better is the poor who walks in his integrity than he who is perverse in his lips and is a fool. 1902, it isn't good to have zeal without knowledge, nor being hasty with one's feet and missing the way. 1903, the foolishness of man subverts his way. His heart rages against Yahweh. 1904, wealth adds many friends, but the poor is separated from his friend. 1905, a false witness shall not be unpunished. He who pours out lies shall not go free. 1906, many will entreat the favor of a ruler, and everyone is a friend to a man who gives gifts. 1907, all the relatives of the poor shun him. How much more do his friends avoid him? He pursues them with pleas, but they are gone. 1908, he who gets wisdom loves his own soul. He who keeps understanding shall find good. 1909, a false witness shall not be unpunished. He who utters lies shall perish. 1910, delicate living is not appropriate for a fool, much less for a servant to have rule over princes. 1911, the discretion of a man makes him slow to anger. It is his glory to overlook an offense. 1912, the king's wrath is like the roaring of a lion, but his favor is like dew on the grass. 1913, a foolish son is the calamity of his father. A wife's quarrels are a continual dripping. 1914, house and riches are an inheritance from fathers, but a prudent wife is from Yahweh. 1915, slothfulness casts into a deep sleep. The idle soul shall suffer hunger. 1916, he who keeps the commandment keeps his soul, but he who is contemptuous in his ways shall die. 1917, he who has pity on the poor lends to Yahweh. He will reward him. 1918, discipline your son, for there is hope. Don't be a willing party to his death. 1919, a hot-tempered man must pay the penalty, for if you rescue him, you must do it again. 1920, listen to counsel and receive instruction, that you may be wise in your latter end. 1921, there are many plans in a man's heart, but Yahweh's counsel will prevail. 1922, that which makes a man to be desired is his kindness. A poor man is better than a liar. 1923, the fear of Yahweh leads to life, then contentment. He rests and will not be touched by trouble. 1924, the sluggard buries his hand in the dish. He will not so much as bring it to his mouth again. 1925, flog a scoffer, and the simple will learn prudence. Rebuke one who has understanding, and he will gain knowledge. 1926, he who robs his father and drives away his mother is a son who causes shame and brings reproach. 1927, if you stop listening to instruction, my son, you will stray from the words of knowledge. 1928, a corrupt witness mocks justice, and the mouth of the wicked gulps down iniquity. 1929, penalties are prepared for scoffers, and beatings for the backs of fools. 21, wine is a mocker, and beer is a brawler. Whoever is led astray by them is not wise. 22, the terror of a king is like the roaring of a lion. He who provokes him to anger forfeits his own life. 23, it is an honor for a man to keep aloof from strife, but every fool will be quarreling. 24, the sluggard will not plow by reason of the winter. Therefore he shall beg in harvest and have nothing. 25, counsel in the heart of man is like deep water, but a man of understanding will draw it out. 26, many men claim to be men of unfailing love, but who can find a faithful man? 27, a righteous man walks in integrity. Blessed are his children after him. 28, a king who sits on the throne of judgment scatters away all evil with his eyes. 29 Who can say, I have made my heart pure. I am clean and without sin. 2010 Differing weights and differing measures. Both of them alike are an abomination to Yahweh. 2011 Even a child makes himself known by his doings. Whether his work is pure and whether it is right. 2012 The hearing ear and the seeing eye. Yahweh has made even both of them. 2013 Don't love sleep, lest you come to poverty. Open your eyes, and you shall be satisfied with bread. 2014 It's no good, says the buyer. But when he is gone his way, then he boasts. 2015 There is gold and abundance of rubies. But the lips of knowledge are a rare jewel. 2016 Take the garment of one who puts up collateral for a stranger, and hold him in pledge for a wayward woman. 2017 Fraudulent food is sweet to a man, but afterwards his mouth is filled with gravel. 2018 Plans are established by advice. By wise guidance you wage war. 2019 He who goes about as a talebearer reveals secrets. Therefore don't keep company with him who opens wide his lips. 2020 Whoever curses his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in blackness of darkness. 2021 An inheritance quickly gained at the beginning won't be blessed in the end. 2022 Don't say, I will pay back evil. Wait for Yahweh, and he will save you. 2023 Yahweh detests differing weights, and dishonest scales are not pleasing. 2024 A man's steps are from Yahweh. How then can man understand his way? 2025 It is a snare to a man to make a rash dedication, then later to consider his vows. 2026 A wise king winnows out the wicked, and drives the thrashing wheel over them. 2027 The spirit of man is Yahweh's lamp, searching all his innermost parts. 2020 Love and faithfulness keep the king safe. His throne is sustained by love. 2029 The glory of young men is their strength. The splendor of old men is their gray hair. 2030 Wounding blows cleanse away evil, and beatings purge the innermost parts. 21:1 The king's heart is in Yahweh's hand like the watercourses. He turns it wherever he desires. 21:2 Every way of a man is right in his own eyes, but Yahweh weighs the hearts. 21:3 To do righteousness and justice is more acceptable to Yahweh than sacrifice. 21:4 A high look and a proud heart. The lamp of the wicked is sin. 21:5 The plans of the diligent surely lead to profit, and everyone who is hasty surely rushes to poverty. 21:6 Getting treasures by a lying tongue is a fleeting vapor for those who seek death. 21:7 The violence of the wicked will drive them away, because they refuse to do what is right. 21:8 The way of the guilty is devious, but the conduct of the innocent is upright. 21:9 It is better to dwell in the corner of the housetop than to share a house with a contentious woman. 21:10 The soul of the wicked desires evil. His neighbor finds no mercy in his eyes. 21:11 When the mocker is punished, the simple gains wisdom. When the wise is instructed, he receives knowledge. 21:12 The righteous one considers the house of the wicked, and brings the wicked to ruin. 21:13 Whoever stops his ears at the cry of the poor, he will also cry out but shall not be heard. 21:14 A gift in secret pacifies anger, and a bribe in the cloak strong wrath. 21:15 It is joy to the righteous to do justice, but it is a destruction to the workers of iniquity. 21:16 The man who wanders out of the way of understanding shall rest in the assembly of the dead. 21:17 He who loves pleasure shall be a poor man. He who loves wine and oil shall not be rich. 21:18 The wicked is a ransom for the righteous, the treacherous for the upright. 21:19 It is better to dwell in a desert land than with a contentious and fretful woman. 21:20 There is precious treasure and oil in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish man swallows it up. 21:21 he who follows after righteousness and kindness finds life, righteousness, and honor. 21:22 A wise man scales the city of the mighty and brings down the strength of its confidence. 21:23 Whoever guards his mouth and his tongue keeps his soul from troubles. 21:24 The proud and haughty man, scoffer is his name. He works in the arrogance of pride. 21:25 The desire of the sluggard kills him, for his hands refuse to labor. 21:26 There are those who covet greedily all day long, but the righteous give and don't withhold. 21:27 The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. How much more when he brings it with a wicked mind? 21:28 A false witness will perish, and a man who listens speaks to eternity. 21:29 A wicked man hardens his face, but as for the upright, he establishes his ways. 21:30 There is no wisdom nor understanding, nor counsel against Yahweh. 21:31 The horse is prepared for the day of battle, but victory is with Yahweh. 22:1 A good name is more desirable than great riches, and loving favor is better than silver and gold. 22:2 The rich and the poor have this in common: Yahweh is the maker of them all. 22:3 A prudent man sees danger and hides himself, but the simple pass on and suffer for it. 22:4 The result of humility and the fear of Yahweh is wealth, honor, and life. 22:5 Thorns and snares are in the path of the wicked. Whoever guards his soul stays from them. 22:6 Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. 22:7 The rich rule over the poor. The borrower is servant to the lender. 22:8 He who sows wickedness reaps trouble, and the rod of his fury will be destroyed. 22:9 He who has a generous eye will be blessed, for he shares his food with the poor. 22:10 Drive out the mocker, and strife will go out. Yes, quarrels and insults will stop. 22:11 He who loves purity of heart and speaks gracefully is the king's friend. 22:12 The eyes of Yahweh watch over knowledge, but he frustrates the words of the unfaithful. 22:13 The sluggard says, There is a lion outside. I will be killed in the streets. 22:14 The mouth of an adulteress is a deep pit. He who is under Yahweh's wrath will fall into it. 22:15 Folly is bound up in the heart of a child. The rod of discipline drives it far from him. 22:16 Whoever oppresses the poor for his own increase, and whoever gives to the rich, both come to poverty. 22:17 Turn your ear and listen to the words of the wise. Apply your heart to my teaching. 22:18 For it is a pleasant thing if you keep them within you, if all of them are ready on your lips. 22:19 That your trust may be in Yahweh. I teach you today, even you. 22:20 Haven't I written to you 30 excellent things of counsel and knowledge? 22:21 To teach you truth, reliable words, to give sound answers to the ones who sent you. 22:22 Don't exploit the poor because he is poor, and don't crush the needy in court. 22:23 For Yahweh will plead their case, and plunder the life of those who plunder them. 22:24 Don't befriend a hot-tempered man, and don't associate with one who harbors anger. 22:25 Lest you learn his ways, and ensnare your soul. 22:26 Don't you be one of those who strike hands, of those who are collateral for debts. 22:27 If you don't have means to pay, why should he take away your bed from under you? 22:28 Don't move the ancient boundary stone, which your fathers have set up. 22:29 Do you see a man skilled in his work? He will serve kings. He won't serve obscure men. 23:1 When you sit to eat with a ruler, consider diligently what is before you. 23:2 Put a knife to your throat, if you are a man given to appetite. 23:3 Don't be desirous of his dainties. seeing they are deceitful food. 23:4 Don't weary yourself to be rich. In your wisdom, show restraint. 23:5 Why do you set your eyes on that which is not? For it certainly sprouts wings like an eagle and flies in the sky. 23:6 Don't eat the food of him who has a stingy eye. And don't crave his delicacies. 23:7 For as he thinks about the cost, so he is. Eat and drink, he says to you. But his heart is not with you. 23:8 The morsel which you have eaten you shall vomit up. And lose your good words. 23:9 Don't speak in the ears of a fool. For he will despise the wisdom of your words. 23:10 Don't move the ancient boundary stone. Don't encroach on the fields of the fatherless. 23:11 For their defender is strong. He will plead their case against you. 23:12 Apply your heart to instruction, and your ears to the words of knowledge. 23:13 Don't withhold correction from a child. If you punish him with the rod, he will not die. 23:14 Punish him with the rod, and save his soul from Sheol. 23:15 My son, if your heart is wise, then my heart will be glad, even mine. 23:16 Yes, my heart will rejoice when your lips speak what is right. 23:17 Don't let your heart envy sinners, but rather fear Yahweh all the day long. 23:18 Indeed, surely there is a future hope, and your hope will not be cut off. 23:19 Listen, my son, and be wise, and keep your heart on the right paths. 23:20 Don't be among ones drinking too much wine, or those who gorge themselves on meat. 23:21 For the drunkard and the glutton shall become poor, and drowsiness clothes them in rags. 23:22 Listen to your father who gave you life, and don't despise your mother when she is old. 23:23 Buy the truth and don't sell it. Get wisdom, discipline, and understanding. 23:24 The father of the righteous has great joy. Whoever fathers a wise child delights in him. 23:25 Let your father and your mother be glad. Let her who bore you rejoice. 23:26 My son, give me your heart, and let your eyes keep in my ways. 23:27 For a prostitute is a deep pit, and a wayward wife is a narrow well. 23:28 Yes, she lies in wait like a robber, and increases the unfaithful among men. 23:29 Who has woe? Who has sorrow? Who has strife? Who has complaints? Who has needless bruises? Who has bloodshot eyes? 23:30 Those who stay long at the wine. Those who go to seek out mixed wine. 23:31 Don't look at the wine when it is red, when it sparkles in the cup, when it goes down smoothly. 23:32 In the end, it bites like a snake, and poisons like a viper. 23:33 Your eyes will see strange things, and your mind will imagine confusing things. 23:34 Yes, you will be as he who lies down in the midst of the sea, or as he who lies on top of the rigging. 23:35 They hit me, and I was not hurt. They beat me, and I don't feel it. When will I wake up? I can do it again. I can find another. 24:1 Don't be envious of evil men, neither desire to be with them. 24:2 For their hearts plot violence, and their lips talk about mischief. 24:3 Through wisdom a house is built, by understanding it is established. 24:4 By knowledge the rooms are filled with all rare and beautiful treasure. 24:5 A wise man has great power, and a knowledgeable man increases strength. 24:6 For by wise guidance you wage your war, and victory is in many advisers. 24:7 Wisdom is too high for a fool. He doesn't open his mouth in the gate. 24:8 One who plots to do evil will be called a schemer. 24:9 The schemes of folly are sin. The mocker is detested by men. 24:10 If you falter in the time of trouble, your strength is small. 24:11 Rescue those who are being led away to death. Indeed, hold back those who are staggering to the slaughter. 24:12 If you say, Behold, we didn't know this. Doesn't he who weighs the hearts consider it? He who keeps your soul, doesn't he know it? Shall he not render to every man according to his work? 24:13 My son, eat honey, for it is good. The droppings of the honeycomb, which are sweet to your taste. 24:14 So you shall know wisdom to be to your soul. If you have found it, then there will be a reward. Your hope will not be cut off. 24:15 Don't lay in wait, wicked man, against the habitation of the righteous. Don't destroy his resting place. 24:16 For a righteous man falls 7 times and rises up again. But the wicked are overthrown by calamity. 24:17 Don't rejoice when your enemy falls. Don't let your heart be glad when he is overthrown. 24:18 Lest Yahweh see it, and it displease him, and he turn away his wrath from him. 24:19 Don't fret yourself because of evildoers, neither be envious of the wicked. 24:20 For there will be no reward to the evil man, and the lamp of the wicked shall be snuffed out. 24:21 My son, fear Yahweh and the king. Don't join those who are rebellious. 24:22 For their calamity will rise suddenly, the destruction from them both who knows. 24:23 These also are sayings of the wise. To show partiality in judgment is not good. 24:24 He who says to the wicked, You are righteous. Peoples shall curse him, and nations shall abhor him. 24:25 But it will go well with those who convict the guilty, and a rich blessing will come on them. 24:26 An honest answer is like a kiss on the lips. 24:27 Prepare your work outside, and get your fields ready. Afterwards build your house. 24:28 Don't be a witness against your neighbor without cause. Don't deceive with your lips. 24:29 Don't say, I will do to him as he has done to me. I will render to the man according to his work. 24:30 I went by the field of the sluggard, by the vineyard of the man void of understanding. 24:31 Behold, it was all grown over with thorns. Its surface was covered with nettles, and its stone wall was broken down. 24:32 Then I saw and considered well. I saw and received instruction. 24:33 A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. 24:34 So your poverty will come as a robber, and your want as an armed man. 25:1 These also are proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah king of Judah copied out. 25:2 It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter. 25:3 As the heavens for height, and the earth for depth, so the hearts of kings are unsearchable. 25:4 Take away the dross from the silver, and material comes out for the refiner. 25:5 Take away the wicked from the king's presence, and his throne will be established in righteousness. 25:6 Don't exalt yourself in the presence of the king, or claim a place among great men. 25:7 For it is better that it be said to you, Come up here, than that you should be put lower in the presence of the prince, whom your eyes have seen. 25:8 Don't be hasty in bringing charges to court. What will you do in the end when your neighbor shames you? 25:9 Debate your case with your neighbor, and don't betray the confidence of another. 25:10 Lest one who hears it put you to shame, and your bad reputation never depart. 25:11 A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in settings of silver. 25:12 As an earring of gold, and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover to an obedient ear. 25:13 As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to those who send him, for he refreshes the soul of his masters. 25:14 As clouds and wind without rain, so is he who boasts of gifts deceptively. 25:15 By patience, a ruler is persuaded. A soft tongue breaks the bone. 25:16 Have you found honey? Eat as much as is sufficient for you, lest you eat too much and vomit it. 25:17 Let your foot be seldom in your neighbor's house, lest he be weary of you and hate you. 25:18 A man who gives false testimony against his neighbor is like a club, a sword, or a sharp arrow. 25:19 Confidence in someone unfaithful in time of trouble is like a bad tooth or a lame foot. 25:20 As one who takes away a garment in cold weather, or vinegar on soda, so is one who sings songs to a heavy heart. 25:21 If your enemy is hungry, give him food to eat. If he is thirsty, give him water to drink. 25:22 For you will heap coals of fire on his head, and Yahweh will reward you. 25:23 The north wind brings forth rain, so a backbiting tongue brings an angry face. 25:24 It is better to dwell in the corner of the housetop than to share a house with a contentious woman. 25:25 Like cold water to a thirsty soul, so is good news from a far country. 25:26 Like a mudded spring and a polluted well, so is a righteous man who gives way before the wicked. 25:27 It is not good to eat much honey, nor is it honorable to seek one's own honor. 25:28 Like a city that is broken down and without walls is a man whose spirit is without restraint. 26:1 Like snow in summer and as rain in harvest, so honor is not fitting for a fool. 26:2 Like a fluttering sparrow, like a darting swallow, so the undeserved curse doesn't come to rest. 26:3 A whip is for the horse, a bridle for the donkey, and a rod for the back of fools. 26:4 Don't answer a fool according to his folly, lest you also be like him. 26:5 Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own eyes. 26:6 Who sends a message by the hand of a fool is cutting off feet and drinking violence. 26:7 Like the legs of the lame that hang loose, so is a parable in the mouth of fools. 26:8 As one who binds a stone in a sling, so is he who gives honor to a fool. 26:9 Like a thorn bush that goes into the hand of a drunkard, so is a parable in the mouth of fools. 26:10 As an archer who wounds all, so is he who hires a fool, or he who hires those who pass by. 26:11 As a dog that returns to his vomit, so is a fool who repeats his folly. 26:12 Do you see a man wise in his own eyes? There is more hope for a fool than for him. 26:13 The sluggard says, There is a lion in the road. A fierce lion roams the streets. 26:14 As the door turns on its hinges, so does the sluggard on his bed. 26:15 The sluggard buries his hand in the dish. He is too lazy to bring it back to his mouth. 26:16 The sluggard is wiser in his own eyes than 7 men who answer with discretion. 26:17 Like one who grabs a dog's ears is one who passes by and meddles in a quarrel not his own. 26:18 Like a madman who shoots firebrands, arrows, and death. 26:19 is the man who deceives his neighbor and says, Am I not joking? 26:24 Lack of wood a fire goes out. Without gossip, a quarrel dies down. 26:21 As coals are to hot embers, and wood to fire, so is a contentious man to kindling strife. 26:22 The words of a whisperer are as dainty morsels. They go down into the innermost parts. 26:23 Like silver dross on an earthen vessel are the lips of a fervent one with an evil heart. 26:24 A malicious man disguises himself with his lips, but he harbors evil in his heart. 26:25 When his speech is charming, don't believe him, for there are 7 abominations in his heart. 26:26 His malice may be concealed by deception, but his wickedness will be exposed in the assembly. 26:27 Whoever digs a pit shall fall into it. Whoever rolls a stone, it will come back on him. 26:28 A lying tongue hates those it hurts, and a flattering mouth works ruin. 27:1 Don't boast about tomorrow, for you don't know what a day may bring forth. 27:2 Let another man praise you, and not your own mouth, a stranger and not your own lips. 27:3 A stone is heavy, and sand is a burden, but a fool's provocation is heavier than both. 27:4 Wrath is cruel, and anger is overwhelming, but who is able to stand before jealousy? 27:5 Better is open rebuke than hidden love. 27:6 Faithful are the wounds of a friend, although the kisses of an enemy are profuse. 27:7 A full soul loads a honeycomb, but to a hungry soul, every bitter thing is sweet. 27:8 As a bird that wanders from her nest, so is a man who wanders from his home. 27:9 Perfume and incense bring joy to the heart, so does earnest counsel from a man's friend. 27:10 Don't forsake your friend and your father's friend. Don't go to your brother's house in the day of your disaster. Better is a neighbor who is near than a distant brother. 27:11 Be wise, my son, and bring joy to my heart. Then I can answer my tormentor. 27:12 A prudent man sees danger and takes refuge, but the simple pass on and suffer for it. 27:13 Take his garment when he puts up collateral for a stranger. Hold it for a wayward woman. 27:14 He who blesses his neighbor with a loud voice early in the morning, it will be taken as a curse by him. 27:15 A continual dropping on a rainy day, and a contentious wife are alike. 27:16 Restraining her is like restraining the wind, or like grasping oil in his right hand. 27:17 Iron sharpens iron, so a man sharpens his friend's countenance. 27:18 Whoever tends the fig tree shall eat its fruit. He who looks after his master shall be honored. 27:19 As water reflects a face, so a man's heart reflects the man. 27:20 Sheol and Abaddon are never satisfied, and a man's eyes are never satisfied. 27:21 The crucible is for silver, and the furnace for gold, but man is refined by his praise. 27:22 Though you grind a fool in a mortar with a pestle along with grain, yet his foolishness will not be removed from him. 27:23 Know well the state of your flocks, and pay attention to your herds. 27:24 For riches are not forever, nor does even the crown endure to all generations. 27:25 The hay is removed, and the new growth appears. The grasses of the hills are gathered in. 27:26 The lambs are for your clothing, and the goats are the price of a field. 27:27 There will be plenty of goat's milk for your food, for your family's food, and for the nourishment of your servant girls. 28:1 The wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. 28:2 In rebellion, a land has many rulers, but order is maintained by a man of understanding and knowledge. 28:3 A needy man who oppresses the poor is like a driving rain which leaves no crops. 28:4 Those who forsake the law praise the wicked, but those who keep the law contend with them. 28:5 Evil men don't understand justice, but those who seek Yahweh understand it fully. 28:6 Better is the poor who walks in his integrity than he who is perverse in his ways, and he is rich. 28:7 Whoever keeps the law is a wise son, but he who is a companion of gluttons shames his father. 28:8 He who increases his wealth by excessive interest gathers it for one who has pity on the poor. 28:9 He who turns away his ear from hearing the law, even his prayer is an abomination. 28:10 Whoever causes the upright to go astray in an evil way He will fall into his own trap. But the blameless will inherit good. 28:11 The rich man is wise in his own eyes. But the poor who has understanding sees through him. 28:12 When the righteous triumph, there is great glory. But when the wicked rise, men hide themselves. 28:13 He who conceals his sins doesn't prosper. But whoever confesses and renounces them finds mercy. 28:14 Blessed is the man who always fears. But one who hardens his heart falls into trouble. 28:15 As a roaring lion or a charging bear, so is a wicked ruler over helpless people. 28:16 A tyrannical ruler lacks judgment. One who hates ill-gotten gain will have long days. 28:17 A man who is tormented by lifeblood will be a fugitive until death. No one will support him. 28:18 Whoever walks blamelessly is kept safe. But one with perverse ways will fall suddenly. 28:19 One who works his land will have an abundance of food. But one who chases fantasies will have his fill of poverty. 28:20 A faithful man is rich with blessings. But one who is eager to be rich will not go unpunished. 28:21 To show partiality is not good. Yet a man will do wrong for a piece of bread. 28:22 A stingy man hurries after riches and doesn't know that poverty waits for him. 28:23 One who rebukes a man will afterward find more favor than one who flatters with the tongue. 28:24 Whoever robs his father or his mother and says, "It's not wrong," he is a partner with a destroyer. 28:25 One who is greedy stirs up strife. But one who trusts in Yahweh will prosper. 28:26 One who trusts in himself is a fool. But one who walks in wisdom is kept safe. 28:27 One who gives to the poor has no lack. But one who closes his eyes will have many curses. 28:28 When the wicked rise, men hide themselves. But when they perish, the righteous thrive. 29 One he who is often rebuked and stiffens his neck will be destroyed suddenly with no remedy. 29:2 When the righteous thrive, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, the people groan. 29:3 Whoever loves wisdom brings joy to his father. But a companion of prostitutes squanders his wealth. 29:4 The king by justice makes the land stable. But he who takes bribes tears it down. 29:5 A man who flatters his neighbor spreads a net for his feet. 29:6 An evil man is snared by his sin. But the righteous can sing and be glad. 29:7 The righteous care about justice for the poor. The wicked aren't concerned about knowledge. 29:8 Mockers stir up a city. But wise men turn away anger. 29:9 If a wise man goes to court with a foolish man, the fool rages or scoffs, and there is no peace. 29:10 The bloodthirsty hate a man of integrity, and they seek the life of the upright. 29:11 A fool vents all of his anger, but a wise man brings himself under control. 29:12 If a ruler listens to lies, all of his officials are wicked. 29:13 The poor man and the oppressor have this in common. Yahweh gives sight to the eyes of both. 29:14 The king who fairly judges the poor, his throne shall be established forever. 29:15 The rod of correction gives wisdom, but a child left to himself causes shame to his mother. 29:16 When the wicked increase, sin increases, but the righteous will see their downfall. 29:17 Correct your son, and he will give you peace. Yes, he will bring delight to your soul. 29:18 Where there is no revelation, the people cast off restraint. But one who keeps the law is blessed. 29:19 A servant can't be corrected by words. Though he understands, yet he will not respond. 29:20 Do you see a man who is hasty in his words? There is more hope for a fool than for him. 29:21 He who pampers his servant from youth will have him become a son in the end. 29:22 An angry man stirs up strife, and a wrathful man abounds in sin. 29:23, a man's pride brings him low, but one of lowly spirit gains honor. 29:24, whoever is an accomplice of a thief is an enemy of his own soul. He takes an oath but dares not testify. 29:25, the fear of man proves to be a snare, but whoever puts his trust in Yahweh is kept safe. 29:26, many seek the ruler's favor, but a man's justice comes from Yahweh. 29:27, a dishonest man detests the righteous, and the upright in their ways detest the wicked. 31, the words of Agar the son of Jakeh, the oracle. The man says to Ithiel and Ucal. 32, surely I am the most ignorant man, and don't have a man's understanding. 33, I have not learned wisdom, neither do I have the knowledge of the Holy One. 34, who has ascended up into heaven and descended? Who has gathered the wind in his fists? Who has bound the waters in his garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is his son's name, if you know? 35, every word of God is flawless. He is a shield to those who take refuge in him. 36, don't you add to his words, lest he reprove you, and you be found a liar. 37, two things I have asked of you. Don't deny me before I die. 38, remove far from me falsehood and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with the food that is needful for me. 39, lest I be full, deny you, and say, who is Yahweh? Or lest I be poor and steal, and so dishonor the name of my God. 30:10, don't slander a servant to his master, lest he curse you, and you be held guilty. 30:11, there is a generation that curses their father, and doesn't bless their mother. 30:12, there is a generation that is pure in their own eyes, yet are not washed from their filthiness. 30:13, there is a generation, oh how lofty are their eyes. Their eyelids are lifted up. 30:14, there is a generation whose teeth are like swords, and their jaws like knives, to devour the poor from the earth and the needy from among men. 30:15, the leech has two daughters. Give. There are three things that are never satisfied, four that don't say enough. 30:16, Sheol, the barren womb, the earth that is not satisfied with water, and the fire that doesn't say enough. 30:17, the eye that mocks at his father, and scorns obedience to his mother. The ravens of the valley shall pick it out. The young eagles shall eat it. 30:18, there are three things which are too amazing for me, four which I don't understand. 30:19, the way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent on a rock, the way of a ship in the midst of the sea, and the way of a man with a maiden. 30:20, so is the way of an adulterous woman. She eats and wipes her mouth, and says, I have done nothing wrong. 30:21, for three things the earth tremble, and under four it can't bear up. 30:22, for a servant when he is king, a fool when he is filled with food. 30:23, for an unloved woman when she is married, and a handmaid who is heir to her mistress. 30:24, there are four things which are little on the earth, but they are exceedingly wise. 30:25, the ants are not a strong people, yet they provide their food in the summer. 30:26, the canaries are but a feeble folk, yet make they their houses in the rocks. 30:27, the locusts have no king, yet they advance in ranks. 30:28, you can catch a lizard with your hands, yet it is in kings' palaces. 30:29, there are three things which are stately in their march, four which are stately in going. 30:30, the lion, which is mightiest among animals, and doesn't turn away for any. 30:31, the greyhound, the male goat also, and the king against whom there is no rising up. 30:32, if you have done foolishly in lifting up yourself, or if you have thought evil, put your hand over your mouth. 30:33, 4, as the churning of milk brings forth butter, and the wringing of the nose brings forth blood. So the forcing of wrath brings forth strife. 31:1 The words of King Lemuel, the oracle which his mother taught him. 31:2 O my son. O son of my womb. O son of my vows. 31:3 Don't give your strength to women, nor your ways to that which destroys kings. 31:4 It is not for kings, Lemuel. It is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes to say, where is strong drink. 31:5 Lest they drink, and forget the law, and pervert the justice due to anyone who is afflicted. 31:6 Give strong drink to him who is ready to perish, and wine to the bitter in soul. 31:7 Let him drink, and forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. 31:8 Open your mouth for the mute, in the cause of all who are left desolate. 31:9 Open your mouth, judge righteously, and serve justice to the poor and needy. 31:10 Who can find a worthy woman? For her price is far above rubies. 31:11 The heart of her husband trusts in her. He shall have no lack of gain. 31:12 She does him good and not harm, all the days of her life. 31:13 She seeks wool and flax, and works eagerly with her hands. 31:14 She is like the merchant ships. She brings her bread from afar. 31:15 She rises also while it is yet night, gives food to her household, and portions for her servant girls. 31:16 She considers a field and buys it. With the fruit of her hands she plants a vineyard. 31:17 She girds her waist with strength, and makes her arms strong. 31:18 She perceives that her merchandise is profitable. Her lamp doesn't go out by night. 31:19 She lays her hands to the distaff, and her hands hold the spindle. 31:20 She opens her arms to the poor. Yes, she extends her hands to the needy. 31:21 She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. 31:22 She makes for herself carpets of tapestry. Her clothing is fine linen and purple. 31:23 Her husband is respected in the gates, when he sits among the elders of the land. 31:24 She makes linen garments and sells them, and delivers sashes to the merchant. 31:25 Strength and dignity are her clothing. She laughs at the time to come. 31:26 She opens her mouth with wisdom. Faithful instruction is on her tongue. 31:27 She looks well to the ways of her household, and doesn't eat the bread of idleness. 31:28 Her children rise up and call her blessed. Her husband also praises her. 31:29 Many women do noble things, but you excel them all. 31:30 Charm is deceitful, and beauty is vain, but a woman who fears Yahweh, she shall be praised. 31:31 Give her of the fruit of her hands. Let her works praise her in the gates. Notes: Ecclesiastes 1:1 The words of the preacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem. 1:2 Vanity of vanities, says the preacher. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. 1:3 What does man gain from all his labor in which he labors under the sun? 1:4 One generation goes, and another generation comes, but the earth remains forever. 1:5 The sun also rises, and the sun goes down, and hurries to its place where it rises. 1:6 The wind goes toward the south, and turns around to the north. It turns around continually as it goes, and the wind returns again to its courses. 1:7 All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. To the place where the rivers flow, there they flow again. 1:8 All things are full of weariness beyond uttering. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing. 1:9 That which has been is that which shall be, and that which has been done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun. 1:10 Is there a thing of which it may be said, Behold, this is new? It has been long ago, in the ages which were before us. 1:11 There is no memory of the former, neither shall there be any memory of the latter that are to come, among those that shall come after. 1:12 I, the preacher, was king over Israel in Jerusalem. 1:13 I applied my heart to seek and to search out by wisdom concerning all that is done under the sky. It is a heavy burden that God has given to the sons of men to be afflicted with. 1:14 I have seen all the works that are done under the sun, and behold, all is vanity and a chasing after wind. 1:15 That which is crooked can't be made straight, and that which is lacking can't be counted. 1:16 I said to myself, Behold, I have obtained for myself great wisdom above all who were before me in Jerusalem. Yes, my heart has had great experience of wisdom and knowledge. 1:17 I applied my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also was a chasing after wind. 1:18 For in much wisdom is much grief, and he who increases knowledge increases sorrow. 2:1 I said in my heart, Come now, I will test you with mirth, therefore enjoy pleasure, and behold, this also was vanity. 2:2 I said of laughter, It is foolishness, and of mirth, what does it accomplish? 2:3 I searched in my heart how to cheer my flesh with wine, my heart yet guiding me with wisdom, and how to lay hold of folly, until I might see what it was good for the sons of men that they should do under heaven all the days of their lives. 2:4 I made myself great works. I built myself houses. I planted myself vineyards. 2:5 I made myself gardens and parks, and I planted trees in them of all kinds of fruit. 2:6 I made myself pools of water, to water from it the forest where trees were reared. 2:7 I bought male servants and female servants, and had servants born in my house. I also had great possessions of herds and flocks, above all who were before me in Jerusalem. 2:8 I also gathered silver and gold for myself, and the treasure of kings and of the provinces. I got myself male and female singers, and the delights of the sons of men musical instruments, and that of all sorts. 2:9 So I was great, and increased more than all who were before me in Jerusalem. My wisdom also remained with me. 2:10 Whatever my eyes desired, I didn't keep from them. I didn't withhold my heart from any joy, for my heart rejoiced because of all my labor, and this was my portion from all my labor. 2:11 Then I looked at all the works that my hands had worked, and at the labor that I had labored to do, and behold, all was vanity and a chasing after wind, and there was no profit under the sun. 2:12 I turned myself to consider wisdom, madness, and folly. For what can the king's successor do? Just that which has been done long ago. 2:13 Then I saw that wisdom excels folly, as far as light excels darkness. 2:14 The wise man's eyes are in his head, and the fool walks in darkness yet I perceived that one event happens to them all. 2:15 Then said I in my heart, As it happens to the fool, so will it happen even to me. And why was I then more wise? Then said I in my heart that this also is vanity. 2:16 For of the wise man, even as of the fool, there is no memory forever, seeing that in the days to come all will have been long forgotten. Indeed, the wise man must die just like the fool. 2:17 So I hated life, because the work that is worked under the sun was grievous to me, for all is vanity and a chasing after wind. 2:18 I hated all my labor in which I labored under the sun, seeing that I must leave it to the man who comes after me. 2:19 Who knows whether he will be a wise man or a fool? Yet he will have rule over all of my labor in which I have labored, and in which I have shown myself wise under the sun. This also is vanity. 2:20 Therefore I began to cause my heart to despair concerning all the labor in which I had labored under the sun. 2:21 For there is a man whose labor is with wisdom, with knowledge, and with skillfulness, yet he shall leave it for his portion to a man who has not labored for it. This also is vanity and a great evil. 2:22 For what has a man of all his labor, and of the striving of his heart, in which he labors under the sun? 2:23 For all his days are sorrows, and his travail is grief. Yes, even in the night his heart takes no rest. This also is vanity. 2:24 There is nothing better for a man than that he should eat and drink, and make his soul enjoy good in his labor. This also I saw, that it is from the hand of God. 2:25 For who can eat, or who can have enjoyment more than I? 2:26 For to the man who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and joy. But to the sinner he gives travail to gather and to heap up, that he may give to him who pleases God. This also is vanity and a chasing after wind. 3:1 For everything there is a season, and a time for every purpose under heaven. 3:2 A time to be born, and a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. 3:3 A time to kill, and a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up. 3:4 A time to weep, and a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance. 3:5 A time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. 3-6 a time to seek, and a time to lose, a time to keep, and a time to cast away. 3-7 a time to tear, and a time to sow, a time to keep silence, and a time to speak. 3-8 a time to love, and a time to hate, a time for war, and a time for peace. 3-9 what profit has he who works in that in which he labors? 3-10 I have seen the burden which God has given to the sons of men to be afflicted with. 3-11 he has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in their hearts, yet so that man can't find out the work that God has done from the beginning even to the end. 3-12 I know that there is nothing better for them than to rejoice and to do good as long as they live. 3-13 also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy good in all his labor is the gift of God. 3-14 I know that whatever God does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be added to it, nor anything taken from it, and God has done it, that men should fear before him. 3:15 That which is has been long ago, and that which is to be has been long ago, and God seeks again that which is passed away. 3:16 Moreover I saw under the sun, in the place of justice, that wickedness was there, and in the place of righteousness that wickedness was there. 3:17 I said in my heart, God will judge the righteous and the wicked, for there is a time there for every purpose and for every work. 3:18 I said in my heart, as for the sons of men, God tests them, so that they may see that they themselves are like animals. 3:19 For that which happens to the sons of men happens to animals. Even one thing happens to them. As the one dies, so the other dies. Yes, they have all one breath, and man has no advantage over the animals, for all is vanity. 3:20 All go to one place. All are from the dust, and all turn to dust again. 3:21 Who knows the spirit of man, whether it goes upward, and the spirit of the animal, whether it goes downward to the earth? 3:22 Therefore I saw that there is nothing better than that a man should rejoice in his works, for that is his portion, for who can bring him to see what will be after him? For one then I returned and saw all the oppressions that are done under the sun. And behold, the tears of those who were oppressed, and they had no comforter. And on the side of their oppressors there was power, but they had no comforter. For 2 Therefore I praised the dead who have been long dead more than the living who are yet alive. For 3 Yes, better than them both is him who has not yet been, who has not seen the evil work that is done under the sun. For 4 Then I saw all the labor and achievement that is the envy of a man's neighbor. This also is vanity and a striving after wind. 4:5 The fool folds his hands together and ruins himself. 4:6 Better is a handful with quietness than 2 handfuls with labor and chasing after wind. 4:7 Then I returned and saw vanity under the sun. 4:8 There is one who is alone, and he has neither son nor brother. There is no end to all of his labor, neither are his eyes satisfied with wealth. For whom then do I labor and deprive my soul of enjoyment? This also is vanity, yes, it is a miserable business. For 9:2 are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. For 10:4 If they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. But woe to him who is alone when he falls, and doesn't have another to lift him up. For 11 Again, if 2 lie together, then they have warmth. But how can one keep warm alone? For 12 If a man prevails against one who is alone, 2 shall withstand him, and a threefold cord is not quickly broken. 4:13 Better is a poor and wise youth than an old and foolish king, who doesn't know how to receive admonition anymore. 4:14 For out of prison he came forth to be king. Yes, even in his kingdom he was born poor. 4:15 I saw all the living who walk under the sun, that they were with the youth, the other, who succeeded him. 4:16 There was no end of all the people, even of all them over whom he was, yet those who come after shall not rejoice in him. Surely this also is vanity and a chasing after wind. 5:1 Guard your steps when you go to God's house, for to draw near to listen is better than to give the sacrifice of fools, for they don't know that they do evil. 5:2 Don't be rash with your mouth, and don't let your heart be hasty to utter anything before God, for God is in heaven and you on earth. Therefore let your words be few. 5:3 As a dream comes with a multitude of cares, so a fool's speech with a multitude of words. 5:4 When you vow a vow to God, don't defer to pay it, for he has no pleasure in fools. Pay that which you vow. 5:5 It is better that you should not vow than that you should vow and not pay. 5:6 Don't allow your mouth to lead you into sin. Don't protest before the messenger that this was a mistake. Why should God be angry at your voice and destroy the work of your hands? 5:7 For in the multitude of dreams there are vanities, as well as in many words, but you must fear God. 5:8 If you see the oppression of the poor, and the violent taking away of justice and righteousness in a district, don't marvel at the matter. for one official is eyed by a higher one, and there are officials over them. 5:9 Moreover the profit of the earth is for all. The king profits from the field. 5:10 He who loves silver shall not be satisfied with silver, nor he who loves abundance with increase. This also is vanity. 5:11 When goods increase, those who eat them are increased, and what advantage is there to its owner, except to feast on them with his eyes? 5:12 The sleep of a laboring man is sweet, whether he eats little or much, but the abundance of the rich will not allow him to sleep. 5:13 There is a grievous evil which I have seen under the sun, wealth kept by its owner to his harm. 5:14 Those riches perish by misfortune, and if he has fathered a son, there is nothing in his hand. 5:15 As he came forth from his mother's womb, naked shall he go again as he came, and shall take nothing for his labor, which he may carry away in his hand. 5:16 This also is a grievous evil, that in all points as he came, so shall he go. And what profit does he have who labors for the wind? 5:17 All his days he also eats in darkness, he is frustrated, and has sickness and wrath. 5:18 Behold, that which I have seen to be good and proper is for one to eat and to drink, and to enjoy good in all his labor, in which he labors under the sun, all the days of his life which God has given him. For this is his portion. 5:19 Every man also to whom God has given riches and wealth, and has given him power to eat of it, and to take his portion, and to rejoice in his labor, this is the gift of God. 5:24 He shall not often reflect on the days of his life, because God occupies him with the joy of his heart. 6:1 There is an evil which I have seen under the sun, and it is heavy on men. 6:2 A man to whom God gives riches, wealth, and honor, so that he lacks nothing for his soul of all that he desires, yet God gives him no power to eat of it, but an alien eats it. This is vanity, and it is an evil disease. 6:3 If a man fathers 100 children, and lives many years, so that the days of his years are many, but his soul is not filled with good, and moreover he has no burial, I say that an untimely birth is better than he. 6:4 For it comes in vanity, and departs in darkness, and its name is covered with darkness. 6:5 Moreover it has not seen the sun nor known it. This has rest rather than the other. 6:6 Yes, though he live 1,000 years twice told, and yet fails to enjoy good, don't all go to one place? 6:7 All the labor of man is for his mouth, and yet the appetite is not filled. 6:8 For what advantage has the wise more than the fool? What has the poor man, that knows how to walk before the living? 6:9 Better is the sight of the eyes than the wandering of the desire. This also is vanity and a chasing after wind. 6:10 Whatever has been, its name was given long ago, and it is known what man is. Neither can he contend with him who is mightier than he. 6:11 For there are many words that create vanity. What does that profit man? 6:12 For who knows what is good for man in life, all the days of his vain life which he spends like a shadow? For who can tell a man what will be after him under the sun? 7:1 A good name is better than fine perfume, and the day of death better than the day of one's birth. 7:2 It is better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting, for that is the end of all men, and the living should take this to heart. 7:3 Sorrow is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the face the heart is made good. 7:4 The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning, but the heart of fools is in the house of mirth. 7:5 It is better to hear the rebuke of the wise than for a man to hear the song of fools. 7:6 As the crackling of thorns under a pot, so is the laughter of the fool. This also is vanity. 7:7 Surely extortion makes the wise man foolish, and a bribe destroys the understanding. 7:8 Better is the end of a thing than its beginning. The patient in spirit is better than the proud in spirit. 7:9 Don't be hasty in your spirit to be angry, for anger rests in the bosom of fools. 7:10 Don't say, why were the former days better than these? For you do not ask wisely about this. 7:11 Wisdom is as good as an inheritance. Yes, it is more excellent for those who see the sun. 7:12 For wisdom is a defense, even as money is a defense, but the excellency of knowledge is that wisdom preserves the life of him who has it. 7:13 Consider the work of God, for who can make that straight which he has made crooked? 7:14 In the day of prosperity be joyful, and in the day of adversity consider. Yes, God has made the one side by side with the other, to the end that man should not find out anything after him. 7:15 All this have I seen in my days of vanity. There is a righteous man who perishes in his righteousness, and there is a wicked man who lives long in his evil doing. 7:16 Don't be overly righteous, neither make yourself overly wise. Why should you destroy yourself? 7:17 Don't be too wicked, neither be foolish. Why should you die before your time? 7:18 It is good that you should take hold of this. Yes, also from that don't withdraw your hand, for he who fears God will come forth from them all. 7:19 Wisdom is a strength to the wise man more than 10 rulers who are in a city. 7:20 Surely there is not a righteous man on earth, who does good and doesn't sin. 7:21 Also don't take heed to all words that are spoken, lest you hear your servant curse you. 7:22 For often your own heart knows that you yourself have likewise cursed others. 7:23 All this have I proved in wisdom. I said I will be wise, but it was far from me. 7:24 That which is far off and exceedingly deep. Who can find it out? 7:25 I turned around, and my heart sought to know and to search out, and to seek wisdom and the scheme of things, and to know that wickedness is stupidity, and that foolishness is madness. 7:26 I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and traps, whose hands are chains. Whoever pleases God shall escape from her, but the sinner will be ensnared by her. 7:27 Behold, this have I found, says the preacher, one to another to find out the scheme. 7:28 Which my soul still seeks, but I have not found. One man among 1,000 have I found, but a woman among all those have I not found. 7:29 Behold, this only have I found, that God made man upright, but they search for many schemes. 8 One who is like the wise man, and who knows the interpretation of a thing? A man's wisdom makes his face shine, and the hardness of his face is changed. 8:2 I say, keep the king's command. Because of the oath to God. 8:3 Don't be hasty to go out of his presence. Don't persist in an evil thing, for he does whatever pleases him. 8:4 For the king's word is supreme. Who can say to him, what are you doing? 8:5 Whoever keeps the commandment shall not come to harm, and his wise heart will know the time and procedure. 8:6 For there is a time and procedure for every purpose, although the misery of man is heavy on him. 8:7 For he doesn't know that which will be. For who can tell him how it will be? 8:8 There is no man who has power over the spirit to contain the spirit, neither does he have power over the day of death. There is no discharge in war, neither shall wickedness deliver those who practice it. 8:9 All this have I seen, and applied my mind to every work that is done under the sun. There is a time in which one man has power over another to his hurt. 8:10 So I saw the wicked buried. Indeed they came also from holiness. They went and were forgotten in the city where they did this. This also is vanity. 8:11 Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. Therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. 8:12 Though a sinner commits crimes 100 times, and lives long, yet surely I know that it will be better with those who fear God, who are reverent before him. 8:13 But it shall not be well with the wicked, neither shall he lengthen days like a shadow, because he doesn't fear God. 8:14 There is a vanity which is done on the earth, that there are righteous men to whom it happens according to the work of the wicked. Again, there are wicked men to whom it happens according to the work of the righteous. I said that this also is vanity. 8:15 Then I commended mirth, because a man has no better thing under the sun than to eat and to drink and to be joyful, for that will accompany him in his labor all the days of his life which God has given him under the sun. 8:16 When I applied my heart to know wisdom, and to see the business that is done on the earth, for also there is that neither day nor night sees sleep with his eyes. 8:17 Then I saw all the work of God. That man can't find out the work that is done under the sun, because however much a man labors to seek it out, yet he won't find it. Yes, even though a wise man thinks he can comprehend it, he won't be able to find it. 9:1 For all this I laid to my heart, even to explore all this, that the righteous and the wise and their works are in the hand of God, whether it is love or hatred, man doesn't know it, all is before them. 9:2 All things come alike to all. There is one event to the righteous and to the wicked, to the good, to the clean, to the unclean, to him who sacrifices, and to him who doesn't sacrifice. As is the good, so is the sinner, he who takes an oath as he who fears an oath. 9:3 This is an evil in all that is done under the sun, that there is one event to all. Yes, also, the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their heart while they live, and after that they go to the dead. 9:4 For to him who is joined with all the living there is hope, for a living dog is better than a dead lion. 9:5 For the living know that they will die, but the dead don't know anything, neither do they have any more a reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. 9:6 Also their love, their hatred, and their envy has perished long ago, neither have they any more a portion forever in anything that is done under the sun. 9:7 Go your way, eat your bread with joy, and drink your wine with a merry heart, for God has already accepted your works. 9:8 Let your garments be always white, and don't let your head lack oil. 9:9 Live joyfully with the wife whom you love all the days of your life of vanity, which he has given you under the sun, all your days of vanity. for that is your portion in life and in your labor in which you labor under the sun. 9:10 Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might. For there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in Sheol where you are going. 9:11 I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill, but time and chance happen to them all. 9:12 For man also doesn't know his time. As the fish that are taken in an evil net, and as the birds that are caught in the snare, even so are the sons of men snared in an evil time, when it falls suddenly on them. 9:13 I have also seen wisdom under the sun in this way, and it seemed great to me. 9:14 There was a little city, and few men within it, and a great king came against it, besieged it, and built great bulwarks against it. 9:15 Now a poor wise man was found in it, and he by his wisdom delivered the city, yet no man remembered that same poor man. 9:16 Then said I, Wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. 9:17 The words of the wise heard in quiet are better than the cry of him who rules among fools. 9:18 Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroys much good. 10:1 Dead flies cause the oil of the perfumer to send forth an evil odor, so does a little folly outweigh wisdom and honor. 10:2 A wise man's heart is at his right hand, but a fool's heart at his left. 10:3 Yes also, when the fool walks by the way, his understanding fails him, and he says to everyone that he is a fool. 10:4 If the spirit of the ruler rises up against you, don't leave your place, for gentleness lays great offenses to rest. 10:5 There is an evil which I have seen under the sun, the sort of error which proceeds from the ruler. 10:6 Folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in a low place. 10:7 I have seen servants on horses, and princes walking like servants on the earth. 10:8 He who digs a pit may fall into it, and whoever breaks through a wall may be bitten by a snake. 10:9 Whoever carves out stones may be injured by them. Whoever splits wood may be endangered thereby. 10:10 If the axe is blunt and one doesn't sharpen the edge, then he must use more strength, but skill brings success. 10:11 If the snake bites before it is charmed, then is there no profit for the charmer's tongue. 10:12 The words of a wise man's mouth are gracious, but a fool is swallowed by his own lips. 10:13 The beginning of the words of his mouth is foolishness, and the end of his talk is mischievous madness. 10:14 A fool also multiplies words. Man doesn't know what will be, and that which will be after him, who can tell him? 10:15 The labor of fools wearies every one of them, for he doesn't know how to go to the city. 10:16 Woe to you, land, when your king is a child, and your princes eat in the morning. 10:17 Happy are you, land, when your king is the son of nobles, and your princes eat in due season, for strength and not for drunkenness. 10:18 By slothfulness the roof sinks in, and through idleness of the hands the house leaks. 10:19 A feast is made for laughter, and wine makes the life glad, and money is the answer for all things. 10:20 Don't curse the king, no, not in your thoughts. And don't curse the rich in your bedchamber. For a bird of the sky may carry your voice, and that which has wings may tell the matter. 11:1 Cast your bread on the waters, for you shall find it after many days. 11:2 Give a portion to 7, yes, even to 8. For you don't know what evil will be on the earth. 11:3 If the clouds are full of rain, they empty themselves on the earth. And if a tree falls toward the south or toward the north, in the place where the tree falls, there shall it be. 11:4 He who observes the wind won't sow, and he who regards the clouds won't reap. 11:5 As you don't know what is the way of the wind, nor how the bones grow in the womb of her who is with child, even so you don't know the work of God who does all. 11:6 In the morning sow your seed, and in the evening don't withhold your hand. For you don't know which will prosper, whether this or that, or whether they both will be equally good. 11:7 Truly the light is sweet, and a pleasant thing it is for the eyes to see the sun. 11:8 Yes, if a man lives many years, let him rejoice in them all. But let him remember the days of darkness, for they shall be many. All that comes is vanity. 11:9 Rejoice, young man, in your youth, and let your heart cheer you in the days of your youth. And walk in the ways of your heart, and in the sight of your eyes. But know that for all these things God will bring you into judgment. 11:10 Therefore remove sorrow from your heart, and put away evil from your flesh. For youth and the dawn of life are vanity. 12:1 Remember also your Creator in the days of your youth, before the evil days come and the years draw near, when you will say, I have no pleasure in them. 12:2 Before the sun, the light, the moon, and the stars are darkened, and the clouds return after the rain. 12:3 In the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease because they are few, and those who look out of the windows are darkened. 12:4 And the doors shall be shut in the street, when the sound of the grinding is low, and one shall rise up at the voice of a bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low. 12:5 Yes, they shall be afraid of heights, and terrors will be in the way, and the almond tree shall blossom, and the grasshopper shall be a burden, and desire shall fail, because man goes to his everlasting home, and the mourners go about the streets. 12:6 Before the silver cord is severed, or the golden bowl is broken, or the pitcher is broken at the spring, or the wheel broken at the cistern. 12:7 And the dust returns to the earth as it was, and the spirit returns to God who gave it. 12:8 Vanity of vanities, says the preacher. All is vanity. 12:9 Further, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge. Yes, he pondered, sought out, and set in order many proverbs. 12:10 The preacher sought to find out acceptable words, and that which was written blamelessly, words of truth. 12:11 The words of the wise are like goads, and like nails well fastened are words from the masters of assemblies, which are given from one shepherd. 12:12 Furthermore, my son, be admonished. Of making many books there is no end, and much study is a weariness of the flesh. 12:13 This is the end of the matter. All has been heard. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. 12:14 For God will bring every work into judgment with every hidden thing, whether it is good or whether it is evil. Song of Solomon. 1:1 The Song of Songs, which is Solomon's. Beloved. 1:2 Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for your love is better than wine. 1:3 Your oils have a pleasing fragrance. Your name is oil poured forth. Therefore the virgins love you. 1:4 Take me away with you. Let us hurry. The king has brought me into his chambers. Friends, we will be glad and rejoice in you. We will praise your love more than wine. Beloved, they are right to love you. 1:5 I am dark but lovely. You daughters of Jerusalem. Like Kedar's tents. Like Solomon's curtains. 1:6 Don't stare at me because I am dark. Because the sun has scorched me. My mother's sons were angry with me. They made me keeper of the vineyards. I haven't kept my own vineyard. 1:7 Tell me, you whom my soul loves, where you graze your flock, where you rest them at noon. For why should I be as one who is veiled, beside the flocks of your companions? Lover. 1:8 If you don't know, most beautiful among women. Follow the tracks of the sheep. Graze your young goats beside the shepherd's tents. 1:9 I have compared you, my love, to a steed in Pharaoh's chariots. 1:10 Your cheeks are beautiful with earrings. Your neck with strings of jewels. 1:11 We will make you earrings of gold, with studs of silver. Beloved. 1:12 While the king sat at his table, my perfume spread its fragrance. 1:13 My beloved is to me a sachet of myrrh that lies between my breasts. 1:14 My beloved is to me a cluster of henna blossoms from the vineyards of En-Gedi. Lover. 1:15 Behold, you are beautiful, my love. Behold, you are beautiful. Your eyes are doves. Beloved. 1:16 Behold, you are beautiful, my beloved, yes, pleasant. And our couch is verdant. Lover. 1:17 The beams of our house are cedars. Our rafters are firs. Beloved. 2-1 I am a rose of Sharon, a lily of the valleys. Lover. 2-2 As a lily among thorns, so is my love among the daughters. Beloved. 2-3 As the apple tree among the trees of the wood, so is my beloved among the sons. I sat down under his shadow with great delight. His fruit was sweet to my taste. 2-4 He brought me to the banquet hall. His banner over me is love. 2-5 Strengthen me with raisins. Refresh me with apples, for I am faint with love. 2-6 His left hand is under my head. His right hand embraces me. 2-7 I adjure you, daughters of Jerusalem, by the roes or by the hinds of the field, that you not stir up nor awaken love, until it so desires. 2-8 The voice of my beloved. Behold, he comes, leaping on the mountains, skipping on the hills. 2-9 My beloved is like a roe or a young hart. Behold, he stands behind our wall. He looks in at the windows. He glances through the lattice. 2-10 My beloved spoke and said to me, Rise up, my love, my beautiful one, and come away. 2-11 For, behold, the winter is past. The rain is over and gone. 2-12 The flowers appear on the earth. The time of the singing has come, and the voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land. 2-13 The fig tree ripens her green figs. The vines are in blossom. They give forth their fragrance. Arise, my love, my beautiful one, and come away. Lover. 2-14 My dove in the clefts of the rock, in the hiding places of the mountainside. Let me see your face. Let me hear your voice. For your voice is sweet and your face is lovely. 2-15 Catch for us the foxes, the little foxes that spoil the vineyards. For our vineyards are in blossom. Beloved. 2-16 My beloved is mine, and I am his. He browses among the lilies. 2-17 Until the day is cool, and the shadows flee away. Turn, my beloved, and be like a roe or a young hart on the mountains of Bether. 3-1 By night on my bed, I sought him whom my soul loves. I sought him, but I didn't find him. 3-2 I will get up now and go about the city. In the streets and in the squares I will seek him whom my soul loves. I sought him, but I didn't find him. 3-3 The watchmen who go about the city found me. Have you seen him whom my soul loves? 3-4 I had scarcely passed from them, when I found him whom my soul loves. I held him and would not let him go, until I had brought him into my mother's house, into the chamber of her who conceived me. 3-5 I adjure you, daughters of Jerusalem, by the roes or by the hinds of the field, that you not stir up nor awaken love, until it so desires. 3-6 Who is this who comes up from the wilderness like pillars of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, with all spices of the merchant? 3-7 Behold, it is Solomon's carriage. 60 mighty men are around it, of the mighty men of Israel. 3-8 They all handle the sword and are expert in war. Every man has his sword on his thigh, because of fear in the night. 3-9 King Solomon made himself a carriage of the wood of Lebanon. 3-10 He made its pillars of silver, its bottom of gold, its seat of purple, its midst being paved with love, from the daughters of Jerusalem. 3-11 Go forth, you daughters of Zion, and see King Solomon, with the crown with which his mother has crowned him, in the day of his weddings, in the day of the gladness of his heart. Lover. 4-1 Behold, you are beautiful, my love. Behold, you are beautiful. Your eyes are doves behind your veil. Your hair is as a flock of goats that descend from Mount Gilead. 4-2 Your teeth are like a newly shorn flock, which have come up from the washing, where every one of them has twins. None is bereaved among them. 4-3 Your lips are like scarlet thread. Your mouth is lovely. Your temples are like a piece of a pomegranate behind your veil. 4 For your neck is like David's tower built for an armory, whereon 1,000 shields hang, all the shields of the mighty men. 4 5 Your 2 breasts are like 2 fawns, that are twins of a roe, which feed among the lilies. 4 6 Until the day is cool, and the shadows flee away, I will go to the mountain of myrrh, to the hill of frankincense. 4 7 You are all beautiful, my love. There is no spot in you. 4 8 Come with me from Lebanon, my bride. With me from Lebanon. Look from the top of Emana, from the top of Senir and Hermon, from the lions' dens, from the mountains of the leopards. 4 9 You have ravished my heart, my sister, my bride. You have ravished my heart with one of your eyes, with one chain of your neck. 4 10 How beautiful is your love, my sister, my bride. How much better is your love than wine, the fragrance of your perfumes than all manner of spices. 4 11 Your lips, my bride, drip like the honeycomb. Honey and milk are under your tongue. The smell of your garments is like the smell of Lebanon. 4 12 A locked up garden is my sister, my bride. A locked up spring. A sealed fountain. 4 13 Your shoots are an orchard of pomegranates with precious fruits. Henna with spikenard plants. 4 14 Spikenard and saffron. Calamus and cinnamon with every kind of incense tree. Myrrh and aloes with all the best spices. 4 15 A fountain of gardens. A well of living waters. Flowing streams from Lebanon. Beloved. 4 16 Awake, north wind, and come you south. Blow on my garden, that its spices may flow out. Let my beloved come into his garden, and taste his precious fruits. Lover. 5 1 I have come into my garden, my sister, my bride. I have gathered my myrrh with my spice. I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey. I have drunk my wine with my milk. Friends. Eat, friends. Drink, yes, drink abundantly, beloved. Beloved. 5 2 I was asleep, but my heart was awake. It is the voice of my beloved who knocks. Open to me, my sister, my love, my dove, my undefiled. For my head is filled with dew, and my hair with the dampness of the night. 5 3 I have taken off my robe, indeed must I put it on. I have washed my feet, indeed must I soil them. 5 4 My beloved thrust his hand in through the latch opening. My heart pounded for him. 5 5 I rose up to open for my beloved. My hands dripped with myrrh, my fingers with liquid myrrh, on the handles of the lock. 5 6 I opened to my beloved. But my beloved left and had gone away. My heart went out when he spoke. I looked for him, but I didn't find him. I called him, but he didn't answer. 5 7 The watchmen who go about the city found me. They beat me. They bruised me. The keepers of the walls took my cloak away from me. 5 8 I adjure you, daughters of Jerusalem, if you find my beloved, that you tell him that I am faint with love. Friends. 5 9 How is your beloved better than another beloved? You fairest among women. How is your beloved better than another beloved? That you do so adjure us. Beloved. 5:10 My beloved is white and ruddy, the best among 10,000. 5:11 His head is like the purest gold. His hair is bushy, black as a raven. 5:12 His eyes are like doves beside the water brooks, washed with milk, mounted like jewels. 5:13 His cheeks are like a bed of spices with towers of perfumes. His lips are like lilies, dropping liquid myrrh. 5:14 His hands are like rings of gold set with beryl. His body is like ivory work overlaid with sapphires. 5:15 His legs are like pillars of marble, set on sockets of fine gold. His appearance is like Lebanon, excellent as the cedars. 5:16 His mouth is sweetness. Yes, he is altogether lovely. This is my beloved, and this is my friend. Daughters of Jerusalem. Friends. 6-1 Where has your beloved gone, you fairest among women? Where has your beloved turned, that we may seek him with you? Beloved. 6-2 My beloved has gone down to his garden, to the beds of spices, to feed in the gardens, and to gather lilies. 6-3 I am my beloved's, and my beloved is mine. He browses among the lilies. 6-4 You are beautiful, my love, as Tirzah, lovely as Jerusalem, awesome as an army with banners. 6-5 Turn away your eyes from me, for they have overcome me. Your hair is like a flock of goats that lie along the side of Gilead. 6-6 Your teeth are like a flock of ewes, which have come up from the washing, of which every one has twins. None is bereaved among them. 6-7 Your temples are like a piece of a pomegranate behind your veil. 6-8 There are 60 queens, 80 concubines, and virgins without number. 6-9 My dove, my perfect one, is unique. She is her mother's only daughter. She is the favorite one of her who bore her. The daughters saw her and called her blessed, the queens and the concubines, and they praised her. 6-10 Who is she who looks forth as the morning, beautiful as the moon, clear as the sun, and awesome as an army with banners? 6-11 I went down into the nut tree grove, to see the green plants of the valley, to see whether the vine budded, and the pomegranates were in flower. 6-12 Without realizing it, my desire set me with my royal people's chariots. Friends. 6-13 Return, return, Shulamite. Return, return, that we may gaze at you. Lover. Why do you desire to gaze at the Shulamite, as at the dance of Mahanaim? 7-1 How beautiful are your feet in sandals, prince's daughter. Your rounded thighs are like jewels, the work of the hands of a skillful workman. 7-2 Your body is like a round goblet. No mixed wine is wanting. Your waist is like a heap of wheat, set about with lilies. 7-3 Your two breasts are like two fawns, that are twins of a roe. 7-4 Your neck is like an ivory tower. Your eyes are like the pools in Heshbon by the gate of Bathrabbim. Your nose is like the tower of Lebanon which looks toward Damascus. 7-5 Your head on you is like Carmel, the hair of your head like purple. The king is held captive in its tresses. 7-6 How beautiful and how pleasant you are, love for delights. 7-7 This, your stature, is like a palm tree, your breasts like its fruit. 7-8 I said, I will climb up into the palm tree. I will take hold of its fruit. Let your breasts be like clusters of the vine, the smell of your breath like apples. Beloved. 7-9 Your mouth like the best wine, that goes down smoothly for my beloved, gliding through the lips of those who are asleep. 7-10 I am my beloved's. His desire is toward me. 7-11 Come, my beloved, let us go forth into the field. Let us lodge in the villages. 7-12 Let's go early up to the vineyards. Let's see whether the vine has budded. Its blossom is open, and the pomegranates are in flower. There I will give you my love. 7-13 The mandrakes give forth fragrance. At our doors are all kinds of precious fruits, new and old, which I have stored up for you, my beloved. 8-10 That you were like my brother, who sucked the breasts of my mother. If I found you outside, I would kiss you. Yes, and no one would despise me. 8-2 I would lead you, bringing you into my mother's house. Who would instruct me? I would have you drink spiced wine, of the juice of my pomegranate. 8-3 His left hand would be under my head. His right hand would embrace me. 8-4 I adjure you, daughters of Jerusalem, that you not stir up nor awaken love, until it so desires. Friends. 8-5 Who is this who comes up from the wilderness, leaning on her beloved? Under the apple tree I aroused you. There your mother conceived you. There she was in labor and bore you. 8:6 Set me as a seal on your heart, as a seal on your arm. For love is strong as death. Jealousy is as cruel as Sheol. Its flashes are flashes of fire, a very flame of Yahweh. 8:7 Many waters can't quench love, neither can floods drown it. If a man would give all the wealth of his house for love, he would be utterly scorned. Friends, 8:8 We have a little sister. She has no breasts. What shall we do for our sister in the day when she is to be spoken for? 8:9 If she is a wall, we will build on her a turret of silver. If she is a door, we will enclose her with boards of cedar. Beloved, 8:10 I am a wall, and my breasts like towers. Then I was in his eyes like one who found peace. 8:11 Solomon had a vineyard at Baal Hamon. He leased out the vineyard to keepers. Each was to bring 1,000 shekels of silver for its fruit. 8:12 My own vineyard is before me. The 1,000 are for you, Solomon. 200 for those who tend its fruit. Lover. 8:13 You who dwell in the gardens, with friends and attendants, let me hear your voice. Beloved. 8:14 Come away, my beloved. Be like a gazelle or a young stag on the mountains of spices. Isaiah 1:1 The vision of Isaiah the son of Amoz, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. 1:2 Hear, heavens, and listen, earth, for Yahweh has spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. 1:3 The ox knows his owner, and the donkey his master's crib. But Israel doesn't know. My people don't consider. 1:4 A sinful nation, a people loaded with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children who deal corruptly. They have forsaken Yahweh. They have despised the Holy One of Israel. They are estranged and backward. 1:5 Why should you be beaten more, that you revolt more and more? The whole head is sick, and the whole heart faint. 1:6 From the sole of the foot, even to the head, there is no soundness in it. Wounds, welts, and open sores. They haven't been closed, neither bandaged, neither soothed with oil. 1:7 Your country is desolate. Your cities are burned with fire. Strangers devour your land in your presence. And it is desolate, as overthrown by strangers. 1:8 The daughter of Zion is left like a shelter in a vineyard, like a hut in a field of melons, like a besieged city. 1:9 Unless Yahweh of armies had left to us a very small remnant, we would have been as Sodom. We would have been like Gomorrah. 1:10 Hear the word of Yahweh, you rulers of Sodom. Listen to the law of our God, you people of Gomorrah. 1:11 What are the multitude of your sacrifices to me, says Yahweh. I have had enough of the burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed animals. I don't delight in the blood of bulls, or of lambs, or of male goats. 1:12 When you come to appear before me, who has required this at your hand, to trample my courts? 1:13 Bring no more vain offerings. Incense is an abomination to me. New moons, Sabbaths, and convocations. I can't bear with evil assemblies. 1:14 My soul hates your new moons and your appointed feasts. They are a burden to me. I am weary of bearing them. 1:15 When you spread forth your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Yes, when you make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. 1:16 Wash yourselves, make yourself clean. Put away the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil. 1:17 Learn to do well. Seek justice. Relieve the oppressed. Judge the fatherless. Plead for the widow. 1:18 Come now, and let us reason together, says Yahweh. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. 119 If you are willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land. 120 But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured with the sword. For the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. 121 How the faithful city has become a prostitute. She was full of justice, righteousness lodged in her. But now murderers. 122 Your silver has become dross, your wine mixed with water. 123 Your princes are rebellious and companions of thieves. Everyone loves bribes and follows after rewards. They don't judge the fatherless, neither does the cause of the widow come to them. 124 Therefore the Lord, Yahweh of armies, the mighty one of Israel says, I will get relief from my adversaries and avenge myself of my enemies. 125 And I will turn my hand on you, thoroughly purge away your dross, and will take away all your tin. 126 I will restore your judges as at the first, and your counselors as at the beginning. Afterward you shall be called the city of righteousness, a faithful town. 127 Zion shall be redeemed with justice, and her converts with righteousness. 128 But the destruction of transgressors and sinners shall be together, and those who forsake Yahweh shall be consumed. 129 For they shall be ashamed of the oaks which you have desired, and you shall be confounded for the gardens that you have chosen. 130 For you shall be as an oak whose leaf fades, and as a garden that has no water. 131 The strong will be like tinder, and his work like a spark. They will both burn together, and no one will quench them. 2:1 This is what Isaiah the son of Amoz saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. 2:2 It shall happen in the latter days, that the mountain of Yahweh's house shall be established on the top of the mountains, and shall be raised above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. 2:3 Many peoples shall go and say, Come, let's go up to the mountain of Yahweh, to the house of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion the law shall go forth, and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. 2:4 He will judge between the nations, and will decide concerning many peoples. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. 2:5 House of Jacob, come, and let us walk in the light of Yahweh. 2:6 For you have forsaken your people, the house of Jacob, because they are filled from the east with those who practice divination like the Philistines, and they clasp hands with the children of foreigners. 2:7 Their land is full of silver and gold, neither is there any end of their treasures. Their land also is full of horses, neither is there any end of their chariots. 2:8 Their land also is full of idols. They worship the work of their own hands, that which their own fingers have made. 2:9 Man is brought low, and mankind is humbled. Therefore don't forgive them. 2:10 Enter into the rock, and hide in the dust, from before the terror of Yahweh, and from the glory of his majesty. 2:11 The lofty looks of man will be brought low, the haughtiness of men will be bowed down, and Yahweh alone will be exalted in that day. 2:12 For there will be a day of Yahweh of armies for all that is proud and haughty, and for all that is lifted up, and it shall be brought low. 2:13 For all the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up, for all the oaks of Bashan. 2:14 For all the high mountains, for all the hills that are lifted up. 2:15 For every lofty tower, for every fortified wall. 2:16 For all the ships of Tarshish, and for all pleasant imagery. 2:17 The loftiness of man shall be bowed down, and the haughtiness of men shall be brought low, and Yahweh alone shall be exalted in that day. 2:18 The idols shall utterly pass away. 2:19 Men shall go into the caves of the rocks, and into the holes of the earth, from before the terror of Yahweh, and from the glory of his majesty, when he arises to shake the earth mightily. 2:20 In that day, men shall cast away their idols of silver, and their idols of gold, which have been made for themselves to worship, to the moles and to the bats. 2:21 To go into the caverns of the rocks, and into the clefts of the ragged rocks, from before the terror of Yahweh, and from the glory of his majesty, when he arises to shake the earth mightily. 2:22 Stop trusting in man, whose breath is in his nostrils. For of what account is he? 3:14 Behold, the Lord Yahweh of armies takes away from Jerusalem and from Judah supply and support, the whole supply of bread, and the whole supply of water. 3:2 The mighty man, the man of war, the judge, the prophet, the diviner, the elder. 3:3 The captain of 50, the honorable man, the counselor, the skilled craftsman, and the clever enchanter. 3:4 I will give boys to be their princes, and children shall rule over them. 3:5 The people will be oppressed, everyone by another, and everyone by his neighbor. The child will behave himself proudly against the old man, and the base against the honorable. 3:6 Indeed a man shall take hold of his brother in the house of his father, saying, You have clothing, you be our ruler. And let this ruin be under your hand. 3:7 In that day he will cry out, saying, I will not be a healer. For in my house is neither bread nor clothing. You shall not make me ruler of the people. 3:8 For Jerusalem is ruined, and Judah is fallen, because their tongue and their doings are against Yahweh, to provoke the eyes of his glory. 3:9 The look of their faces testify against them. They parade their sin like Sodom. They don't hide it. Woe to their soul, for they have brought disaster upon themselves. 3:10 Tell the righteous good, for they shall eat the fruit of their deeds. 3:11 Woe to the wicked. Disaster is upon them, for the deeds of his hands will be paid back to him. 3:12 As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. My people, those who lead you cause you to err, and destroy the way of your paths. 3:13 Yahweh stands up to contend, and stands to judge the peoples. 3:14 Yahweh will enter into judgment with the elders of his people, and their leaders. It is you who have eaten up the vineyard. The spoil of the poor is in your houses. 3:15 What do you mean that you crush my people, and grind the face of the poor, says the Lord Yahweh of armies. 3:16 Moreover Yahweh said, Because the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with outstretched necks and flirting eyes, walking to trip as they go, jingling ornaments on their feet. 3:17 Therefore the Lord brings sores on the crown of the head of the women of Zion, and Yahweh will make their scalps bald. 3:18 In that day the Lord will take away the beauty of their anklets, the headbands, the crescent necklaces. 3:19 The earrings, the bracelets, the veils. 3:20 The headdresses, the ankle chains, the sashes, the perfume bottles, the charms. 3:21 The signet rings, the nose rings. 3:22 The fine robes, the capes, the cloaks, the purses. 3:23 The hand mirrors, the fine linen garments, the tiaras, and the shawls. 3:24 It shall happen that instead of sweet spices, there shall be rottenness. Instead of a belt, a rope. Instead of well-set hair, baldness. Instead of a robe, a girding of sackcloth. And branding instead of beauty. 3:25 Your men shall fall by the sword, and your mighty in the war. 3:26 Her gates shall lament and mourn, and she shall be desolate and sit on the ground. 4:17 Women shall take hold of one man in that day, saying, We will eat our own bread and wear our own clothing. Only let us be called by your name. Take away our reproach. 4:2 In that day, Yahweh's branch will be beautiful and glorious, and the fruit of the land will be the beauty and glory of the survivors of Israel. 4:3 It will happen that he who is left in Zion and he who remains in Jerusalem shall be called holy, even everyone who is written among the living in Jerusalem. 4:4 When the Lord shall have washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion, and shall have purged the blood of Jerusalem from its midst, by the spirit of justice and by the spirit of burning. 4:5 Yahweh will create over the whole habitation of Mount Zion, and over her assemblies, a cloud and smoke by day, and the shining of a flaming fire by night. For over all the glory will be a canopy. 4:6 There will be a pavilion for a shade in the daytime from the heat, and for a refuge and for a shelter from storm and from rain. 5:1 Let me sing for my beloved a song of my beloved about his vineyard. My beloved had a vineyard on a very fruitful hill. 5:2 He dug it up, gathered out its stones, planted it with the choicest vine, built a tower in its midst, and also cut out a winepress therein. He looked for it to yield grapes, but it yielded wild grapes. 5:3 Now, inhabitants of Jerusalem and men of Judah, please judge between me and my vineyard. 5:4 What could have been done more to my vineyard, that I have not done in it? Why, when I looked for it to yield grapes, did it yield wild grapes? 5:5 Now, I will tell you what I will do to my vineyard. I will take away its hedge, and it will be eaten up. I will break down its wall of it, and it will be trampled down. 5:6 I will lay it a wasteland. It won't be pruned nor hoed, but it will grow briars and thorns. I will also command the clouds that they rain no rain on it. 5:7 For the vineyard of Yahweh of armies is the house of Israel, and the men of Judah his pleasant plant. And he looked for justice, but behold oppression, for righteousness, but behold a cry of distress. 5:8 Woe to those who join house to house, who lay field to field, until there is no room. And you are made to dwell alone in the midst of the land. 5:9 In my ears, Yahweh of armies says, surely many houses will be desolate, even great and beautiful, unoccupied. 5:10 For 10 acres of vineyard shall yield 1 bath, and a homer of seed shall yield an ephah. 5:11 Woe to those who rise up early in the morning, that they may follow strong drink, who stay late into the night, until wine inflames them. 5:12 The harp, lyre, tambourine, and flute with wine are at their feasts, but they don't regard the work of Yahweh, neither have they considered the operation of his hands. 5:13 Therefore my people go into captivity for lack of knowledge. Their honorable men are famished, and their multitudes are parched with thirst. 5:14 Therefore Sheol has enlarged its desire, and opened its mouth without measure. And their glory, their multitude, their pomp, and he who rejoices among them descend into it. 5:15 So man is brought low, mankind is humbled, and the eyes of the arrogant ones are humbled. 5:16 But Yahweh of armies is exalted in justice, and God, the Holy One, is sanctified in righteousness. 5:17 Then the lambs will graze as in their pasture, and strangers will eat the ruins of the rich. 5:18 Woe to those who draw iniquity with cords of falsehood, and wickedness as with cart rope. 5:19 Who say, let him make speed, let him hasten his work, that we may see it. And let the counsel of the Holy One of Israel draw near and come, that we may know it. 5:20 Woe to those who call evil good, and good evil, who put darkness for light, and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet, and sweet for bitter. 5:21 Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes, and prudent in their own sight. 5:22 Woe to those who are mighty to drink wine, and champions at mixing strong drink. 5:23 Who acquit the guilty for a bribe, but deny justice for the innocent. 5:24 Therefore, as the tongue of fire devours the stubble, and as the dry grass sinks down in the flame, so their root shall be as rottenness, and their blossom shall go up as dust, because they have rejected the law of Yahweh of armies, and despised the word of the Holy One of Israel. 5:25 Therefore Yahweh's anger burns against his people, and he has stretched out his hand against them, and has struck them. The mountains tremble, and their dead bodies are as refuse in the midst of the streets. For all this, his anger is not turned away, but his hand is still stretched out. 5:26 He will lift up a banner to the nations from far, and he will whistle for them from the end of the earth. Behold, they will come speedily and swiftly. 5:27 None shall be weary nor stumble among them. None shall slumber nor sleep. Neither shall the belt of their waist be untied, nor the latchet of their shoes be broken. 5:28 Whose arrows are sharp, and all their bows bent. Their horses' hoofs will be like flint, and their wheels like a whirlwind. 5:29 Their roaring will be like a lioness. They will roar like young lions. Yes, they shall roar, and seize their prey and carry it off. And there will be no one to deliver. 5:30 They will roar against them in that day like the roaring of the sea. If one looks to the land, behold, darkness and distress. The light is darkened in its clouds. 6:1 In the year that King Uzziah died, I saw the Lord sitting on a throne, high and lifted up, and his train filled the temple. 6:2 Above him stood the seraphim. Each one had 6 wings. With 2 he covered his face. With 2 he covered his feet. With 2 he flew. 6:3 One called to another and said, Holy, holy, holy is Yahweh of armies. The whole earth is full of his glory. 6:4 The foundations of the thresholds shook at the voice of him who called, and the house was filled with smoke. 6:5 Then I said, Woe is me, for I am undone, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people of unclean lips. For my eyes have seen the King, Yahweh of armies. 6:6 Then one of the seraphim flew to me, having a live coal in his hand, which he had taken with the tongs from off the altar. 6:7 He touched my mouth with it and said, Behold, this has touched your lips, and your iniquity is taken away, and your sin forgiven. 6:8 I heard the Lord's voice, saying, Whom shall I send, and who will go for us? Then I said, Here I am, send me. 6:9 He said, Go and tell this people. You hear indeed, but don't understand. And you see indeed, but don't perceive. 6:10 Make the heart of this people fat. Make their ears heavy and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and turn again and be healed. 6:11 Then I said, Lord, how long? He answered, Until cities are waste without inhabitant, and houses without man, and the land becomes utterly waste. 6:12 And Yahweh has removed men far away, and the forsaken places are many in the midst of the land. 6:13 If there is a tenth left in it, that also will in turn be consumed, as a terebinth and as an oak, whose stock remains when they are felled. So the holy seed is its stock. 7:1 It happened in the days of Ahaz the son of Jotham, the son of Uzziah, king of Judah, that Rezin the king of Syria, and Pekah the son of Remaliah, king of Israel, went up to Jerusalem to war against it, but could not prevail against it. 7:2 It was told the house of David, saying, Syria is allied with Ephraim. His heart trembled, and the heart of his people, as the trees of the forest tremble with the wind. 7:3 Then Yahweh said to Isaiah, Go out now to meet Ahaz, you, and Shear-Jashub your son, at the end of the conduit of the upper pool, on the highway of the fuller's field. 7:4 Tell him, Be careful and keep calm. Don't be afraid, neither let your heart be faint because of these 2 tails of smoking firebrands, for the fierce anger of Rezin and Syria, and of the son of Remaliah. 7:5 Because Syria, Ephraim, and the son of Remaliah have plotted evil against you, saying, 7:6 Let's go up against Judah, and tear it apart, and let's divide it among ourselves, and set up a king in its midst, even the son of Tabiel. 7:7 This is what the Lord Yahweh says. It shall not stand, neither shall it happen. 7:8 For the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Rezin, and within 65 years Ephraim shall be broken in pieces, so that it shall not be a people. 7:9 And the head of Ephraim is Samaria, and the head of Samaria is Remaliah's son. If you will not believe, surely you shall not be established. 7:10 Yahweh spoke again to Ahaz, saying, 7:11 Ask a sign of Yahweh your God, ask it either in the depth or in the height above. 7:12 But Ahaz said, I will not ask, neither will I tempt Yahweh. 7:13 He said, Listen now, house of David, is it not enough for you to try the patience of men, that you will try the patience of my God also? 7:14 Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin will conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. 7:15 He shall eat butter and honey when he knows to refuse the evil and choose the good. 7:16 For before the child knows to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land whose two kings you abhor shall be forsaken. 7:17 Yahweh will bring on you, on your people, and on your father's house days that have not come, from the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, even the king of Assyria. 7:18 It will happen in that day that Yahweh will whistle for the fly that is in the uttermost part of the rivers of Egypt, and for the bee that is in the land of Assyria. 7:19 They shall come, and shall all rest in the desolate valleys, in the clefts of the rocks, on all thorn hedges, and on all pastures. 7:20 In that day the Lord will shave with a razor that is hired in the parts beyond the river, even with the king of Assyria, the head and the hair of the feet, and it shall also consume the beard. 7:21 It shall happen in that day that a man shall keep alive a young cow and two sheep. 7:22 And it shall happen that because of the abundance of milk which they shall give he shall eat butter. For everyone will eat butter and honey that is left in the midst of the land. 7:23 It will happen in that day that every place where there were 1,000 vines at 1,000 silver shekels shall be for briars and thorns. 7:24 People will go there with arrows and with bow, because all the land will be briars and thorns. 7:25 All the hills that were cultivated with the hoe, you shall not come there for fear of briars and thorns, but it shall be for the sending forth of oxen, and for the treading of sheep. 8:1 Yahweh said to me, Take a large tablet and write on it with a man's pen, for Maher Shalal Hashbaz. 8:2 And I will take for myself faithful witnesses to testify, Uriah the priest and Zechariah the son of Jeberechiah. 8:3 I went to the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. Then said Yahweh to me, Call his name Maher Shalal Hashbaz. 8:44 Before the child knows how to say, My father, and my mother, the riches of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be carried away by the king of Assyria. 8:5 Yahweh spoke to me yet again, saying, 8:6 Because this people have refused the waters of Shiloh that go softly, and rejoice in Rezin and Remaliah's son. 8:7 Now therefore, behold, the Lord brings upon them the mighty flood waters of the river, the king of Assyria and all his glory. It will come up over all its channels and go over all its banks. 8:8 It will sweep onward into Judah. It will overflow and pass through. It will reach even to the neck, and the stretching out of its wings will fill the breadth of your land, Emmanuel. 8:9 Make an uproar, you peoples, and be broken in pieces. Listen, all you from far countries, dress for battle and be shattered. Dress for battle and be shattered. 8:10 Take counsel together, and it will be brought to nothing. Speak the word, and it will not stand, for God is with us. 8:11 For Yahweh spoke thus to me with a strong hand, and instructed me not to walk in the way of this people, saying, 8:12 Don't say, a conspiracy. Concerning all about which this people say, a conspiracy. Neither fear their threats, nor be terrorized. 8:13 Yahweh of armies is who you must regard as holy. He is the one you must fear. He is the one you must dread. 8:14 He will be a sanctuary, but for both houses of Israel, he will be a trap and a snare for the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 8:15 Many will stumble over it, fall, be broken, be snared, and be captured. 8:16 Wrap up the testimony. Seal the law among my disciples. 8:17 I will wait for Yahweh, who hides his face from the house of Jacob, and I will look for him. 8:18 Behold, I and the children whom Yahweh has given me are for signs and for wonders in Israel from Yahweh of armies, who dwells in Mount Zion. 8:19 When they tell you, consult with those who have familiar spirits and with the wizards who chirp and who mutter. Shouldn't a people consult with their God? Should they consult the dead on behalf of the living? 8:20 Turn to the law and to the testimony. If they don't speak according to this word, surely there is no mourning for them. 8:21 They will pass through it, sore distressed and hungry, and it will happen that when they are hungry, they will worry and curse by their king and by their God. They will turn their faces upward, 8:22 and look to the earth and see distress, darkness, and the gloom of anguish. They will be driven into thick darkness. 9:1 But there shall be no more gloom for her who was in anguish. In the former time, he brought into contempt the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali. But in the latter time he has made it glorious, by the way of the sea, beyond the Jordan, Galilee of the nations. 9:2 The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. Those who lived in the land of the shadow of death, on them the light has shined. 9:3 You have multiplied the nation. You have increased their joy. They rejoice before you according to the joy in harvest, as men rejoice when they divide the spoil. 9:4 For the yoke of his burden, and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor, you have broken as in the day of Midian. 9:5 For all the armor of the armed man in the noisy battle, and the garments rolled in blood, will be for burning, fuel for the fire. 964 To us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders. His name will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. 9:7 Of the increase of his government and of peace there shall be no end, on the throne of David and on his kingdom, to establish it, and to uphold it with justice and with righteousness from that time on, even forever. The zeal of Yahweh of armies will perform this. 9:8 The Lord sent a word into Jacob, and it falls on Israel. 9:9 All the people will know, including Ephraim and the inhabitants of Samaria, who say in pride and in arrogance of heart. 9:10 The bricks have fallen, but we will build with cut stone. The sycamore fig trees have been cut down, but we will put cedars in their place. 9:11 Therefore Yahweh will set up on high against him the adversaries of Rezin, and will stir up his enemies. 9:12 The Syrians in front, and the Philistines behind, and they will devour Israel with open mouths. For all this his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. 9:13 Yet the people have not turned to him who struck them, neither have they sought Yahweh of armies. 9:14 Therefore Yahweh will cut off from Israel head and tail, palm branch and reed in one day. 9:15 The elder and the honorable man is the head, and the prophet who teaches lies is the tail. 9:16 For those who lead this people lead them astray, and those who are led by them are destroyed. 9:17 Therefore the Lord will not rejoice over their young men, neither will he have compassion on their fatherless and widows. For everyone is profane and an evildoer, and every mouth speaks folly. For all this his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. 9:18 For wickedness burns like a fire. It devours the briars and thorns. Yes, it kindles in the thickets of the forest, and they roll upward in a column of smoke. 9:19 Through the wrath of Yahweh of armies, the land is burnt up, and the people are the fuel for the fire. No one spares his brother. 9:21 Will devour on the right hand, and be hungry, and he will eat on the left hand, and they will not be satisfied. Everyone will eat the flesh of his own arm. 9:21 Manasseh, Ephraim, and Ephraim Manasseh, and they together shall be against Judah. For all this his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. 10:1 Woe to those who decree unrighteous decrees, and to the writers who write oppressive decrees. 10:2 To deprive the needy from justice, and to rob the poor among my people of their rights, that widows may be their spoil, and that they may make the fatherless their prey. 10:3 What will you do in the day of visitation, and in the desolation which will come from afar? To whom will you flee for help? Where will you leave your wealth? 10:4 They will only bow down under the prisoners, and will fall under the slain. For all this his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. 10:5 Alas, Assyrian, the rod of my anger, the staff in whose hand is my indignation. 10:6 I will send him against a profane nation, and against the people who anger me will I give him a command to take the spoil and to take the prey, and to tread them down like the mire of the streets. 10:7 However he doesn't mean so, neither does his heart think so, but it is in his heart to destroy, and to cut off not a few nations. 10:8 For he says, Aren't all of my princes kings? 10:9 Isn't Calno like Carchemish? Isn't Hamath like Arpad? Isn't Samaria like Damascus? 10:10 As my hand has found the kingdoms of the idols, whose engraved images exceeded those of Jerusalem and of Samaria. 10:11 Shall I not, as I have done to Samaria and her idols, so do to Jerusalem and her idols? 10:12 Therefore it will happen that, when the Lord has performed his whole work on Mount Zion and on Jerusalem, I will punish the fruit of the willful proud heart of the king of Assyria, and the insolence of his haughty looks. 10:13 For he has said, By the strength of my hand I have done it, and by my wisdom, for I have understanding, and I have removed the boundaries of the peoples and have robbed their treasures. Like a valiant man I have brought down their rulers. 10:14 My hand has found the riches of the peoples like a nest, and like one gathers eggs that are abandoned, have I gathered all the earth. There was no one who moved their wing, or that opened their mouth, or chirped. 10:15 Should an axe brag against him who chops with it? Should a saw exalt itself above him who saws with it? As if a rod should lift those who lift it up, or as if a staff should lift up someone who is not wood. 10:16 Therefore the Lord, Yahweh of armies, will send among his fat ones leanness, and under his glory a burning will be kindled like the burning of fire. 10:17 The light of Israel will be for a fire, and his Holy One for a flame, and it will burn and devour his thorns and his briars in one day. 10:18 He will consume the glory of his forest, and of his fruitful field both soul and body. It will be as when a standard-bearer faints. 10:19 The remnant of the trees of his forest shall be few, so that a child could write their number. 10:20 It will come to pass in that day that the remnant of Israel, and those who have escaped from the house of Jacob, will no more again lean on him who struck them, but shall lean on Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel, in truth. 10:21 A remnant will return, even the remnant of Jacob, to the mighty God. 10:22 For though your people, Israel, are like the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will return. A destruction is determined, overflowing with righteousness. 10:23 For the Lord, Yahweh of armies, will make a full end, and that determined, in the midst of all the earth. 10:24 Therefore the Lord, Yahweh of armies, says, My people who dwell in Zion, don't be afraid of the Assyrian, though he strike you with the rod, and lift up his staff against you, as Egypt 999. 25 For yet a very little while, and the indignation against you will be accomplished, and my anger will be directed to his destruction. 10:26 Yahweh of armies will stir up a scourge against him, as in the slaughter of Midian at the rock of Oreb. His rod will be over the sea, and he will lift it up like he did against Egypt. 10:27 It will happen in that day, that his burden will depart from off your shoulder, and his yoke from off your neck, and the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing oil. 10:28 He has come to Aiath. He has passed through Migron. At Michmesh he stores his baggage. 10:29 They have gone over the pass. They have taken up their lodging at Jebah. Ramah trembles. Jibe of Saul has fled. 10:30 Cry aloud with your voice, daughter of Gallim. Listen, Laisha, you poor Anathoth. 10:31 Madmenah is a fugitive. The inhabitants of Jebim flee for safety. 10:32 This very day he will halt at Nob. He shakes his hand at the mountain of the daughter of Zion, the hill of Jerusalem. 10:33 Behold, the Lord, Yahweh of armies, will lop the boughs with terror. The tall will be cut down, and the lofty will be brought low. 10:34 He will cut down the thickets of the forest with iron, and Lebanon will fall by the mighty one. 11:1 A shoot will come out of the stock of Jesse, and a branch out of his roots will bear fruit. 11:2 The Spirit of Yahweh will rest on him. The Spirit of wisdom and understanding. The Spirit of counsel and might. The Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of Yahweh. 11:3 His delight will be in the fear of Yahweh. He will not judge by the sight of his eyes, neither decide by the hearing of his ears. 11:4 But with righteousness he will judge the poor, and decide with equity for the humble of the earth. He will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he will kill the wicked. 11:5 Righteousness will be the belt of his waist, and faithfulness the belt of his waist. 11:6 The wolf will live with the lamb, and the leopard will lie down with the young goat. The calf, the young lion, and the fattened calf together, and a little child will lead them. 11:7 The cow and the bear will graze. Their young ones will lie down together. The lion will eat straw like the ox. 11:8 The nursing child will play near a cobra's hole, and the weaned child will put his hand on the viper's den. 11:9 They will not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth will be full of the knowledge of Yahweh, as the waters cover the sea. 11:10 It will happen in that day that the nations will seek the root of Jesse, who stands as a banner of the peoples, and his resting place will be glorious. 11:11 It will happen in that day that the Lord will set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant that is left of his people from Assyria, from Egypt, from Pathros, from Cush, from Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. 11:12 He will set up a banner for the nations, and will assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. 11:13 The envy also of Ephraim will depart, and those who persecute Judah will be cut off. Ephraim won't envy Judah, and Judah won't persecute Ephraim. 11:14 They will fly down on the shoulders of the Philistines on the west. Together they will plunder the children of the east. They will extend their power over Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon will obey them. 11:15 Yahweh will utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea, and with his scorching wind he will wave his hand over the river, and will split it into 7 streams, and cause men to march over in sandals. 11:16 There will be a highway for the remnant that is left of his people from Assyria, like there was for Israel in the day that he came up out of the land of Egypt. 12:1 In that day you will say, I will give thanks to you, Yahweh, for though you were angry with me, your anger has turned away and you comfort me. 12:2 Behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and will not be afraid, for Yahweh is my strength and song, and he has become my salvation. 12:3 Therefore with joy you will draw water out of the wells of salvation. 12:4 In that day you will say, Give thanks to Yahweh, call on his name, declare his doings among the peoples, proclaim that his name is exalted. 12:5 Sing to Yahweh, for he has done excellent things. Let this be known in all the earth. 12:6 Cry aloud and shout, you inhabitant of Zion, for the Holy One of Israel is great in the midst of you. 13:1 The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amoz saw. 13:2 Set up a banner on the bare mountain. Lift up your voice to them. Wave your hand that they may go into the gates of the nobles. 13:3 I have commanded my consecrated ones. Yes, I have called my mighty men for my anger, even my proudly exulting ones. 13:4 The noise of a multitude is in the mountains, as of a great people, the noise of an uproar of the kingdoms of the nations gathered together. Yahweh of armies is mustering the army for the battle. 13:5 They come from a far country, from the uttermost part of heaven, even Yahweh, and the weapons of his indignation, to destroy the whole land. 13:6 Wail, for the day of Yahweh is at hand. It will come as destruction from the Almighty. 13:7 Therefore all hands will be feeble, and everyone's heart will melt. 13:8 They will be dismayed. Pangs and sorrows will seize them. They will be in pain like a woman in labor. They will look in amazement one at another. Their faces will be faces of flame. 13:9 Behold, the day of Yahweh comes, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the land a desolation and to destroy its sinners out of it. 13:10 For the stars of the sky and its constellations will not give their light. The sun will be darkened in its going forth, and the moon will not cause its light to shine. 13:11 I will punish the world for their evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. I will cause the arrogance of the proud to cease, and will humble the haughtiness of the terrible. 13:12 I will make people more rare than fine gold, even a person than the pure gold of Ophir. 13:13 Therefore I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place in the wrath of Yahweh of armies, and in the day of his fierce anger. 13:14 It will happen that like a hunted gazelle, and like sheep that no one gathers, they will each turn to their own people, and will each flee to their own land. 13:15 Everyone who is found will be thrust through. Everyone who is captured will fall by the sword. 13:16 Their infants also will be dashed in pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be ransacked, and their wives raped. 13:17 Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them, who will not value silver, and as for gold, they will not delight in it. 13:18 Their bows will dash the young men in pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not spare children. 13:19 Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldeans' pride, will be like when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. 13:20 It will never be inhabited, neither will it be lived in from generation to generation. The Arabian will not pitch a tent there, neither will shepherds make their flocks lie down there. 13:21 But wild animals of the desert will lie there, and their houses will be full of jackals. Ostriches will dwell there, and wild goats will frolic there. 13:22 Wolves will cry in their castles, and jackals in the pleasant palaces. Her time is near to come, and her days will not be prolonged. 14:1 For Yahweh will have compassion on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. The foreigner will join himself with them, and they will unite with the house of Jacob. 14:2 The peoples will take them, and bring them to their place. The house of Israel will possess them in Yahweh's land for servants and for handmaids. They will take as captives those whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. 14:3 It will happen in the day that Yahweh will give you rest from your sorrow, from your trouble, and from the hard service in which you were made to serve. 14:4 That you will take up this parable against the king of Babylon, and say, How the oppressor has ceased. The golden city has ceased. 14:5 Yahweh has broken the staff of the wicked, the scepter of the rulers. 14:6 Who struck the peoples in wrath with a continual stroke, who ruled the nations in anger, with a persecution that none restrained. 14:7 The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break out song. 14:8 Yes, the fir trees rejoice with you, with the cedars of Lebanon, saying, Since you are humbled, no lumberjack has come up against us. 14:9 Sheol from beneath has moved for you to meet you at your coming. It stirs up the dead for you, even all the rulers of the earth. It has raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. 14:10 They all will answer and ask you, Have you also become as weak as we are? Have you become like us? 14:11 Your pomp is brought down to Sheol, with the sound of your stringed instruments. Maggots are spread out under you, and worms cover you. 14:12 How you have fallen from heaven, morning star, son of the dawn. How you are cut down to the ground, who laid the nations low. 14:13 You said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the mountain of assembly in the far north. 14:14 I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. 14:15 Yet you shall be brought down to Sheol, to the depths of the pit. 14:16 Those who see you will stare at you. They will ponder you, saying, Is this the man who made the earth to tremble, who shook kingdoms? 14:17 Who made the world like a wilderness and overthrew its cities? Who didn't release his prisoners to their home? 14:18 All the kings of the nations sleep in glory, everyone in his own house. 14:19 But you are cast away from your tomb like an abominable branch, clothed with the slain, who are thrust through with the sword, who go down to the stones of the pit, like a dead body trodden underfoot. 14:20 You will not join them in burial, because you have destroyed your land. You have killed your people. The seed of evildoers will not be named forever. 14:21 Prepare for slaughter of his children because of the iniquity of their fathers, that they not rise up and possess the earth, and fill the surface of the world with cities. 14:22 I will rise up against them, says Yahweh of armies, and cut off from Babylon name and remnant, and son's son, says Yahweh. 14:23 I will also make it a possession for the porcupine and pools of water. I will sweep it with the broom of destruction, says Yahweh of armies. 14:24 Yahweh of armies has sworn, saying, Surely as I have thought, so shall it happen, and as I have purposed, so shall it stand. 14:25 That I will break the Assyrian in my land, and tread him under foot on my mountains. Then his yoke will leave them, and his burden leave their shoulders. 14:26 This is the plan that is determined for the whole earth. This is the hand that is stretched out over all the nations. 14:27 For Yahweh of armies has planned, and who can stop it? His hand is stretched out, and who can turn it back? 14:28 This burden was in the year that King Ahaz died. 14:29 Don't rejoice, O Philistia, all of you, because the rod that struck you is broken. For out of the serpent's root an adder will emerge, and his fruit will be a fiery flying serpent. 14:30 The firstborn of the poor will eat, and the needy will lie down in safety. And I will kill your root with famine, and your remnant will be killed. 14:31 Howl, gate, cry city, you are melted away, Philistia, all of you, for smoke comes out of the north, and there is no straggler in his ranks. 14:32 What will they answer the messengers of the nation? That Yahweh has founded Zion, and in her the afflicted of his people will take refuge. 15:1 The burden of Moab. For in a night Ar of Moab is laid waste and brought to nothing. For in a night Kir of Moab is laid waste and brought to nothing. 15:2 They have gone up to Baith, and to Dibon, to the high places, to weep. Moab wails over Nebo and over Medeba. Baldness is on all of their heads. Every beard is cut off. 15:3 In their streets they dress themselves in sackcloth. In their streets and on their housetops, everyone wails, weeping abundantly. 15:4 Heshbon cries out with Elileh. Their voice is heard even to Jahaz. Therefore the armed men of Moab cry aloud. Their souls tremble within them. 15:5 My heart cries out for Moab. Her nobles flee to Zor, to Eglath-Shelishiah, for they go up by the ascent of Luhith with weeping. For in the way of Horonaim they raise up a cry of destruction. 15:6 For the waters of Nimrim will be desolate. For the grass has withered away, the tender grass fails, there is no green thing. 15:7 Therefore they will carry away the abundance they have gotten, and that which they have stored up over the brook of the willows. 15:8 For the cry has gone around the borders of Moab, its wailing to Eglaim, and its wailing to Beer Elim. 15:9 For the waters of Dimon are full of blood, for I will bring yet more on Dimon, a lion on those of Moab who escape, and on the remnant of the land. 16:1 Send the lambs for the ruler of the land from Selah to the wilderness, to the mountain of the daughter of Zion. 16:2 For it will be that as wandering birds, as a scattered nest, so will the daughters of Moab be at the fords of the Arnon. 16:3 Give counsel, execute justice, make your shade like the night in the midst of the noonday. Hide the outcasts, don't betray the fugitive. 16:4 Let my outcasts dwell with you. As for Moab, be a hiding place for him from the face of the destroyer. For the extortioner is brought to nothing. Destruction ceases. The oppressors are consumed out of the land. 16:5 A throne will be established in loving kindness. One will sit on it in truth, in the tent of David, judging, seeking justice, and swift to do righteousness. 16:6 We have heard of the pride of Moab, that he is very proud, even of his arrogance, his pride, and his wrath. His boastings are nothing. 16:7 Therefore Moab will wail for Moab. Everyone will wail. You will mourn for the raisin cakes of Kir Hareseth, utterly stricken. 16:8 For the fields of Heshbon languish with the vine of Sibmah. The lords of the nations have broken down its choice branches, which reached even to Jazer, which wandered into the wilderness. Its shoots were spread abroad. They passed over the sea. 16:9 Therefore I will weep with the weeping of Jazer for the vine of Sibmah. I will water you with my tears, Heshbon and Elileh. For on your summer fruits and on your harvest the battle shout has fallen. 16:10 Gladness is taken away, and joy out of the fruitful field, and in the vineyards there will be no singing, neither joyful noise. Nobody will tread out wine in the presses. I have made the shouting stop. 16:11 Therefore my heart sounds like a harp for Moab, and my inward parts for Kir hears. 16:12 It will happen that when Moab presents himself, when he wearies himself on the high place, and comes to his sanctuary to pray, that he will not prevail. 16:13 This is the word that Yahweh spoke concerning Moab in time past. 16:14 But now Yahweh has spoken, saying, Within 3 years, as a worker bound by contract would count them, the glory of Moab shall be brought into contempt with all his great multitude, and the remnant will be very small and feeble. 17:1 The burden of Damascus. Behold, Damascus is taken away from being a city, and it will be a ruinous heap. 17:2 The cities of Aroer are forsaken. They will be for flocks, which shall lie down, and none shall make them afraid. 17:3 The fortress shall cease from Ephraim, and the kingdom from Damascus, and the remnant of Syria. They will be as the glory of the children of Israel, says Yahweh of armies. 17:4 It will happen in that day that the glory of Jacob will be made thin, and the fatness of his flesh will become lean. 17:5 It will be like when the harvester gathers the wheat, and his arm reaps the grain. Yes, it will be like when one gleans grain in the valley of Rephaim. 17:6 Yet gleanings will be left there, like the shaking of an olive tree, 2 or 3 olives in the top of the uppermost bough, 4 or 5 in the outermost branches of a fruitful tree, says Yahweh, the God of Israel. 17:7 In that day, people will look to their Maker, and their eyes will have respect for the Holy One of Israel. 17:8 They will not look to the altars, the work of their hands, neither shall they respect that which their fingers have made, either the Asherim or the incense altars. 17:9 In that day, their strong cities will be like the forsaken places in the woods and on the mountain top, which were forsaken from before the children of Israel, and it will be a desolation. 17:10 For you have forgotten the God of your salvation, and have not remembered the rock of your strength. Therefore you plant pleasant plants and set out foreign seedlings. 17:11 In the day of your planting, you hedge it in. In the morning, you make your seed blossom, but the harvest flees away in the day of grief and of desperate sorrow. 17:12 The uproar of many peoples, who roar like the roaring of the seas, and the rushing of nations, that rush like the rushing of mighty waters. 17:13 The nations will rush like the rushing of many waters. But he will rebuke them, and they will flee far off, and will be chased like the chaff of the mountains before the wind, and like the whirling dust before the storm. 17:14 At evening, behold, terror. Before the morning, they are no more. This is the portion of those who plunder us, and the lot of those who rob us. 18:1 The land of the rustling of wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. 18:2 That sends ambassadors by the sea, even in vessels of papyrus on the waters, saying, Go, you swift messengers, to a nation tall and smooth, to a people awesome from their beginning onward, a nation that measures out and treads down, whose land the rivers divide. 18:3 All you inhabitants of the world, and you dwellers on the earth, when a banner is lifted up on the mountains, look. When the trumpet is blown, listen. 18:4 For Yahweh said to me, I will be still, and I will see in my dwelling place, like clear heat in sunshine, like a cloud of dew in the heat of harvest. 18:5 For before the harvest, when the blossom is over, and the flower becomes a ripening grape, he will cut off the sprigs with pruning hooks, and he will cut down and take away the spreading branches. 18:6 They will be left together for the ravenous birds of the mountains, and for the animals of the earth. The ravenous birds will summer on them, and all the animals of the earth will winter on them. 18:7 In that time, a present will be brought to Yahweh of armies from a people tall and smooth, even from a people awesome from their beginning onward, a nation that measures out and treads down, whose land the rivers divide, to the place of the name of Yahweh of armies, Mount Zion. 19:1 The burden of Egypt. Behold, Yahweh rides on a swift cloud and comes to Egypt. The idols of Egypt will tremble at his presence, and the heart of Egypt will melt in its midst. 19:2 I will stir up the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they will fight everyone against his brother, and everyone against his neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. 19:3 The spirit of Egypt will fail in its midst. I will destroy its counsel. They will seek the idols, the charmers, those who have familiar spirits, and the wizards. 19:4 I will give over the Egyptians into the hand of a cruel lord. A fierce king will rule over them, says the Lord Yahweh of armies. 19:5 The waters will fail from the sea, and the river will be wasted and become dry. 19:6 The rivers will become foul. The streams of Egypt will be diminished and dried up. The reeds and flags will wither away. 19:7 The meadows by the Nile, by the brink of the Nile, and all the sown fields of the Nile will become dry, be driven away, and be no more. 19:8 The fishermen will lament, and all those who fish in the Nile will mourn, and those who spread nets on the waters will languish. 19:9 Moreover those who work in combed flax, and those who weave white cloth will be confounded. 19:10 The pillars will be broken in pieces. All those who work for hire will be grieved in soul. 19:11 The princes of Zoan are utterly foolish. The counsel of the wisest counselors of Pharaoh has become stupid. How do you say to Pharaoh, I am the son of the wise, the son of ancient kings? 19:12 Where then are your wise men? Let them tell you now, and let them know what Yahweh of armies has purposed concerning Egypt. 19:13 The princes of Zoan have become fools. The princes of Memphis are deceived. They have caused Egypt to go astray, who are the cornerstone of her tribes. 19:14 Yahweh has mixed a spirit of perverseness in the midst of her, and they have caused Egypt to go astray in all of its works, like a drunken man staggers in his vomit. 19:15 Neither shall there be for Egypt any work, which head or tail, palm branch or rush may do. 19:16 In that day the Egyptians will be like women. They will tremble and fear because of the shaking of the hand of Yahweh of armies, which he shakes over them. 19:17 The land of Judah will become a terror to Egypt. Everyone to whom mention is made of it will be afraid, because of the plans of Yahweh of armies, which he determines against it. 19:18 In that day, there will be 5 cities in the land of Egypt that speak the language of Canaan and swear to Yahweh of armies. One will be called the City of Destruction. 19:19 In that day, there will be an altar to Yahweh in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar to Yahweh at its border. 19:20 It will be for a sign and for a witness to Yahweh of armies in the land of Egypt. For they will cry to Yahweh because of oppressors, and he will send them a savior and a defender, and he will deliver them. 19:21 Yahweh will be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians will know Yahweh in that day. Yes, they will worship with sacrifice and offering, and will vow a vow to Yahweh and will perform it. 19:22 Yahweh will strike Egypt, striking and healing. They will return to Yahweh, and he will be entreated by them, and will heal them. 19:23 In that day there will be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians will worship with the Assyrians. 19:24 In that day, Israel will be the third with Egypt and with Assyria, a blessing in the midst of the earth. 19:25 Because Yahweh of armies has blessed them, saying, Blessed be Egypt my people, Assyria the work of my hands, and Israel my inheritance. 21 In the year that Tartan came to Ashdod, when Sargon the king of Assyria sent him, and he fought against Ashdod and took it. 22 At that time Yahweh spoke by Isaiah the son of Amoz, saying, Go and loosen the sackcloth from off your waist, and take your shoes from off your feet. He did so, walking naked and barefoot. 23 Yahweh said, As my servant Isaiah has walked naked and barefoot 3 years for a sign, and a wonder concerning Egypt and concerning Ethiopia. 24 So the king of Assyria will lead away the captives of Egypt and the exiles of Ethiopia, young and old, naked and barefoot, and with buttocks uncovered, to the shame of Egypt. 25 They will be dismayed and confounded, because of Ethiopia their expectation, and of Egypt their glory. 26 The inhabitants of this coastland will say in that day, Behold, this is our expectation, where we fled for help to be delivered from the king of Assyria. And we, how will we escape? 21:1 The burden of the wilderness of the sea. As whirlwinds in the south sweep through, it comes from the wilderness, from an awesome land. 21:2 A grievous vision is declared to me. The treacherous man deals treacherously, and the destroyer destroys. Go up, Elam, attack. I have stopped all of Media's sighing. 21:3 Therefore my thighs are filled with anguish. Pains have taken hold on me like the pains of a woman in labor. I am in so much pain that I can't hear. I so am dismayed that I can't see. 21:4 My heart flutters. Horror has frightened me. The twilight that I desired has been turned into trembling for me. 21:5 They prepare the table. They set the watch. They eat. They drink. Rise up, you princes, oil the shield. 21:6 For the Lord said to me, Go, set a watchman. Let him declare what he sees. 21:7 When he sees a troop, horsemen in pairs, a troop of donkeys, a troop of camels, he shall listen diligently with great attentiveness. 21:8 He cried like a lion. Lord, I stand continually on the watchtower in the daytime, and every night I stay at my post. 21:9 Behold, here comes a troop of men, horsemen in pairs. He answered, Fallen, fallen is Babylon, and all the engraved images of her gods are broken to the ground. 21:10 You are my thrashing, and the grain of my floor. That which I have heard from Yahweh of armies, the God of Israel, I have declared to you. 21:11 The burden of Duma. One calls to me out of Seir, Watchman, what of the night? Watchman, what of the night? 21:12 The watchman said, The morning comes and also the night. If you will inquire, inquire, come back again. 21:13 The burden on Arabia. In the forest in Arabia you will lodge, you caravans of Dedanites. 21:14 They brought water to him who was thirsty. The inhabitants of the land of Tema met the fugitives with their bread. 21:15 For they fled away from the swords, from the drawn sword, from the bent bow, and from the heat of battle. 21:16 For the Lord said to me, Within a year, as a worker bound by contract would count it, all the glory of Kedar will fail. 21:17 And the residue of the number of the archers, the mighty men of the children of Kedar, will be few. For Yahweh, the God of Israel, has spoken it. 22:1 The burden of the valley of vision. What ails you now that you have all gone up to the housetops? 22:2 You that are full of shouting, a tumultuous city, a joyous town, your slain are not slain with the sword, neither are they dead in battle. 22:3 All your rulers fled away together, they were bound by the archers. All who were found by you were bound together, they fled far away. 22:4 Therefore I said, Look away from me, I will weep bitterly. Don't labor to comfort me for the destruction of the daughter of my people. 22:5 For it is a day of confusion, and of treading down, and of perplexity, from the Lord, Yahweh of armies in the valley of vision, a breaking down of the walls, and a crying to the mountains. 22:6 Elam carried his quiver with chariots of men and horsemen, and Kir uncovered the shield. 22:7 It happened that your choicest valleys were full of chariots, and the horsemen set themselves in array at the gate. 22:8 He took away the covering of Judah, and you looked in that day to the armor in the house of the forest. 22:9 You saw the breaches of the city of David, that they were many, and you gathered together the waters of the lower pool. 22:10 You numbered the houses of Jerusalem, and you broke down the houses to fortify the wall. 22:11 You also made a reservoir between the two walls for the water of the old pool. But you didn't look to him who had done this, neither did you have respect for him who purposed it long ago. 22:12 In that day, the Lord, Yahweh of armies, called to weeping, and to mourning, and to baldness, and to dressing in sackcloth. 22:13 And behold, joy and gladness, killing cattle and killing sheep, eating flesh and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we will die. 22:14 Yahweh of armies revealed himself in my ears. Surely this iniquity will not be forgiven you until you die, says the Lord, Yahweh of armies. 22:15 Thus says the Lord, Yahweh of armies, Go, get yourself to this treasurer, even to Shebna, who is over the house, and say, 22:16 What are you doing here? Who has you here that you have dug out a tomb here? Cutting himself out a tomb on high, chiseling a habitation for himself in the rock. 22:17 Behold, Yahweh will overcome you and hurl you away violently. Yes, he will grasp you firmly. 22:18 He will surely wind you around and around, and throw you like a ball into a large country. There you will die, and there the chariots of your glory will be, you shame of your Lord's house. 22:19 I will thrust you from your office. You will be pulled down from your station. 22:20 It will happen in that day that I will call my servant Eliakim the son of Hilkiah. 22:21 And I will clothe him with your robe, and strengthen him with your belt. I will commit your government into his hand, and he will be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and to the house of Judah. 22:22 I will lay the key of the house of David on his shoulder. He will open, and no one will shut. He will shut, and no one will open. 22:23 I will fasten him like a nail in a sure place. He will be for a throne of glory to his father's house. 22:24 They will hang on him all the glory of his father's house, the offspring and the issue, every small vessel, from the cups even to all the pitchers. 22:25 In that day, says Yahweh of armies, the nail that was fastened in a sure place will give way. It will be cut down and fall. The burden that was on it will be cut off, for Yahweh has spoken it. 23:1 The burden of Tyre. Howl, you ships of Tarshish, for it is laid waste so that there is no house, no entering in. From the land of Kittim it is revealed to them. 23:2 Be still, you inhabitants of the coast, you whom the merchants of Sidon that pass over the sea have replenished. 23:3 On great waters, the seed of the Shihar, the harvest of the Nile, was her revenue. She was the market of nations. 23:4 Be ashamed, Sidon, for the sea has spoken, the stronghold of the sea, saying, I have not travailed nor brought forth, neither have I nourished young men nor brought up virgins. 23:5 When the report comes to Egypt, they will be in anguish at the report of Tyre. 23:6 Pass over to Tarshish. Wail, you inhabitants of the coast. 23:7 Is this your joyous city, whose antiquity is of ancient days, whose feet carried her far away to travel? 23:8 Who has planned this against Tyre, the giver of crowns, whose merchants are princes, whose traffickers are the honorable of the earth? 23:9 Yahweh of armies has planned it, to stain the pride of all glory, to bring into contempt all the honorable of the earth. 23:10 Pass through your land like the Nile, daughter of Tarshish. There is no restraint anymore. 23:11 He has stretched out his hand over the sea. He has shaken the kingdoms. Yahweh has ordered the destruction of Canaan's strongholds. 23:12 He said, You shall rejoice no more, you oppressed virgin daughter of Sidon. Arise, pass over to Kittim. Even there you will have no rest. 23:13 Behold, the land of the Chaldeans. This people was not. The Assyrians founded it for those who dwell in the wilderness. They set up their towers, they overthrew its palaces, they made it a ruin. 23:14 Howl, you ships of Tarshish, for your stronghold is laid waste. 23:15 It will come to pass in that day that Tyre will be forgotten 70 years, according to the days of one king. After the end of 70 years, it will be to Tyre like in the song of the prostitute. 23:16 Take a harp, go about the city, you prostitute that has been forgotten. Make sweet melody. Sing many songs that you may be remembered. 23:17 It will happen after the end of 70 years that Yahweh will visit Tyre, and she shall return to her wages, and will play the prostitute with all the kingdoms of the world on the surface of the earth. 23:18 Her merchandise and her wages will be holiness to Yahweh. It will not be treasured nor laid up. For her merchandise will be for those who dwell before Yahweh to eat sufficiently, and for durable clothing. 24:1 Behold, Yahweh makes the earth empty, makes it waste, turns it upside down, and scatters its inhabitants. 24:2 It will be as with the people, so with the priest, as with the servant, so with his master, as with the maid, so with her mistress, as with the buyer, so with the seller, as with the creditor, so with the debtor, as with the taker of interest, so with the giver of interest. 24:3 The earth will be utterly emptied and utterly laid waste, for Yahweh has spoken this word. 24:4 The earth mourns and fades away. The world languishes and fades away. The lofty people of the earth languish. 24:5 The earth also is polluted under its inhabitants, because they have transgressed the laws, violated the statutes, and broken the everlasting covenant. 24:6 Therefore the curse has devoured the earth, and those who dwell therein are found guilty. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth are burned, and few men left. 24:7 The new wine mourns, the vine languishes, all the merry-hearted sigh. 24:8 The mirth of tambourine ceases, the sound of those who rejoice ends, the joy of the harp ceases. 24:9 They will not drink wine with a song, strong drink will be bitter to those who drink it. 24:10 The confused city is broken down, every house is shut up that no man may come in. 24:11 There is a crying in the streets because of the wine, all joy is darkened, the mirth of the land is gone. 24:12 The city is left in desolation, and the gate is struck with destruction. 24:13 For it will be so in the midst of the earth among the peoples, as the shaking of an olive tree, as the gleanings when the vintage is done. 24:14 These shall lift up their voice. They will shout for the majesty of Yahweh. They cry aloud from the sea. 24:15 Therefore glorify Yahweh in the east, even the name of Yahweh, the God of Israel in the islands of the sea. 24:16 From the uttermost part of the earth have we heard songs. Glory to the righteous. But I said, I pine away, woe is me. The treacherous have dealt treacherously. Yes, the treacherous have dealt very treacherously. 24:17 Fear, the pit, and the snare are on you who inhabit the earth. 24:18 It will happen that he who flees from the noise of the fear will fall into the pit, and he who comes up out of the midst of the pit will be taken in the snare. For the windows on high are opened, and the foundations of the earth tremble. 24:19 The earth is utterly broken. The earth is torn apart. The earth is shaken violently. 24:20 The earth will stagger like a drunken man, and will sway back and forth like a hammock. Its disobedience will be heavy on it, and it will fall and not rise again. 24:21 It shall happen in that day that Yahweh will punish the army of the high ones on high, and the kings of the earth on the earth. 24:22 They shall be gathered together, as prisoners are gathered in the pit, and shall be shut up in the prison, and after many days shall they be visited. 24:23 Then the moon shall be confounded, and the sun ashamed. For Yahweh of armies will reign on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem, and before his elders will be glory. 25:1 Yahweh, you are my God. I will exalt you. I will praise your name, for you have done wonderful things, things planned long ago in complete faithfulness and truth. 25:2 For you have made a city into a heap, a fortified city into a ruin, a palace of strangers to be no city. It will never be built. 25:3 Therefore a strong people will glorify you. A city of awesome nations will fear you. 25:4 For you have been a stronghold to the poor, a stronghold to the needy in his distress, a refuge from the storm, a shade from the heat, when the blast of the dreaded ones is like a storm against the wall. 25:5 As the heat in a dry place will you bring down the noise of strangers. As the heat by the shade of a cloud, the song of the dreaded ones will be brought low. 25:6 In this mountain, Yahweh of armies will make all peoples a feast of fat things, a feast of choice wines, of fat things full of marrow, of well-refined choice wines. 25:7 He will destroy in this mountain the surface of the covering that covers all peoples, and the veil that is spread over all nations. 25:8 He has swallowed up death forever. The Lord Yahweh will wipe away tears from off all faces. He will take the reproach of his people away from off all the earth, for Yahweh has spoken it. 25:9 It shall be said in that day, Behold, this is our God, we have waited for him, and he will save us. This is Yahweh, we have waited for him. We will be glad and rejoice in his salvation. 25:10 In this mountain the hand of Yahweh will rest. Moab will be trodden down in his place, even like straw is trodden down in the water of the dunghill. 25:11 He will spread out his hands in its midst, like one who swims spreads out hands to swim, but his pride will be humbled together with the craft of his hands. 25:12 He has brought the high fortress of your walls down, laid low, and brought to the ground, even to the dust. 26:1 In that day, this song will be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. God appoints salvation for walls and bulwarks. 26:2 Open the gates, that the righteous nation may enter. The one which keeps faith. 26:3 You will keep whoever's mind is steadfast in perfect peace, because he trusts in you. 26:4 Trust in Yahweh forever. For in Yahweh is an everlasting rock. 26:5 For he has brought down those who dwell on high, the lofty city. He lays it low. He lays it low even to the ground. He brings it even to the dust. 26:6 The foot shall tread it down, even the feet of the poor, and the steps of the needy. 26:7 The way of the just is uprightness. You who are upright make the path of the righteous level. 26:8 Yes, in the way of your judgments, Yahweh, have we waited for you. Your name and your renown are the desire of our soul. 26:9 With my soul have I desired you in the night. Yes, with my spirit within me will I seek you earnestly. For when your judgments are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world learn righteousness. 26:10 Let favor be shown to the wicked, yet he will not learn righteousness. In the land of uprightness he will deal wrongfully, and will not see Yahweh's majesty. 26:11 Yahweh, your hand is lifted up, yet they don't see, but they will see your zeal for the people and be disappointed. Yes, fire will consume your adversaries. 26:12 Yahweh, you will ordain peace for us, for you have also worked all our works for us. 26:13 Yahweh our God, other lords besides you have had dominion over us, but by you only will we make mention of your name. 26:14 The dead shall not live, the deceased shall not rise, therefore have you visited and destroyed them and caused all memory of them to perish. 26:15 You have increased the nation, O Yahweh, you have increased the nation, you are glorified, you have enlarged all the borders of the land. 26:16 Yahweh, in trouble they have visited you. They poured out a prayer when your chastening was on them. 26:17 Like as a woman with child, who draws near the time of her delivery, is in pain and cries out in her pangs, so we have been before you, Yahweh. 26:18 We have been with child. We have been in pain. We gave birth, it seems, only to wind. We have not worked any deliverance in the earth, neither have the inhabitants of the world fallen. 26:19 Your dead shall live. My dead bodies shall arise. Awake and sing, you who dwell in the dust, for your dew is like the dew of herbs, and the earth will cast forth the dead. 26:20 Come, my people, enter into your chambers and shut your doors behind you. Hide yourself for a little moment, until the indignation is past. 26:21 For, behold, Yahweh comes forth out of his place to punish the inhabitants of the earth for their iniquity. The earth also will disclose her blood, and will no longer cover her slain. 27:1 In that day, Yahweh with his hard and great and strong sword will punish Leviathan, the fleeing serpent, and Leviathan the twisted serpent, and he will kill the dragon that is in the sea. 27:2 In that day, sing to her, a pleasant vineyard. 27:3 I, Yahweh, am its keeper. I will water it every moment. Lest anyone damage it, I will keep it night and day. 27:4 Wrath is not in me, but if I should find briars and thorns, I would do battle. I would march on them and I would burn them together. 27:5 Or else let him take hold of my strength, that he may make peace with me. Let him make peace with me. 27:6 In days to come, Jacob will take root. Israel will blossom and bud. They will fill the surface of the world with fruit. 27:7 Has he struck them as he struck those who struck them? Or are they killed like those who killed them were killed? 27:8 In measure, when you send them away, you contend with them. He has removed them with his rough blast in the day of the east wind. 27:9 Therefore, by this the iniquity of Jacob will be forgiven, and this is all the fruit of taking away his sin, that he makes all the stones of the altar as chalk stones that are beaten in pieces, so that the Asherim and the incense altars shall rise no more. 27:10 For the fortified city is solitary, a habitation deserted and forsaken, like the wilderness. The calf will feed there, and there he will lie down and consume its branches. 27:11 When its boughs are withered, they will be broken off. The women will come and set them on fire, for they are a people of no understanding. Therefore he who made them will not have compassion on them, and he who formed them will show them no favor. 27:12 It will happen in that day, that Yahweh will thresh from the flowing stream of the Euphrates to the brook of Egypt, and you will be gathered one by one, children of Israel. 27:13 It will happen in that day that a great trumpet will be blown, and those who were ready to perish in the land of Assyria, and those who were outcasts in the land of Egypt, shall come, and they will worship Yahweh in the holy mountain at Jerusalem. 28:1 Woe to the crown of pride of the drunkards of Ephraim, and to the fading flower of his glorious beauty, which is on the head of the fertile valley of those who are overcome with wine. 28:2 Behold, the Lord has a mighty and strong one, like a storm of hail, a destroying storm, and like a storm of mighty waters overflowing, he will cast them down to the earth with his hand. 28:3 The crown of pride of the drunkards of Ephraim will be trodden underfoot. 28:4 The fading flower of his glorious beauty, which is on the head of the fertile valley, shall be like the first ripe fig before the summer, which someone picks and eats as soon as he sees it. 28:5 In that day, Yahweh of armies will become a crown of glory and a diadem of beauty to the residue of his people. 28:6 And a spirit of justice to him who sits in judgment, and strength to those who turn back the battle at the gate. 28:7 They also reel with wine and stagger with strong drink. The priest and the prophet reel with strong drink. They are swallowed up by wine. They stagger with strong drink. They err in vision, they stumble in judgment. 28:8 For all tables are completely full of filthy vomit and filthiness. 28:9 Whom will he teach knowledge? To whom will he explain the message? Those who are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breasts? 28:10 For it is precept on precept, precept on precept, line on line, here a little, there a little. 28:11 But he will speak to this nation with stammering lips and in another language. 28:12 To whom he said, This is the resting place. Give rest to weary. And this is the refreshing, yet they would not hear. 28:13 Therefore the word of Yahweh will be to them precept on precept, precept on precept, line on line, here a little, there a little, that they may go, fall backward, be broken, be snared, and be taken. 28:14 Therefore hear the word of Yahweh, you scoffers that rule this people in Jerusalem. 28:15 Because you have said, We have made a covenant with death, and with Sheol are we in agreement. When the overflowing scourge passes through, it won't come to us. For we have made lies our refuge, and we have hidden ourselves under falsehood. 28:16 Therefore thus says the Lord Yahweh, Behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation a stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone of a sure foundation. He who believes shall not act hastily. 28:17 I will make justice the measuring line, and righteousness the plumb line. The hail will sweep away the refuge of lies, and the waters will overflow the hiding place. 28:18 Your covenant with death shall be annulled, and your agreement with Sheol shall not stand. When the overflowing scourge passes through, then you will be trampled down by it. 28:19 As often as it passes through, it will seize you. For morning by morning it will pass through, by day and by night, and it will be nothing but terror to understand the message. 28:20 For the bed is too short to stretch out on, and the blanket is too narrow to wrap oneself in. 28:21 For Yahweh will rise up as on Mount Perazim. He will be angry as in the valley of Jibon, that he may do his work, his unusual work, and bring to pass his act, his extraordinary act. 28:22 Now therefore don't be scoffers, lest your bonds be made strong, for I have heard a decree of destruction from the Lord, Yahweh of armies, on the whole earth. 28:23 Give ear and hear my voice. Listen and hear my speech. 28:24 Does he who plows to sow plow continually? Does he keep turning the soil and breaking the clods? 28:25 When he has leveled its surface, doesn't he plant the dill and scatter the cumin seed and put in the wheat in rows, the barley in the appointed place, and the spelt in its place? 28:26 For his God instructs him in right judgment and teaches him. 28:27 For the dill are not threshed with a sharp instrument, neither is a cartwheel turned over the cumin, but the dill is beaten out with a stick, and the cumin with a rod. 28:28 Bread flour must be ground, so he will not always be thrashing it. Although he drives the wheel of his thrashing cart over it, his horses don't grind it. 28:29 This also comes forth from Yahweh of armies, who is wonderful in counsel and excellent in wisdom. 29:1 Woe to Ariel, Ariel, the city where David encamped. Add year to year, let the feasts come around. 29:2 Then I will distress Ariel, and there will be mourning and lamentation. She shall be to me as an altar hearth. 29:3 I will encamp against you all around you, and will lay siege against you with posted troops. I will raise siege works against you. 29 For you will be brought down, and will speak out of the ground. Your speech will mumble out of the dust. Your voice will be as of one who has a familiar spirit out of the ground, and your speech will whisper out of the dust. 29:5 But the multitude of your foes will be like fine dust, and the multitude of the ruthless ones like chaff that blows away. Yes, it will be in an instant, suddenly. 29:6 She will be visited by Yahweh of armies with thunder, with earthquake, with great noise, with whirlwind and storm, and with the flame of a devouring fire. 29:7 The multitude of all the nations that fight against Ariel, even all who fight against her and her stronghold, and who distress her, will be like a dream, a vision of the night. 29:8 It will be like when a hungry man dreams, and behold, he eats, but he awakes, and his hunger isn't satisfied. Or like when a thirsty man dreams, and behold, he drinks, but he awakes, and behold, he is faint, and he is still thirsty. The multitude of all the nations that fight against Mount Zion will be like that. 29:9 Pause and wonder. Blind yourselves and be blind. They are drunken, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink. 29:10 For Yahweh has poured out on you a spirit of deep sleep, and has closed your eyes, the prophets, and he has covered your heads, the seers. 29:11 All vision has become to you like the words of a book that is sealed, which men deliver to one who is educated, saying, Read this, please. And he says, I can't, for it is sealed. 29:12 And the book is delivered to one who is not educated, saying, Read this, please. And he says, I can't read. 29:13 The Lord said, Because this people draws near with their mouth and with their lips to honor me, but they have removed their heart far from me, and their fear of me is a commandment of men which has been taught. 29:14 Therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. And the wisdom of their wise men will perish, and the understanding of their prudent men will be hidden. 29:15 Woe to those who deeply hide their counsel from Yahweh, and whose works are in the dark, and who say, Who sees us? And who knows us? 29:16 You turn things upside down. Should the potter be thought to be like clay, that the thing made should say about him who made it, He didn't make me? Or the thing formed say of him who formed it, He has no understanding. 29:17 Isn't it yet a very little while, and Lebanon will be turned into a fruitful field, and the fruitful field will be regarded as a forest? 29:18 In that day, the deaf will hear the words of the book, and the eyes of the blind will see out of obscurity and out of darkness. 29:19 The humble also will increase their joy in Yahweh, and the poor among men will rejoice in the Holy One of Israel. 29:24 The ruthless is brought to nothing, and the scoffer ceases, and all those who are alert to do evil are cut off. 29:21 Who cause a person to be indicted by a word, and lay a snare for the arbiter in the gate, and who deprive the innocent of justice with false testimony. 29:22 Therefore thus says Yahweh, who redeemed Abraham, concerning the house of Jacob, Jacob shall no longer be ashamed, neither shall his face grow pale. 29:23 But when he sees his children, the work of my hands, in the midst of him, they will sanctify my name. Yes, they will sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, and will stand in awe of the God of Israel. 29:24 They also who err in spirit will come to understanding, and those who grumble will receive instruction. 31 Woe to the rebellious children, says Yahweh, who take counsel but not from me, and who make an alliance but not with my spirit, that they may add sin to sin. 32 Who set out to go down into Egypt and have not asked my advice, to strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh, and to take refuge in the shadow of Egypt. 33 Therefore the strength of Pharaoh will be your shame, and the refuge in the shadow of Egypt your confusion. 34 For their princes are at Zoan, and their ambassadors have come to hands. 35 They shall all be ashamed because of a people that can't profit them, that are not a help nor profit, but a shame, and also a reproach. 36 The burden of the animals of the south. Through the land of trouble and anguish, of the lioness and the lion, the viper and fiery flying serpent, they carry their riches on the shoulders of young donkeys, and their treasures on the humps of camels, to an unprofitable people. 37 For Egypt helps in vain, and to no purpose. Therefore have I called her Rahab who sits still. 38 Now go, write it before them on a tablet, and inscribe it in a book, that it may be for the time to come forever and ever. 39 For it is a rebellious people, lying children, children who will not hear the law of Yahweh. 30 Who tell the seers, Don't see? And to the prophets, don't prophesy to us right things, tell us pleasant things, prophesy deceits. 30:11 Get out of the way, turn aside from the path, cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. 30:12 Therefore thus says the Holy One of Israel, because you despise this word, and trust in oppression and perverseness, and rely on it. 30:13 Therefore this iniquity shall be to you like a breach ready to fall, swelling out in a high wall, whose breaking comes suddenly in an instant. 30:14 He will break it as a potter's vessel is broken, breaking it in pieces without sparing, so that there won't be found among the broken piece a piece good enough to take fire from the hearth, or to dip up water out of the cistern. 30:15 For thus said the Lord Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel, you will be saved in returning and rest. Your strength will be in quietness and in confidence. You refused 30:16, but you said, no, for we will flee on horses. Therefore you will flee, and we will ride on the swift. Therefore those who pursue you will be swift. 30:17 1,000 will flee at the threat of one. At the threat of five, you will flee until you are left like a beacon on the top of a mountain, and like a banner on a hill. 30:18 Therefore Yahweh will wait, that he may be gracious to you, and therefore he will be exalted, that he may have mercy on you, for Yahweh is a God of justice. Blessed are all those who wait for him. 30:19 For the people will dwell in Zion at Jerusalem. You will weep no more. He will surely be gracious to you at the voice of your cry. When he hears you, he will answer you. 30:20 Though the Lord may give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet your teachers won't be hidden anymore, but your eyes will see your teachers. 30:21 And when you turn to the right hand, and when you turn to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, this is the way, walk in it. 30:22 You shall defile the overlaying of your engraved images of silver, and the plating of your molten images of gold. You shall cast them away as an unclean thing. You shall tell it, go away. 30:23 He will give the rain for your seed, with which you will sow the ground, and bread of the increase of the ground will be rich and plentiful. In that day your livestock will feed in large pastures. 30:24 The oxen likewise, and the young donkeys that till the ground will eat savory provender, which has been winnowed with the shovel and with the fork. 30:25 There shall be brooks and streams of water on every lofty mountain, and on every high hill in the day of the great slaughter, when the towers fall. 30:26 Moreover the light of the moon will be like the light of the sun, and the light of the sun will be 7 times brighter, like the light of 7 days, in the day that Yahweh binds up the fracture of his people, and heals the wound they were struck with. 30:27 Behold, the name of Yahweh comes from far away, burning with his anger and in thick rising smoke. His lips are full of indignation, and his tongue is as a devouring fire. 30:28 His breath is as an overflowing stream that reaches even to the neck, to sift the nations with the sieve of destruction, and a bridle that leads to ruin will be in the jaws of the peoples. 30:29 You will have a song, as in the night when a holy feast is kept, and gladness of heart, as when one goes with a flute to come to Yahweh's mountain, to Israel's rock. 30:30 Yahweh will cause his glorious voice to be heard, and will show the descent of his arm, with the indignation of his anger, and the flame of a devouring fire, with a blast, storm, and hailstones. 30:31 For through the voice of Yahweh the Assyrian will be dismayed. He will strike him with his rod. 30:32 Every stroke of the rod of punishment, which Yahweh will lay on him, will be with the sound of tambourines and harps. He will fight with them in battles, brandishing weapons. 30:33 For his burning place has long been ready. Yes, for the king it is made ready. He has made its pyre deep and large with fire and much wood. Yahweh's breath, like a stream of sulfur, kindles it. 30:1 Woe to those who go down to Egypt for help, and rely on horses, and trust in chariots because they are many, and in horsemen because they are very strong. But they don't look to the Holy One of Israel, and they don't seek Yahweh. 31:2 Yet he also is wise, and will bring disaster, and will not call back his words, but will arise against the house of the evildoers, and against the help of those who work iniquity. 31:3 Now the Egyptians are men, and not God, and their horses flesh, and not spirit. When Yahweh stretches out his hand, both he who helps shall stumble, and he who is helped shall fall, and they all shall be consumed together. 31:4 For thus says Yahweh to me, as the lion and the young lion growling over his prey, if a multitude of shepherds is called together against him, will not be dismayed at their voice, nor abase himself for the noise of them. So Yahweh of armies will come down to fight on Mount Zion and on its heights. 31:5 As birds hovering, so Yahweh of armies will protect Jerusalem. He will protect and deliver it. He will pass over and preserve it. 31:6. Return to him from whom you have deeply revolted, children of Israel. 31:7. For in that day, everyone shall cast away his idols of silver and his idols of gold sin, which your own hands have made for you. 31:8. The Assyrian will fall by the sword, not of man. And the sword, not of mankind, shall devour him. He will flee from the sword, and his young men will become subject to forced labor. 31:9. His rock will pass away by reason of terror, and his princes will be afraid of the banner. Says Yahweh, whose fire is in Zion, and his furnace in Jerusalem. 32:1. Behold, a king shall reign in righteousness, and princes shall rule in justice. 32:2. A man shall be as a hiding place from the wind, and a covert from the storm, as streams of water in a dry place, as the shade of a large rock in a weary land. 32:3. The eyes of those who see will not be dim, and the ears of those who hear will listen. 32:4. The heart of the rash will understand knowledge, and the tongue of the stammerers will be ready to speak plainly. 32:5. The fool will no longer be called noble, nor the scoundrel be highly respected. 32:6. For the fool will speak folly, and his heart will work iniquity, to practice profanity, and to utter error against Yahweh, to make empty the soul of the hungry, and to cause the drink of the thirsty to fail. 32:7. The ways of the scoundrel are evil. He devises wicked devices to destroy the humble with lying words, even when the needy speaks right. 32:8. But the noble devises noble things, and he will continue in noble things. 32:9. Rise up, you women who are at ease, hear my voice. You careless daughters, give ear to my speech. 32:10. For days beyond a year you will be troubled, you careless women. For the vintage shall fail. The harvest won't come. 32:11. Tremble, you women who are at ease. Be troubled, you careless ones. Strip yourselves, make yourselves naked, and put sackcloth on your waist. 32:12. Beat your breasts for the pleasant fields, for the fruitful vine. 32:13. Thorns and briars will come up on my people's land. Yes, on all the houses of joy in the joyous city. 32:14. For the palace will be forsaken. The populous city will be deserted. The hill and the watchtower will be for dens forever. A delight for wild donkeys, a pasture of flocks. 32:15. Until the Spirit is poured on us from on high, and the wilderness becomes a fruitful field, and the fruitful field is considered a forest. 32:16. Then justice will dwell in the wilderness, and righteousness will remain in the fruitful field. 32:17. The work of righteousness will be peace, and the effect of righteousness, quietness and confidence forever. 32:18. My people will abide in a peaceful habitation, in safe dwellings, and in quiet resting places. 32:19. Though hail flattens the forest, and the city is leveled completely. 32:20. Blessed are you who sow beside all waters, who send out the feet of the ox and the donkey. 33:1. Woe to you who destroy, but you weren't destroyed, and who betray, but nobody betrayed you. When you have finished destroying, you will be destroyed, and when you have made an end of betrayal, you will be betrayed. 33:2. Yahweh, be gracious to us, we have waited for you. Be our strength every morning, our salvation also in the time of trouble. 33:3. At the noise of the thunder, the peoples have fled. When you lift yourself up, the nations are scattered. 33:4. Your spoil will be gathered as the caterpillar gathers. Men will leap on it as locusts leap. 33:5. Yahweh is exalted, for he dwells on high. He has filled Zion with justice and righteousness. 33:6. There will be stability in your times, abundance of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge. The fear of Yahweh is your treasure. 33:7. Behold, their valiant ones cry outside. The ambassadors of peace weep bitterly. 33:8 The highways are desolate. The traveling man ceases. The covenant is broken. He has despised the cities. He doesn't regard man. 33:9 The land mourns and languishes. Lebanon is confounded and withers away. Sharon is like a desert, and Bashan and Carmel are stripped bare. 33:10 Now I will arise, says Yahweh. Now I will lift myself up. Now I will be exalted. 33:11 You will conceive chaff. You will bring forth stubble. Your breath is a fire that will devour you. 33:12 The peoples will be like the burning of lime, like thorns that are cut down and burned in the fire. 33:13 Hear, you who are far off, what I have done. And you who are near, acknowledge my might. 33:14 The sinners in Zion are afraid. Trembling has seized the godless ones. Who among us can live with the devouring fire? Who among us can live with everlasting burning? 33:15 He who walks righteously and speaks blamelessly. He who despises the gain of oppressions. Who gestures with his hands, refusing to take a bribe. Who stops his ears from hearing of blood and shuts his eyes from looking at evil. 33:16 He will dwell on high. His place of defense will be the fortress of rocks. His bread will be supplied. His waters will be sure. 33:17 Your eyes will see the king and his beauty. They will see a distant land. 33:18 Your heart will meditate on the terror. Where is he who counted? Where is he who weighed? Where is he who counted the towers? 33:19 You will no longer see the fierce people. A people of a deep speech that you can't comprehend, with a strange language that you can't understand. 33:20 Look at Zion, the city of our appointed festivals. Your eyes will see Jerusalem, a quiet habitation, a tent that won't be removed. Its stakes will never be plucked up, nor will any of its cords be broken. 33:21 But there Yahweh will be with us in majesty, a place of broad rivers and streams, in which no galley with oars will go, neither will any gallant ship pass by there. 33:22 For Yahweh is our judge. Yahweh is our lawgiver. Yahweh is our king. He will save us. 33:23 Your rigging is untied. They couldn't strengthen the foot of their mast. They couldn't spread the sail. Then the prey of a great spoil was divided. The lame took the prey. 33:24 The inhabitant won't say, I am sick. The peoples who dwell therein will be forgiven their iniquity. 34:1 Come near, you nations, to hear. Listen, you peoples. Let the earth and all it contains hear. The world and everything that comes from it. 34:2 For Yahweh is enraged against all the nations, and angry with all their armies. He has utterly destroyed them. He has given them over for slaughter. 34:3 Their slain will also be cast out, and the stench of their dead bodies will come up, and the mountains will melt in their blood. 34:4 All of the army of the sky will be dissolved. The sky will be rolled up like a scroll, and all its armies will fade away, as a leaf fades from off a vine or a fig tree. 34:5 For my sword has drunk its fill in the sky. Behold, it will come down on Edom, and on the people of my curse for judgment. 34:6 Yahweh's sword is filled with blood. It is covered with fat, with the blood of lambs and goats, with the fat of the kidneys of rams. For Yahweh has a sacrifice in Bozrah, and a great slaughter in the land of Edom. 34:7 The wild oxen will come down with them, and the young bulls with the mighty bulls. And their land will be drunken with blood, and their dust made greasy with fat. 34:8 For Yahweh has a day of vengeance, a year of recompense for the cause of Zion. 34:9 Its streams will be turned into pitch, its dust into sulfur, and its land will become burning pitch. 34:10 It won't be quenched night nor day. Its smoke will go up forever. From generation to generation, it will lie waste. No one will pass through it forever and ever. 34:11. But the pelican and the porcupine will possess it. The owl and the raven will dwell in it. He will stretch the line of confusion over it, and the plumb line of emptiness. 34:12. They shall call its nobles to the kingdom, but none shall be there. And all its princes shall be nothing. 34:13. Thorns will come up in its palaces, nettles and thistles in its fortresses, and it will be a habitation of jackals, a court for ostriches. 34:14. The wild animals of the desert will meet with the wolves, and the wild goat will cry to his fellow. Yes, the night creature shall settle there, and shall find herself a place of rest. 34:15. The arrow snake will make her nest there, and lay, hatch, and gather under her shade. Yes, the kites will be gathered there, every one with her mate. 34:16. Search in the book of Yahweh and read. Not one of these will be missing. None will lack her mate. For my mouth has commanded, and his spirit has gathered them. 34:17. He has cast the lot for them, and his hand has divided it to them with a measuring line. They shall possess it forever. From generation to generation they will dwell in it. 35:1. The wilderness and the dry land will be glad. The desert will rejoice and blossom like a rose. 35:2. It will blossom abundantly, and rejoice even with joy and singing. Lebanon's glory, Lebanon, will be given to it, the excellence of Carmel and Sharon. They will see Yahweh's glory, the excellence of our God. 35:3. Strengthen the weak hands, and make firm the feeble knees. 35:4. Tell those who have a fearful heart, be strong. Don't be afraid. Behold, your God will come with vengeance, God's retribution. He will come and save you. 35:5. Then the eyes of the blind will be opened, and the ears of the deaf will be unstopped. 35:6. Then the lame man will leap like a deer, and the tongue of the mute will sing. For waters will break out in the wilderness, and streams in the desert. 35:7. The burning sand will become a pool, and the thirsty ground springs of water. Grass with reeds and rushes will be in the habitation of jackals, where they lay. 35:8. A highway will be there, a road, and it will be called the Holy Way. The unclean shall not pass over it, but it will be for those who walk in the way. Wicked fools will not go there. 35:9. No lion will be there, nor will any ravenous animal go up on it. They will not be found there, but the redeemed will walk there. 35:10. The Yahweh's ransomed ones will return, and come with singing to Zion, and everlasting joy will be on their heads. They will obtain gladness and joy, and sorrow and sighing will flee away. 36:1. Now it happened in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, that Sennacherib king of Assyria attacked all of the fortified cities of Judah, and captured them. 36:2. The king of Assyria sent Rabshakeh from Lachish to Jerusalem to King Hezekiah with a large army. He stood by the aqueduct from the upper pool in the Fuller's Field Highway. 36:3. Then Eliakim the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joe, the son of Asaph, the recorder, came out to him. 36:4. Rabshakeh said to them, Now tell Hezekiah, Thus says the great king, the king of Assyria, What confidence is this in which you trust? 36:5. I say that your counsel and strength for the war are only vain words. Now in whom do you trust, that you have rebelled against me? 36:6. Behold, you trust in the staff of this bruised reed, even in Egypt, which if a man leans on it, it will go into his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh king of Egypt to all who trust in him. 36:7. But if you tell me, We trust in Yahweh our God, isn't that he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah has taken away, and has said to Judah and to Jerusalem, You shall worship before this altar. 36:8. Now therefore, please make a pledge to my master the king of Assyria, and I will give you 2,000 horses, if you are able on your part to set riders on them. 36:9. How then can you turn away the face of one captain of the least of my master's servants, and put your trust on Egypt for chariots and for horsemen? 36:10. Have I come up now without Yahweh against this land to destroy it? Yahweh said to me, Go up against this land and destroy it. 36:11 Then Eliakim, Shebna, and Joe said to Rabshakeh, "Please speak to your servants in Aramaic, for we understand it, and don't speak to us in the Jews' language in the hearing of the people who are on the wall." 36:12 But Rabshakeh said, "Has my master sent me only to your master, and to you, to speak these words, and not to the men who sit on the wall, who will eat their own dung and drink their own urine with you?" 36:13 Then Rabshakeh stood and called out with a loud voice in the Jews' language, and said, "Hear the words of the great king, the king of Assyria." 36:14 Thus says the king, "Don't let Hezekiah deceive you, for he will not be able to deliver you." 36:15 Don't let Hezekiah make you trust in Yahweh, saying, "Yahweh will surely deliver us. This city won't be given into the hand of the king of Assyria." 36:16 Don't listen to Hezekiah, for thus says the king of Assyria, "Make your peace with me and come out to me. And each of you eat from his vine, and each one from his fig tree, and each one of you drink the waters of his own cistern." 36:17 Until I come and take you away to a land like your own land, a land of grain and new wine, a land of bread and vineyards. 36:18 Beware lest Hezekiah persuade you, saying, "Yahweh will deliver us." Have any of the gods of the nations delivered their lands from the hand of the king of Assyria? 36:19 Where are the gods of Hamath and Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim? Have they delivered Samaria from my hand? 36:20 Who are they among all the gods of these countries that have delivered their country out of my hand, that Yahweh should deliver Jerusalem out of my hand? 36:21 But they remained silent and said nothing in reply, for the king's commandment was, "Don't answer him." 36:22 Then Eliakim the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joe, the son of Asaph the recorder, came to Hezekiah with their clothes torn, and told him the words of Rabshakeh. 37 It happened, when King Hezekiah heard it, that he tore his clothes, covered himself with sackcloth, and went into Yahweh's house. 37:2 He sent Eliakim, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and the elders of the priests, covered with sackcloth, to Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz. 37:3 They said to him, "Thus says Hezekiah, this day is a day of trouble, and of rebuke, and of rejection, for the children have come to the birth, and there is no strength to bring forth." 37:4 It may be Yahweh your God will hear the words of Rabshakeh, whom the king of Assyria his master has sent to defy the living God, and will rebuke the words which Yahweh your God has heard. Therefore lift up your prayer for the remnant that is left. 37:5 So the servants of King Hezekiah came to Isaiah. 37:6 Isaiah said to them, "Tell your master, thus says Yahweh, don't be afraid of the words that you have heard, with which the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me." 37:7 Behold, I will put a spirit in him, and he will hear news, and will return to his own land. I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land. 37:8 So Rabshakeh returned, and found the king of Assyria warring against Libnah, for he had heard that he was departed from Lachish. 37:9 He heard news concerning Tirhakah king of Ethiopia. He has come out to fight against you. When he heard it, he sent messengers to Hezekiah, saying, 37:10 Thus you shall speak to Hezekiah king of Judah, saying, "Don't let your God in whom you trust deceive you," saying, "Jerusalem won't be given into the hand of the king of Assyria." 37:11 Behold, you have heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands, by destroying them utterly. Shall you be delivered? 37:12 Have the gods of the nations delivered them, which my fathers have destroyed, Gazan, Haran, Rezeph, and the children of Eden who were in Telassar? 37:13 Where is the king of Hamath, and the king of Arpad, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Iva? 37:14 Hezekiah received the letter from the hand of the messengers and read it. Then Hezekiah went up to Yahweh's house and spread it before Yahweh. 37:15 Hezekiah prayed to Yahweh, saying, 37:16 Yahweh of armies, the God of Israel, who is enthroned among the cherubim, you are the God, even you alone, of all the kingdoms of the earth. You have made heaven and earth. 37:17 Turn your ear, Yahweh, and hear. Open your eyes, Yahweh, and behold. Hear all of the words of Sennacherib, who is sent to defy the living God. 37:18 Truly, Yahweh, the kings of Assyria have destroyed all the countries in their land. 37:19 And have cast their gods into the fire. For they were no gods, but the work of men's hands, wood and stone, therefore they have destroyed them. 37:20 Now therefore, Yahweh our God, save us from his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you are Yahweh, even you only. 37:21 Then Isaiah the son of Amoz sent to Hezekiah, saying, Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel, because you have prayed to me against Sennacherib king of Assyria. 37:22 This is the word which Yahweh has spoken concerning him. The virgin daughter of Zion has despised you and ridiculed you. The daughter of Jerusalem has shaken her head at you. 37:23 Whom have you defied and blasphemed? Against whom have you exalted your voice and lifted up your eyes on high? Against the Holy One of Israel. 37:24 By your servants have you defied the Lord, and have said, with the multitude of my chariots I have come up to the height of the mountains, to the innermost parts of Lebanon. I will cut down its tall cedars and its choice fir trees. I will enter into its farthest height, the forest of its fruitful field. 37:25 I have dug and drunk water, and with the sole of my feet I will dry up all the rivers of Egypt. 37:26 Have you not heard how I have done it long ago, and formed it in ancient times? Now I have brought it to pass, that it should be yours to destroy fortified cities, turning them into ruinous heaps. 37:27 Therefore their inhabitants had little power. They were dismayed and confounded. They were like the grass of the field, and like the green herb, like the grass on the housetops, and like a field before its crop has grown. 37:28 But I know you're sitting down, you're going out, you're coming in, and you're raging against me. 37:29 Because of your raging against me, and because your arrogance has come up into my ears, therefore will I put my hook in your nose and my bridle in your lips, and I will turn you back by the way by which you came. 37:30 This shall be the sign to you. You will eat this year that which grows of itself, and in the second year that which springs from the same, and in the third year sow and reap and plant vineyards and eat their fruit. 37:31 The remnant that is escaped of the house of Judah will again take root downward and bear fruit upward. 37:32 For out of Jerusalem a remnant will go forth, and survivors will escape from Mount Zion. The zeal of Yahweh of armies will perform this. 37:33 Therefore thus says Yahweh concerning the king of Assyria, he will not come to the city, nor shoot an arrow there, neither will he come before it with shield, nor cast up a mound against it. 37:34 By the way that he came, by the same he shall return, and he shall not come to the city, says Yahweh. 37:35 For I will defend this city to save it for my own sake, and for my servant David's sake. 37:36 The angel of Yahweh went out and struck 185,000 men in the camp of the Assyrians. When men arose early in the morning, behold, these were all dead bodies. 37:37 So Sennacherib king of Assyria departed, went away, returned to Nineveh, and stayed there. 37:38 It happened, as he was worshipping in the house of Nisroch his god, that Adramelech and Sharezer his sons struck him with the sword, and they escaped into the land of Ararat. Esarhaddon his son reigned in his place. 38:1 In those days was Hezekiah sick and near death. Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, came to him and said to him, Thus says Yahweh, set your house in order, for you will die and not live. 38:2 Then Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to Yahweh. 38:3 And said, Remember now, Yahweh, I beg you, how I have walked before you in truth and with a perfect heart, and have done that which is good in your sight. Hezekiah wept bitterly. 38:4 Then the word of Yahweh came to Isaiah, saying, 38:5 Go and tell Hezekiah, Thus says Yahweh, the God of David your father, I have heard your prayer. I have seen your tears. Behold, I will add 15 years to your life. 38:6 I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and I will defend this city. 38:7 This shall be the sign to you from Yahweh, that Yahweh will do this thing that he has spoken. 38:8 Behold, I will cause the shadow on the sundial, which has gone down on the sundial of Ahaz with the sun, to return backward 10 steps. So the sun returned 10 steps on the sundial on which it had gone down. 38:9 The writing of Hezekiah king of Judah, when he had been sick, and had recovered of his sickness. 38:10 I said, In the middle of my life I go into the gates of Sheol. I am deprived of the residue of my years. 38:11 I said, I won't see Yah. Yah in the land of the living. I will see man no more with the inhabitants of the world. 38:12 My dwelling is removed, and is carried away from me like a shepherd's tent. I have rolled up like a weaver my life. He will cut me off from the loom. From day even to night you will make an end of me. 38:13 I waited patiently until morning. He breaks all my bones like a lion. From day even to night you will make an end of me. 38:14 I chattered like a swallow or a crane. I moaned like a dove. My eyes weaken looking upward. Lord, I am oppressed. Be my security. 38:15 What will I say? He has both spoken to me, and himself has done it. I will walk carefully all my years, because of the anguish of my soul. 38:16 Lord, men live by these things. and my spirit finds life in all of them. You restore me and cause me to live. 38:17 Behold, for peace I had great anguish. But you have in love for my soul delivered it from the pit of corruption. For you have cast all my sins behind your back. 38:18 For Sheol can't praise you. Death can't celebrate you. Those who go down into the pit can't hope for your truth. 38:19 the living, he shall praise you as I do this day. The Father shall make known your truth to the children. 38:20 Yahweh will save me. Therefore we will sing my songs with stringed instruments all the days of our life in the house of Yahweh. 38:21 Now Isaiah had said, Let them take a cake of figs and lay it for a poultice on the boil, and he shall recover. 38:22 Hezekiah also had said, What is the sign that I will go up to the house of Yahweh? 39:1 At that time, Merodach Baladan the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent letters and a present to Hezekiah, for he heard that he had been sick and had recovered. 39:2 Hezekiah was pleased with them, and showed them the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold, the spices and the precious oil, and all the house of his armor, and all that was found in his treasures. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominion, that Hezekiah didn't show them. 39:3 Then Isaiah the prophet came to King Hezekiah and asked him, What did these men say? Where did they come from to you? Hezekiah said, They have come from a country far from me, even from Babylon. 39:4 Then he asked, What have they seen in your house? Hezekiah answered, They have seen all that is in my house. There is nothing among my treasures that I have not shown them. 39:5 Then said Isaiah to Hezekiah, Hear the word of Yahweh of armies. 39:6 Behold, the days are coming when all that is in your house, and that which your fathers have stored up until this day, will be carried to Babylon. Nothing will be left, says Yahweh. 39:7 They will take away your sons who will issue from you, whom you shall father, and they will be eunuchs in the king of Babylon's palace. 39:8 Then Hezekiah said to Isaiah, Yahweh's word which you have spoken is good. He said moreover, For there will be peace and truth in my days. 41 Comfort, comfort my people, says your God. 42 Speak comfortably to Jerusalem, and call out to her that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned, that she has received of Yahweh's hand double for all her sins. 43 The voice of one who calls out. Prepare the way of Yahweh in the wilderness. Make a level highway in the desert for our God. 44 Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low. The uneven shall be made level, and the rough places a plain. 45 The glory of Yahweh shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. For the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. 46 The voice of one saying, Cry. One said, What shall I cry? All flesh is like grass, and all its glory is like the flower of the field. 47 The grass withers, the flower fades, because Yahweh's breath blows on it. Surely the people are like grass. 48 The grass withers, the flower fades, but the word of our God stands forever. 49 You who tell good news to Zion, go up on a high mountain. You who tell good news to Jerusalem, lift up your voice with strength. Lift it up, don't be afraid. Say to the cities of Judah, Behold your God. 40:10 Behold, the Lord Yahweh will come as a mighty one, and his arm will rule for him. Behold, his reward is with him, and his recompense before him. 40:11 He will feed his flock like a shepherd. He will gather the lambs in his arm, and carry them in his bosom. He will gently lead those who have their young. 40:12 Who has measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, and marked off the sky with his span, and calculated the dust of the earth in a measure, and weighed the mountains in scales, and the hills in a balance. 40:13 Who has directed the Spirit of Yahweh, or has taught him as his counselor? 40:14 Who did he take counsel with? And who instructed him, and taught him in the path of justice, and taught him knowledge, and showed him the way of understanding? 40:15 Behold, the nations are like a drop in a bucket, and are regarded as a speck of dust on a balance. Behold, he lifts up the islands like a very little thing. 40:16 Lebanon is not sufficient to burn, nor its animals sufficient for a burnt offering. 40:17 All the nations are like nothing before him. They are regarded by him as less than nothing and vanity. 40:18 To whom then will you liken God? Or what likeness will you compare to him? 40:19 A workman has cast an image, and the goldsmith overlays it with gold, and casts silver chains for it. 40:20 He who is too impoverished for such an offering chooses a tree that will not rot. He seeks a skillful workman to set up an engraved image for him that will not be moved. 40:21 Haven't you known? Haven't you heard yet? Haven't you been told from the beginning? Haven't you understood from the foundations of the earth? 40:22 It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain, and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. 40:23 Who brings princes to nothing, who makes the judges of the earth like meaningless. 40:24 They are planted scarcely. They are sown scarcely. Their stalk has scarcely taken root in the ground. He merely blows on them, and they wither, and the whirlwind takes them away as stubble. 40:25 To whom then will you liken me? Who is my equal, says the Holy One. 40:26 Lift up your eyes on high, and see who has created these, who brings out their army by number. He calls them all by name, by the greatness of his might, and because he is strong in power. Not one is lacking. 40:27 Why do you say, Jacob? And speak, Israel. My way is hidden from Yahweh, and the justice due me is disregarded by my God. 40:28 Haven't you known? Haven't you heard? The everlasting God, Yahweh, the creator of the ends of the earth, doesn't faint. He isn't weary. His understanding is unsearchable. 40:29 He gives power to the weak. He increases the strength of him who has no might. 40:30 Even the youths faint and get weary, and the young men utterly fall. 40:31 But those who wait for Yahweh will renew their strength. They will mount up with wings like eagles. They will run and not be weary. They will walk and not faint. 41:1 Keep silent before me, islands, and let the peoples renew their strength. Let them come near. Then let them speak. Let's meet together for judgment. 41:2 Who has raised up one from the east, whom called him to his foot in righteousness. He hands over nations to him, and makes him rule over kings. He gives them like the dust to his sword, like the driven stubble to his bow. 41:3 He pursues them, and passes by safely, even by a way that he had not gone with his feet. 41:4 Who has worked and done it, calling the generations from the beginning. I, Yahweh the first, and with the last I am he. 41:5 The islands have seen and fear. The ends of the earth tremble. They approach and come. 41:6 Everyone helps his neighbor. They say to their brothers, Be strong. 41:7 So the carpenter encourages the goldsmith. He who smooths with the hammer encourages him who strikes the anvil, saying of the soldering, It is good. And he fastens it with nails, that it might not totter. 41:8 But you, Israel my servant, Jacob whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham my friend. 41:9 You whom I have taken hold of from the ends of the earth, and called from its corners, and said to you, You are my servant, I have chosen you and not cast you away. 41:10 Don't you be afraid, for I am with you. Don't be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. Yes, I will help you. Yes, I will uphold you with the right hand of my righteousness. 41:11 Behold, all those who are incensed against you will be disappointed and confounded. Those who strive with you will be like nothing, and shall perish. 41:12 You will seek them, and won't find them, even those who contend with you. Those who war against you will be as nothing, as a non-existent thing. 41:13 For I, Yahweh your God, will hold your right hand, saying to you, don't be afraid. I will help you. 41:14 Don't be afraid, you worm Jacob, and you men of Israel. I will help you, says Yahweh, and your Redeemer is the Holy One of Israel. 41:15 Behold, I have made you into a new sharp thrashing instrument with teeth. You will thresh the mountains, and beat them small, and will make the hills like chaff. 41:16 You will winnow them, and the wind will carry them away, and the whirlwind will scatter them. You will rejoice in Yahweh. You will glory in the Holy One of Israel. 41:17 The poor and needy seek water, and there is none. Their tongue fails for thirst. I, Yahweh, will answer them. I, the God of Israel, will not forsake them. 41:18 I will open rivers on the bare heights, and springs in the midst of the valleys. I will make the wilderness a pool of water, and the dry land springs of water. 41:19 I will put cedar, acacia, myrtle, and oil trees in the wilderness. I will set fir trees, pine, and box trees together in the desert. 41:20 That they may see, know, consider, and understand together that the hand of Yahweh has done this, and the Holy One of Israel has created it. 41:21 Produce your cause, says Yahweh. Bring forth your strong reasons, says the King of Jacob. 41:22 Let them announce and declare to us what shall happen. Declare the former things what they are, that we may consider them and know the latter end of them. Or show us things to come. 41:23 Declare the things that are to come hereafter, that we may know that you are gods. Yes, do good or do evil, that we may be dismayed, and see it together. 41:24 Behold, you are of nothing, and your work is of nothing. He who chooses you is an abomination. 41:25 I have raised up one from the north, and he has come. From the rising of the sun, one who calls on my name. And he shall come on rulers as on mortar, and as the potter treads clay. 41:26 Who has declared it from the beginning, that we may know, and before that we may say, he is right. Surely there is no one who declares. Surely there is no one who shows. Surely there is no one who hears your words. 41:27 I am the first to say to Zion, behold, look at them. And I will give one who brings good news to Jerusalem. 41:28 When I look, there is no man. Even among them there is no counselor who, when I ask of them, can answer a word. 41:29 Behold, all of them, their works are vanity and nothing. Their molten images are wind and confusion. 42:1 Behold my servant whom I uphold, my chosen in whom my soul delights. I have put my spirit on him. He will bring justice to the nations. 42:2 He will not shout, nor raise his voice, nor cause it to be heard in the street. 42:3 He won't break a bruised reed. He won't quench a dimly burning wick. He will faithfully bring justice. 42:4 He will not fail nor be discouraged, until he has set justice in the earth, and the islands will wait for his law. 42:5 Thus says God Yahweh, He who created the heavens and stretched them out, He who spread out the earth and that which comes out of it, He who gives breath to its people and spirit to those who walk in it. 42:6 I Yahweh have called you in righteousness, and will hold your hand, and will keep you, and make you a covenant for the people, as a light for the nations. 42:7 To open the blind eyes, to bring the prisoners out of the dungeon, and those who sit in darkness out of the prison. 42:8 I am Yahweh. That is my name. I will not give my glory to another, nor my praise to engraved images. 42:9 Behold, the former things have happened, and I declare new things. I tell you about them before they come up. 42:10 Sing to Yahweh a new song, and his praise from the end of the earth. You who go down to the sea, and all that is therein, the islands and their inhabitants. 42:11 Let the wilderness and its cities raise their voices, with the villages that Kedar inhabits. Let the inhabitants of Sela sing. Let them shout from the top of the mountains. 42:12 Let them give glory to Yahweh, and declare his praise in the islands. 42:13 Yahweh will go out like a mighty man. He will stir up zeal like a man of war. He will raise a war cry. Yes, he will shout aloud. He will triumph over his enemies. 42:14 I have been silent a long time. I have been quiet and restrained myself. Now I will cry out like a travailing woman. I will both gasp and pant. 42:15 I will destroy mountains and hills, and dry up all their herbs. I will make the rivers islands, and will dry up the pools. 42:16 I will bring the blind by a way that they don't know. I will lead them in paths that they don't know. I will make darkness light before them, and crooked places straight. I will do these things, and I will not forsake them. 42:17 Those who trust in engraved images, who tell molten images, "You are our gods," will be turned back. They will be utterly disappointed. 42:18 Hear, you deaf, and look, you blind, that you may see. 42:19 Who is blind but my servant? Or who is as deaf as my messenger whom I send? Who is as blind as he who is at peace, and as blind as Yahweh's servant? 42:20 You see many things but don't observe. His ears are open but he doesn't listen. 42:21 It pleased Yahweh for his righteousness' sake to magnify the law and make it honorable. 42:22 But this is a robbed and plundered people. All of them are snared in holes, and they are hidden in prisons. They have become a prey, and no one delivers, and a spoil, and no one says, "Restore them." 42:23 Who is there among you who will give ear to this? Who will listen and hear for the time to come? 42:24 Who gave Jacob as plunder, and Israel to the robbers? Didn't Yahweh, he against whom we have sinned? For they would not walk in his ways, and they disobeyed his law. 42:25 Therefore he poured the fierceness of his anger on him, and the strength of battle. And it set him on fire all around, but he didn't know. And it burned him, but he didn't take it to heart. 43:1 But now thus says Yahweh who created you, Jacob, and he who formed you, Israel. Don't be afraid, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by your name. You are mine. 43:2 When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. And through the rivers, they will not overflow you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned, and flame will not scorch you. 43:3 For I am Yahweh your God, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior. I have given Egypt as your ransom, Ethiopia and Seba in your place. 43:4 Since you have been precious and honored in my sight, and I have loved you, therefore I will give people in your place, and nations instead of your life. 43:5 Don't be afraid, for I am with you. I will bring your seed from the east, and gather you from the west. 43:6 I will tell the north, give them up, and tell the south, don't hold them back. Bring my sons from far, and my daughters from the ends of the earth. 43:7 Everyone who is called by my name, and whom I have created for my glory, whom I have formed, yes, whom I have made. 43:8 Bring out the blind people who have eyes, and the deaf who have ears. 43:9 Let all the nations be gathered together, and let the peoples be assembled. Who among them can declare this, and show us former things? Let them bring their witnesses, that they may be justified. Or let them hear and say, that is true. 43:10 You are my witnesses, says Yahweh, with my servant whom I have chosen, that you may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither will there be after me. 43:11 I myself am Yahweh, and besides me there is no Savior. 43:12 I have declared, I have saved, and I have shown. And there was no strange God among you. Therefore you are my witnesses, says Yahweh, and I am God. 43:13 Yes, since the day was I am he. And there is no one who can deliver out of my hand. I will work, and who can hinder it? 43:14 Thus says Yahweh, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. For your sake I have sent to Babylon, and I will bring all of them down as fugitives, even the Chaldeans in the ships of their rejoicing. 43:15 I am Yahweh, your Holy One, the Creator of Israel, your King. 43:16 Thus says Yahweh, who makes a way in the sea, and a path in the mighty waters. 43:17 Who brings forth the chariot and horse, the army and the mighty man. They lie down together, they shall not rise. They are extinct, they are quenched like a wick. 43:18 Don't remember the former things, and don't consider the things of old. 43:19 Behold, I will do a new thing. It springs forth now. Don't you know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness, and rivers in the desert. 43:20 The animals of the field shall honor me, the jackals and the ostriches, because I give water in the wilderness and rivers in the desert, to give drink to my people, my chosen. 43:21 The people which I formed for myself, that they might set forth my praise. 43:22 Yet you have not called on me, Jacob, but you have been weary of me, Israel. 43:23 You have not brought me of your sheep for burnt offerings, neither have you honored me with your sacrifices. I have not burdened you with offerings, nor wearied you with frankincense. 43:24 You have bought me no sweet cane with money, nor have you filled me with the fat of your sacrifices. But you have burdened me with your sins. You have wearied me with your iniquities. 43:25 even I, am he who blots out your transgressions for my own sake, and I will not remember your sins. 43:26 Put me in remembrance. Let us plead together. Set forth your case, that you may be justified. 43:27 Your first father sinned, and your teachers have transgressed against me. 43:28 Therefore I will profane the princes of the sanctuary, and I will make Jacob a curse, and Israel a reviling. 44:1 Yet listen now, Jacob my servant, and Israel whom I have chosen. 44:2 This is what Yahweh who made you, and formed you from the womb, who will help you says. Don't be afraid, Jacob my servant, and you, Jeshurun, whom I have chosen. 44:3 For I will pour water on him who is thirsty, and streams on the dry ground. I will pour my spirit on your seed, and my blessing on your offspring. 44:4 And they will spring up among the grass, as willows by the watercourses. 44:5 One will say, I am Yahweh's, and another will be called by the name of Jacob, and another will write with his hand to Yahweh, and honor the name of Israel. 44:6 This is what Yahweh, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, Yahweh of armies, says. I am the first and I am the last, and besides me there is no God. 44:7 Who is like me? Who will call, and will declare it, and set it in order for me? Since I established the ancient people, let them declare the things that are coming, and that will happen. 44:8 Don't fear, neither be afraid. Haven't I declared it to you long ago, and shown it? You are my witnesses. Is there a God besides me? Indeed there is not. I don't know any other rock. 44:9 Everyone who makes an engraved image is vain. The things that they delight in will not profit. Their own witnesses don't see, nor know that they may be disappointed. 44:10 Who has fashioned a god, or molds an image that is profitable for nothing. 44:11 Behold, all his fellows will be disappointed, and the workmen are mere men. Let them all be gathered together. Let them stand up. They will fear. They will be put to shame together. 44:12 The blacksmith takes an axe, works in the coals, fashions it with hammers, and works it with his strong arm. He is hungry, and his strength fails. He drinks no water, and is faint. 44:13 The carpenter stretches out a line. He marks it out with a pencil. He shapes it with planes. He marks it out with compasses, and shapes it like the figure of a man, with the beauty of a man, to reside in a house. 44:14 He cuts down cedars for himself, and takes the cypress and the oak, and strengthens for himself one among the trees of the forest. He plants a fir tree, and the rain nourishes it. 44:15 Then it will be for a man to burn, and he takes some of it and warms himself. Yes, he burns it and bakes bread. Yes, he makes a god and worships it. He makes it an engraved image and falls down to it. 44:16 He burns part of it in the fire. With part of it he eats meat. He roasts a roast and is satisfied. Yes, he warms himself, and says, Aha, I am warm, I have seen the fire. 44:17 The rest of it he makes into a god, even his engraved image. He bows down to it and worships, and prays to it and says, Deliver me, for you are my God. 44:18 They don't know, neither do they consider. For he has shut their eyes that they can't see, and their hearts that they can't understand. 44:19 No one thinks, neither is there knowledge nor understanding to say, I have burned part of it in the fire. Yes, I have also baked bread on its coals. I have roasted meat and eaten it. Shall I make the rest of it into an abomination? Shall I bow down to a tree trunk? 44:20 He feeds on ashes. A deceived heart has turned him aside, and he can't deliver his soul, nor say, Isn't there a lie in my right hand? 44:21 Remember these things, Jacob and Israel. For you are my servant. I have formed you. You are my servant. Israel, you will not be forgotten by me. 44:22 I have blotted out, as a thick cloud, your transgressions, and as a cloud your sins. Return to me, for I have redeemed you. 44:23 Sing, you heavens, for Yahweh has done it. Shout, you lower parts of the earth. Break out into singing, you mountains, O forest, all of your trees. For Yahweh has redeemed Jacob, and will glorify himself in Israel. 44:24 Thus says Yahweh, your Redeemer, and he who formed you from the womb. I am Yahweh who makes all things, who alone stretches out the heavens, who spreads out the earth by myself. 44:25 Who frustrates the signs of the liars, and makes diviners mad, who turns wise men backward, and makes their knowledge foolish. 44:26 Who confirms the word of his servant, and performs the counsel of his messengers, who says of Jerusalem, She will be inhabited, and of the cities of Judah, they will be built, and I will raise up its waste places. 44:27 Who says to the deep, Be dry, and I will dry up your rivers. 44:28 Who says of Cyrus, He is my shepherd and shall perform all my pleasure. Even saying of Jerusalem, She will be built, and of the temple, your foundation will be laid. 45:1 Thus says Yahweh to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held, to subdue nations before him, and strip kings of their armor, to open the doors before him, and the gates shall not be shut. 45:2 I will go before you, and make the rough places smooth. I will break the doors of brass in pieces, and cut apart the bars of iron. 45:3 I will give you the treasures of darkness, and hidden riches of secret places, that you may know that it is I, Yahweh, who called you by your name, even the God of Israel. 45:4 For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel my chosen, I have called you by your name. I have surnamed you, though you have not known me. 45:5 I am Yahweh, and there is none else. Besides me there is no God. I will strengthen you, though you have not known me. 45:6 That they may know from the rising of the sun, and from the west, that there is none besides me. I am Yahweh, and there is no one else. 45:7 I form the light, and create darkness. I make peace, and create calamity. I am Yahweh, who does all these things. 45:8 Distill, you heavens, from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open, that it may bring forth salvation, and let it cause righteousness to spring up with it. I, Yahweh, have created it. 45:9 Woe to him who strives with his maker. A clay pot among the clay pots of the earth. Shall the clay ask him who fashions it, what are you making? Or your work, he has no hands. 45:10 Woe to him who says to a father, what have you become the father of? Or to a mother, to what have you given birth? 45:11 Thus says Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel, and his Maker. You ask me about the things that are to come, concerning my sons. And you command me concerning the work of my hands. 45:12 I have made the earth and created man on it. I even my hands have stretched out the heavens, and all their army have I commanded. 45:13 I have raised him up in righteousness, and I will make straight all his ways. He shall build my city, and he shall let my exiles go free, not for price nor reward, says Yahweh of armies. 45:14 Thus says Yahweh, the labor of Egypt, and the merchandise of Ethiopia, and the Sabaeans, men of stature, shall come over to you, and they shall be yours. They shall go after you. In chains they shall come over, and they shall fall down to you. They shall make supplication to you. Surely God is in you, and there is none else, there is no other God. 45:15 Most certainly you are a God who hid yourself, God of Israel, the Savior. 45:16 They shall be disappointed. Yes, confounded, all of them. They shall go into confusion together who are makers of idols. 45:17 But Israel shall be saved by Yahweh with an everlasting salvation. You shall not be disappointed, nor confounded world without end. 45:18 For thus says Yahweh who created the heavens, the God who formed the earth and made it, who established it and didn't create it a waste, who formed it to be inhabited. I am Yahweh, and there is no one else. 45:19 I have not spoken in secret in a place of the land of darkness. I didn't say to the seed of Jacob, seek you me in vain. I, Yahweh, speak righteousness. I declare things that are right. 45:20 Assemble yourselves and come. Draw near together, you who have escaped from the nations. They have no knowledge who carry the wood of their engraved image and pray to a God that can't save. 45:21 Declare you and bring it forth. Yes, let them take counsel together. Who has shown this from ancient time? Who has declared it of old? Haven't I Yahweh, and there is no God else besides me, a just God and a Savior. There is no one besides me. 45:22 Look to me, and be you saved, all the ends of the earth. For I am God, and there is none else. 45:23 By myself have I sworn, the word is gone forth from my mouth in righteousness, and shall not return, that to me every knee shall bow, every tongue shall swear. 45:24 Only in Yahweh, it is said of me, is righteousness and strength. Even to him shall men come, and all those who were incensed against him shall be disappointed. 45:25 In Yahweh shall all the seed of Israel be justified, and shall glory. 46:1 Bel bows down, Nebo stoops. Their idols are on the animals and on the livestock. The things that you carried about are made a load, a burden to the weary animal. 46:2 They stoop, they bow down together. They could not deliver the burden, but themselves are gone into captivity. 46:3 Listen to me, house of Jacob, and all the remnant of the house of Israel, that have been born by me from their birth, that have been carried from the womb. 46:4 And even to old age I am he, and even to gray hairs will I carry you. I have made and I will bear, yes, I will carry and will deliver. 46:5 To whom will you liken me, and make me equal, and compare me, that we may be like? 46:6 Some pour out gold from the bag and weigh silver in the balance. They hire a goldsmith, and he makes it a god. They fall down, yes, they worship. 46:7 They bear it on the shoulder, they carry it and set it in its place, and it stands, from its place it shall not move. Yes, one may cry to it, yet it cannot answer, nor save him out of his trouble. 46:8 Remember this, and show yourselves men. Bring it again to mind, you transgressors. 46:9 Remember the former things of old. For I am God, and there is none else. I am God, and there is none like me. 46:10 Declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times things that are not yet done. Saying, My counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure. 46:11 Calling a ravenous bird from the east, the man of my counsel from a far country. Yes, I have spoken, I will also bring it to pass. I have purposed, I will also do it. 46:12 Listen to me, you stout-hearted, who are far from righteousness. 46:13 I bring near my righteousness, it shall not be far off, and my salvation shall not wait, and I will place salvation in Zion for Israel my glory. 47:1 Come down and sit in the dust, virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground without a throne, daughter of the Chaldeans, for you shall no more be called tender and delicate. 47:2 Take the millstones and grind meal, remove your veil, strip off the train, uncover the leg, pass through the rivers. 47:3 Your nakedness shall be uncovered, yes, your shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance and will spare no man. 47:4 Our Redeemer, Yahweh of armies is his name, the Holy One of Israel. 47:5 Sit you silent, and get you into darkness, daughter of the Chaldeans, for you shall no more be called the mistress of kingdoms. 47:6 I was angry with my people. I profaned my inheritance, and gave them into your hand. You did show them no mercy. On the aged have you very heavily laid your yoke. 47:7 You said, I shall be mistress forever, so that you did not lay these things to your heart, neither did remember the latter end of it. 47:8 Now therefore hear this, you who are given to pleasures, who sit securely, who say in your heart, I am, and there is none else besides me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. 47:9 But these two things shall come to you in a moment, in one day, the loss of children and widowhood. In their full measure shall they come on you, in the multitude of your sorceries, and the great abundance of your enchantments. 47:10 For you have trusted in your wickedness. You have said, None sees me. Your wisdom and your knowledge it has perverted you, and you have said in your heart, I am, and there is none else besides me. 47:11 Therefore evil will come on you. You won't know when it dawns, and mischief will fall on you. You will not be able to put it away, and desolation shall come on you suddenly, which you don't know. 47:12 Stand now with your enchantments, and with the multitude of your sorceries, in which you have labored from your youth. If so be you shall be able to profit, if so be you may prevail. 47:13 You are wearied in the multitude of your counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators, stand up, and save you from the things that shall come on you. 47:14 Behold, they shall be as stubble, the fire shall burn them, they shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. It shall not be a coal to warm at, nor a fire to sit before. 47:15 Thus shall the things be to you in which you have labored. Those who have trafficked with you from your youth shall wander every one to his quarter. There shall be none to save you. 48:1 Hear you this, house of Jacob, who are called by the name of Israel, and are come forth out of the waters of Judah, who swear by the name of Yahweh, and make mention of the God of Israel, but not in truth, nor in righteousness. 48:2 For they call themselves of the holy city, and stay themselves on the God of Israel. Yahweh of armies is his name. 48:3 I have declared the former things from of old. Yes, they went forth out of my mouth, and I showed them. Suddenly I did them, and they happened. 48:4 Because I knew that you are obstinate, and your neck is an iron sinew, and your brow brass. 48:5 Therefore I have declared it to you from of old. Before it came to pass I showed it to you, lest you should say, My idol has done them, and my engraved image and my molten image has commanded them. 48:6 You have heard it, see all this, and you, will you not declare it? I have shown you new things from this time, even hidden things which you have not known. 48:7 They are created now, and not from of old, and before this day you didn't hear them, lest you should say, Behold, I knew them. 48:8 Yes, you didn't hear. Yes, you didn't know. Yes, from of old your ear was not opened. For I knew that you did deal very treacherously, and was called a transgressor from the womb. 48:9 For my name's sake will I defer my anger, and for my praise will I refrain for you, that I not cut you off. 48:10 Behold, I have refined you, but not as silver. I have chosen you in the furnace of affliction. 48:11 For my own sake will I do it. For how should my name be profaned? And my glory I will not give to another. 48:12 Listen to me, O Jacob and Israel my called. I am he. I am the first, I also am the last. 48:13 Yes, my hand has laid the foundation of the earth, and my right hand has spread out the heavens. When I call to them, they stand up together. 48:14 Assemble yourselves, all you, and hear. Who among them has declared these things? He whom Yahweh loves shall perform his pleasure on Babylon, and his arm shall be on the Chaldeans. 48:15 I, even I have spoken. Yes, I have called him, I have brought him, and he shall make his way prosperous. 48:16 Come you near to me, hear you this. From the beginning I have not spoken in secret, from the time that it was, there am I, and now the Lord Yahweh has sent me and his Spirit. 48:17 Thus says Yahweh, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I am Yahweh your God, who teaches you to profit, who leads you by the way that you should go. 48:18 Oh, that you had listened to my commandments. Then had your peace been as a river, and your righteousness as the waves of the sea. 48:19 Your seed also had been as the sand, and the offspring of your body like its grains. His name would not be cut off nor destroyed from before me. 48:20 Go you forth from Babylon, flee you from the Chaldeans, with a voice of singing declare you, tell this, utter it even to the end of the earth. Say you, Yahweh has redeemed his servant Jacob. 48:21 They didn't thirst when he led them through the deserts. He caused the waters to flow out of the rock for them. He split the rock also, and the waters gushed out. 48:22 There is no peace, says Yahweh, to the wicked. 49:1 Listen, islands, to me, and listen, you peoples from far. Yahweh has called me from the womb, from the bowels of my mother has he made mention of my name. 49:2 And he has made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand has he hid me, and he has made me a polished shaft. In his quiver has he kept me close. 49:3 And he said to me, You are my servant, Israel, in whom I will be glorified. 49:4 But I said, I have labored in vain, I have spent my strength for nothing and vanity. Yet surely the justice due to me is with Yahweh, and my recompense with my God. 49:5 Now says Yahweh, who formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him, and that Israel be gathered to him. For I am honorable in the eyes of Yahweh, and my God is become my strength. 49:6 Yes, he says, it is too light a thing that you should be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob, and to restore the preserved of Israel. I will also give you for a light to the nations, that you may be my salvation to the end of the earth. 49:7 Thus says Yahweh, the Redeemer of Israel, and his Holy One, to him whom man despises, to him whom the nation abhors, to a servant of rulers. Kings shall see and arise, princes, and they shall worship. Because of Yahweh who is faithful, even the Holy One of Israel who has chosen you. 49:8 Thus says Yahweh, in an acceptable time have I answered you, and in a day of salvation have I helped you. And I will preserve you, and give you for a covenant of the people, to raise up the land, to make them inherit the desolate heritage. 49:9 Saying to those who are bound, Go forth. To those who are in darkness, show yourselves. They shall feed in the ways, and on all bare heights shall be their pasture. 49:10 They shall not hunger nor thirst, neither shall the heat nor sun strike them. For he who has mercy on them will lead them, even by springs of water he will guide them. 49:11 I will make all my mountains a way, and my highways shall be exalted. 49:12 Behold, these shall come from far, and behold, these from the north and from the west, and these from the land of Sinim. 49:13 Sing, heavens, and be joyful, earth, and break forth into singing, mountains. For Yahweh has comforted his people, and will have compassion on his afflicted. 49:14 But Zion said, Yahweh has forsaken me, and the Lord has forgotten me. 49:15 Can a woman forget her sucking child, that she should not have compassion on the son of her womb? Yes, these may forget, yet I will not forget you. 49:16 Behold, I have engraved you on the palms of my hands, your walls are continually before me. 49:17 Your children make haste, your destroyers and those who made you waste shall go forth from you. 49:18 Lift up your eyes all around and see, all these gather themselves together and come to you. As I live, says Yahweh, you shall surely clothe you with them all as with an ornament, and gird yourself with them, like a bride. 49:19 For, as for your waste and your desolate places, and your land that has been destroyed, surely now you shall be too small for the inhabitants, and those who swallowed you up shall be far away. 49:20 The children of your bereavement shall yet say in your ears, The place is too small for me. Give place to me that I may dwell. 49:21 Then you will say in your heart, Who has conceived these for me, seeing I have been bereaved of my children, and am solitary, and exile, and wandering back and forth? And who has brought up these? Behold, I was left alone. These, where were they? 49:22 Thus says the Lord Yahweh, Behold, I will lift up my hand to the nations, and set up my banner to the peoples. And they shall bring your sons in their bosom, and your daughters shall be carried on their shoulders. 49:23 Kings shall be your nursing fathers, and their queens your nursing mothers. They shall bow down to you with their faces to the earth, and lick the dust of your feet. And you shall know that I am Yahweh, and those who wait for me shall not be disappointed. 49:24 Shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the lawful captives be delivered? 49:25 But thus says Yahweh, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, and the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I will contend with him who contends with you, and I will save your children. 49:26 I will feed those who oppress you with their own flesh, and they shall be drunken with their own blood, as with sweet wine, and all flesh shall know that I, Yahweh, am your Savior and your Redeemer, the Mighty One of Jacob. 51 Thus says Yahweh, where is the bill of your mother's divorce with which I have put her away? Or which of my creditors is it to whom I have sold you? Behold, for your iniquities were you sold, and for your transgressions was your mother put away. 52 Why, when I came, was there no man? When I called, was there none to answer? Is my hand shortened at all that it can't redeem? Or have I no power to deliver? Behold, at my rebuke I dry up the sea, I make the rivers a wilderness. Their fish stink because there is no water, and die for thirst. 53 I clothe the heavens with blackness, and I make sackcloth their covering. 54 The Lord Yahweh has given me the tongue of those who are taught, that I may know how to sustain with words him who is weary. He wakens morning by morning, he wakens my ear to hear as those who are taught. 55 The Lord Yahweh has opened my ear, and I was not rebellious, neither turned away backward. 56 I gave my back to the strikers, and my cheeks to those who plucked off the hair. I didn't hide my face from shame and spitting. 57 For the Lord Yahweh will help me, therefore I have not been confounded. Therefore have I set my face like a flint, and I know that I shall not be disappointed. 58 He is near who justifies me. Who will bring charges against me? Let us stand up together. Who is my adversary? Let him come near to me. 59 Behold, the Lord Yahweh will help me. Who is he who shall condemn me? Behold, all they shall wax old as a garment, the moth shall eat them up. 50:10 Who is among you who fears Yahweh, who obeys the voice of his servant? He who walks in darkness and has no light, let him trust in the name of Yahweh and rely on his God. 50:11 Behold, all you who kindle a fire, who gird yourselves about with firebrands, walk you in the flame of your fire, and among the brands that you have kindled. You shall have this of my hand, you shall lie down in sorrow. 51:1 Listen to me, you who follow after righteousness, you who seek Yahweh. Look to the rock whence you were cut, and to the hold of the pit whence you were dug. 51:2 Look to Abraham your father, and to Sarah who bore you. For when he was but one I called him, and I blessed him, and made him many. 51:3 For Yahweh has comforted Zion. He has comforted all her waste places, and has made her wilderness like Eden, and her desert like the garden of Yahweh. Joy and gladness shall be found therein, thanksgiving and the voice of melody. 51:4 Attend to me, my people, and give ear to me, my nation. For a law shall go forth from me, and I will establish my justice for a light of the peoples. 51:5 My righteousness is near, my salvation is gone forth, and my arms shall judge the peoples. The islands shall wait for me, and on my arm shall they trust. 51:6 Lift up your eyes to the heavens, and look on the earth beneath. For the heavens shall vanish away like smoke, and the earth shall wax old like a garment. And those who dwell therein shall die in like manner. But my salvation shall be forever, and my righteousness shall not be abolished. 51:7 Listen to me, you who know righteousness, the people in whose heart is my law. Don't you fear the reproach of men, neither be you dismayed at their insults. 51:8 For the moth shall eat them up like a garment, and the worm shall eat them like wool, but my righteousness shall be forever, and my salvation to all generations. 51:9 Awake, awake, put on strength, arm of Yahweh. Awake, as in the days of old, the generations of ancient times. Isn't it you who did cut Rahab in pieces, who pierced the monster? 51:10 Isn't it you who dried up the sea, the waters of the great deep, who made the depths of the sea a way for the redeemed to pass over? 51:11 The ransomed of Yahweh shall return, and come with singing to Zion, and everlasting joy shall be on their heads. They shall obtain gladness and joy, and sorrow and sighing shall flee away. 51:12 Even I, am he who comforts you. Who are you, that you are afraid of man who shall die, and of the Son of Man who shall be made as grass? 51:13 And have forgotten Yahweh your Maker, who stretched forth the heavens, and laid the foundations of the earth, and fear continually all the day because of the fury of the oppressor when he makes ready to destroy? And where is the fury of the oppressor? 51:14 The captive exile shall speedily be freed, and he shall not die and go down into the pit, neither shall his bread fail. 51:15 For I am Yahweh your God, who stirs up the sea, so that its waves roar. Yahweh of armies is his name. 51:16 I have put my words in your mouth, and have covered you in the shadow of my hand, that I may plant the heavens, and lay the foundations of the earth, and tell Zion, you are my people. 51:17 Awake, awake, stand up, Jerusalem, that have drunk at the hand of Yahweh the cup of his wrath. You have drunken the bowl of the cup of staggering, and drained it. 51:18 There is none to guide her among all the sons whom she has brought forth, neither is there any who takes her by the hand among all the sons who she has brought up. 51:19 These two things have happened to you. Who will bemoan you? Desolation and destruction, and the famine and the sword. How shall I comfort you? 51:20 Your sons have fainted, they lie at the head of all the streets, as an antelope in a net. They are full of the wrath of Yahweh, the rebuke of your God. 51:21. Therefore hear now this, you afflicted and drunken, but now with wine. 51:22. Thus says your Lord Yahweh, and your God who pleads the cause of his people. Behold, I have taken out of your hand the cup of staggering, even the bowl of the cup of my wrath, you shall no more drink it again. 51:23. And I will put it into the hand of those who afflict you, who have said to your soul, bow down, that we may go over. And you have laid your back as the ground, and as the street to those who go over. 52:1. Awake, awake, put on your strength, Zion, put on your beautiful garments, Jerusalem, the holy city. For henceforth there shall no more come into you the uncircumcised and the unclean. 52:2. Shake yourself from the dust. Arise, sit on your throne, Jerusalem. Loose yourself from the bonds of your neck, captive daughter of Zion. 52:3. For thus says Yahweh, you were sold for nothing, and you shall be redeemed without money. 52:4. For thus says the Lord Yahweh, my people went down at the first into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrian has oppressed them without cause. 52:5. Now therefore, what do I hear, says Yahweh, seeing that my people is taken away for nothing? Those who rule over them do howl, says Yahweh, and my name continually all the day is blasphemed. 52:6. Therefore my people shall know my name, therefore they shall know in that day that I am he who does speak. Behold, it is one. 7. How beautiful on the mountains are the feet of him who brings good news, who publishes peace, who brings good news of good, who publishes salvation, who says to Zion, your God reigns. 52:8. The voice of your watchmen. They lift up the voice, together do they sing, for they shall see eye to eye when Yahweh returns to Zion. 52:9. Break forth into joy, sing together, you waste places of Jerusalem, for Yahweh has comforted his people, he has redeemed Jerusalem. 52:10. Yahweh has made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. 52:11. Depart you, go you out from there, touch no unclean thing, go you out of the midst of her. Cleanse yourselves, you who bear the vessels of Yahweh. 52:12. For you shall not go out in haste, neither shall you go by flight. For Yahweh will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rearward. 52:13. Behold, my servant shall deal wisely. He shall be exalted and lifted up, and shall be very high. 52:14. Like as many were astonished at you. His visage was so marred more than any man, and his form more than the sons of men. 52:15. So shall he sprinkle many nations. Kings shall shut their mouths at him. For that which had not been told them shall they see, and that which they had not heard shall they understand. 53. One who has believed our message. To whom has the arm of Yahweh been revealed? 53:2. For he grew up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of dry ground. He has no form nor comeliness. When we see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. 53:3. He was despised and rejected by men, a man of suffering and acquainted with disease. He was despised as one from whom men hide their face, and we didn't respect him. 53. For surely he has borne our sickness and carried our suffering. Yet we considered him plagued, struck by God and afflicted. 53:5. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought our peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. 53:6. All we like sheep have gone astray. Everyone has turned to his own way, and Yahweh has laid on him the iniquity of us all. 53:7. He was oppressed, yet when he was afflicted, he didn't open his mouth. As a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and as a sheep that before its shearers is mute, so he didn't open his mouth. 53:8. He was taken away by oppression and judgment. And as for his generation, who considered that he was cut off out of the land of the living, and stricken for the disobedience of my people. 53:9. They made his grave with the wicked, and with a rich man in his death, although he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. 53:10. Yet it pleased Yahweh to bruise him. He has caused him to suffer. When you make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of Yahweh shall prosper in his hand. 53:11. After the suffering of his soul, he will see the light and be satisfied. My righteous servant will justify many by the knowledge of himself, and he will bear their iniquities. 53:12. Therefore will I divide him a portion with the great, And he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his soul to death, and was numbered with the transgressors. Yet he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. 54:1 Sing, barren, you who didn't bear. Break forth into singing and cry aloud, you who did not travail with child. For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife, says Yahweh. 54:2 Enlarge the place of your tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of your habitations. Don't spare. Lengthen your cords and strengthen your stakes. 54:3 For you shall spread a board on the right hand and on the left, and your seed shall possess the nations, and make the desolate cities to be inhabited. 54:4 Don't be afraid, for you shall not be ashamed, neither be confounded, for you shall not be disappointed, for you shall forget the shame of your youth, and the reproach of your widowhood you shall remember no more. 54:5 For your Maker is your husband, Yahweh of armies is his name, and the Holy One of Israel is your Redeemer. The God of the whole earth shall he be called. 54:6 For Yahweh has called you as a wife forsaken and grieved in spirit, even a wife of youth, when she is cast off, says your God. 54:7 For a small moment have I forsaken you, but with great mercies will I gather you. 54:8 In overflowing wrath I hid my face from you for a moment, but with everlasting loving kindness will I have mercy on you, says Yahweh your Redeemer. 54:9 For this is as the waters of Noah to me. For as I have sworn that the waters of Noah shall no more go over the earth, so have I sworn that I will not be angry with you, nor rebuke you. 54:10 For the mountains may depart, and the hills be removed, but my loving kindness shall not depart from you, neither shall my covenant of peace be removed, says Yahweh who has mercy on you. 54:11 You afflicted, tossed with storms, and not comforted, behold, I will set your stones in beautiful colors, and lay your foundations with sapphires. 54:12 I will make your pinnacles of rubies, and your gates of sparkling jewels, and all your walls of precious stones. 54:13 All your children shall be taught of Yahweh, and great shall be the peace of your children. 54:14 In righteousness you shall be established. You shall be far from oppression, for you shall not be afraid, and from terror, for it shall not come near you. 54:15 Behold, they may gather together, but not by me. Whoever shall gather together against you shall fall because of you. 54:16 Behold, I have created the smith who blows the fire of coals, and brings forth a weapon for his work, and I have created the waster to destroy. 54:17 No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper, and you will condemn every tongue that rises against you in judgment. This is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, and their righteousness which is of me, says Yahweh. 55:1 Ho, everyone who thirsts, come you to the waters, and he who has no money, come you, buy and eat. Yes, come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. 55:2 Why do you spend money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which doesn't satisfy? Listen diligently to me, and eat you that which is good, and let your soul delight itself in fatness. 55:3 Turn your ear and come to me, hear, and your soul shall live, and I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. 55:4 Behold, I have given him for a witness to the peoples, a leader and commander to the peoples. 55:5 Behold, you shall call a nation that you don't know, and a nation that didn't know you shall run to you, because of Yahweh your God, and for the Holy One of Israel, for he has glorified you. 55:6 Seek you Yahweh while he may be found, call you on him while he is near. 55:7 Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return to Yahweh, and he will have mercy on him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. 55:8 For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, says Yahweh. 55:9 For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. 55:10 For as the rain comes down and the snow from the sky, and doesn't return there, but waters the earth, and makes it bring forth and bud, and gives seed to the sower and bread to the eater. 55:11 So shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. It shall not return to me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing I sent it to do. 55:12 For you shall go out with joy, and be led forth with peace. The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you into singing, and all the trees of the fields shall clap their hands. 55:13 Instead of the thorn shall come up the fir tree, and instead of the brier shall come up the myrtle tree, and it shall be to Yahweh for a name, for an everlasting sign that shall not be cut off. 56:1 Thus says Yahweh, keep you justice and do righteousness, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. 56:2 Blessed is the man who does this, and the Son of Man who holds it fast, who keeps the Sabbath from profaning it, and keeps his hand from doing any evil. 56:3 Neither let the foreigner, who has joined himself to Yahweh, speak, saying, Yahweh will surely separate me from his people. Neither let the eunuch say, Behold, I am a dry tree. 56:4 For thus says Yahweh of the eunuchs who keep my Sabbaths, and choose the things that please me, and hold fast my covenant. 56:5 To them will I give in my house and within my walls a memorial, and a name better than of sons and of daughters. I will give them an everlasting name, that shall not be cut off. 56:6 Also the foreigners who join themselves to Yahweh, to minister to him, and to love the name of Yahweh, to be his servants. Everyone who keeps the Sabbath from profaning it, and holds fast my covenant. 56:7 Even them will I bring to my holy mountain, and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted on my altar, for my house shall be called a house of prayer for all peoples. 56:8 The Lord Yahweh, who gathers the outcasts of Israel, says, Yet will I gather others to him, besides his own who are gathered. 56:9 All you animals of the field, come to devour, yes, all you animals in the forest. 56:10 His watchmen are blind, they are all without knowledge. They are all mute dogs, they can't bark. Dreaming, lying down, loving to slumber. 56:11 Yes, the dogs are greedy, they can never have enough. And these are shepherds who can't understand. They have all turned to their own way, each one to his gain from every quarter. 56:12 Come you, say they, I will get wine, and we will fill ourselves with strong drink. And tomorrow shall be as this day, a day great beyond measure. 57:1 The righteous perishes, and no man lays it to heart, and merciful men are taken away, none considering that the righteous is taken away from the evil to come. 57:2 He enters into peace, they rest in their beds, each one who walks in his uprightness. 57:3 But draw near here, you sons of the sorceress, the seed of the adulterer and the prostitute. 57:4 Against whom do you sport yourselves? Against whom make you a wide mouth and put out the tongue? Aren't you children of disobedience, a seed of falsehood? 57:5 You who inflame yourselves among the oaks under every green tree, who kill the children in the valleys under the clefts of the rocks. 57:6 Among the smooth stones of the valley is your portion. They are your lot. Even to them have you poured a drink offering, you have offered an offering. Shall I be appeased for these things? 57:7 On a high and lofty mountain have you set your bed. There also you went up to offer sacrifice. 57:8 Behind the doors and the posts have you set up your memorial. For you have uncovered yourself to another than me, and are gone up. You have enlarged your bed, and made you a covenant with them. You loved their bed where you saw it. 57:9 You went to the king with oil, and did increase your perfumes, and did send your ambassadors far off, and did debase yourself even to Sheol. 57:10 You were wearied with the length of your way, yet you didn't say, It is in vain. You found a reviving of your strength, therefore you weren't faint. 57:11 Of whom have you been afraid and in fear, that you lie, and have not remembered me, nor laid it to your heart? Haven't I held my peace even of long time, and you don't fear me? 57:12 I will declare your righteousness, and as for your works, they shall not profit you. 57:13 When you cry, let those who you have gathered deliver you. But the wind shall take them, a breath shall carry them all away. But he who takes refuge in me shall possess the land, and shall inherit my holy mountain. 57:14 He will say, cast up, prepare the way, take up the stumbling block out of the way of my people. 57:15 For thus says the high and lofty one who inhabits eternity, whose name is holy. I dwell in the high and holy place, with him also who is of a contrite and humble spirit, to revive the spirit of the humble, and to revive the heart of the contrite. 57:16 For I will not contend forever, neither will I be always angry. For the spirit would faint before me, and the souls who I have made. 57:17 For the iniquity of his covetousness was I angry, and struck him. I hid my face and was angry, and he went on backsliding in the way of his heart. 57:18 I have seen his ways, and will heal him. I will lead him also, and restore comforts to him and to his mourners. 57:19 I create the fruit of the lips. Peace, peace, to him who is far off and to him who is near, says Yahweh, and I will heal him. 57:20 But the wicked are like the troubled sea, for it can't rest, and its waters cast up mire and dirt. 57:21 There is no peace, says my God, to the wicked. 58:1 Cry aloud, don't spare, lift up your voice like a trumpet, and declare to my people their disobedience, and to the house of Jacob their sins. 58:2 Yet they seek me daily, and delight to know my ways. As a nation that did righteousness, and didn't forsake the ordinance of their God, they ask of me righteous judgments. They delight to draw near to God. 58:3 Why have we fasted, say they, and you don't see? Why have we afflicted our soul, and you take no knowledge? Behold, in the day of your fast you find your own pleasure, and exact all your labors. 58:4 Behold, you fast for strife and contention, and to strike with the fist of wickedness. You don't fast this day so as to make your voice to be heard on high. 58:5 Is such the fast that I have chosen? the day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head as a rush and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Will you call this a fast and an acceptable day to Yahweh? 58:6 Isn't this the fast that I have chosen? To loose the bonds of wickedness, to undo the bands of the yoke, and to let the oppressed go free, and that you break every yoke. 58:7 Isn't it to deal your bread to the hungry, and that you bring the poor who are cast out to your house? When you see the naked, that you cover him, and that you not hide yourself from your own flesh? 58:8 Then your light shall break forth as the morning, and your healing shall spring forth speedily, and your righteousness shall go before you. The glory of Yahweh shall be your rear guard. 58:9 Then you shall call, and Yahweh will answer. You shall cry, and he will say, Here I am. If you take away from the midst of you the yoke, the putting forth of the finger and speaking wickedly. 58:10 And if you draw out your soul to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted soul, then your light shall rise in darkness and your obscurity be as the noonday. 58:11 And Yahweh will guide you continually, and satisfy your soul in dry places and make strong your bones, and you shall be like a watered garden and like a spring of water, whose waters don't fail. 58:12 Those who shall be of you shall build the old waste places. You shall raise up the foundations of many generations, and you shall be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of paths to dwell in. 58:13 If you turn away your foot from the Sabbath, from doing your pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight and the holy of Yahweh honorable, and shall honor it, not doing your own ways, nor finding your own pleasure, nor speaking your own words. 58:14 Then you shall delight yourself in Yahweh, and I will make you to ride on the high places of the earth, and I will feed you with the heritage of Jacob your father, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. 59:1 Behold, Yahweh's hand is not shortened, that it can't save, neither his ear heavy, that it can't hear. 59:2 But your iniquities have separated between you and your God, and your sins have hidden his face from you, so that he will not hear. 59:3 For your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips have spoken lies, your tongue mutters wickedness. 59:4 None sues in righteousness, and none pleads in truth. They trust in vanity and speak lies, they conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. 59:5 They hatch adder's eggs and weave the spider's web. He who eats of their eggs dies, and that which is crushed breaks out into a viper. 59:6 Their webs shall not become garments, neither shall they cover themselves with their works. Their works are works of iniquity, and the act of violence is in their hands. 59:7 Their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Desolation and destruction are in their paths. 59:8 The way of peace they don't know, and there is no justice in their goings. They have made them crooked paths. Whoever goes therein does not know peace. 59:9 Therefore is justice far from us, neither does righteousness overtake us. We look for light, but behold darkness, for brightness, but we walk in obscurity. 59:10 We grope for the wall like the blind. Yes, we grope as those who have no eyes. We stumble at noonday as in the twilight. Among those who are lusty we are as dead men. 59:11 We roar all like bears and moan sore like doves. We look for justice, but there is none, for salvation, but it is far off from us. 59:12 For our transgressions are multiplied before you, and our sins testify against us. For our transgressions are with us, and as for our iniquities we know them. 59:13 Transgressing and denying Yahweh, and turning away from following our God, speaking oppression and revolt, conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood. 59:14 Justice is turned away backward, and righteousness stands afar off. For truth is fallen in the street, and uprightness can't enter. 59:15 Yes, truth is lacking, and he who departs from evil makes himself a prey. Yahweh saw it, and it displeased him that there was no justice. 59:16 He saw that there was no man, and wondered that there was no intercessor. Therefore his own arm brought salvation to him, and his righteousness it upheld him. 59:17 He put on righteousness as a breastplate, and a helmet of salvation on his head. And he put on garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a mantle. 59:18 According to their deeds, accordingly he will repay, wrath to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies. To the islands he will repay recompense. 59:19 So shall they fear the name of Yahweh from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. For he will come as a rushing stream, which the breath of Yahweh drives. 59:20 A Redeemer will come to Zion, and to those who turn from disobedience in Jacob, says Yahweh. 59:21 As for me, this is my covenant with them, says Yahweh. My spirit who is on you, and my words which I have put in your mouth, shall not depart out of your mouth, nor out of the mouth of your seed, nor out of the mouth of your seed's seed, says Yahweh, from henceforth and forever. 61 Arise, shine, for your light is come, and the glory of Yahweh is risen on you. 62:4 Behold, darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the peoples. But Yahweh will arise on you, and his glory shall be seen on you. 63 nations shall come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your rising. 64 Lift up your eyes all around and see. They all gather themselves together, they come to you. Your sons shall come from far, and your daughters shall be carried in the arms. 65 Then you shall see and be radiant, and your heart shall thrill and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be turned to you, the wealth of the nations shall come to you. 66 The multitude of camels shall cover you, the dromedaries of Midian and Ephah, all they from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and frankincense, and shall proclaim the praises of Yahweh. 67 All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together to you, the rams of Nebaioth shall minister to you, they shall come up with acceptance on my altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory. 68 Who are these who fly as a cloud, and as the doves to their windows? 69 Surely the islands shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring your sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, for the name of Yahweh your God, and for the Holy One of Israel, because he has glorified you. 60 Foreigners shall build up your walls, and their kings shall minister to you. For in my wrath I struck you, but in my favor have I had mercy on you. 60 Your gates also shall be open continually, they shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring to you the wealth of the nations, and their kings led captive. 60 For that nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish. Yes, those nations shall be utterly wasted. 60 The glory of Lebanon shall come to you, the fir tree, the pine, and the box tree together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I will make the place of my feet glorious. 60 The sons of those who afflicted you shall come bending to you, and all those who despised you shall bow themselves down at the soles of your feet, and they shall call you the city of Yahweh, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. 60 Whereas you have been forsaken and hated, so that no man passed through you, I will make you an eternal excellency, a joy of many generations. 60 You shall also suck the milk of the nations, and shall suck the breast of kings, and you shall know that I, Yahweh, am your Savior and your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. 60 For brass I will bring gold, and for iron I will bring silver, and for wood brass, and for stones iron. I will also make your officers peace, and righteousness your ruler. 60 Violence shall no more be heard in your land, desolation nor destruction within your borders, but you shall call your walls salvation, and your gates praise. 60 The sun shall be no more your light by day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light to you. But Yahweh will be to you an everlasting light, and your God your glory. 60 Your sun shall no more go down, neither shall your moon withdraw itself. For Yahweh will be your everlasting light, and the days of your mourning shall be ended. 60 Your people also shall be all righteous. They shall inherit the land forever, the branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. 60 The little one shall become 1,000, and the small one a strong nation. I, Yahweh, will hasten it in its time. 61 The Spirit of the Lord Yahweh is on me, because Yahweh has anointed me to preach good news to the humble. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to those who are bound. 61:2 To proclaim the year of Yahweh's favor, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn. 61:3 To appoint to those who mourn in Zion, to give to them a garland for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they may be called trees of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh, that he may be glorified. 61:4 They shall build the old wastes, they shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolations of many generations. 61:5 Strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and foreigners shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. 61:6 But you shall be named the priests of Yahweh. Men will call you the ministers of our God. You will eat the wealth of the nations, and in their glory you will boast yourselves. 61:7 Instead of your shame you shall have double, and instead of dishonor they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore in their land they shall possess double. Everlasting joy shall be to them. 61:8 For I, Yahweh, love justice, I hate robbery with iniquity, and I will give them their recompense in truth, and I will make an everlasting covenant with them. 61:9 Their seed shall be known among the nations, and their offspring among the peoples. All who see them shall acknowledge them, that they are the seed which Yahweh has blessed. 61:10 I will greatly rejoice in Yahweh, my soul shall be joyful in my God. For he has clothed me with the garments of salvation, he has covered me with the robe of righteousness. As a bridegroom decks himself with a garland, and as a bride adorns herself with her jewels. 61:11 For as the earth brings forth its bud, and as the garden causes the things that are sown in it to spring forth, so the Lord Yahweh will cause righteousness and praise to spring forth before all the nations. 62:1 For Zion's sake will I not hold my peace, and for Jerusalem's sake I will not rest, until her righteousness go forth as brightness, and her salvation as a lamp that burns. 62:2 The nations shall see your righteousness, and all kings your glory, and you shall be called by a new name, which the mouth of Yahweh shall name. 62:3 You shall also be a crown of beauty in the hand of Yahweh, and a royal diadem in the hand of your God. 62:4 You shall no more be termed forsaken, neither shall your land any more be termed desolate, but you shall be called Hephzibah, and your land Beulah. For Yahweh delights in you, and your land shall be married. 62:5 As a young man marries a virgin, so your sons shall marry you, and as the bridegroom rejoices over the bride, so your God will rejoice over you. 62:6 I have set watchmen on your walls, Jerusalem. They shall never hold their peace day nor night. You who call on Yahweh, take no rest. 62:7 And give him no rest until he establishes, and until he makes Jerusalem a praise in the earth. 62:8 Yahweh has sworn by his right hand, and by the arm of his strength, surely I will no more give your grain to be food for your enemies, and foreigners shall not drink your new wine, for which you have labored. 62:9 But those who have garnered it shall eat it, and praise Yahweh, and those who have gathered it shall drink it in the courts of my sanctuary. 62:10 Go through the gates. Prepare you the way of the people, cast up the highway, gather out the stones, lift up a banner for the peoples. 62:11 Behold, Yahweh has proclaimed to the end of the earth, say you to the daughter of Zion, behold, your salvation comes, behold, his reward is with him, and his recompense before him. 62:12 They shall call them the holy people, the redeemed of Yahweh, and you shall be called sought out, a city not forsaken. 63:1 Who is this who comes from Edom, with dyed garments from Basra? This who is glorious in his clothing, marching in the greatness of his strength? I who speak in righteousness, mighty to save. 63:2 Why are you red in your clothing, and your garments like him who treads in the wine vat? 63:3 I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the peoples there was no man with me. Yes, I trod them in my anger and trampled them in my wrath, and their lifeblood is sprinkled on my garments, and I have stained all my clothing. 63:4 For the day of vengeance was in my heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 63:5 I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore my own arm brought salvation to me, and my wrath it upheld me. 63:6 I trod down the peoples in my anger, and made them drunk in my wrath, and I poured out their lifeblood on the earth. 63:7 I will make mention of the loving kindnesses of Yahweh, and the praises of Yahweh, according to all that Yahweh has bestowed on us, and the great goodness toward the house of Israel, which he has bestowed on them according to his mercies, and according to the multitude of his loving kindnesses. 63:8 For he said, Surely, they are my people, children who will not deal falsely. So he was their Savior. 63:9 In all their affliction he was afflicted, and the angel of his presence saved them. In his love and in his pity he redeemed them, and he bore them and carried them all the days of old. 63:10 But they rebelled and grieved his Holy Spirit. Therefore he was turned to be their enemy, and himself fought against them. 63:11 Then he remembered the days of old, Moses and his people, saying, Where is he who brought them up out of the sea with the shepherds of his flock? Where is he who put his Holy Spirit in the midst of them? 63:12 Who caused his glorious arm to go at the right hand of Moses, who divided the waters before them to make himself an everlasting name? 63:13 Who led them through the depths as a horse in the wilderness, so that they didn't stumble? 63:14 As the livestock that go down into the valley, the Spirit of Yahweh caused them to rest. So did you lead your people to make yourself a glorious name. 63:15 Look down from heaven, and see from the habitation of your holiness and of your glory. Where are your zeal and your mighty acts? The yearning of your heart and your compassion is restrained toward me. 63:16 For you are our Father, though Abraham doesn't know us and Israel does not acknowledge us. You, Yahweh, are our Father. Our Redeemer from everlasting is your name. 63:17 O Yahweh, why do you make us to err from your ways and harden our heart from your fear? Return for your servant's sake, the tribes of your inheritance. 63:18 Your holy people possessed it but a little while. Our adversaries have trodden down your sanctuary. 63:19 We are become as they over whom you never bear rule, as those who were not called by your name. 64:1 Oh, that you would tear the heavens, that you would come down, that the mountains might quake at your presence. 64:2 As when fire kindles the brushwood, and the fire causes the waters to boil, to make your name known to your adversaries, that the nations may tremble at your presence. 64:3 When you did terrible things which we didn't look for, you came down, the mountains quaked at your presence. 64:4 For from of old men have not heard, nor perceived by the ear, neither has the eye seen a God besides you, who works for him who waits for him. 64:5 You meet him who rejoices and works righteousness, those who remember you in your ways. Behold, you were angry, and we sinned. In them have we been of long time, and shall we be saved? 64:6 For we have all become as one who is unclean, and all our righteousness is as a polluted garment, and we all fade as a leaf, and our iniquities, like the wind, take us away. 64:7 There is none who calls on your name, who stirs up himself to take hold of you, for you have hid your face from us, and have consumed us by means of our iniquities. 64:8 But now, Yahweh, you are our Father, we are the clay, and you are potter, and we all are the work of your hand. 64:9 Don't be furious, Yahweh, neither remember iniquity forever. See, look, we beg you, we are all your people. 64:10 Your holy cities are become a wilderness, Zion is become a wilderness, Jerusalem a desolation. 64:11 Our holy and our beautiful house, where our fathers praised you, is burned with fire, and all our pleasant places are laid waste. 64:12 Will you refrain yourself for these things, Yahweh? Will you hold your peace and afflict us very sore? 65:1 I am inquired of by those who didn't ask. I am found by those who didn't seek me. I said, see me, to a nation that was not called by my name. 65:2 I have spread out my hands all the day to a rebellious people, who walk in a way that is not good, after their own thoughts. 65:3 A people who provoke me to my face continually, sacrificing in gardens and burning incense on bricks. 65:4 Who sit among the graves and lodge in the secret places, who eat pig's flesh, and broth of abominable things is in their vessels. 65:5 Who say, stand by yourself, don't come near to me, for I am holier than you. These are a smoke in my nose, a fire that burns all the day. 65:6 Behold, it is written before me. I will not keep silence, but will recompense. Yes, I will recompense into their bosom. 65:7 Your own iniquities, and the iniquities of your fathers together, says Yahweh, who have burned incense on the mountains and blasphemed me on the hills, therefore will I first measure their work into their bosom. 65:8 Thus says Yahweh, as the new wine is found in the cluster, and one says, don't destroy it, for a blessing is in it, so will I do for my servant's sake, that I may not destroy them all. 65:9 I will bring forth a seed out of Jacob, and out of Judah an inheritor of my mountains, and my chosen shall inherit it, and my servants shall dwell there. 65:10 Sharon shall be a fold of flocks, and the valley of Achor a place for herds to lie down in, for my people who have sought me. 65:11 But you who forsake Yahweh, who forget my holy mountain, who prepare a table for fortune, and who fill up mixed wine to destiny. 65:12 I will destine you to the sword, and you shall all bow down to the slaughter. Because when I called, you did not answer. When I spoke, you did not hear. But you did that which was evil in my eyes, and chose that in which I didn't delight. 65:13 Therefore thus says the Lord Yahweh, behold, my servants shall eat, but you shall be hungry. Behold, my servants shall drink, but you shall be thirsty. Behold, my servants shall rejoice, but you shall be disappointed. 65:14 Behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but you shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall wail for anguish of spirit. 65:15 You shall leave your name for a curse to my chosen, and the Lord Yahweh will kill you, and he will call his servants by another name. 65:16 So that he who blesses himself in the earth shall bless himself in the God of truth, and he who swears in the earth shall swear by the God of truth, because the former troubles are forgotten, and because they are hid from my eyes. 65:17 For, behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former things shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. 65:18 But be you glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and her people a joy. 65:19 I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people, and there shall be heard in her no more the voice of weeping and the voice of crying. 65:20 There shall be no more there an infant of days, nor an old man who has not filled his days. For the child shall die 100 years old, and the sinner being 100 years old shall be accursed. 65:21 They shall build houses and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and eat the fruit of them. 65:22 They shall not build, and another inhabit. They shall not plant, and another eat. For as the days of a tree shall be the days of my people, and my chosen shall long enjoy the work of their hands. 65:23 They shall not labor in vain, nor bring forth for calamity, for they are the seed of the blessed of Yahweh, and their offspring with them. 65:24 It shall happen that before they call I will answer, and while they are yet speaking I will hear. 65:25 The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox, and dust shall be the serpent's food. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, says Yahweh. 66:1 Thus says Yahweh, heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. What manner of house will you build to me? And what place shall be my rest? 66:2 For all these things has my hand made, and so all these things came to be, says Yahweh. But to this man will I look, even to him who is poor and of a contrite spirit, and who trembles at my word. 66:3 He who kills an ox is as he who kills a man. He who sacrifices a lamb, as he who breaks a dog's neck. He who offers an offering, as he who offers pig's blood. He who burns frankincense, as he who blesses an idol. Yes, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delights in their abominations. 66:4 I also will choose their delusions, and will bring their fears on them. Because when I called, none did answer. When I spoke, they did not hear. But they did that which was evil in my eyes, and chose that in which I didn't delight. 66:5 Hear the word of Yahweh, you who tremble at his word. Your brothers who hate you, who cast you out for my name's sake, have said, Let Yahweh be glorified, that we may see your joy. But it is those who shall be disappointed. 66:6 A voice of tumult from the city, a voice from the temple, a voice of Yahweh that renders recompense to his enemies. 66:7 Before she travailed, she brought forth. Before her pain came, she was delivered of a boy. 66:8 Who has heard such a thing? Who has seen such things? Shall a land be born in one day? Shall a nation be brought forth at once? For as soon as Zion travailed, she brought forth her children. 66:9 Shall I bring to the birth and not cause to bring forth? Says Yahweh. Shall I who caused to bring forth shut the womb? Says your God. 66:10 Rejoice you with Jerusalem, and be glad for her, all you who love her. Rejoice for joy with her, all you who mourn over her. 66:11 That you may suck and be satisfied with the breasts of her consolations, that you may milk out and be delighted with the abundance of her glory. 66:12 For thus says Yahweh, Behold, I will extend peace to her like a river, and the glory of the nations like an overflowing stream. And you shall suck of it, you shall be borne on the side, and shall be dandled on the knees. 66:13 As one whom his mother comforts, so will I comfort you, and you shall be comforted in Jerusalem. 66:14 You shall see it, and your heart shall rejoice, and your bones shall flourish like the tender grass. And the hand of Yahweh shall be known toward his servants, and he will have indignation against his enemies. 66:15 For behold, Yahweh will come with fire, and his chariots shall be like the whirlwind, to render his anger with fierceness, and his rebuke with flames of fire. 66:16 For by fire will Yahweh execute judgment, and by his sword on all flesh. And the slain of Yahweh shall be many. 66:17 Those who sanctify themselves and purify themselves to go to the gardens, behind one in the midst, eating pig's flesh, and the abomination, and the mouse, they shall come to an end together, says Yahweh. 66:18 For I know their works and their thoughts. The time comes that I will gather all nations and languages, and they shall come and shall see my glory. 66:19 I will set a sign among them, and I will send such as escape of them to the nations, to Tarshish, Pool, and Lud, who draw the bow, to Tubal and Javan, to the islands afar off, who have not heard my fame, neither have seen my glory, and they shall declare my glory among the nations. 66:20 They shall bring all your brothers out of all the nations for an offering to Yahweh, on horses, and in chariots, and in litters, and on mules, and on dromedaries, to my holy mountain Jerusalem, says Yahweh, as the children of Israel bring their offering in a clean vessel into the house of Yahweh. 66:21 Of them also will I take for priests and for Levites, says Yahweh. 66:22 For as the new heavens and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, says Yahweh, so your seed and your name shall remain. 66:23 It shall happen, that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, says Yahweh. 66:24 They shall go forth, and look on the dead bodies of the men who have transgressed against me. For their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be an abhorring to all flesh. Notes: Jeremiah 1:1 The words of Jeremiah the son of Hilkiah, of the priests who were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin. 1:2 To whom the word of Yahweh came in the days of Josiah the son of Ammon, king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign. 1:3 It came also in the days of Jehoiakim the son of Josiah, king of Judah, to the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, to the carrying away of Jerusalem captive in the 5th month. 1:4 Now the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, 1:5 Before I formed you in the belly I knew you, and before you came forth out of the womb I sanctified you. I have appointed you a prophet to the nations. 1:6 Then said I, Ah, Lord Yahweh, behold, I don't know how to speak, for I am a child. 1:7 But Yahweh said to me, Don't say, I am a child, for to whoever I shall send you, you shall go, and whatever I shall command you, you shall speak. 1:8 Don't be afraid because of them, for I am with you to deliver you, says Yahweh. 1:9 Then Yahweh put forth his hand, and touched my mouth. And Yahweh said to me, Behold, I have put my words in your mouth. 1:10 Behold, I have this day set you over the nations and over the kingdoms, to pluck up and to break down and to destroy and to overthrow, to build and to plant. 111 Moreover the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Jeremiah, what see you? I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. 112 Then said Yahweh to me, You have well seen, for I watch over my word to perform it. 113 The word of Yahweh came to me the second time, saying, What see you? I said, I see a boiling cauldron, and its face is from the north. 114 Then Yahweh said to me, Out of the north evil shall break forth on all the inhabitants of the land. 115 For behold, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, says Yahweh, and they shall come, and they shall set everyone his throne at the entrance of the gates of Jerusalem, and against all its walls all around, and against all the cities of Judah. 116 I will utter my judgments against them touching all their wickedness, in that they have forsaken me, and have burned incense to other gods, and worshipped the works of their own hands. 117 You therefore gird up your waist, and arise, and speak to them all that I command you. Don't be dismayed at them, lest I dismay you before them. 118 For behold, I have made you this day a fortified city, and an iron pillar and bronze walls against the whole land, against the kings of Judah, against its princes, against its priests, and against the people of the land. 119 They shall fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you. For I am with you, says Yahweh, to deliver you. 2:1 The word of Yahweh came to me, saying, 2:2 Go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus says Yahweh, I remember for you the kindness of your youth, the love of your weddings, how you went after me in the wilderness in a land that was not sown. 2:3 Israel was holiness to Yahweh, the firstfruits of his increase. All who devour him shall be held guilty. Evil shall come on them, says Yahweh. 2:4 Hear you the word of Yahweh, O house of Jacob, and all the families of the house of Israel. 2:5 Thus says Yahweh, What unrighteousness have your fathers found in me, that they have gone far from me, and have walked after vanity, and are become vain. 2:6 Neither said they, Where is Yahweh who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, who led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits, through a land of drought and of the shadow of death, through a land that none passed through, and where no man lived? 2:7 I brought you into a plentiful land, to eat its fruit and its goodness. But when you entered, you defiled my land and made my heritage an abomination. 2:8 The priests didn't say, Where is Yahweh? And those who handle the law didn't know me. The rulers also transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesied by Baal and walked after things that do not profit. 2:9 Therefore I will yet contend with you, says Yahweh, and with your children's children will I contend. 2:10 For pass over to the islands of Kittim and see, and send to Kedar and consider diligently, and see if there has been such a thing. 2:11 Has a nation changed its gods, which yet are no gods? But my people have changed their glory for that which does not profit. 2:12 Be astonished, you heavens, at this, and be horribly afraid, be you very desolate, says Yahweh. 2:13 For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the spring of living waters, and cut them out cisterns, broken cisterns that can hold no water. 2:14 Is Israel a servant? Is he a native-born slave? Why has he become a prey? 2:15 The young lions have roared on him and yelled, and they have made his land waste. His cities are burned up without inhabitant. 2:16 The children also of Memphis and Tapanhes have broken the crown of your head. 2:17 Haven't you procured this to yourself, in that you have forsaken Yahweh your God, when he led you by the way? 2:18 Now what have you to do in the way to Egypt, to drink the waters of the Shihor? Or what have you to do in the way to Assyria, to drink the waters of the river? 2:19 Your own wickedness shall correct you, and your backsliding shall reprove you. Know therefore and see that it is an evil thing and a bitter, that you have forsaken Yahweh your God, and that my fear is not in you, says the Lord, Yahweh of armies. 2:24 Of old time I have broken your yoke and burst your bonds, and you said, I will not serve. For on every high hill and under every green tree you did bow yourself, playing the prostitute. 2:21 Yet I had planted you a noble vine, wholly a right seed. How then are you turned into the degenerate branches of a foreign vine to me? 2:22 For though you wash yourself with lye, and use much soap, yet your iniquity is marked before me, says the Lord Yahweh. 2:23 How can you say, I am not defiled, I have not gone after the Baals? See your way in the valley, know what you have done. You are a swift dromedary traversing her ways. 2:24 A wild donkey used to the wilderness that snuffs up the wind in her desire. In her occasion who can turn her away? All those who seek her will not weary themselves. In her month they shall find her. 2:25 Withhold your foot from being unshod and your throat from thirst. But you said, It is in vain. No, for I have loved strangers, and after them will I go. 2:26 As the thief is ashamed when he is found, so is the house of Israel ashamed. They, their kings, their princes, and their priests, and their prophets. 2:27 Who tell a stock, You are my father, and to a stone, You have brought me forth. For they have turned their back to me, and not their face. But in the time of their trouble they will say, Arise and save us. 2:28 But where are your gods that you have made you? Let them arise if they can save you in the time of your trouble. for according to the number of your cities are your gods, Judah. 229 Why will you contend with me? You all have transgressed against me, says Yahweh. 230 In vain have I struck your children. They received no correction. Your own sword has devoured your prophets like a destroying lion. 231 Generation, see the word of Yahweh. Have I been a wilderness to Israel, or a land of thick darkness? Why say my people, we are broken loose, we will come no more to you? 232 Can a virgin forget her ornaments, or a bride her attire? Yet my people have forgotten me days without number. 233 How trimmest your way to seek love. Therefore even the wicked women have you taught your ways. 234 Also in your skirts is found the blood of the souls of the innocent poor. You did not find them breaking in, but it is because of all these things. 235 Yet you said, I am innocent. Surely his anger is turned away from me. Behold, I will enter into judgment with you, because you say, I have not sinned. 236 Why go you about so much to change your way? You shall be ashamed of Egypt also, as you were ashamed of Assyria. 237 From there also you shall go forth, with your hands on your head, for Yahweh has rejected those in whom you trust, and you shall not prosper with them. 3 They say, if a man put away his wife, and she go from him, and become another man's, will he return to her again? Won't that land be greatly polluted? But you have played the prostitute with many lovers, yet return again to me, says Yahweh. 3 Lift up your eyes to the bare heights and see, where have you not been lain with? By the ways have you sat for them, as an Arabian in the wilderness. And you have polluted the land with your prostitution and with your wickedness. 3 Therefore the showers have been withheld, and there has been no latter rain. Yet you have a prostitute's forehead, you refuse to be ashamed. 3 Will you not from this time cry to me, my father, you are the guide of my youth? 3 Will he retain his anger forever? Will he keep it to the end? Behold, you have spoken and have done evil things and have had your way. 3 Moreover Yahweh said to me in the days of Josiah the king, have you seen that which backsliding Israel has done? She has gone up on every high mountain and under every green tree, and there has played the prostitute. 3 I said after she had done all these things, she will return to me, but she didn't return, and her treacherous sister Judah saw it. 3 I saw, when, for this very cause that backsliding Israel had committed adultery, I had put her away and given her a bill of divorce, yet treacherous Judah, her sister, didn't fear. But she also went and played the prostitute. 3 It happened through the lightness of her prostitution, that the land was polluted, and she committed adultery with stones and with stocks. 3 Yet for all this her treacherous sister Judah has not returned to me with her whole heart, but only in pretense, says Yahweh. 3 Yahweh said to me, backsliding Israel has shown herself more righteous than treacherous Judah. 3 Go and proclaim these words toward the north, and say, return, you backsliding Israel, says Yahweh, I will not look in anger on you. For I am merciful, says Yahweh, I will not keep anger forever. 3 Only acknowledge your iniquity, that you have transgressed against Yahweh your God, and have scattered your ways to the strangers under every green tree, and you have not obeyed my voice, says Yahweh. 3 Return, backsliding children, says Yahweh, for I am a husband to you, and I will take you one of a city and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion. 3 And I will give you shepherds according to my heart, who shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. 3 It shall come to pass, when you are multiplied and increased in the land, in those days, says Yahweh, they shall say no more, the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, neither shall it come to mind, neither shall they remember it, neither shall they miss it, neither shall it be made any more. 3 At that time, they shall call Jerusalem the throne of Yahweh, and all the nations shall be gathered to it, to the name of Yahweh, to Jerusalem. Neither shall they walk any more after the stubbornness of their evil heart. 3 In those days, the house of Judah shall walk with the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north, to the land that I gave for an inheritance to your fathers. 3 But I said, how I will put you among the children, and give you a pleasant land, a goodly heritage of the armies of the nations. And I said, you shall call me my father, and shall not turn away from following me. 3 Surely as a wife treacherously departs from her husband, so have you dealt treacherously with me, house of Israel, says Yahweh. 3 A voice is heard on the bare heights, the weeping and the petitions of the children of Israel. Because they have perverted their way, they have forgotten Yahweh their God. 3 Return, you backsliding children, I will heal your backsliding. Behold, we are come to you, for you are Yahweh our God. 3 Truly in vain is the help that is looked for from the hills, the tumult on the mountains. Truly in Yahweh our God is the salvation of Israel. 3 But the shameful thing has devoured the labor of our fathers from our youth, their flocks and their herds, their sons and their daughters. 3 Let us lie down in our shame, and let our confusion cover us. For we have sinned against Yahweh our God, we and our fathers, from our youth even to this day, and we have not obeyed the voice of Yahweh our God. For 1, if you will return, Israel, says Yahweh, if you will return to me, and if you will put away your abominations out of my sight, then you shall not be removed. For 2, and you shall swear, as Yahweh lives, in truth, in justice, and in righteousness, and the nations shall bless themselves in him, and in him shall they glory. For 3, for thus says Yahweh to the men of Judah and to Jerusalem, break up your fallow ground, and don't sow among thorns. For 4, circumcise yourselves to Yahweh, and take away the foreskins of your heart, you men of Judah and inhabitants of Jerusalem, lest my wrath go forth like fire, and burn so that none can quench it, because of the evil of your doings. For 5, declare you in Judah and publish in Jerusalem, and say, blow you the trumpet in the land, cry aloud and say, assemble yourselves and let us go into the fortified cities. For 6, set up a standard toward Zion, flee for safety, don't stay, for I will bring evil from the north and a great destruction. For 7, a lion is gone up from his thicket and a destroyer of nations. He is on his way, he is gone forth from his place, to make your land desolate, that your cities be laid waste without inhabitant. For 8, for this gird you with sackcloth, lament and wail, for the fierce anger of Yahweh hasn't turned back from us. For 9, it shall happen at that day, says Yahweh, that the heart of the king shall perish, and the heart of the princes, and the priests shall be astonished, and the prophets shall wonder. For 10, then said I, Ah, Lord Yahweh, surely you have greatly deceived this people and Jerusalem, saying, you shall have peace, whereas the sword reaches to the life. For 11, at that time shall it be said to this people, and to Jerusalem, a hot wind from the bare heights in the wilderness toward the daughter of my people, not to winnow, nor to cleanse. For 12, a full wind from these shall come for me. Now will I also utter judgments against them. For 13, behold, he shall come up as clouds, and his chariots shall be as the whirlwind, his horses are swifter than eagles. Woe to us, for we are ruined. For 14, Jerusalem, wash your heart from wickedness, that you may be saved. How long shall your evil thoughts lodge within you? For 15, for a voice declares from Dan, and publishes evil from the hills of Ephraim. For 16, make you mention to the nations. Behold, publish against Jerusalem, that watchers come from a far country, and give out their voice against the cities of Judah. For 17, as keepers of a field are they against her all around, because she has been rebellious against me, says Yahweh. For 18, your way and your doings have procured these things to you. This is your wickedness, for it is bitter, for it reaches to your heart. For 19, my anguish, I am pained at my very heart. My heart is disquieted in me. I can't hold my peace, because you have heard, O my soul, the sound of the trumpet, the alarm of war. 420, destruction on destruction is cried, for the whole land is laid waste. Suddenly are my tents destroyed and my curtains in a moment. 421, how long shall I see the standard and hear the sound of the trumpet? 422, for my people are foolish, they don't know me. They are foolish children, and they have no understanding. They are wise to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge. 423, I saw the earth, and behold it was waste and void, and the heavens, and they had no light. 424, I saw the mountains, and behold, they trembled, and all the hills moved back and forth. 425, I saw, and behold, there was no man, and all the birds of the sky had fled. 426, I saw, and behold, the fruitful field was a wilderness, and all its cities were broken down at the presence of Yahweh, and before his fierce anger. 427, for thus says Yahweh, the whole land shall be a desolation, yet will I not make a full end. 428, for this shall the earth mourn, and the heavens above be black. Because I have spoken it, I have purposed it, and I have not repented, neither will I turn back from it. 429, every city flees for the noise of the horsemen and archers. They go into the thickets and climb up on the rocks. Every city is forsaken, and not a man dwells therein. 430, you, when you are made desolate, what will you do? Though you clothe yourself with scarlet, though you deck you with ornaments of gold, though you enlarge your eyes with paint, in vain do you make yourself beautiful. Your lovers despise you, they seek your life. 431, for I have heard a voice as of a woman in travail, the anguish as of her who brings forth her first child, the voice of the daughter of Zion, who gasps for breath, who spreads her hands, saying, Woe is me now, for my soul faints before the murderers. 5:1, run you back and forth through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now, and know, and seek in the broad places of it, if you can find a man, if there are any who does justly, who seeks truth, and I will pardon her. 5:2, though they say, as Yahweh lives, surely they swear falsely. 5:3, O Yahweh, don't your eyes look on truth? You have stricken them, but they were not grieved. You have consumed them, but they have refused to receive correction. They have made their faces harder than a rock. They have refused to return. 5:4, then I said, surely these are poor, they are foolish, for they don't know the way of Yahweh, nor the law of their God. 5:5, I will get me to the great men, and will speak to them, for they know the way of Yahweh and the law of their God. But these with one accord have broken the yoke and burst the bonds. 5:6 Therefore a lion out of the forest shall kill them, a wolf of the evenings shall destroy them, a leopard shall watch against their cities. Everyone who goes out there shall be torn in pieces, because their transgressions are many, and their backsliding is increased. 5:7 How can I pardon you? Your children have forsaken me, and sworn by them that are no gods. When I had fed them to the full, they committed adultery, and assembled themselves in troops at the prostitutes' houses. 5:8 They were as fed horses roaming at large. Everyone neighed after his neighbor's wife. 5:9 Shall I not visit for these things? Says Yahweh, and shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? 5:10 Go up on her walls and destroy, but don't make a full end, take away her branches, for they are not Yahweh's. 5:11 For the house of Israel and the house of Judah have dealt very treacherously against me, says Yahweh. 5:12 They have denied Yahweh and said, It is not he. Neither shall evil come on us, neither shall we see sword nor famine. 5:13 And the prophets shall become wind, and the word is not in them. Thus shall it be done to them. 5:14 Therefore thus says Yahweh, the God of armies, because you speak this word, behold, I will make my words in your mouth fire, and this people wood, and it shall devour them. 5:15 Behold, I will bring a nation on you from far, house of Israel, says Yahweh. It is a mighty nation, it is an ancient nation, a nation whose language you don't know, neither understand what they say. 5:16 Their quiver is an open tomb, they are all mighty men. 5:17 They shall eat up your harvest, and your bread, which your sons and your daughters should eat. They shall eat up your flocks and your herds, they shall eat up your vines and your fig trees. They shall beat down your fortified cities, in which you trust, with the sword. 5:18 But even in those days, says Yahweh, I will not make a full end with you. 5:19 It shall happen, when you shall say, Why has Yahweh our God done all these things to us? Then you shall say to them, Like as you have forsaken me, and served foreign gods in your land, so you shall serve strangers in a land that is not yours. 5:20 Declare you this in the house of Jacob, and publish it in Judah, saying, 5:21 Hear now this, foolish people and without understanding, who have eyes and don't see, who have ears and don't hear. 5:22 Don't you fear me? Says Yahweh, won't you tremble at my presence, who have placed the sand for the bound of the sea by a perpetual decree that it can't pass it? And though its waves toss themselves, yet they can't prevail, though they roar, yet they can't pass over it. 5:23 But this people has a revolting and a rebellious heart. They are revolted and gone. 5:24 Neither say they in their heart, Let us now fear Yahweh our God, who gives rain, both the former and the latter, in its season, who preserves to us the appointed weeks of the harvest. 5:25 Your iniquities have turned away these things, and your sins have withheld good from you. 5:26 For among my people are found wicked men. They watch, as fowlers lie in wait. They set a trap, they catch men. 5:27 As a cage is full of birds, so are their houses full of deceit. Therefore they are become great and grew rich. 5:28 They are grew fat, they shine. Yes, they overpass in deeds of wickedness. They don't plead the cause of the fatherless, that they may prosper. And the right of the needy they don't judge. 5:29 Shall I not visit for these things? Says Yahweh, shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? 5:30 A wonderful and horrible thing is happened in the land. 5:31 The prophets prophesy falsely, and the priests bear rule by their means, and my people love to have it so. And what will you do in the end of it? 6:1 Flee for safety, you children of Benjamin, out of the midst of Jerusalem, and blow the trumpet in Tekoa, and raise up a signal on Beit Hakerem, for evil looks forth from the north and a great destruction. 6:2 The comely and delicate one, the daughter of Zion, will I cut off. 6:3 Shepherds with their flocks shall come to her, they shall pitch their tents against her all around, they shall feed everyone in his place. 6:4 Prepare you war against her, arise and let us go up at noon. Woe to us, for the day declines, for the shadows of the evening are stretched out. 6:5 Arise, and let us go up by night, and let us destroy her palaces. 6:6 For thus has Yahweh of armies said, Cut down trees, and cast up a mound against Jerusalem. This is the city to be visited, she is wholly oppression in the midst of her. 6:7 As a well casts forth its waters, so she casts forth her wickedness. Violence and destruction is heard in her. Before me continually is sickness and wounds. 6:8 Be instructed, Jerusalem, lest my soul be alienated from you, lest I make you a desolation, a land not inhabited. 6:9 Thus says Yahweh of armies, they shall thoroughly glean the remnant of Israel as a vine, turn again your hand as a grape gatherer into the baskets. 6:10 To whom shall I speak and testify that they may hear? Behold, their ear is uncircumcised, and they can't listen. Behold, the word of Yahweh is become to them a reproach. They have no delight in it. 6:11 Therefore I am full of the wrath of Yahweh. I am weary with holding in. Pour it out on the children in the street, and on the assembly of young men together. For even the husband with the wife shall be taken, the aged with him who is full of days. 6:12 Their houses shall be turned to others, their fields and their wives together. For I will stretch out my hand on the inhabitants of the land, says Yahweh. 6:13 For from the least of them even to the greatest of them everyone is given to covetousness, and from the prophet even to the priest everyone deals falsely. 6:14 They have healed also the hurt of my people slightly, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace. 6:15 Were they ashamed when they had committed abomination? Nay, they were not at all ashamed, neither could they blush. Therefore they shall fall among those who fall. At the time that I visit them, they shall be cast down, says Yahweh. 6:16 Thus says Yahweh, stand you in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths, where is the good way, and walk therein, and you shall find rest for your souls. But they said, We will not walk therein. 6:17 I set watchmen over you, saying, Listen to the sound of the trumpet. But they said, We will not listen. 6:18 Therefore hear, you nations, and know, congregation, what is among them. 6:19 Hear, earth. Behold, I will bring evil on this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not listened to my words. And as for my law, they have rejected it. 6:20 To what purpose comes there to me frankincense from Sheba, and the sweet cane from a far country? Your burnt offerings are not acceptable, nor your sacrifices pleasing to me. 6:21 Therefore thus says Yahweh, Behold, I will lay stumbling blocks before this people, and the fathers and the sons together shall stumble against them. The neighbor and his friend shall perish. 6:22 Thus says Yahweh, Behold, a people comes from the north country, and a great nation shall be stirred up from the uttermost parts of the earth. 6:23 They lay hold on bow and spear. They are cruel and have no mercy. Their voice roars like the sea, and they ride on horses, everyone set in array as a man to the battle against you, daughter of Zion. 6:24 We have heard its report, our hands wax feeble. Anguish has taken hold of us, and pangs as of a woman in travail. 6:25 Don't go forth into the field, nor walk by the way, for the sword of the enemy and terror are on every side. 6:26 Daughter of my people, gird you with sackcloth, and wallow yourself in ashes. Make you mourning, as for an only son, most bitter lamentation, for the destroyer shall suddenly come on us. 6:27 I have made you a tester of metals and a fortress among my people, that you may know and try their way. 6:28 They are all grievous rebels, going about with slanders. They are brass and iron, they all of them deal corruptly. 6:29 The bellows blow fiercely. The lead is consumed of the fire. In vain do they go on refining, for the wicked are not plucked away. 6:30 Refuse silver shall mend them, because Yahweh has rejected them. 7:1 The word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, 7:2 Stand in the gate of Yahweh's house, and proclaim there this word, and say, Hear the word of Yahweh, all you of Judah, who enter in at these gates to worship Yahweh. 7:3 Thus says Yahweh of armies, the God of Israel, amend your ways and your doings, and I will cause you to dwell in this place. 7:4 Don't you trust in lying words, saying, The temple of Yahweh, the temple of Yahweh, the temple of Yahweh are these. 7:5 If you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute justice between a man and his neighbor. 7:6 If you don't oppress the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, and don't shed innocent blood in this place, neither walk after other gods to your own hurt. 7:7 Then will I cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I gave to your fathers from of old even forevermore. 7:8 Behold, you trust in lying words that can't profit. 7:9 Will you steal, murder, and commit adultery, and swear falsely, and burn incense to Baal, and walk after other gods that you have not known? 7:10 And come and stand before me in this house, which is called by my name, and say, We are delivered, that you may do all these abominations. 7:11 Is this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers in your eyes? Behold, even I have seen it, says Yahweh. 7:12 But go you now to my place which was in Shiloh, where I caused my name to dwell at the first, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people Israel. 7:13 Now, because you have done all these works, says Yahweh, and I spoke to you, rising up early and speaking, but you didn't hear, and I called you, but you didn't answer. 7:14 Therefore will I do to the house which is called by my name, in which you trust, and to the place which I gave to you and to your fathers, as I did to Shiloh. 7:15 I will cast you out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brothers, even the whole seed of Ephraim. 7:16 Therefore don't you pray for this people, neither lift up a cry nor prayer for them, neither make intercession to me, for I will not hear you. 7:17 Don't you see what they do in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem? 7:18 The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead the dough, to make cakes to the queen of the sky, and to pour out drink offerings to other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. 7:19 Do they provoke me to anger? Says Yahweh. Do they not provoke themselves to the confusion of their own faces? 7:20 Therefore thus says the Lord Yahweh. Behold, my anger and my wrath shall be poured out on this place, on man, and on animal, and on the trees of the field, and on the fruit of the ground, and it shall burn, and shall not be quenched. 7:21 Thus says Yahweh of armies, the God of Israel, add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices, and eat meat. 7:22 For I didn't speak to your fathers, nor command them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. 7:23 But this thing I commanded them, saying, Listen to my voice, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people, and walk you in all the way that I command you, that it may be well with you. 7:24 But they didn't listen nor turn their ear, but walked in their own counsels and in the stubbornness of their evil heart, and went backward and not forward. 7:25 Since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt to this day, I have sent to you all my servants the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. 7:26 Yet they didn't listen to me, nor inclined their ear, but made their neck stiff. They did worse than their fathers. 7:27 You shall speak all these words to them, but they will not listen to you. You shall also call to them, but they will not answer you. 7:28 You shall tell them, This is the nation that has not listened to the voice of Yahweh their God, nor received instruction. Truth is perished and is cut off from their mouth. 7:29 Cut off your hair, Jerusalem, and cast it away, and take up a lamentation on the bare heights. For Yahweh has rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. 7:30 For the children of Judah have done that which is evil in my sight, says Yahweh. They have set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to defile it. 7:31 They have built the high places of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I didn't command, nor did it come into my mind. 7:32 Therefore, behold, the days come, says Yahweh, that it shall no more be called Topheth, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. For they shall bury in Topheth until there be no place to bury. 7:33 The dead bodies of this people shall be food for the birds of the sky, and for the animals of the earth, and none shall frighten them away. 7:34 Then will I cause to cease from the cities of Judah, and from the streets of Jerusalem, the voice of mirth and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, for the land shall become a waste. 8:1 At that time, says Yahweh, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of his princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, out of their graves. 8:2 And they shall spread them before the sun, and the moon, and all the army of the sky, which they have loved, and which they have served, and after which they have walked, and which they have sought, and which they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered, nor be buried, they shall be for dung on the surface of the earth. 8:3 Death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue that remain of this evil family, that remain in all the places where I have driven them, says Yahweh of armies. 8:4 Moreover you shall tell them, thus says Yahweh, shall men fall and not rise up again? Shall one turn away and not return? 8:5 Why then is this people of Jerusalem slidden back by a perpetual backsliding? They hold fast deceit, they refuse to return. 8:6 I listened and heard, but they didn't speak aright. No man repents him of his wickedness, saying, What have I done? Everyone turns to his course, as a horse that rushes headlong in the battle. 8:7 Yes, the stork in the sky knows her appointed times, and the turtle dove and the swallow and the crane observe the time of their coming, but my people don't know Yahweh's law. 8:8 How do you say, We are wise, and the law of Yahweh is with us? But behold, the false pen of the scribes has worked falsely. 8:9 The wise men are disappointed, they are dismayed and taken. Behold, they have rejected the word of Yahweh, and what manner of wisdom is in them? 8:10 Therefore will I give their wives to others, and their fields to those who shall possess them. For everyone from the least even to the greatest is given to covetousness. From the prophet even to the priest every one deals falsely. 8:11 They have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace. 8:12 Were they ashamed when they had committed abomination? Nay, they were not at all ashamed, neither could they blush. Therefore shall they fall among those who fall. In the time of their visitation they shall be cast down, says Yahweh. 8:13 I will utterly consume them, says Yahweh. There shall be no grapes on the vine, nor figs on the fig tree, and the leaf shall fade, and the things that I have given them shall pass away from them. 8:14 Why do we sit still? Assemble yourselves, and let us enter into the fortified cities, and let us be silent there. For Yahweh our God has put us to silence, and given us water of gall to drink, because we have sinned against Yahweh. 8:15 We looked for peace, but no good came, and for a time of healing, and behold, dismay. 8:16 The snorting of his horses is heard from Dan. At the sound of the neighing of his strong ones the whole land trembles. For they are come, and have devoured the land and all that is in it. the city and those who dwell therein. 8:17 For behold, I will send serpents, adders, among you, which will not be charmed, and they shall bite you, says Yahweh. 8:18 Oh, that I could comfort myself against sorrow. My heart is faint within me. 8:19 Behold, the voice of the cry of the daughter of my people from a land that is very far off. Isn't Yahweh in Zion? Isn't her king in her? Why have they provoked me to anger with their engraved images and with foreign vanities? 8:20 The harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved. 8:21 For the hurt of the daughter of my people am I hurt. I mourn, dismay has taken hold on me. 8:22 Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then isn't the health of the daughter of my people recovered? 9:10 That my head were waters, and my eyes a spring of tears, that I might weep day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. 9:20 That I had in the wilderness a lodging place of wayfaring men, that I might leave my people and go from them. For they are all adulterers, an assembly of treacherous men. 9:3 They bend their tongue, as it were their bow, for falsehood, and they are grown strong in the land, but not for truth. For they proceed from evil to evil, and they don't know me, says Yahweh. 9:4 Take you heed every one of his neighbor, and don't you trust in any brother. For every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will go about with slanders. 9:5 They will deceive everyone his neighbor, and will not speak the truth. They have taught their tongue to speak lies. They weary themselves to commit iniquity. 9:6 Your habitation is in the midst of deceit. Through deceit they refuse to know me, says Yahweh. 9:7 Therefore thus says Yahweh of armies, Behold, I will melt them and try them. For how else should I do, because of the daughter of my people? 9:8 Their tongue is a deadly arrow, it speaks deceit. One speaks peaceably to his neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart he lays wait for him. 9:9 Shall I not visit them for these things? Says Yahweh. Shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? 9:10 For the mountains will I take up a weeping and wailing, and for the pastures of the wilderness a lamentation, because they are burned up so that none passes through. Neither can men hear the voice of the livestock. Both the birds of the sky and the animals are fled, they are gone. 9:11 I will make Jerusalem heaps, a dwelling place of jackals, and I will make the cities of Judah a desolation, without inhabitant. 9:12 Who is the wise man, that may understand this? And who is he to whom the mouth of Yahweh has spoken, that he may declare it? Why is the land perished and burned up like a wilderness, so that none passes through? 9:13 Yahweh says, Because they have forsaken my law which I set before them, and have not obeyed my voice, neither walked therein. 9:14 But have walked after the stubbornness of their own heart, and after the Baals which their fathers taught them. 9:15 Therefore thus says Yahweh of armies, the God of Israel, Behold, I will feed them, even this people, with wormhood, and give them water of gall to drink. 9:16 I will scatter them also among the nations, whom neither they nor their fathers have known, and I will send the sword after them until I have consumed them. 9:17 Thus says Yahweh of armies, Consider you, and call for the mourning women that they may come, and send for the skillful women that they may come. 9:18 And let them make haste, and take up a wailing for us, that our eyes may run down with tears, and our eyelids gush out with waters. 9:19 For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we ruined? We are greatly confounded, because we have forsaken the land, because they have cast down our dwellings. 9:20 Yet hear the word of Yahweh, you women, and let your ear receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and everyone her neighbor lamentation. 9:21 For death is come up into our windows, it is entered into our palaces, to cut off the children from outside, and the young men from the streets. 9:22 Speak, thus says Yahweh, the dead bodies of men shall fall as dung on the open field, and as the handful after the harvester, and none shall gather them. 9:23 Thus says Yahweh, Don't let the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might, don't let the rich man glory in his riches. 9:24 But let him who glories glory in this, that he has understanding and knows me, that I am Yahweh who exercises loving kindness, justice, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, says Yahweh. 9:25 Behold, the days come, says Yahweh, that I will punish all those who are circumcised in their uncircumcision. 9:26 Egypt, and Judah, and Edom, and the children of Ammon and Moab, and all that have the corners of their hair cut off, who dwell in the wilderness. For all the nations are uncircumcised, and all the house of Israel are uncircumcised in heart. 10:1 Hear the word which Yahweh speaks to you, house of Israel. 10:2 Thus says Yahweh, Don't learn the way of the nations, and don't be dismayed at the signs of the sky, for the nations are dismayed at them. 10:3 For the customs of the peoples are vanity, for one cuts a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workman with the axe. 10:4 They deck it with silver and with gold, they fasten it with nails and with hammers that it not move. 10:5 They are like a palm tree, of turned work and don't speak. They must be carried because they can't go. Don't be afraid of them, for they can't do evil, neither is it in them to do good. 10:6 There is none like you, Yahweh. You are great, and your name is great in might. 10:7 Who should not fear you, King of the nations? For to you does it appertain, because among all the wise men of the nations, and in all their royal estate there is none like you. 10:8 But they are together brutish and foolish. The instruction of idols, it is but a stock. 10:9 There is silver beaten into plates, which is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Upaz, the work of the artificer and of the hands of the goldsmith. Blue and purple for their clothing. They are all the work of skillful men. 10:10 But Yahweh is the true God. He is the living God and an everlasting King. At his wrath the earth trembles, and the nations are not able to abide his indignation. 10:11 You shall say this to them. The gods that have not made the heavens and the earth, these shall perish from the earth and from under the heavens. 10:12 He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom, and by his understanding has he stretched out the heavens. 10:13 When he utters his voice, there is a tumult of waters in the heavens, and he causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He makes lightnings for the rain, and brings forth the wind out of his treasuries. 10:14 Every man is become brutish and is without knowledge. Every goldsmith is disappointed by his engraved image, for his molten image is falsehood, and there is no breath in them. 10:15 They are vanity, a work of delusion. In the time of their visitation they shall perish. 10:16 The portion of Jacob is not like these, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the tribe of his inheritance. Yahweh of armies is his name. 10:17 Gather up your wares out of the land, you who abide in the siege. 10:18 For thus says Yahweh, behold, I will sling out the inhabitants of the land at this time, and will distress them, that they may feel it. 10:19 Woe is me because of my hurt. My wound is grievous, but I said, truly this is my grief, and I must bear it. 10:20 My tent is destroyed, and all my cords are broken. My children are gone forth from me, and they are no more. There is none to spread my tent any more, and to set up my curtains. 10:21 For the shepherds are become brutish, and have not inquired of Yahweh. Therefore they have not prospered, and all their flocks are scattered. 10:22 The voice of news, behold, it comes, and a great commotion out of the north country, to make the cities of Judah a desolation, a dwelling place of jackals. 10:23 Yahweh, I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man who walks to direct his steps. 10:24 Yahweh, correct me, but in measure. Not in your anger, lest you bring me to nothing. 10:25 Pour out your wrath on the nations that don't know you, and on the families that don't call on your name. For they have devoured Jacob, yes, they have devoured him and consumed him, and have laid waste his habitation. 11:1 The word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, 11:2 Hear you the words of this covenant, and speak to the men of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 11:3 And say you to them, Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel, Cursed be the man who doesn't hear the words of this covenant. 11:4 Which I commanded your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the iron furnace, saying, Obey my voice and do them according to all which I command you. So you shall be my people, and I will be your God. 11:5 That I may establish the oath which I swore to your fathers, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, as at this day. Then answered I and said, Amen, Yahweh. 11:6 Yahweh said to me, Proclaim all these words in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, Hear you the words of this covenant, and do them. 11:7 For I earnestly protested to your fathers in the day that I brought them up out of the land of Egypt, even to this day, rising early and protesting, saying, Obey my voice. 11:8 Yet they didn't obey, nor turn their ear, but walked everyone in the stubbornness of their evil heart. Therefore I brought on them all the words of this covenant, which I commanded them to do, but they didn't do them. 11:9 Yahweh said to me, A conspiracy is found among the men of Judah and among the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 11:10 They are turned back to the iniquities of their forefathers, who refused to hear my words, and they are gone after other gods to serve them. The house of Israel and the house of Judah have broken my covenant which I made with their fathers. 11:11 Therefore thus says Yahweh, Behold, I will bring evil on them, which they shall not be able to escape, and they shall cry to me, but I will not listen to them. 11:12 Then shall the cities of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem go and cry to the gods to which they offer incense, but they will not save them at all in the time of their trouble. 11:13 For according to the number of your cities are your gods, Judah, and according to the number of the streets of Jerusalem have you set up altars to the shameful thing, even altars to burn incense to Baal. 11:14 Therefore don't you pray for this people, neither lift up cry nor prayer for them. For I will not hear them in the time that they cry to me because of their trouble. 11:15 What has my beloved to do in my house, seeing she has worked lewdness with many, and the holy flesh is passed from you? When you do evil, then you rejoice. 11:16 Yahweh called your name, a green olive tree, beautiful with goodly fruit. With the noise of a great tumult he has kindled fire on it, and its branches are broken. 11:17 For Yahweh of armies, who planted you, has pronounced evil against you. Because of the evil of the house of Israel and of the house of Judah, which they have worked for themselves in provoking me to anger by offering incense to Baal. 11:18 Yahweh gave me knowledge of it, and I knew it. Then you showed me their doings. 11:19 But I was like a gentle lamb that is led to the slaughter, and I didn't know that they had devised devices against me, saying, let us destroy the tree with its fruit, and let us cut him off from the land of the living, that his name may be no more remembered. 11:20 But Yahweh of armies, who judges righteously, who tests the heart and the mind, I shall see your vengeance on them, for to you have I revealed my cause. 11:21 Therefore thus says Yahweh concerning the men of Anathoth, who seek your life, saying, you shall not prophesy in the name of Yahweh, that you not die by our hand. 11:22 Therefore thus says Yahweh of armies, behold, I will punish them. The young men shall die by the sword, their sons and their daughters shall die by famine. 11:23 And there shall be no remnant to them. For I will bring evil on the men of Anathoth, even the year of their visitation. 12:1 Righteous are you, Yahweh, when I contend with you, yet would I reason the cause with you. Why does the way of the wicked prosper? Why are all they at ease who deal very treacherously? 12:2 You have planted them, yes, they have taken root, they grow, yes, they bring forth fruit. You are near in their mouth and far from their heart. 12:3 But you, Yahweh, know me. You see me and try my heart toward you. Pull them out like sheep for the slaughter, and prepare them for the day of slaughter. 12:4 How long shall the land mourn, and the herbs of the whole country wither? For the wickedness of those who dwell therein, the animals are consumed, and the birds, because they said, he shall not see our latter end. 12:5 If you have run with the footmen, and they have wearied you, then how can you contend with horses? And though in a land of peace you are secure, yet how will you do in the pride of the Jordan? 12:6 For even your brothers, and the house of your father, even they have dealt treacherously with you. Even they have cried aloud after you. Don't believe them, though they speak beautiful words to you. 12:7 I have forsaken my house, I have cast off my heritage, I have given the dearly beloved of my soul into the hand of her enemies. 12:8 My heritage is become to me as a lion in the forest. She has uttered her voice against me, therefore I have hated her. 12:9 Is my heritage to me as a speckled bird of prey? Are the birds of prey against her all around? Go you, assemble all the animals of the field, bring them to devour. 12:10 Many shepherds have destroyed my vineyard, they have trodden my portion under foot, they have made my pleasant portion a desolate wilderness. 12:11 They have made it a desolation. It mourns to me, being desolate. The whole land is made desolate, because no man lays it to heart. 12:12 Destroyers are come on all the bare heights in the wilderness. For the sword of Yahweh devours from the one end of the land even to the other end of the land. No flesh has peace. 12:13 They have sown wheat, and have reaped thorns. They have put themselves to pain, and profit nothing. And you shall be ashamed of your fruits, because of the fierce anger of Yahweh. 12:14 Thus says Yahweh against all my evil neighbors, who touch the inheritance which I have caused my people Israel to inherit. Behold, I will pluck them up from off their land, and will pluck up the house of Judah from among them. 12:15 It shall happen, after that I have plucked them up, I will return and have compassion on them. And I will bring them again, every man to his heritage, and every man to his land. 12:16 It shall happen, if they will diligently learn the ways of my people, to swear by my name, as Yahweh lives, even as they taught my people to swear by Baal, then shall they be built up in the midst of my people. 12:17 But if they will not hear, then will I pluck up that nation, plucking up and destroying it, says Yahweh. 13:1 Thus says Yahweh to me, go and buy you a linen belt and put it on your waist, and don't put it in water. 13:2 So I bought a belt according to the word of Yahweh and put it on my waist. 13:3 The word of Yahweh came to me the second time, saying, 13:4 Take the belt that you have bought, which is on your waist, and arise, go to the Euphrates, and hide it there in a cleft of the rock. 13:5 So I went, and hid it by the Euphrates, as Yahweh commanded me. 13:6 It happened after many days, that Yahweh said to me, arise, go to the Euphrates, and take the belt from there, which I commanded you to hide there. 13:7 Then I went to the Euphrates and dug, and took the belt from the place where I had hid it. And behold, the belt was marred, it was profitable for nothing. 13:8 Then the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, 13:9 Thus says Yahweh, after this manner will I mar the pride of Judah, and the great pride of Jerusalem. 13:10 This evil people, who refuse to hear my words, who walk in the stubbornness of their heart, and are gone after other gods to serve them, and to worship them, shall even be as this belt, which is profitable for nothing. 13:11 For as the belt cleaves to the waist of a man, so have I caused to cleave to me the whole house of Israel and the whole house of Judah, says Yahweh, that they may be to me for a people, and for a name, and for a praise, and for a glory. But they would not hear. 13:12 Therefore you shall speak to them this word. Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel, every bottle shall be filled with wine. And they shall tell you, do we not certainly know that every bottle shall be filled with wine? 13:13 Then you shall tell them, thus says Yahweh, behold, I will fill all the inhabitants of this land, even the kings who sit on David's throne, and the priests, and the prophets, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, with drunkenness. 13:14 I will dash them one against another, even the fathers and the sons together, says Yahweh. I will not pity, nor spare, nor have compassion that I should not destroy them. 13:15 Hear you and give ear, don't be proud, for Yahweh has spoken. 13:16 Give glory to Yahweh your God before he cause darkness and before your feet stumble on the dark mountains, and while you look for light, he turn it into the shadow of death and make it gross darkness. 13:17 But if you will not hear it, my soul shall weep in secret for your pride, and my eye shall weep sore and run down with tears, because Yahweh's flock is taken captive. 13:18 Say you to the king and to the queen mother, humble yourselves, sit down, for your headdresses are come down, even the crown of your glory. 13:19 The cities of the south are shut up, and there is none to open them. Judah is carried away captive, all of it. It is wholly carried away captive. 13:20 Lift up your eyes, and see those who come from the north. Where is the flock that was given you, your beautiful flock? 13:21 What will you say, when he shall set over you as head those whom you have yourself taught to be friends to you? Shall not sorrows take hold of you, as of a woman in travail? 13:22 If you say in your heart, why are these things come on me? For the greatness of your iniquity are your skirts uncovered, and your heels suffer violence. 13:23 Can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spots? Then may you also do good, who are accustomed to do evil. 13:24 Therefore will I scatter them, as the stubble that passes away, by the wind of the wilderness. 13:25 This is your lot, the portion measured to you from me, says Yahweh, because you have forgotten me and trusted in falsehood. 13:26 Therefore will I also uncover your skirts on your face, and your shame shall appear. 13:27 I have seen your abominations, even your adulteries and your neighing, the lewdness of your prostitution on the hills and the field. Woe to you, Jerusalem! You will not be made clean. How long shall it yet be? 14:1 The word of Yahweh that came to Jeremiah concerning the drought. 14:2 Judah mourns, and its gates languish, they sit in black on the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem is gone up. 14:3 Their nobles send their little ones to the waters. They come to the cisterns and find no water. They return with their vessels empty. They are disappointed and confounded, and cover their heads. 14:4 Because of the ground which is cracked, because no rain has been in the land, the plowmen are disappointed, they cover their heads. 14:5 Yes, the hind also in the field calves and forsakes her young, because there is no grass. 14:6 The wild donkeys stand on the bare heights, they pant for air like jackals, their eyes fail because there is no herbage. 14:7 Though our iniquities testify against us, work you for your name's sake, Yahweh, for our backslidings are many, we have sinned against you. 14:8 You hope of Israel, its savior in the time of trouble, why should you be as a foreigner in the land, and as a wayfaring man who turns aside to stay for a night? 14:9 Why should you be like a scared man, as a mighty man who can't save? Yet you, Yahweh, are in the midst of us, and we are called by your name, don't leave us. 14:10 Thus says Yahweh to this people, even so have they loved to wander, they have not refrained their feet, therefore Yahweh does not accept them. Now he will remember their iniquity and visit their sins. 14:11 Yahweh said to me, don't pray for this people for their good. 14:12 When they fast, I will not hear their cry, and when they offer burnt offering and meal offering, I will not accept them, but I will consume them by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. 14:13 Then said I, Ah, Lord Yahweh, behold, the prophets tell them, you shall not see the sword, neither shall you have famine, but I will give you assured peace in this place. 14:14 Then Yahweh said to me, the prophets prophesy lies in my name. I didn't send them, neither have I commanded them, neither spoke I to them. They prophesy to you a lying vision and divination, and a thing of nothing, and the deceit of their own heart. 14:15 Therefore thus says Yahweh concerning the prophets who prophesy in my name, and I didn't send them. Yet they say, sword and famine shall not be in this land. By sword and famine shall those prophets be consumed. 14:16 The people to whom they prophesy shall be cast out in the streets of Jerusalem because of the famine and the sword, and they shall have none to bury them, their wives, nor their sons, nor their daughters, for I will pour their wickedness on them. 14:17 You shall say this word to them, let my eyes run down with tears night and day, and let them not cease. For the virgin daughter of my people is broken with a great breach, with a very grievous wound. 14:18 If I go forth into the field, then behold the slain with the sword. And if I enter into the city, then behold those who are sick with famine. For both the prophet and the priest go about in the land and have no knowledge. 14:19 Have you utterly rejected Judah? Has your soul loathed Zion? Why have you struck us and there is no healing for us? We looked for peace but no good came, and for a time of healing and behold dismay. 14:20 We acknowledge, Yahweh, our wickedness and the iniquity of our fathers, for we have sinned against you. 14:21 Do not abhor us for your name's sake. Do not disgrace the throne of your glory. Remember, don't break your covenant with us. 14:22 Are there any among the vanities of the nations that can cause rain? Or can the sky give showers? Aren't you he, Yahweh our God? Therefore we will wait for you have made all these things. 15:1 Then said Yahweh to me, Though Moses and Samuel stood before me, yet my mind would not be toward this people. Cast them out of my sight, and let them go forth. 15:2 It shall happen, when they tell you, Where shall we go forth? Then you shall tell them, Thus says Yahweh, Such as are for death to death, and such as are for the sword to the sword, and such as are for the famine to the famine, and such as are for captivity to captivity. 15:3 I will appoint over them 4 kinds, says Yahweh, the sword to kill, and the dogs to tear, and the birds of the sky, and the animals of the earth to devour and to destroy. 15:4 I will cause them to be tossed back and forth among all the kingdoms of the earth, because of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah, king of Judah, for that which he did in Jerusalem. 15:5 For who will have pity on you, Jerusalem? Or who will bemoan you? Or who will turn aside to ask of your welfare? 15:6 You have rejected me, says Yahweh, you are gone backward. Therefore have I stretched out my hand against you and destroyed you. I am weary with repenting. 15:7 I have winnowed them with a fan in the gates of the land. I have bereaved them of children. I have destroyed my people. They didn't return from their ways. 15:8 Their widows are increased to me above the sand of the seas. I have brought on them against the mother of the young men a destroyer at noonday. I have caused anguish and terrors to fall on her suddenly. 15:9 She who has borne 7 languishes, she has given up the spirit. Her sun is gone down while it was yet day. She has been disappointed and confounded. And the residue of them will I deliver to the sword before their enemies, says Yahweh. 15:10 Woe is me, my mother, that you have borne me a man of strife and a man of contention to the whole earth. I have not lent, neither have men lent to me, yet every one of them does curse me. 15:11 Yahweh said, Most certainly I will strengthen you for good. Most certainly I will cause the enemy to make supplication to you in the time of evil and in the time of affliction. 15:12 Can one break iron, even iron from the north and brass? 15:13 Your substance and your treasures will I give for a spoil without price, and that for all your sins, even in all your borders. 15:14 I will make them to pass with your enemies into a land which you don't know, for a fire is kindled in my anger which shall burn on you. 15:15 Yahweh, remember me and visit me and avenge me of my persecutors. Don't take me away in your longsuffering. Know that for your sake I have suffered reproach. 15:16 Your words were found, and I ate them. And your words were to me a joy and the rejoicing of my heart. For I am called by your name, Yahweh, God of armies. 15:17 I didn't sit in the assembly of those who make merry, nor rejoiced. I sat alone because of your hand, for you have filled me with indignation. 15:18 Why is my pain perpetual, and my wound incurable, which refuses to be healed? Will you indeed be to me as a deceitful brook, as waters that fail? 15:19 Therefore thus says Yahweh, if you return, then will I bring you again, that you may stand before me. And if you take forth the precious from the vial, you shall be as my mouth. They shall return to you, but you shall not return to them. 15:20 I will make you to this people a fortified bronze wall, and they shall fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you. For I am with you to save you and to deliver you, says Yahweh. 15:21 I will deliver you out of the hand of the wicked, and I will redeem you out of the hand of the terrible. 16:1 The word of Yahweh came also to me, saying, 16:2 You shall not take a wife, neither shall you have sons or daughters in this place. 16:3 For thus says Yahweh concerning the sons and concerning the daughters who are born in this place, and concerning their mothers who bore them, and concerning their fathers who became the father of them in this land. 16:4 They shall die grievous deaths. They shall not be lamented, neither shall they be buried. They shall be as dung on the surface of the ground, and they shall be consumed by the sword and by famine, and their dead bodies shall be food for the birds of the sky and for the animals of the earth. 16:5 For thus says Yahweh, Don't enter into the house of mourning, neither go to lament, neither bemoan them. For I have taken away my peace from this people, says Yahweh, even loving kindness and tender mercies. 16:6 Both great and small shall die in this land. They shall not be buried, neither shall men lament for them, nor cut themselves, nor make themselves bald for them. 16:7 Neither shall men break bread for them in mourning, to comfort them for the dead, neither shall men give them the cup of consolation to drink for their father or for their mother. 16:8 You shall not go into the house of feasting to sit with them, to eat and to drink. 16:9 For thus says Yahweh of armies, the God of Israel, Behold, I will cause to cease out of this place, before your eyes and in your days, the voice of mirth and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride. 16:10 It shall happen, when you shall show this people all these words, and they shall tell you, Why has Yahweh pronounced all this great evil against us? Or what is our iniquity? Or what is our sin that we have committed against Yahweh our God? 16:11 Then you shall tell them, Because your fathers have forsaken me, says Yahweh, and have walked after other gods, and have served them, and have worshipped them, and have forsaken me, and have not kept my law. 16:12 And you have done evil more than your fathers. For behold, you walk, every one after the stubbornness of his evil heart, so that you don't listen to me. 16:13 Therefore will I cast you forth out of this land into the land that you have not known, neither you nor your fathers, and there you shall serve other gods day and night, for I will show you no favor. 16:14 Therefore, behold, the days come, says Yahweh, that it shall no more be said, As Yahweh lives, who brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. 16:15 But, as Yahweh lives, who brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, and from all the countries where he had driven them, I will bring them again into their land that I gave to their fathers. 16:16 Behold, I will send for many fishermen, says Yahweh, and they shall fish them up. And afterward I will send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain, and from every hill, and out of the clefts of the rocks. 16:17 For my eyes are on all their ways. They are not hidden from my face, neither is their iniquity concealed from my eyes. 16:18 First, I will recompense their iniquity and their sin double, because they have polluted my land with the carcasses of their detestable things, and have filled my inheritance with their abominations. 16:19 Yahweh, my strength and my stronghold, and my refuge in the day of affliction, to you shall the nations come from the ends of the earth, and shall say, Our fathers have inherited nothing but lies, even vanity and things in which there is no profit. 16:20 Shall a man make to himself gods, which yet are no gods? 16:21 Therefore, behold, I will cause them to know, this once will I cause them to know my hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is Yahweh. 17:1 The sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron, and with the point of a diamond. It is engraved on the tablet of their heart, and on the horns of your altars. 17:2 While their children remember their altars and their Asherim by the green trees on the high hills. 17:3 My mountain in the field, I will give your substance and all your treasures for a spoil, and your high places, because of sin, throughout all your borders. 17:4 You, even of yourself, shall discontinue from your heritage that I gave you, and I will cause you to serve your enemies in the land which you don't know. For you have kindled a fire in my anger which shall burn forever. 17:5 Thus says Yahweh, Cursed is the man who trusts in man, and makes flesh his arm, and whose heart departs from Yahweh. 17:6 For he shall be like the heath in the desert, and shall not see when good comes, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, a salt land and not inhabited. 17:7 Blessed is the man who trusts in Yahweh, and whose trust Yahweh is. 17:8 For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, who spreads out its roots by the river, and shall not fear when heat comes, but its leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit. 17:9 The heart is deceitful above all things, and it is exceedingly corrupt. Who can know it? 17:10 I, Yahweh, search the mind, I try the heart, even to give every man according to his ways, according to the fruit of his doings. 17:11 As the partridge that sits on eggs which she has not laid, so is he who gets riches, and not by right. In the midst of his days they shall leave him, and at his end he shall be a fool. 17:12 A glorious throne, set on high from the beginning, is the place of our sanctuary. 17:13 Yahweh, the hope of Israel, all who forsake you shall be disappointed. Those who depart from me shall be written in the earth, because they have forsaken Yahweh, the spring of living waters. 17:14 Heal me, O Yahweh, and I shall be healed. Save me, and I shall be saved, for you are my praise. 17:15 Behold, they tell me, Where is the word of Yahweh? Let it come now. 17:16 As for me, I have not hurried from being a shepherd after you, neither have I desired the woeful day. You know, that which came out of my lips was before your face. 17:17 Don't be a terror to me. You are my refuge in the day of evil. 17:18 Let them be disappointed who persecute me, but let not me be disappointed. Let them be dismayed, but don't let me be dismayed. Bring on them the day of evil, and destroy them with double destruction. 17:19 Thus said Yahweh to me, Go and stand in the gate of the children of the people, through which the kings of Judah come in, and by which they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem. 17:20 And tell them, Hear you the word of Yahweh, you kings of Judah and all Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, that enter in by these gates. 17:21 Thus says Yahweh, take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. 17:22 Neither carry forth a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day holy, neither do any work, but make the Sabbath day as I commanded your fathers. 17:23 But they didn't listen, neither turned their ear, but made their neck stiff, that they might not hear, and might not receive instruction. 17:24 It shall happen, if you diligently listen to me, says Yahweh, to bring in no burden through the gates of the city on the Sabbath day, but to make the Sabbath day holy, to do no work therein. 17:25 Then shall there enter in by the gates of the city kings and princes sitting on the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princes, the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And this city shall remain forever. 17:26 They shall come from the cities of Judah, and from the places around Jerusalem, and from the land of Benjamin, and from the lowland, and from the hill country, and from the south, bringing burnt offerings and sacrifices and meal offerings and frankincense, and bringing sacrifices of thanksgiving to the house of Yahweh. 17:27 But if you will not listen to me to make the Sabbath day holy, and not to bear a burden and enter in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in its gates, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. 18:1 The word which came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, 18:2 Arise and go down to the potter's house, and there I will cause you to hear my words. 18:3 Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he was making a work on the wheels. 18:4 When the vessel that he made of the clay was marred in the hand of the potter, he made it again another vessel, as seemed good to the potter to make it. 18:5 Then the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, 18:6 House of Israel, can't I do with you as this potter? Says Yahweh. Behold, as the clay in the potter's hand, so are you in my hand, house of Israel. 18:7 At what instant I shall speak concerning a nation, and concerning a kingdom, to pluck up and to break down and to destroy it. 18:8 If that nation, concerning which I have spoken, turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do to them. 18:9 At what instant I shall speak concerning a nation, and concerning a kingdom, to build and to plant it. 18:10 If they do that which is evil in my sight, that they not obey my voice, then I will repent of the good, with which I said I would benefit them. 18:11 Now therefore, speak to the men of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, Thus says Yahweh, Behold, I frame evil against you, and devise a device against you. Return you now everyone from his evil way, and amend your ways and your doings. 18:12 But they say, It is in vain, for we will walk after our own devices, and we will do everyone after the stubbornness of his evil heart. 18:13 Therefore thus says Yahweh, Ask you now among the nations, who has heard such things? The Virgin of Israel has done a very horrible thing. 18:14 Shall the snow of Lebanon fail from the rock of the field? Or shall the cold waters that flow down from afar be dried up? 18:15 For my people have forgotten me, they have burned incense to false gods, and they have been made to stumble in their ways, in the ancient paths, to walk in byways, in a way not built up. 18:16 To make their land an astonishment, and a perpetual hissing. Everyone who passes thereby shall be astonished and shake his head. 18:17 I will scatter them as with an east wind before the enemy. I will show them the back, and not the face, in the day of their calamity. 18:18 Then said they, Come, and let us devise devices against Jeremiah. For the law shall not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come, and let us strike him with the tongue, and let us not give heed to any of his words. 18:19 Give heed to me, Yahweh, and listen to the voice of those who contend with me. 18:20 Shall evil be recompensed for good, for they have dug a pit for my soul. Remember how I stood before you to speak good for them, to turn away your wrath from them. 18:21 Therefore deliver up their children to the famine, and give them over to the power of the sword. And let their wives become childless and widows, and let their men be slain of death, and their young men struck of the sword in battle. 18:22 Let a cry be heard from their houses, when you shall bring a troop suddenly on them, for they have dug a pit to take me, and hid snares for my feet. 18:23 Yet, Yahweh, you know all their counsel against me to kill me. Don't forgive their iniquity, neither blot out their sin from your sight, but let them be overthrown before you. Deal you with them in the time of your anger. 19:1 Thus said Yahweh, Go, and buy a potter's earthen bottle, and take of the elders of the people, and of the elders of the priests. 19:2 And go forth to the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is by the entry of the gate Harseth, and proclaim there the words that I shall tell you. 19:3 And say, Hear you the word of Yahweh, kings of Judah and inhabitants of Jerusalem. Thus says Yahweh of armies, the God of Israel, behold, I will bring evil on this place, which whoever hears, his ears shall tingle. 19:4 Because they have forsaken me, and have estranged this place, and have burned incense in it to other gods, that they didn't know, they and their fathers and the kings of Judah, and have filled this place with the blood of innocents. 19:5 And have built the high places of Baal, to burn their sons in the fire for burnt offerings to Baal, which I didn't command, nor spoke it, neither came it into my mind. 19:6 Therefore, behold, the days come, says Yahweh, that this place shall no more be called Topheth, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. 19:7 I will make void the counsel of Judah and Jerusalem in this place, and I will cause them to fall by the sword before their enemies, and by the hand of those who seek their life. And their dead bodies will I give to be food for the birds of the sky, and for the animals of the earth. 19:8 I will make this city an astonishment, and a hissing. Everyone who passes thereby shall be astonished and hiss because of all its plagues. 19:9 I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and they shall eat every one the flesh of his friend, in the siege and in the distress, with which their enemies, and those who seek their life, shall distress them. 19:10 Then you shall break the bottle in the sight of the men who go with you. 19:11 And shall tell them, Thus says Yahweh of armies, even so will I break this people and this city, as one breaks a potter's vessel that can't be made whole again, and they shall bury in Topheth until there be no place to bury. 19:12 Thus will I do to this place, says Yahweh, and to its inhabitants, even making this city as Topheth. 19:13 And the houses of Jerusalem, and the houses of the kings of Judah, which are defiled, shall be as the place of Topheth, even all the houses on whose roofs they have burned incense to all the army of the sky, and have poured out drink offerings to other gods. 19:14 Then came Jeremiah from Topheth, where Yahweh had sent him to prophesy. And he stood in the court of Yahweh's house, and said to all the people, 19:15 Thus says Yahweh of armies, the God of Israel, behold, I will bring on this city and on all its towns all the evil that I have pronounced against it, because they have made their neck stiff, that they may not hear my words. 21 Now Pashur, the son of Immer the priest, who was chief officer in the house of Yahweh, heard Jeremiah prophesying these things. 22 Then Pashur struck Jeremiah the prophet, and put him in the stocks that were in the upper gate of Benjamin, which was in the house of Yahweh. 23 It happened on the next day that Pashur brought forth Jeremiah out of the stocks. Then said Jeremiah to him, Yahweh has not called your name Pashur, but Magor-Missabib. 24 For thus says Yahweh, behold, I will make you a terror to yourself, and to all your friends, and they shall fall by the sword of their enemies, and your eyes shall see it. And I will give all Judah into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall carry them captive to Babylon, and shall kill them with the sword. 25 Moreover, I will give all the riches of the city, and all its gains, and all the precious things of it. Yes, all the treasures of the kings of Judah will I give into the hand of their enemies, and they shall make them a prey, and take them, and carry them to Babylon. 26 You, Pashur, and all who dwell in your house shall go into captivity, and you shall come to Babylon, and there you shall die, and there you shall be buried, you and all your friends to whom you have prophesied falsely. 27 Yahweh, you have persuaded me, and I was persuaded. You are stronger than I, and have prevailed. I am become a laughingstock all the day, every one mocks me. 28 For as often as I speak, I cry out. I cry, violence and destruction. Because the word of Yahweh is made a reproach to me, and a derision all the day. 29 If I say, I will not make mention of him, nor speak any more in his name, then there is in my heart as it were a burning fire shut up in my bones, and I am weary with forbearing, and I can't contain. 2010 For I have heard the defaming of many, terror on every side. Denounce, and we will denounce him, say all my familiar friends, those who watch for my fall. Peradventure he will be persuaded, and we shall prevail against him, and we shall take our revenge on him. 2011 But Yahweh is with me as an awesome mighty one. Therefore my persecutors shall stumble, and they shall not prevail. They shall be utterly disappointed, because they have not dealt wisely, even with an everlasting dishonor which shall never be forgotten. 2012 But Yahweh of armies, who tests the righteous, who sees the heart and the mind, let me see your vengeance on them, for to you have I revealed my cause. 2013 Sing to Yahweh, praise you Yahweh, for he has delivered the soul of the needy from the hand of evildoers. 2014 Cursed be the day in which I was born. Don't let the day in which my mother bore me be blessed. 2015 Cursed be the man who brought news to my father, saying, A boy is born to you, making him very glad. 2016 Let that man be as the cities which Yahweh overthrew, and didn't repent, and let him hear a cry in the morning, and shouting at noontime. 2017 Because he didn't kill me from the womb, and so my mother would have been my grave, and her womb always great. 2018 Why came I forth out of the womb to see labor and sorrow, that my days should be consumed with shame? 21:1 The word which came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, when King Zedekiah sent to him Pashur the son of Malchijah, and Zephaniah the son of Mosca, the priest, saying, 21:2 Please inquire of Yahweh for us. For Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon makes war against us. Peradventure Yahweh will deal with us according to all his wondrous works, that he may go up from us. 21:3 Then said Jeremiah to them, You shall tell Zedekiah? 21:4 Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel, Behold, I will turn back the weapons of war that are in your hands, with which you fight against the king of Babylon, and against the Chaldeans who besiege you without the walls, and I will gather them into the midst of the city. 21:5 I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand and with a strong arm, even in anger and in wrath and in great indignation. 21:6 I will strike the inhabitants of the city, both man and animal. They shall die of a great pestilence. 21:7 Afterward, says Yahweh, I will deliver Zedekiah king of Judah and his servants, and the people, even such as are left in this city from the pestilence, from the sword, and from the famine, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of those who seek their life. And he shall strike them with the edge of the sword. He shall not spare them, neither have pity, nor have mercy. 21:8 To this people you shall say, Thus says Yahweh, Behold, I set before you the way of life and the way of death. 21:9 He who remains in the city shall die by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. But he who goes out and passes over to the Chaldeans who besiege you, he shall live, and his life shall be to him for a prey. 21:10 For I have set my face on this city for evil, and not for good, says Yahweh. It shall be given into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire. 21:11 Touching the house of the king of Judah, hear you the word of Yahweh. 21:12 House of David, thus says Yahweh, execute justice in the morning, and deliver him who is robbed out of the hand of the oppressor, lest my wrath go forth like fire, and burn so that none can quench it, because of the evil of your doings. 21:13 Behold, I am against you, O inhabitant of the valley, and of the rock of the plain, says Yahweh. You that say, Who shall come down against us? Or who shall enter into our habitations? 21:14 I will punish you according to the fruit of your doings, says Yahweh, and I will kindle a fire in her forest, and it shall devour all that is around her. 22:1 Thus said Yahweh, Go down to the house of the king of Judah, and speak there this word. 22:2 Say, Hear the word of Yahweh, king of Judah, who sits on the throne of David, you and your servants, and your people who enter in by these gates. 22:3 Thus says Yahweh, Execute you justice and righteousness, and deliver him who is robbed out of the hand of the oppressor. And do no wrong, do no violence to the foreigner, the fatherless, nor the widow. Neither shed innocent blood in this place. 22:4 If you do this thing indeed, then shall there enter in by the gates of this house kings sitting on the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, he and his servants and his people. 22:5 But if you will not hear these words, I swear by myself, says Yahweh, that this house shall become a desolation. 22:6 For thus says Yahweh concerning the house of the king of Judah, You are Gilead to me, and the head of Lebanon. Yet surely I will make you a wilderness, and cities which are not inhabited. 22:7 I will prepare destroyers against you, everyone with his weapons, and they shall cut down your choice cedars, and cast them into the fire. 22:8 Many nations shall pass by this city, and they shall say every man to his neighbor, Why has Yahweh done thus to this great city? 22:9 Then they shall answer, because they forsook the covenant of Yahweh their God, and worshipped other gods, and served them. 22:10 Don't you weep for the dead, neither bemoan him, but weep sore for him who goes away, for he shall return no more, nor see his native country. 22:11 For thus says Yahweh touching Shallum the son of Josiah, king of Judah, who reigned instead of Josiah his father, and who went forth out of this place. He shall not return there any more. 22:12 But in the place where they have led him captive, there shall he die, and he shall see this land no more. 22:13 Woe to him who builds his house by unrighteousness, and his chambers by injustice, who uses his neighbor's service without wages, and doesn't give him his hire. 22:14 Who says, I will build me a wide house and spacious chambers, and cuts him out windows, and it is ceiling with cedar, and painted with vermilion. 22:15 Shall you reign, because you strive to excel in cedar? Didn't your father eat and drink and do justice and righteousness? Then it was well with him. 22:16 He judged the cause of the poor and needy, then it was well. Wasn't this to know me? Says Yahweh. 22:17 But your eyes and your heart are not but for your covetousness, and for shedding innocent blood, and for oppression, and for violence to do it. 22:18 Therefore thus says Yahweh concerning Jehoiakim the son of Josiah, king of Judah, They shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, my brother, or Ah, sister. They shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, Lord, or ah, his glory. 22:19, he shall be buried with the burial of a donkey, drawn and cast forth beyond the gates of Jerusalem. 22:20, go up to Lebanon and cry, and lift up your voice in Bashan and cry from Abarim, for all your lovers are destroyed. 22:21, I spoke to you in your prosperity, but you said, I will not hear. This has been your manner from your youth, that you didn't obey my voice. 22:22, the wind shall feed all your shepherds, and your lovers shall go into captivity. Surely then you will be ashamed and confounded for all your wickedness. 22:23, inhabitant of Lebanon, who makes your nest in the cedars, how greatly to be pitied you will be when pangs come on you, the pain as of a woman in travail. 22:24, as I live, says Yahweh, though Coniah the son of Jehoiakim king of Judah were the signet on my right hand, yet would I pluck you there. 22:25, and I will give you into the hand of those who seek your life, and into the hand of them of whom you are afraid, even into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and into the hand of the Chaldeans. 22:26, I will cast you out, and your mother who bore you, into another country, where you were not born, and there you will die. 22:27, but to the land whereunto their soul longs to return, there shall they not return. 22:28, is this man Coniah a despised broken vessel? Is he a vessel in which none delights? Why are they cast out, he and his seed, and are cast into the land which they don't know? 22:29, O earth, 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 hear the word of Yahweh. 22:30, thus says Yahweh, write you this man childless, a man who shall not prosper in his days, for no more shall a man of his seed prosper, sitting on the throne of David and ruling in Judah.